Here we go. Oh my goodness. I've just watched this guy's movie made in Australia. David McMillan escaped from a Thai prison. That's just one of his stories among many. So I'd like to thank you for coming here today, David.
I enjoyed the trip to Guildford. I haven't been down here since I visited a friend who was actually locked up somewhere from here.
Oh, it's beautiful around here, isn't it? With the countryside and the river, the cathedral, the castle, everything.
It is good. He was one of those guys that really good guy, solid as a rock.
Yeah.
Wouldn't say a word, that he shouldn't. But complete hopeless case.
Oh.
Sean, if you sent him down the road for cigarettes,
Yeah.
there'd be 3 police cars back in a minute.
No.
So what do you do with those kind of orphans?
Well, looking at your story, I think you learned to avoid those people quite well. Or when they did get you in trouble, you figured ways around it. And watching this movie, I'd see you get in a situation and I'd be thinking, this guy is so intelligent. What is he going to come up with next? I just knew you were going to figure something out and outsmart everybody. Like when the guy's coming to drop the drugs off to you, you don't abandon the mission because the police are following the guy. You think, all right, well, I'll pick them up right in front of the police, but we're going to do this in a certain location and the police are not going to catch us.
Well, that was, I had a little heads up on that one because I'd been under investigation for a couple of years. And I knew they had a lot of money and a lot of resources. So, as you say, there were the goods there. Are you going to happily abandon $500,000?
Let's explain what the goods were, where they were coming from, what was going on at this point in your life.
I'd retired. I'd got to 23 and, it seemed like a good age to hang up the spurs.
And this is in Australia?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was born here, but moved to Australia as a child. And a friend of mine came to me with a problem. Now, often problems can seem intriguing. I'm sure this has happened to you, where somebody's had such an interesting problem. You think, well, I shouldn't really get involved. And his was this. A Thai businessman that was bringing cutlery boxes from Thailand with heroin pressed into it was in a hotel room in the city. He knew that the police were aware of him and were waiting to grab at the moment of the big swap. And he was inclined to leave town, as any sensible person would. But after we haggled a bit over what humble recompense I would get for taking an interest, I kind of took when you're young and you actually take stands on things, I thought, no, why should they spoil everybody's fun there? So, but mostly it was trying to figure out a solution to it. So I had to find a place where the police radios wouldn't function. And we had scanners in those days. They don't work now, people should know, because they're encrypted signals on the police channels. But it was great back then in 1980, this was. So then I planted a couple of cars around in the area, gave instructions to for the meeting time. Now, Sean, you know that as soon as this guy grabs the stuff, leaves the hotel, he's going to be followed. So what do you do?
I would have abandoned the mission. I would not have been doing what you're doing, but
yes,
I didn't.
But probably had some.
The risk was so high. I'd be like, whoa.
Yeah, but there was another thing. Because I'd been under investigation for a couple of years, and Michael, who'd been my business partner, he was as well. Do you think they'd ever let us get away, even if we'd run away from it?
No.
They'd go and arrest him with the goods, and that time-honored technique in courts, conspiracy, as you say, honored since Guy Fawkes, wasn't it? If you can't get them in the act, get them in the thought. So they would have arrested us anyway. So something had to be done.
So if you can get rid of the evidence, that's at least helping the case.
It did. We met at the casualty section of a hospital,
So you organized the drug deal to go down in the casualty section of a hospital.
Well, it was busy.
And this is radio blockage as well, this area.
Except for us. Our radios,
Yeah.
which were, had crystals cut for a frequency between the regular ones,
Right.
so the scanners wouldn't pick them up.
Okay.
And I'd got those in the morning. We could communicate, but they couldn't. Their transmitter went over a lake and a park that soaked up all their little rays. So, but it didn't stop them from trying. When Tommy, who was the Thai guy, when he arrived there, hi, David, good day.
This is the guy who's come from Thailand now. This is what, the uncle's nephew?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Uncle is one of the
big guy,
bigs in the Golden Triangle. He was pretty much oblivious to anything going on behind him. He'd traveled the world. He was delivering these things all over the place. And an added wrinkle to this was that the police had been in his room the night before, drilled the box, knew what was in it, sealed it up again, not wanting to interfere with it. So we're absolutely sure they had their man and their target. They'd even booked interview rooms all around town for the many suspects that were going to be rounded up. Well, it's easy to sound good about this because it worked out. It would have been me telling you a very sad story otherwise. But he took some convincing that there was trouble. I said, Tommy, look at the flower cellar. Okay, have you ever seen a big burly bricklayer selling flowers with a fling of his left hand? No, it's usually a young girl. And see the man in maternity waiting? He's talking to his knee. I know dads get stressed, but his knee is actually a microphone that's not working on this day. So when I got the signal that Michael he drove in backwards through the emergency entrance where the ambulances go, I grabbed Tommy, led into the thing. He threw the dingus, we'll call it, into the front seat of Michael's car. He tore away. I grabbed Tommy, abandoned mine, went over a back fence and got into other cars and drove off. I got up on a big hotel roof later on to try and get Michael on the radio. I think it was static from Tierra del Fuego or somewhere in the world he'd disappeared to. So that was another disaster avoided, but they didn't take kindly to missing that one.
So, wasn't there a second one, or am I confabulating these, where Clell had a pram?
No, that was for something else. When they made the movie, they didn't want to miss out on things that were visually kind of interesting. That was used in an escape thing.
So the movie just put that in there?
Yes, they kind of, right. Because it's, I suppose it's hard to film it dramatically when it's mostly radio checks and signals. Yeah. You've got to have a lot of, I suppose, telling close-ups of what's going on. Yeah. So must have been one of those directors who said, no action in that script, use that other bit from somewhere else. But in essence, it was all true enough. Yeah. For a $3 million television movie, it wasn't as bad as all that, was it?
Was one of the stars of Neighbours in it? Or did the guy just look like one of those guys?
Toby Schmitz he played the awful McMillan.
Okay.
On some of the reviews the next day said, look, I can't see why you're glorifying these heroin dealers. Yeah. And as my judge said, merchant of misery, peddler of death. But even some of my friends who were kind of sympathetic to the days when we started out doing weed from a grocery store, later on they'd sort of say to me, yeah, David, but heroin, is there any good side to this? And looking back on it, I have to say no, really, because putting aside the risks and the dangers, at over 60 now, I can say if you can do something with your life you should probably try and follow the what is it? The physician's mantra: "Do no harm."
Don't harm, do no harm. Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and if you haven't got any choice, then fine. If you and I are stuck in the middle of Afghanistan, and we've only got our fat companion to eat, well, we do what we have to.
So another scene from around this time is you're building up this crew. You've got your girlfriend Claire. We'll get to that, but you've got this other guy that you help out of a situation, and this situation really gripped me. And again, just the way you handled it masterfully. So you're showing up at this guy's house just as there are two guys with balaclavas over their heads, got him at gunpoint, and they're about to rob him. So you intervene, and I'll let you tell the story.
Well, it was kind of just a bit of a routine event. It wasn't anything special. Clearly had said, look, I want you to meet some people. They're really interesting. This is Michael. He used to be a Commonwealth champion pole vaulter, did his knee in, went out of that, went into the dope business. His wife's Colombian. My ears kind of pricked up at that. And, she knows everybody. Well, they all do. So the very first meeting, I arrive and there's those kind of telltale signs, the door ajar, a few splinters here and there. So I went back to the car and got a gun. Now, I should say about guns that I've never found them any use whatsoever except for a prop, because if you shoot somebody, two things will happen. You'll become a murderer, because what are you going to say about a gun? I didn't know it was loaded. Or you'll just make them angry. In fact, I left a restaurant once, and some friends had robbed a huge gun warehouse. And we all were like Billy the Kid, we all were playing with these things. And I went back to get some documents from the car, and there were 5 guys kicking the living shit out of some poor slob in a gutter. So, intervene here. I took the gun out, screwed a big fat silencer on it. I mean, that's got to be terrifying, hasn't it? And went over and waved it in their general direction. I said something sympathetic. I think he's had enough. And you know what happened then? The little guy in the gutter leapt to his feet and told me, fuck off, mate. This is none of your business. So obviously they were friends, and that was just their way of, getting close to each other. But I'd learned from that mostly they do no good. So when I went,
is that an Australian thing? People have a tough attitude towards guns out there.
Oh, it wasn't that. He was. They were a little gang, and they were having some dispute, and they didn't want. I think they were probably too glue sniffed out or whatever to quite recognize what was going on. Okay. But when I was at Michael's place, the other thing that as I stood at the doorway, I heard the voices, and I knew one of them, Lou.
One of the robbers?
Yeah. He was, Lou was one of those jail identities that one comes across. He and his little mate would pretend to be, big and hard. But the little mate always had to tear him away at the last minute from the real fight. Lou, no, we can't have that again. Remember last time?
Nice and nasty routine.
Yeah. So the kind of social mechanics of it fell to pieces when I walked in, because he recognized me, and I spoke to him like I'd met him down the corner shop.
So let's just set the scene a bit here. So these two guys, balaclavas on the heads, have got your prospective friend at gunpoint, and you now walk in through the door with a gun, holding them at gunpoint. Is that what happened?
Yes. I waited to pick my moment until the shotgun had been lowered, and then to raise it would have been caught on,
and where was the shotgun then?
Coffee table.
The big guy was holding it on.
Yeah.
Sportsman.
That's right.
Yeah. And why did you wait until he lowered the shotgun?
Because I knew if he'd want to swing it around, he'd hit the coffee table. And he would have lost the moment. So I had it pointing at him. But I went straight into a normal conversation. That's sort of disarming in its own
Okay.
way, isn't it?
Yes.
Don't mind the gun, Lou. What the hell are you doing here? Take that sock off your face, too. Oh, hi, Dave. That was the other one. Yeah.
What was his response?
Well, he had to gather his composure and then almost immediately started making excuse. Like, but these guys don't share. And I've heard that before.
What does that mean?
Well, I guess it means that if you've got a business, you go looking for losers to give your money to, because that would be sharing. It's just something people say when they don't know what to say next. So because he was already in the process of, and quite a few of these home invaders do it, buddying up to the people they're robbing, saying, well, if you haven't got all the money tonight, I can come back tomorrow night, and all that kind of thing. I don't know why they do that, but I think they're used to just robbing their friends, so they probably want to make friends first and then steal from them. But Michael turned out to be an interesting and very loyal friend.
Did the robbers just depart then?
Yeah, I said, Lou, you'll have to go. You know, I've got to see this man about some things, and you don't want to get in between all of that.
Okay, so it's probably the people watching this probably thinking that they're missing something here. In the underworld, in the crime world, there are hierarchies, and there are local big bosses that are respected by the lower people, and they're aware that big bosses can have things done to anyone within that community. So the fact that you walked in there and these two armed robbers just left like that, within the structure of the underworld, these guys must have known you were perhaps at a higher place than them.
They would have known a couple of things. That the way I kept myself safe, I went in the beginning with a bunch of hippies into the weed business, and then met some safecrackers who are into the sort of A-class drugs. But as I went on and started importing and making a lot of money, I realized that I'd have to protect myself, and the best way to do that was by proxy. In other words, people knew that if something happened to me, the big income for a lot of these very frank businessmen, if I can call it that, yes, would not, the income would be interrupted. So they wouldn't want that at all. It's for somebody to interfere with anything I was doing means they'd have to kind of completely go off the reservation. Whatever they did, they'd then be on the run. And I wouldn't have to do anything. Business associates would be doing it. But mostly prevention is best. You know, one of the most useful things is people have a fear of the unknown. Imagine London villains. Like stick insects, they fight with each other because that's their closest competitor. You know, they don't recognize a rhinoceros. But something unknown is fearful. Because I traveled the world and had friends from other countries, they might think whereas they could outfight or bluff their way through a local villain turning on them, if 3 Mexicans turned up with nothing but Polaroid photographs to go on and kept killing everybody that bore a resemblance to the photograph, then that would be scary. So I actually got the idea from a big, pretty much a gangster. I suppose he was. He did armed robberies, big drug deals. He had this Lebanese guy at his side, lithe, nimble, a little overdressed. I wouldn't say he cleaned his fingernails with a knife, but he knew he had one somewhere on him. And there'd be signals exchanged with this guy. No, steady there. No, don't kill this one. All of that. But his name was Danny, the gangster. I said, Danny, I could have sworn I've seen this guy somewhere before. Oh, well, I met him in Lebanon, and I say, no, not that speech. He's a waiter in a restaurant in Sydney, isn't he? Yeah, don't tell anyone. What he'd done was he sort of dressed him up, and he looked the part, kind of so dangerous that giving the cover story that it helped out the family, and this kid was forever grateful and kill anybody on sight. It was perfect. Of course, because your real killer shouldn't be somebody who looks the part. It should be the old bag lady across the road who pulls off the latex and then does the business.
Yeah, the Cali Cartel, they had some hitmen who just looked like your average uncle with, with glasses and a very sympathetic face, and no one would suspect, these guys were coming after you. They just you wouldn't even notice them when they were walking past you on the street.
Did you
And
ever
then-
meet anybody in your various jail transfers that had a reputation for doing contracts?
Yes, yes, I did meet people.
Is there
yes.
anything about their nature that struck you?
Yes, I met some people in the New Mexican Mafia before prison, and they did have a lethal energy about them. Yeah,
Oh, okay. So they did look the part a bit.
they did look the part a bit. Two Tonys was a mafia guy I met, and he did have aggressive, kind of lethal energy about him as well. So the ones I met were more overt, yes, compared to what we've just been describing. The more undercover ones, I imagine, would be more successful in the long run.
Or I suppose within jail survival, the overt ones would make that clear to their advantage.
Oh,
Whereas
yes, I
the
did meet one
ones who
overt one.
were quiet would see no advantage in letting people know that.
When I was in Two Tony's cell one time, the skinny little guy comes in, and he's read one of my books that I've give Two Tonys, and he's asking me if he can buy this book off me. And I say, no, you can have it. I get a lot of books sent in. I'm donating to the library and stuff. And he was a Mexican American guy. And after he left the cell, Two Tony said, you've made friends with a good one now, because he was like, I really appreciate you giving me the book. Are you sure you just want to give it me? And I was like, yeah, it's good book karma to give it you. I'm getting all these books sent in. And he pulls out a bandage and he put it around his fist and he goes, look, I've got your back. If anything starts, I've got your back. And then he left. And Two Tonys was like, you've made a good friend there. Him and his homies was in a cell one time. They were all high and drunk on hooch, and a guard found him, and he stabbed the guards to death, and he was tortured and put in. He lost like an organ. The guards tortured him for years and all this stuff, but he was like, yeah, he's a old school killer, stone cold killer. But to look at him when I gave him the book, I was, he just looked like a polite, skinny, harmless person. Yeah.
Well, sounds like it'd be ideal for his calling. Though I noticed he did believe in skincare as well, because he had the cloth around his.
Yeah.
That shows somebody's got enough experience to know, damn, that scar lasted a long time. I've got to do that again. He's got his priorities there. When you mentioned hooch there, I was in Wandsworth only a couple of years ago, and the Polish guys have distilleries in there.
Yeah.
They sell it for about £40 for a litre. Quite clear, no bready taste.
Yeah.
I get nicked with it every so often.
You were in Wandsworth a couple of years ago visiting.
Yeah. No, this is what happened.
You were actually in prison a couple of years ago.
After 25 years, the Thai government served me with an extradition notice.
Oh my goodness.
For the old case. It came about because I'd been out of things for a decade.
Yeah.
Everything was quiet, living peacefully in Kent, more or less. And then I never feared extradition to Thailand because of the death penalty. The British government wouldn't do it. However, his name escapes me, but some half-wit killed a U.S. Marine in Pattaya or Phuket, I think, in Thailand. Now, he came back to the UK. As you know, the Americans don't really like you messing with their citizens, and certainly killing one of their ex-Marines without doing something about it. So that 100 years of refusals to Thailand for extradition was overturned with this one guy.
So they came after you.
And they thought, well, we've got a victory here. Anybody else we don't like? So after all that time, some police turned up to see me and said, they had that look about them that you're coming with us. And there I was. And Wandsworth was where they held the extradition cases. It wasn't looking good in the beginning because the Thai government was giving lots of guarantees about that I wouldn't be executed, that I would be possibly on death row for the rest of my life, which wouldn't be too long on death row. It's very hard to live on death row in Thailand, expensive. Alex, the Italian mafia guy I knew on death row all those years ago, 20 years ago, it was costing him about £10 just to get a shower every day, which in local terms is quite high money.
Well, we're gonna get to your Thai death row stories, but let's just jump back in time now to keep this chronological.
Right.
So you've bailed this uncle's nephew out of this situation now. The drugs have been taken from the police, had this guy completely surrounded and surveyed, but you've outsmarted the police. You've created enemies now in the police force because of what you've done. You've made a fool of them. Now, how does your relationship now develop with the nephew of the uncle?
Well, of course, I said to Michael after that.
Michael's the guy that you bailed out the robbery?
Yes.
The sportsman.
And he worked with me, and he was a courier for about 2 years.
So he owes you now, and you've saved his ass, and he's a loyal worker now.
Well, the couriers were more than workers. I worried about them. I fretted over them like children. I couldn't. Clearly used to say, look, let them do the work. I've got to be nearby. I don't want them making choices if something's different than is planned out. You know, he had multiple passports, and he was pretty good at it. He was tall. Taller people are less frequently stopped. You've probably noticed that at airports. And so he was fine, but he kind of wanted to go out on his own, even though I was paying quite generously for his work. And I did ask him, look, what's behind all this? I have to know. Well, he explained who Tommy was, that he was bringing the stuff from Thailand. I said, Michael, how did this come into your lap? Well, I bought him from somebody. What's that? Well, somebody was doing business with him here and said, I don't want to do business with him any longer. And if you give me 50,000, he's all yours. He'll deliver door to door for a quarter of the regular wholesale price. I said, Michael, he's a terribly nice fellow you met there. Didn't want that money anymore and thought you deserved it better. And for a miserable 50 G's, he's all yours. God, that was nice. By the way, who was this guy? This generous person? Oh, look, I swore I'd never give his name. Well, I know you wouldn't give his name, but do I know him? Okay, Michael, I'll save you the embarrassment. He didn't want you to give his name to me. He didn't want you coming. David, look, yeah, it was another Michael. Howard, anyway, we'll call him. Don't you think Howard would have had some reason to give you this guy? And of course, it turned out to be true. Howard had been doing business with him. The Thai man leaves his house, police run in. Howard's trying to flush half a kilo down the toilet. He's nicked. He's in real trouble here. The only thing he can say to the police is, I can give you McMillan Sullivan. Really? And so that was the deal. So he sells the Thai national to Michael. He starts doing business with him. It all goes tits up very quickly, and that was how it was meant to be. So once I knew that, I realized this was not going to stop. So we had to try and stop him from coming back to Australia or anywhere else. But he took some convincing, and I suppose there's lots of things that could have done better, but he did come back empty-handed, as it were. He just came back to collect some money, but the police acted out of nervousness. They thought this was a 2-year task force operation. It was quite a lot of money spent on it. Now, you, or I suppose anybody, if you're up to some mischief, and then you find out that £1 million has been spent following you around, are they going to go back to their boss and say, nothing to it, that Sean's clean as a whistle, or we just can't get him on anything, so what's next, huh? More trips to Europe, more fancy cars and special officers. I mean, they've got their own department for all of this. No, the boss is going to say, get out there and pinch them for something littering with intent to supply. And that's what happened. The big arrest happened in the usual way. Doors kicked in the morning. Funny thing, I had a German Shepherd called Sasha, and she would usually yap her head off if there was somebody at the door. I'd been up all night, nervous over something. I'd watched Scott of the Antarctica, fretting about him being in his tent. Only another 10 miles, I'm saying. There's a can full of supplies, but his feet were knackered. I mean, anyway, so I'm a bit sleepy. I hear the key go into the front door. It opens, it hits the chain. Then the beginning of sledgehammers. And this was the difference. The sledgehammers were not the panicky banging away of robbers or intruders, because I was reaching for a gun and I thought, wait a minute, slowly, we've got all day. Left the gun. I said, Clell, get ready for a long one. So we're stashing little things around the place. We all got arrested. There were no drugs found. It was a messy case. It had to be conspiracy. All the couriers were contacted and said nothing. The case, as good as these cases ever go, was looking all right. In that sense, all the people who worked for me didn't want to say anything. It was not easy to get. People have trouble if they behave badly in the business, as you know. If they run around town, torturing people or robbing people's money, come court day, there's a long line of people willing to testify against them. But somebody who's liked, it's not so easy to find people.
Okay, let me just halt you here. Then I just want to give a bit more backstory to this at this point, because you've got these main characters now. You've got Michael. Tommy is the guy bringing it in from Thailand. You've got Clelia, your girlfriend. Can you just describe how you met Clelia and what your relationship was like with her and what you guys were doing, and just describe a bit more about how you were making your money illegally before we go into the incarceration?
Okay. I'd met Clelia. She was the daughter, one of 4 of a Australian Melbourne restaurateur. He'd come from the northern Italy and had a big family place and lots of kids everywhere. They used to call him the Spaghetti Mafia, all those early restaurateurs. She was the bit of a tearaway amongst the group, a bit of a tomboy, but we were in love. We were very close. We could rely on each other. My business, she was a bit nervous about. I would, using a lot of fake passports, I would make it look like the couriers had come from London when they arrived. Their documentation would say that. They would pick up a bag that also looked like it had come from London. So Australian customs in those days, and pretty much still the same, when you go to the immigration, he assesses how much of a risk you are. He stamps your customs card and gives it a code letter. When you go to the gate with your bag, that letter will determine what check you get. So that if I've already assuaged his suspicions by having somebody that looks okay and appears to have come from a country that doesn't export drugs usually, though I must say now that for all you newbies out there, England does not have such a pristine reputation anymore. It can be seen by Australia anyway as a potential source of pills and so on. Anyway, it wasn't in those days. So there would be couriers picking up in Thailand, and it was packed in stereo boxes then. It would change hands a couple of times and, as I say, arrive back on a quite innocent-looking person whose documentation backed it up. That was important. I could get passports by the bucket load in those days. Then I had my friends who sold it, not exactly wholesale. They were trying to keep it clean so that it had a very good name for itself. In fact, they had even street people who'd put it in little capsules so that you could recognize these capsules so that you knew what it was. They knew that it wasn't adulterated. So business was good for a couple of years.
And was Michael one of your smugglers as well?
Yes, he was. He did kind of asked me to, when he started making quite a lot of money, he did say, I'd like to do my own thing. Welcome to it, Michael. Go for it. Got any contacts over there? Well, that's the thing, Dave. Can I use your guy in Thailand? Sure. And how are you going to get it back? Well, I was going to use one of those stereo things that you use. Can you? Okay, anything else? And selling it, you've had nothing but trouble, In fact, the guy who set you up for those two robbers that night, he was your best friend. You recall that, don't you? The one man you could trust.
Was he able to do anything through his wife being Colombian? And you said your ear pricked up when you heard that.
Oh, yeah, no.
Were you able to do anything?
I went to Cartagena we all went on holiday there, and they came to me and said, we like the cut of your jib, which means they know your home address.
When you say they,
the Colombian people from over
Cali Cartel or
it was
Medellin,
Cartagena. But this was for weed. They were going to have ships come over with anywhere in the world, 12 miles off the coast, by the ton. Money? No, don't worry. Just give us 10% to cover the diesel fuel, and pay us when you can. And
so you're in business with the Colombian mafia as well at this point. This is a big deal to the viewers.
When a Colombian from one of those families over there says, Sean, don't worry about money. You pay us when you can. That's not going to be something where Jose, wouldn't believe it. That money, Vegas, wild weekend, it's all gone. It's not something you can say to them. No.
Yeah. And what was your first meeting like with the Senior Colombians?
Well, I had to. It was one of those funny meetings you probably had yourself, where your person in the middle has brought you to the table, has introduced you to sort of a friend or underling or deputy, and then through another couple of voices, somebody who can actually make a decision walks into the room, and we were in a restaurant, and I looked at him and he looked at me, and we looked sideways, this is the look. All these other people don't matter now.
What city is this in?
This was in Cartagena.
Okay.
But
Are these Cali people?
I had some Cali people, but that was a sort of kind of sidebar to it. That was a separate operation. Okay. They actually wanted, back in those days, they wanted China white heroin over there. I don't know quite what for. I don't think it ever went anywhere.
Yeah.
And really, for all the problems I've had in Thailand and Afghanistan and Pakistan over the years, I'm kind of small beer. Okay, I've had some pretty big deals, but really in terms of major players, I've never really been motivated that way. And it's more like the challenge of doing it. That was what was attractive.
When you're in these meetings, like the meeting with the guy you're talking about now in Cartagena,
Mm.
do you fear for your life if this goes wrong? There's something I could be taken out to the desert
No,
or
I
something.
can't. I can't see why. A big crook once said to me, he said, "David, I noticed something straight away. You've got no fear." I said, "Why should I? I'm doing good for you. You know, it's a good thing you've met me. I won't be squealing my head off in a police station somewhere. We all know that doesn't pay. um, you make money. I'll have ideas that will help your business. I can't see." And they've kind of sensed that. So
What did the Colombian, the big shot, what did he say then at this meeting when everyone went quiet? It was just you and him.
Well, when we got a chance to talk ourselves, he said that look, you can have it wherever you want it. We've got more than we know what to do.
Kilos of cocaine.
Yeah, well, we were talking about shiploads of weed then because that was
Weed,
easier for me
okay.
to move. The coke was a bit tricky. Here's the thing with dealing with source countries. If you go to wherever it might be and you meet somebody, if you buy it then and there for £2,000 for a kilo in Colombia, put it in your pocket and go back home, sell it for 35 straight, it's a good day. But if the guy who gave it to you is not some farmer, but a biggish businessman, they know to the penny what you're going to get for it here. Exactly how much. And even if you're running your operation, I've had people in different countries say to me, when I've had my own smuggling routes and things like that, "David, can you listen? Just throw a few of my kilos in there with yours. Well, sort of make room for it somehow, yeah. And then what? What? Give it to your man over there? Yeah. Oh, if you like, you could sell it for me." And you can see where it's going. You'd end up working for that person. All the stuff would be no, yours got lost, but mine still got through. Yeah, and that's 31,500, by the way, not 30. That's how easy it is to slip into it there.
But there's also the risk. I had operations in Mexico. You're going out there for the first time. If it's not a £100 million deal or a £10 million deal or something, if it's lesser than that, then sometimes these smaller guys, compared to what the police and the big mafia are doing, are working with the local police. They'll sell you the drugs.
Yeah.
You go down the road. Next thing, you're pulled over because the guy who sold it to you is working with the police. Were you worried something like that might happen?
I was aware of it.
Yeah.
Particularly so in the early days in Thailand, and I sold that, I guess, by good fortune. I met somebody I knew had never done anything apart from very minor deals, and then kind of built him up so that he had good Chiang Mai connections. In Pakistan, they were notorious for setups there. We can get it through the checkpoint at the airport. That's another 2,000. We can get it onto the plane. That's 5,000. We have our man who's got to see you through. Oh, he'll know who you are. Oh, will he? I'm half an hour late. Doesn't matter. He'll still know where you are. I mean, there is no man. It's rainmaking. If somebody gets arrested, it was your fault. He twitched, or our man was late getting to work, and then they want to. Almost everybody you meet. I mean, surely people from Mexico said to you that, "Sean, we'll be partners. We'll go 50-50." And you'd be thinking, I seem to remember an old Bugs Bunny cartoon where Daffy goes 50-50 with somebody who he goes out and finds the gold, digs it up, and takes it into the local town, and they go 50-50. The other guy does nothing, and it's a bit the same there.
Yeah, those situations in Mexico, I met people. I just thought, this guy just wants to kill me and take my money. I've got to give him the impression I've got nothing on me in this.
Yeah, happy for that. Also, did you bonus people? That is, when it gets through, then you'll get an extra cut.
They got paid when it got through, my people.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah.
So you paid not even for the raw material, as it were?
Oh, you're on about bonus to the suppliers if it got
Yeah.
through. No, the suppliers didn't know how we were getting it through. I kept it separate.
But if you'd said to them they were getting a bonus, they wouldn't have been spending all those nights trying to find out how you got it through.
I didn't want to risk them knowing everything was compartmentalized to keep.
That's ideal.
Yeah.
But in some places, in some countries, even if you're going back to your supplier and saying, there you are, you've made 5 times what you'd normally make, they'd say, yeah, but I don't sleep thinking about what you're making. So they want to try and add some bonus to it themselves. And I always found by adding that little bit extra on after everything went through, then they'd say, that'll do.
Yeah.
I don't have to pay the cops or anything like that.
It's good to be generous to a point, yeah.
I mean, paying policemen, well, I suppose there is that principle, are you going to pay somebody for not doing his job? Imagine you're having a plasterer come in. Right, don't plaster that wall, and I'll give you some extra if you don't plaster that wall. That's what you're paying policemen for. I definitely won't do my job. Yeah, you can rely on me. I'm your man for not doing my job.
So you said about doing weed deals with the Colombians. Did that escalate into coke deals?
Different people.
What were they in Colombia?
Yeah, in Cali.
That was the Cali cartel then, was it?
Somewhere, well, this is a situation as I understood it from working there. All sorts of beyond the country sources, everything from very small time growers to kitchen laboratories
from Peru and Bolivia.
And going through Lima and Tulcan, that little airport. Tulcan's a funny airport. They don't want anybody to get arrested there because they're so busy doing it in bulk down underneath. No, I didn't see that. Yeah, keep going. So some girl with some ridiculously high heels on, and she was dressed to the nines at Cali, snapping down the corridor, looking really good. And I looked at those shoes and I thought, 750, 800 grams, at a guess. She got talking to me about something or other. I can't remember the content. But I actually saw her on the flight back. I said, well, you didn't stay with your sister for 2 days? No, and she was completely dressed down then, just looking like nothing. So, though, sometimes you'll see things and you shouldn't kind of let on. There was some hippie guy at Bangkok airport years ago. It was metal detectors to go through. He had a body packed. I could tell he was walking, not quite right. Sides of his trousers seemed to bunch up a bit. The machine was malfunctioning. He was caught in a line where they started to do pat downs. I thought, the poor bastard, this is going to be some time for him because it's 15 years for a joint over there. So I went over to him and said, Jonesy, I didn't know what the hell his name was. The ticket office has given you the wrong boarding pass. Just go back and work it out there. Frozen, absolutely paralyzed. Didn't know whether this was part of something. So I got a bit closer. I said, fuck off, you idiot. Get out of the line. Get into the other one. And then he pretty much ran out of the airport. So sometimes you can either stand by and watch a disaster happen or interfere and get yourself in trouble, which has happened to me quite a few times.
So you've got the heroin coming out of Thailand. You've got weed and coke coming out of Colombia. Are there any other countries you got stuff coming in out of that we need to know now before you arrest?
We need to know. Unfortunate expression, but okay. There was Okay, the money side of it. What do you do with money? So I take the money, go back to Europe, go to Antwerp, buy diamonds, VVS2s, F4G color, 1 carat, something easy to sell. Take it pretty much anywhere where I can not lose too much money. The diamond business, as probably most people know, is a really tight little scene. The exchange is tight. The people who sell De Beers still even have this mystery that controls the value of it. So I know I'm going to lose money, but at least I can say if something goes bad, all right, you got me. I was smuggling diamonds. Is that a bad thing? No. So there was that. And little silly things that you wouldn't think would be worth smuggling, like video recorder heads back in the day. I suppose it was the equivalent of Swiss watch movements used to be a thing in England about 50 years ago. But really anything that was kind of interesting to do.
And what compartments, and because you're a bit of a crafter, did you make your own things for people
I
to
always
smuggle
like to
things
make my own
in?
stuff.
What did you prefer to have people smuggle in?
Something that would look solid, really. If it was made out of wood, fine. Okay, the modern X-ray equipment will show up discrepancies, but most of the drugs we all like are organic anyway, so they will show up in the same colors that wood will.
Really?
So unless it's uneven,
okay,
it's the unevenness that gives things away, or if it's pills, it's the little shape. I had a friend who was sending me some Subutex by the mail, and he used to crush it all up so that it was flat. So if you wanted it back in tablets, which we didn't for various reasons, but you just have to put them through the tablet machine again. But no, it's evenness that does that. And it was, that was a part I liked, doing a nice pack job on it so that the veneer went on and the glue line became invisible and the last buff of beeswax over it. In fact, I suppose if I, through this deplorable career, the only virtue is that nobody who's worked for me has ever been arrested as a result of doing so. They've gone off on their own adventures and done so.
During these early years, then, how many people did you have working for you, and what was your revenue?
It was good. It was about $5 million a year.
Okay.
But a run like that only goes on for a couple of years.
Yeah.
If I just give you the most broadest outline, this teenage David trying a lot of things.
Yeah.
Then there's the Thai courier system, big money, don't know what to do with it, kick it around on top of a coffee table. Then decline and fall, big arrest, in terrible prisons for a decade. I get out of that. All the old police forces who enjoyed chasing me around in the old days are back for hoping I'll get up to some more mischief. And that kind of, it's no excuse, but that kind of drove me back towards doing it. Then I end up in Thailand again, trying to set something up, but get arrested under the most unlikely circumstances imaginable. I mean, I took such precautions, Sean. Not only did I go to another city to get the passports, Michael was sitting in imagine the police are following you and they're intercepting your phones. You know that. They intercept a phone call between one of your friends to your mobile phone. And you have this conversation. The masts say that phone is in London. It's your voice on the other end, but you're not. Your friend has gone to a payphone, rung your mobile that you've left him, and played a tape recording of a conversation between you two. So the forces of darkness have heard this recording. So despite all of that, I get arrested. I mean, my grey hair more or less happened overnight in that one in Thailand. It was so awful. I found I was facing the death penalty there. I managed to get out just after, with about 2 weeks to spare. I run around for another year, more or less okay, but the same kind of interested parties, the authorities, particularly people from the American DEA, I don't know what they've got to do with me, but saw to it I get arrested in Pakistan. I'm facing 2 sets of charges there. One is life sentence, one is a death penalty. I wasn't caught with any drugs, but interesting trial system there. It's all in English from the days of the Raj. I think I mentioned the other day, didn't I, that they don't accept confessions because there always is one from the police. So I don't know why they do it. They can't use the confessions in court. I think they enjoy themselves. And I'll say a bit more about how they get their confessions, perhaps if we have time. Then I managed to get out of the thing in Pakistan. I go over to Afghanistan to tidy up some loose ends and get tangled up in somebody's kidnapping there, and then find my way back. Then think, to hell with it, go straight back into business in a big way, back into South America, doing that, a New York contact help there. Retired again with a load of money and thought, what does a London gentleman do? He has a love affair. So I'm dating this girl who's from one of those foundations that does eco green things. Knows nothing about me, not my real name. I've kept the David part, but that's about it. In fact, in the new book, Unforgiving Destiny, I kind of go into that relationship with her quite a bit, because there's this crazy thing where she said, well, what do you do? For all I know, you could be a drug launderer or a money trafficker. I said, Eloise, I think they do that the other way around. It's more useful. And sort of courting her at Blake's and the Portobello Hotel. And yet a week later, I'll be over in the Badlands of Afghanistan, sort of swapping shots and drinks with some other bunch of people. So that all went bad there. And finally, after a little trouble in Denmark, then I've just had enough. It does wear you out.
That's the grand overview.
Yeah.
Let me see what time it is. We've done an hour already, and we're only at your first arrest in Thailand. This is, I mean, if you're up for it, I think this is going to have to be a multi-podcast series. How do you guys in YouTube land feel about this? Would you like to see this in detail over multiple podcasts? Anyway, put your feedback in the comments, because my mind is just blown by this story. That would also give me a chance to read more of your book and come up with more questions and get more detail out of you, I think, in the long run. But let's keep going for now. So chronologically now, you've just got arrested now. You've been running this operation. So they've arrested you, Clell, Michael. Is Tommy in the mix here as well?
Tommy's arrested. Yep. He was vital to the look of the thing.
Okay.
And some hippie guy, Brendan, from Scott's Head in New South Wales, that has nothing to do with anything except that he knew Tommy from years before. With a conspiracy, it's an unlawful agreement, isn't it? If you and I say, sure, let's rob the Bank of England. You say, Dave, sounds like a damn fine idea. We have then committed the crime of conspiracy, an unlawful agreement. So, and you've got a much better chance of getting a conviction if you're a prosecutor, because you can throw in all sorts of vague stuff. We went to trial. Just before the trial, several things happened to make it worse. Because there were no drugs, they handed out indemnities to all the couriers. Why did the couriers so happily change from knowing nothing to I'll testify against him? Because something very bad happened that they were told was the beginning of kill all witnesses. It wasn't anything of the kind, but part of their policy, when they arrested 4 or 5 of us, that didn't work. They arrested everybody else they could find, family members. My mother was dragged in.
Oh dear.
She wasn't locked up, but whatever jewelry she had, they said, oh, that's all stolen. She was released. They came and said, we've got everybody, and we've got your wives. That's Michael's wife, Marie, and mine, Clelia. This made a bit of a wrinkle to it. Whereas you can sit back and say, go for it, boys. I'll just put my feet up and catch up on my reading in prison. See what you can do. A bit different when they're holding people over you. I said, look, I said nothing. I said, we'll see if they get bail. If the girls get bail, then there's nothing on them. The 2 girls couldn't get bail. They were in the women's prison. One night I was in my cell, in the men's prison, of course, and they had no TVs. There was a radio broadcast. They had 11 o'clock news at night. Last story, there was a fire at the women's prison. 3 fatalities. So after a less than easy night's rest, after all, there's only, 100 and something women in the whole prison, Michael and I charge out, look at each other, head for the main desk. One of the officers we half knew. What's the story? We're just, haven't got all the information in. Look, can't say. What you can't say is all right or it's not all right. Look, I'll make a couple of calls. I said to Michael, this is awful because I haven't heard of anybody taken in for treatment. I've heard fatalities. So none of the screws would look at us. I'm not saying they were all bubbling over with sympathy, but they didn't like dope dealers and particularly people involved in heroin. So, but when you get the next call, which is, you've got a visit, go for it. Wandering up there by ourselves, turn the corner and the whole family are there behind the screen. That was it. And
whose whole family is that?
All of my family in Michael's side, all of his family and the Colombian family, they're all there. And I was like, but alive? No. So conversations which have been kind of glib and light with my lawyer, who was a big hippie defense lawyer, got people off a cannabis charge that was the wrong kind. Pretty flexible guy, you can imagine. The conversations would go like this. He'd come in and say, well, we've got this material from the courts. Raina, there's a telephone number. Call this man. I want guns and I want him at the court next time I'm there. I just wanted to go insane. And this wasn't like instantaneously. This was for quite a while because they kept tripping over. They'd gone to the couriers and said the girls were killed. It wasn't that. There was one of them. They put a little half-wit arsonist informer in their dormitory, and she started a fire, and it was all wood, the whole dormitory covered in steel. And
so she was mentally ill, this woman, the arsonist.
Yes, yeah, she was a little.
And the police had put her in with your girlfriend.
Yeah, to see
and
what
with she was cell with the Colombian lady as well. And then she wasn't getting the information, and she just went nuts and started a fire.
Not entirely nuts. The fire was, as I understood it, to get them moved somewhere else, to bring them closer together, to have something in common, a little protest. It wasn't run around and torch the place, but
it was designed to break them down.
Look at where we are. We're in a confined space.
Yeah.
I don't think getting 12 boxes of matches and everything you could and burning on the carpet would be a good idea. It's always an embarrassment for governments when they kill their inmates. Doesn't look good. But one by one, the couriers all took the offer, a complete indemnity, and including the introduction man that I mentioned before, the one who brought Tommy the tie, brought him into our lives. He not only took the indemnity, but took the opportunity when he was in the stand to confess to a bunch of crimes because he could never then be charged for them.
When the families were there and you saw them, which family member was it told you specifically that your girlfriend had died?
Well, my mother was there. She was in tears already. Clelia's brother, Mario, was there. And he was in tears and kind of blubbering it out.
Did you know just seeing the tears then?
Oh, as soon as we turned the corner, and I looked down one way and saw all of them not right, a bunch of people not right. Down the other room, Michael's people not right. Some of the family had flown from Colombia. I looked at him briefly, but I just wanted to know. And then when I got close enough, there wasn't. I listened. I participated.
You're in shock.
I was crying. In that part of yourself, when something very bad happens, is often its own thing. There's somewhere in there is a rational person, but you're almost a witness to this other one behaving strangely and tears and a kind of empty rage. If something happens to somebody that you're close to or something that's really wrong, you can feel anger and a call to action. But this is different when something's taken away from you, something so eviscerating and emptying as that. There's nothing there.
As well as that anger and call to action, was there an impotence of being incarcerated?
Oh, completely. And guilt. Let's not forget guilt. Whatever the circumstances, she'd been struck by lightning. Something about my life had brought this upon her. I mean, she was a tearaway. Things could have happened. But it's not the point. Something about my life did this.
And was the attitude of her family that you were responsible, or were they just heartbroken? And
I expected that her family would feel I was responsible, but they didn't. The old man who had the restaurants, he went out of his way to send me a message that no, everything's okay. Up until the police sent his double-dealing lawyer to go and tell him that David had something to do with it.
So the police are now going to use this to their advantage.
Yeah, you might say, oh, that just sounds petty. Why would they do that? Because it's another bunch of people with support and influence. There's a trial coming up. There's no drugs. We have to win this trial. To make it worse again, of course, because they'd pumped this story up, Michael and I were whisked away from the number plate factory.
You're a James Bond supervillain, aren't you? You're able to have people set on fire in other prisons.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. But what happened next didn't help that any. While we eventually got out of as the trial was approaching, we got out of the Supermax. And back into the regular part of the prison, working in the number plate factory. There are big presses there. They used to call them the never get out machine because of the noise they made.
What was the difference between the Supermax and the general population?
Huge, but I'll be back there in a minute, so I can tell you then. I'm in number plates, and we've got a little scheme going to escape. But it's not, the scheme that we really had, which was the old-fashioned way over the wall, was interrupted by my friend and accountant coming to me and saying, your old mate, Tony Moynihan from the Philippines, has been in touch.
Lord Moynihan.
Tony Moynihan. He's sending somebody to get you out of prison.
And what was your relationship with Moynihan first?
I went to him in '79 trying to get a container loads of Thai sticks transshipped through the Philippines and on to Europe and back to Australia. He, I didn't trust him. He turned out to be a con man. He tried to get me to rig the cockfights there. They're big things. 2,000 Chinese guys all betting in a frenzy. Millions changing hands. Lord Tony said, how can you rig a cockfight? I said, well, you kill your own bird, you can't make the other one win, that's for sure. They're over in seconds. So one part of me is saying, yeah, you could get an explosive capsule in the neck of your own bird. Bet on the other one. But I'm overlooking what somebody told me days later, an old cameraman friend there. He said, he's the biggest swindler in town. And he plays both sides of the fence. So I went to him a few days later and I said, Tony, look, I want containers through. I don't want you coming back to me saying, oh, the right bird died. Let's you and I now put $1 million on it. You've got $1 million, haven't you? Give me one of your millions and I'll put it right on there. I can imagine sitting in this huge dusty auditorium, with two chickens fighting away like that, me leaning on my remote control as some plant in the audience gets up and says, he's doing something he shouldn't. And more knives come out and cut me to pieces while Tony makes off with the wager money. Anyway, so was there ill feeling there? I don't know. But he was such a double crosser. He'd been working for the spooks and the police. So when I've got this big case coming up over a 3-year conspiracy to move drugs around the world, and Tony is sending a guy that's got a helicopter pilot. He's going to fly us out of the prison. I said to the accountant, no. So he asked for money, of course. Well, in fact, what had happened was the police had arranged with Moynihan for the helicopter escape. The guy was, everybody who was supposedly part of it was an undercover policeman. 3 days before the trial starts, they descend upon us, drag us back to Supermax. We're being kicked by the guards all the way over there, or prison officers, they insist on, and saying things like, shoot at us from helicopters and from the towers and all that, bastards. My God. So we were really stuck for the whole trial in there.
Because the movie, is the movie just the police perspective then? Because the movie shows you authorizing someone to go back to the house and open all these cans and get all this cash out and pay Moynihan off.
Oh no, they found the canning machine, and they wanted to know where the other cans were.
Yeah,
they were pretty awful about that. I mean, they moved into, it was the early days of confiscations. They moved into our houses, partied there for weeks. Even caused trouble for local police who only found out that they were this special task force. Shit in the pool, burn the paintings, wreck everything else. But that's just stuff. It doesn't really mean much.
And was it true that you had this nemesis that was the head of that task force that the movie shows?
He was young back then. In the Australian police.
The Australian police before the DEA.
Oh yeah, there was a neighbor and yet somebody else who was very ambitious back there. The DEA man didn't appear until the big trial, in which it went for 6 months. There were 119 witnesses, apart from all these indemnified ones. The jury asked quite early on, you can imagine they're hearing somebody stand up. Yes, I worked as a courier. I made $500,000. Somebody else. Yeah, I sold there was no sellers, but I built machines for him. I did this. The jury stopped the trial and asked the judge, these other people, are they already sentenced or are they going to trial themselves? And the judge was in the very awkward position of having to say, well, no, they have taken an agreement that for their testimony, they'll never be charged with anything. It really, you could see them all looking at each other, tearing up pieces of paper. Some you can, in a very long trial, a long trial can be a good trial. If anybody finds him or herself in trial, if it's a complex one, drag it out because they come to know you. Now, he might be a completely loathsome person, in which case they're going to convict. But if they quite like him, sure, he's all right. Guilty as hell, but we'll let him go. The short ones can be too brutal like that. And also the opportunity for the prosecution to make mistakes. The hippie, by the way, who was on trial with us, was a good guy because he didn't say anything. And also because not only did he hold fire, but he was lucky too. They called his mother in over something. Very risky thing. I mean, nobody likes their mother being called into a court case, and juries are not particularly happy when people's mothers are dragged in. Now, Mrs. Healy, Brendan's mother, the hippie, she was a real mom's apple pie kind of woman. Grey hair, white gloves, twin set and pearls, baking apple pies, you can bet. And nervous as anything at being dragged in. And all she had to say was something about, yes, there was a car in the driveway. There was a QC running it. His junior couldn't help himself. They don't get much to do, a junior in a court case. Leapt to his feet. Mrs. Healy, your son, he was a lot of dodgy friends that he is. Yeah. And she, well, I don't want to say anything bad about my son. The jury going, what the fuck are you asking him the mother for? But he kept on it. The QC's trying to drag him down. Let's just say they're the kind of people who and the jury wouldn't have it. They acquitted him. They came back specially after the trial went out and looked at the prosecutor and said, there you are, happy with yourselves? Call somebody's mother in? Huh? Do it to me and see what happens. So that went on, and the jury went out for a week, called for a picnic, wanted there were no drugs in the trial, so the prosecution sent for a sample.
Sent for a sample? How'd they do that?
They got a special license to import heroin.
Yeah.
Flew to Thailand, bought some, brought it back. Must have waved that very interesting piece of paper around at customs when they got back. Just a couple of kilos of heroin, nothing to declare really. Put it on a special stand in the courtroom, had a SWAT team operation bringing it in. Oh, and another SWAT team operation with us in chains coming from the jail.
Did they give the impression that was your heroin that they'd seized?
Oh, they totally did. The jury thought that. Then big sentence in 3 years in the Supermax, which was eventually
What was your actual
down.
sentence?
It was 17 years.
17 years?
For one count. I was acquitted of 11 out of 12 counts, and then one was enough for this judge.
And what percent of your sentence do you have after serving the Australian system at that time?
A little more than half at that time.
So you're looking at 8.
Yeah. But I had it extra because I was put on trial for the helicopter escape at the same time.
Okay, so the helicopter escape was fabricated by the police.
To coincide with the beginning of week 1 of the heroin trial. So that the newspapers all had it everywhere. In fact, a copy of the equivalent of the Sun was put on every juror's table with, $96 million heroin syndicate helicopter their way out of prison.
They had used this massive crime boss then. Helicopter escapes.
I know.
Murdering prisoners in other prisons.
Yeah, this is from in actual fact, a third-rate cameraman and a junior television executive, I suppose.
If people want to watch your movie, it's called The Man Who Got Away. And where can they find it?
It's part of the Underbelly series.
The Underbelly series?
Yeah, they made quite a bunch of TV movies.
Yeah.
So that was one of them. The others are all about different people. So that's that.
So when that sentence comes down, were you expecting it, or did you think you were going to get off?
It was a close call. They had quite an interesting device. You could either take the stand and give evidence under oath, or give what they call an unsworn statement from the dock. You couldn't be questioned on it, but the judge warns the jury that this is an untestable statement. It's supposed to be something for people who have trouble talking or expressing themselves, or haven't got a lawyer that can say, no, I was not at the Rose and Crown on the night of the 5th. I did not hit Governor McGowan in the nose, that kind of thing. But I somewhat misused that, I'll have to confess.
How?
I spoke for 3 days from prepared notes, taking them on a magical journey. Because bear in mind, our defense was diamond smuggling, and for a little, I wanted Tommy to take the ginseng route for the defense. Can be worth 100,000 for a bit of ginseng root with a little willy on it and looks like a man. They sell for big money in Hong Kong. Anyway, he wouldn't go for that. Stuck to gemstones and screwed himself up. Rubies come up under X-rays, by the way. It's the aluminium in it that does it. It sounds like a massive sidetrack, but they disproved his ruby smuggling defense because they X-rayed one of the
This is Tommy.
cutlery boxes,
Yeah.
and no rubies turned up there. He should have. He'd be a free man today if he'd taken the ginseng defense. We did a lot of things with the jury. We sang to them a cappella.
Yeah.
There was a big hit by the Nylons back then called "I'm Not That Kind of Guy," and the judge found out about it. Plus, lots of other gags, with I'm waving a stick around saying, "Hello, jury, watch the stick. You are relaxed. We are innocent." I've had enough of this, said the judge when he found out. You're not here to entertain the jury. But we were, and everybody is on trial. And I sort of had them with me as I was going through it. They were the 13th courier, as it were. Because part of the best couriers are always people who want an exciting life, rather not do a bag load of jail if it comes to it, but feel they're utterly protected. And that was true to a degree. I mean, if somebody got arrested, I would always either buy them out or I would say, look, here's your options. Do it in pretty good comfort, cable TV, lots of food, reduced sentence. Or say the word and you're out next week the hard way. Wall comes down. Which would have been, don't you think that'd be fun, breaking somebody out of prison? Or is it my little old shorty asshole that he was? But, getting his way out on a motorbike on a tunnel in Mexico.
Previous interview before this was Johnny Steele, and he broke his brother out and broke him back in.
Why did he want to get in?
Pardon?
Oh, he got up to some mischief. Had to go back in.
They put him back in, yeah.
Oh. I'd heard of that kind of thing. So he had a perfect alibi.
He was in there innocent for 17 years, I think, on something he hadn't done. So they did a protest with the government, and ended up getting a lot of media exposure, and ended up getting him freed. But he had to go back in because he was still technically incarcerated.
I thought it was one of those things. I was at a country prison once back in the old days, and guys used to go out of there at night, do an early morning robbery at a bookies, and then come back in. One screwed it up by calling in at a nightclub, and a couple of undercovers are there saying, "What the hell's he doing here? He's locked up, isn't he? Supposed to be. Doing it hard? Not very." It has been used for a couple of times.
So Tommy now, he has screwed up by saying it's the wrong thing, it's the gemstones.
He goes down the gurgler too. He gets 17 years with a minimum of 15, does about 10, goes back home.
One of the most fascinating stories in your book, just to go on another sidetrack here then, is who Tommy is. Tommy is a nephew of the uncle.
Well, that's what I didn't know.
Can you explain to the viewers who Uncle is?
Well...
And the DEA story? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't understand why, when I went back to Thailand later on, I could understand how the Australian police would have been funded for their undercover things, because they liked to, it was interesting. But what were the DEA involved in it? And what I didn't know about young Tommy was that his uncle was one of the big 4, perhaps 5 if you count the White Horse brand. Um, well, it's not so much that they had laboratories. They were the big heroin smugglers of northern Thailand. They don't use laboratories, as you probably know. The opium's grown in a village. Laboratory is kind of a kitchen outfit that does it independently. A middleman will take the opium to the laboratory, pay them to process it. But the protection of all this is done by the bigger people.
Are they like warlords then?
Yes, they say you can conduct your business through here. That's fine with me. They could arrange supply, but they don't need to, because that's all. They're semi-political. I mean, Kun Sa was part of the Shan state in northern Burma, wasn't he? Always after for independence. And they were funny. Whenever one of them had a birthday, they'd send elaborate gifts for each other. Now, Tommy's uncle was one of the big ones there. But why should he be particularly hated by the DEA? Well, for good reason. What I didn't know until I was in enough trouble to realize it, that he was hated, and therefore all of anybody connected with him, because a DEA agent stationed in Chiang Mai, though told to sit in a desk and collect your money and do nothing, file some reports, went out into the field, scared a couple of farmers up with their crops, made himself a general nuisance, was warned off. I mean, if you see the village headman one week and be seen talking to him and you're a DEA agent, when you go back the next month and find that the head of the village headman is sitting on a post somewhere, you might blame yourself, but not this guy. He kept at it. So to put the frighteners on him, Uncle arranged that the wife would be grabbed from the street, driven around town, and then released.
The DEA agent's wife is going to get grabbed.
Yeah. Actually, I mentioned in the new book details in his name for those that are interested in it. But the whole thing went wrong. She and the maid, this is the wife of the DEA agent, and the maid are taking the kids to school. They drop them off. Somebody comes in, grabs them. They're put in a van, driven away at speed. No, that part didn't happen because the engine broke down in the van that they were in. They end up surrounded by police, television crews there everywhere. The gunman's, one's been shot dead by a local policeman and who shot back. The gunman, to keep himself alive, has taken his revolver, tied copper wire around the trigger of it, and is holding the hammer back with his thumb at the head of the wife, knowing that, well, if you kill me, won't be the only one. So Uncle hears about this, arranges two things in a hurry. One, to do a swap out. Some big kind of Buddhist figure, Buddhist priests, well, they're not really priests, but anyway, was going to swap places with the wife so that at least get her out of it. Because Uncle's not stupid. He knows that you can't go this far with things. Being scared's one thing, so that you've got the wife in your ear when you get back from work saying, I just got kidnapped today, you asshole. We're getting out. Before anything can be done, the Americans have got onto the biggest Thai connections they've got. The army's surrounding the place, and they're saying, we want him alive. We want to know who's behind this. But it's a hot day. Sweat's dribbling down his thumb as he's trying to keep this hammer back. It was a 38, I think, but this is closer to her head. Had to be effective, I suppose. And before the priest arrives, before the deal's done, he turns, it slips, gun goes off, she's dead. Alive, scream the Americans from down the line. But a more powerful voice, the uncle, calls to the head of the SWAT team, saying the opposite, dead. And he's decapitated by a high-power rifle. That is the gunman in the van. Sorry, no witnesses, nobody to question. But that's never always the end of these things, and the Americans convinced themselves it was Uncle behind it. So several years later, um, uncle's driver says it's a flat tire. He'll change it. Well, look at that, says the driver. I'll have a look at that, says uncle. Steps out of the car on the motorway. Peering down at the tire, huge truck barrels over and splatters the uncle. He's out of it. Fortunately for all the workers of the group, the number 2 steps straight in, Chinese tie. A lot of the businessmen in Thailand are Chinese, but they force them to take Thai names, so you've got to be observant to know. And justice is done? Well, no. There's something biblical about the DEA. All he and his progeny and those who know him. So everyone connected with the Uncle Tommy all cursed. And it was just enough to get Rubbish With Me funded, even though whenever anybody ever asked, well, what's at stake here? A ton? 10 kilos maybe. That's talking it out.
That's up there with the story of Kiki Camarera and the Mexican cartels. Bloody hell.
Well, those things do happen. There was Cocaine Katie, the Danish girl who got bigged up into that sort of situation. So it wasn't by chance that I kept meeting this DEA guy right through. Even in Pakistan, he turned up there.
So you're getting a nemesis now in the DEA as well as your nemesis in the Australian task force.
Yeah, the only people up until much later that didn't care were the British police. In fact, one of them more or less saved me from probable death in Pakistan by saying, well, you can't really torture our citizens because there's they don't like it. They just personally don't like it. It's very hard to put up with. One of the worst things about the Supermax, for example, there was a little...
The Supermax in Australia now?
Okay. But just as a prison, was listening to somebody else get it. There was a women's section there, but you could hear it down these steel and metal corridors the sounds would carry. They had electric doors that would open. And the screws would like to run in at 4:00 in the morning and beat you up and all that. And the guys kind of got used to it. But there was a little girl there. Well, she was 20. She was drunk off the streets half the time. But she used to play up a bit, bang and crash things around. And one night there, some of the bruisers went in and chained her up to the toilet and gave her a pounding.
Do they use sticks or anything?
No, they just kicked her all over the place. But these were huge guys.
Yeah.
And I said to some of the wingmates the next day, I said, I don't know about you, but that was worse listening to that than them coming in to get me. He said, it's true, though. Even if the guy next door to you feel really bad. If they come in on you, they're not going to kill you.
Yeah.
But so those things, but, we are civilized more or less in the West, whatever anybody thinks, and generally don't go too far. But in Pakistan, they don't really believe in any such thing. If anybody's ever had a question that they've asked themselves, which has a possibly horrible answer, like perhaps a young Sean asked himself, I wonder how I'd handle a bit of jail, or what if I was in a room full of guys that kill me? And I think I asked myself when I was at some age, how would I cope with being tortured? I don't think I'd like it. Well, yes, but you don't really know why until it happens.
This is a good teaser for the Pakistan stuff. But let's go back to you just got sentenced.
Well, yeah, and the first there was appeals. It all came to nothing. With the helicopter escape and everything else, it was pretty hard to move. But in fact, there was an escape that, just to keep my hand in, I was involved in the Supermax.
So you've been sentenced, you're in Supermax, and now you're doing a genuine escape. You're planning a genuine escape.
Yes. Okay. But I don't want to go with them.
The other inmates have planned this.
Oh, yeah. No, there were 6 of them in on it.
Okay.
One friend of mine and 3 others. 2 of them are murderers I don't much like because they're the kind of people you'd have to get rid of before they got rid of you if you went over the wall with them. One guy was okay, but a blabbermouth. 2, and another one was a complete dickhead. So he would do what he later did when we got him out, which was ring up his girlfriend straight away. He should just run police headquarters. It would have been saved a phone call. So, but nonetheless, an escape is always worth having a bit of a hand in. And this was quite a challenge because the Supermax was within another prison, and it was all steel, electronic, cameraed up. You couldn't open 2 doors at a time. Exercise yard had steel mesh over it. In short, we'd arranged it to distract the guards they were in a locked-in control board system, to distract them with nonsense about you had to be let out to have a shower and sign for a razor blade and all that. While the other guys pretended to play cards, a card game with the cameras on one side. There was a blind spot. Broom handles and mop handles for their heads as they dripped away one by one. In the corridor, making sure that the doors are opening, is Clever Trevor, the artist, who's using paints that smell a bit. Could you open? No, I don't want to go out in the yard at night, but just the outside vent to let the fumes out. Then, could you close that one? Because I need to go and get a cup of tea. The guard on duty that night, he was at his control panel. He said, look at that. I'm lit up like a Christmas tree tonight. I thought, you wait till tomorrow. You'll be lit up then, right? So slowly they've all got into the end. And in the way that escapes go, the guys cut through to the top of the roof of the Supermax, then came back in. And one of them, who was like a triple murderer, had every reason to leave, said, Dave, looking good, we go tomorrow night. I said, Robert, you go tonight. You're not coming back in. If you don't go tonight, this won't hold. It just won't. And it's true, even from the escape in Thailand, if I'd have left it another night, as people asked, well, you don't survive that one. So there was a little suspicion over that, but eventually they let me through. I ended up, towards the end of the sentence, at a ridiculous country house prison where I'm running a cafe there. And
that's 8-9 years later.
Yeah.
Can you just describe a bit what Australian Supermax prison was like back then?
This was closed. It was called Jaika Jaika. They had to move everybody out of there. It held 48. The death toll every year was about 20. People would kill each other in there the first chance they got. Somebody I knew the units only had 6 people in them, but it was very intense. There's nothing to do. You have to sign for toilet paper just about. The food's all shit and it's sitting in the corridors for hours before you get it. You can't do anything.
What was an average meal? What was it?
Last year's lamb chops sitting on a window. I don't know. It was just, Australian prison food is not terrific in the first place. Yeah. But we had our little rackets. Yeah. I mean, we used to dry out bread and rub the 2 pieces together, and you make a kind of flour. And they let you buy a sort of sandwich maker, so you could mix that with milk and an egg and make a kind of ersatz pancake or something. But the screws had all gone natty too. They were all in ratty. One of them filled his gun full of, or loaded up his gun, ran into the staff room and shot every one of them. Luckily, it was blanks. They didn't want to work with him anymore. There were protests, suicides, which are not easy to do in a room that's been purpose-built with steel, everything. The bed was concrete, a solid block. And then that big escape from there.
How did they kill themselves then?
What you've got to do is tear up your sheets so that you get strangled by the electronic door when it's opened. I mean, it's determined, isn't it?
Good grief.
Or you've got to, you can kind of, if you can get something to wedge between the narrowest part of the doorway you can push yourself off the sink, provided you tie your hands and legs behind you.
Wow.
But again, that's determination. We've all felt miserable and think, okay, I'll press the X button and I don't exist. But it's a different story when you've got to dangle there for a while and slowly choke to death.
You mentioned the prisoners killing each other. So in America Supermax, you're in a cell, you can't get out. Did these guys have access to a day room where they were commingling to kill each other?
Yes, but they tried and failed to try and get a mix that would get along. One particularly grisly one was with Barry, who was fighting with another murderer. Murderers are very competitive, and one had killed a few more than the other.
The hierarchical, yeah.
Yeah, we've got unfinished business here.
If you've murdered a kid, and I've murdered a gangster, I'm going to kill you for murdering a kid. That's against the rules in America.
This place, yes. Well, it's pretty much against the rules anywhere, but this place was so crazy that the people, they put quite mad people in there as well.
Were you assaulted, or did you get any situations into the Supermax?
I had to control people very carefully. Some people I could see were, a couple of people had befriended me. Said, "Oh, do you mind if I kill Michael?" Yeah. We've got a card game going later on, I'm thinking, right, okay, what do I deal with that one?
And what methods did you use to control them?
Hope. In hopeless situations, I'd give them the idea that, we'd all get out one day and we'd meet up and make a night of it. We would, but the end of the night would involve a couple of bags of lime and a shovel on my part. They were so bad, you just wouldn't want to let them on the loose. The kind of people, if you saw them in your neighborhood, come in, they're going to see you. Cameras around here. See? We'll definitely meet later.
And you mentioned the triple murder was on the escape. Do you know who he'd murdered?
Yeah, he was a bastard anyway. He deserved to die 1,000 times over. He killed, not anybody could fight back. One weakling and some girl that he'd stabbed to death like 100 times or something.
Oh, no.
And had the nerve to bounce around the prison like he was a man or something.
Yeah.
People who were not like that, like from my old safe-cracking friends from there, when they got the opportunity, they'd finish them off. But they weren't going to do another life sentence on their crappy behalf.
Yeah.
And a lot of, so many of those guys that were really good, the kind of people you don't have any contact with. You're in some weird place and you finally get through that phone call and you start to explain it. And the guy says, he's packing something at 3 a.m. Sean, don't tell me anything. Just what have I got to bring? How much and when? Very hard. And I'd always hang on to those sort of people. But that is the understanding. You've got to be there for them as they are for you. And it's very reassuring. And in Thailand, I had that. I had friends. And I was surrounded by people, schmuck couriers who've been just used cheaply and then abandoned. Others who just wandered into something. One guy was in there in Thailand that they had to send him back out to get arrested because he'd been ratted out to the police, but the police missed the call. So they said, "What are you doing? Welcome back." "No, we've got another job for you tomorrow." And they send him back to get him arrested as part of the deal.
So Michael,
anyway.
Is Michael fearing for his life in Supermax in Australia? Is Tommy in there with you? Are you guys protecting each other? Are you a group?
They were both. Tommy was an albatross around my neck.
Really?
Having to try and steer him into a sensible trial. And then Michael was a bit, he was an art teacher. He wasn't, I once tried to give him a bit of jail slang so he'd know the words. Or explain what they were. Back in those days, a Zach, which was sixpence, meant 6 months. It really goes back to the British Navy 1,000 years ago or something. Anyway, and he'd poo-pooed me back there. David, don't explain all that to me. I'll never need to know that. The day we were arrested and arrived at the prison, we were in the shower rooms and people are getting shoved all over the place. And for me, the sort of trustee, they call them billets there, they call it something else here. Anyway, somebody was bringing us a cup of tea in china cups as all the rest were fighting over. Good tea, Michael. I said, now that we're here, would you care to know the rest of those slang words, or will you just pick them up as you go along, will you? So he kind of changed his view about, being a pompous twit, but it would still come out from time to time, and he didn't take it well. I mean, our wife's deaths were just very hard to take, but I was younger. I guess I recovered better.
How long were you in shock for?
3 months when I was non-functional. Then I sort of came round to it.
During that time, did you think about killing yourself?
Yes, but not as seriously as I did later on.
Okay.
Because I'm talking about this quite lightly now, but a lifetime of this, we're going up and then brought down into the utter depths of hopelessness. It takes its toll. My partner Jeanette tells me my sleep is something to behold. It's not normal. And the dreams are not. They're extraordinary. Every night it's a new prison. The art director deserves an Oscar, really, because the design of them's different. Some are spacey and modern. Some you don't know are prisons. That's the cute thing. You only get to the top of the city and feel the solid glass, the dome, to realize that this is no city. This is the prison. And part of the way you deal with this, you cleave off part of your character and you put that to one side. But I think it's had its effect. I mean, all people do this, but I suppose you've had dreams where you've been surprised by something that happens in the dream.
Yeah.
I think about that. Part of your brain is planning a surprise for the conscious part. Who is this guy who's doing that? But I meet all sorts of characters who reveal themselves to be something else later on, and you can tell. But so the prison's there all the time. So those ups and downs are taking its toll. But I sort of came around after Clelia's death, but Michael was 36. He never really got over it. There were times in that Supermax he just wanted to be dead.
Wasn't she pregnant, his wife, as well?
Yeah.
Did she have the baby?
She just had the baby.
So the baby survived the fire.
Baby survived, little Sean, and all the worst outcomes there. The Colombian parents offered to take him, which would have been the perfect answer. New world, new life, grown up with influence and money and lots of aunties to love him. But a little selfishly, Michael wouldn't sign the release on that one. Why? He told me because he'd never be able to see him and all of that. I said, well, it's about him or you. And his own mum had taken the baby on, and that'd be hard for her. And I still couldn't get it. And so he grew up a mess. But that's always the curse of these. That's just something else to feel guilty about, really. As you know, the drug world is the most peculiar crime amongst all crimes. Can we imagine a day comes when, oh yeah, you can murder people tomorrow. Oh, you can rob people's houses. And yet a drug will be legalized. So what was the mistake in the first place? Why the life sentences? Why the death sentences? Don't you think that'll force the price up? Don't you think that'll bring in people who are a little bit nastier than the gentlefolk in the hills who are growing a bit of weed? If you make heroin illegal, don't you think they'll get it somewhere where it ain't so good? I don't know. It is so mad at my age. I can't understand it except a total weakness
Well, I agree with you.
part of
Drug
political world.
Drug laws have created the drug problem. Pablo could get a kilo of coca paste for $60, and it was going for 60,000 a kilo on this kilo of cocaine in America. So they made worthless plants worth more than gold. The drug laws.
Doesn't matter what it is. Let's imagine, Sean, tomorrow peanuts are outlawed. No reason for it. Something or other. I mean, there was a garlic war years ago, but it's another story. And a whole generation goes past. You're saying to your son, who's dabbling in, well, they're just peanuts. You're not onto the walnuts. No, not the hard stuff. Not the Brazils. Don't even talk about them. And you say to your son, look, I understand there's no sensible thing behind that law, but look at those nut dealers in their big cars and gold chains. And there was a killing last week. Somebody choked to death, and that was because of bad nuts. And some little lone voice back there said, well, what's it illegal for anyway? Oh, he's a legalizer, obvious troublemaker, round him up with the next lot. Even otherwise sensible people would feel, they hear peanut dealer and they go, whoa, who is he? It doesn't matter what it is, because in just think in 500 years, it'll all be meaningless. As entertainments, drug-wise, we'll do on our equivalent of our phones. As we'll be able to program in the adrenaline or insulin, because all of them are just triggering electrical effects. We'll program in a good time. But you know too, don't you, that if we make this pill, and it doesn't have any harmful effects, you can stop taking it after 10 years and you don't even get a moment's withdrawal. Just feel damn fine. It's illegal, isn't it? In fact, I've gone the extra mile now in the UK and made that so. Everything that affects the brain is now illegal, except for nominated things, such as caffeine and tobacco.
Unless
and
you're
alcohol.
a corporate entity who's profiting from everything
Yes.
else. Yeah.
And as I think we were talking about the other day, it's very hard to make a way of legalizing the other drugs and taxing them at the proper rate, because you'll never wrest control of the black market that's already there. You'd have to undercut that black market with quality or supply or something.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a while, isn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely.
So how long were you in the Supermax for then, before you go down the
Okay.
security level?
About 3 years. And the thing that closed it down, there was a protest there by 6 of the guys in one wing. The plan was set fire to the mattresses. The stink would go through the air conditioning system, the black smoke, and the guards would feel threatened and they'd listen to us.
So there was a riot.
Well, it was not so much a riot as a organized protest. This facility, the Supermax, held about 50 prisoners. It took more than that many guards to run it. 6 of them in the one section, in a row of cells, decided that they'd make their displeasure known by setting fire to their foam mattresses, which let off a kind of, well, it did smoke when anybody had done that. Now, the whole place was utterly sealed from the outside world with 2-inch thick bullet-resistant glass. So the windows never opened, and it was reliant on the air conditioning system to keep air moving. So their plan was get a bit of smoke into the guards' room and they'll do something about the place.
With what happened to your girlfriend, is this concerning you now? More so.
Well, I heard about it through Ted, the born-again Christian kidnapper of a busload of school children. So I could believe what Ted told me, that it was going to happen. And I made sure I wasn't around.
Yeah.
And one of them was one of the guys we'd got out and got recaptured. So he was in for a hard time. Anyway, the plan didn't go entirely as it should have. It was reliant upon them soaking their blankets so they were wet, scooping out the water from the toilet bowl. The steel toilet bowls were built in, which would allow access to the venting of the toilet system, so that if you covered your head in that, you'd be wet and therefore not burnt by flames, and you wouldn't have the poisonous air around you to breathe. Now, so you can imagine the foam mattresses are burning away nicely in a clamped room with electrical pneumatic doors, which will fail when they burn. And they've all got to keep their heads down and hugging the toilet bowl so that not a little bit of air gets in. And as somebody always said, in a situation like that, all it takes is one wise guy. The one who was nicknamed the Ant got a bit nervous about a warm ankle and decided looking at it would help somehow, and lifted up his blanket. At that time, the air was thick with black and green smoke, so heavy it was sinking to the floor. All the particles of toxic rubber in the air. When the Ant lifted up his bit of blanket, that smoke sucked straight into all the pipes, ran right along the 6 rooms, straight into their faces. Of course, their reaction is to not try and close the seal and breathe their way through it, but panic, lift it all up. And the protest was very effective, and the place was closed because those 6 guys were charred remains by the end of the day.
Oh, shit.
And no guard would work in the place. So,
wow.
Job done. But I've always thought it's a bit like those kind of crazy things, a bit like holding a gun to your own head and saying, one move and I'll shoot me,
Yeah.
They're not going to work out well. So I got moved to the larger prison, ended up working in the prison bakery, got all sorts of interesting things going there. I don't mean particularly criminal, but just jail survival stuff. We had the guy in the forklift truck. He would take the food out. I had the butcher take out the fillet steaks from the beef. Somebody else would... I supplied speed to my boss in there, and they wouldn't let the security department wouldn't have me have some fancy TV one, so I had to get my boss from the bakery to come with me to get it out of the security office. And one of the sarcastic chiefs of security turned to me as he says, he's got 3 stripes. He said, "Chief, my boss, he's struggling out the door with this TV." "Yeah, you can have your TV now, David. Tell your boy to take it to your room. Don't want anybody to see it." So, life wasn't too bad there. And then, I'd learned enough about the place to more or less make the best of a bad situation.
Is that the same for Tommy and David? Have they learned enough to do that?
And Michael? Michael, they split us up. Tommy went somewhere else. Michael went to another place because I'm a bit behind them. Yeah. Remember, I've got another 18 months for the great helicopter escape that wasn't, which, has followed me all around for many, many years.
Yeah.
But it was just as well that Ty's never heard that story. So, not that they would have given it to us.
So Tommy and Michael getting up before you.
Yeah.
They're not struggling.
This is where I found things never end. You might think, looking at this constant arcing of getting into obvious danger and then just narrowly getting out of it, is something that I'd want to avoid. But kind of picture this. I've done 10 years. I've had to keep on my toes. Okay, I'm at a country prison. I'm running a little cafe there. Everybody's insane in this house. The governor, it comes to the point where one of the women that drive me into town to get supplies for the cafe, she's run off to the hairdresser. She's a prison officer. And the governor's on the radio telling me, "David, you bring that woman back here, or, well, tell her she's never allowed to go out without you again." Yeah, that'll get her.
Have you got your own cell as well?
Yeah, I've got a little room. It's like a unit. It's got a shower and
Get your own shower in your room.
oh yeah, it's got an ensuite and
Ensuite.
I've got everything because I'm running the cafe. I've gone to my friend who runs the kitchen. I said, look, I'm not buying anything in town except what you guys want. So I've got a long shopping list of Kalamata olives, cream cheeses, stuff like that. All the stuff for the cafe. The kitchen guys steal from the kitchen supplies and give to me.
Yeah.
And so, as they always say, the only person who makes any money out of the staff canteen is the prisoner who runs it. I've caught the staff so often stealing things from the place. I'm pretty much. I used to work late because of the canteen. I was taking a shower in the main building one night, and on my way in there's big plastic bags full of 8-10 tins of beans and peas and all this other stuff, clearly from the kitchen. Slightly miffed that they're stealing things I'm having stolen. And I get out of the shower, flick the lights off, in my dressing gown, waiting, and a uniformed hand comes down to grab these bags. Hi there, Senior. What brings you here? Out for a stroll? Oh, Dave, I thought it was one of those. What he was upset was he thought it might have been one of his fellow staff members, but it was only me, so he wasn't worried. But it made a slightly uncomfortable relationship because every time I come back from my numerous home leaves, I'd have one every weekend. I'd lug a huge bag of things back, and he'd see me at the gate and run over to do the check because he didn't want me getting arrested or caught dragging something back because maybe I'd be stupid enough to tell his story. But they were all like that. So there's about 5 of them running towards the gate to make sure that I don't get into trouble.
I was told early on, if you can control the food, you can control the prisoners.
That's the place to be. But the slightly not so good part comes in now. Just as I was getting towards the end, a couple of policemen from the old task force come to visit me on some pretext, saying, oh, here's your old spy equipment back. You can have it. Yeah, it's 10 years out of date.
They come to visit you at the prison?
Yeah.
To give you spy equipment back?
From 10 years confiscations
To
back.
give it you in the prison, your equipment?
Yeah. And they leave it in my property. I said, what do you really want? Nothing, we're just talking about the good old days. Oh, yeah. Load of laughs from me, too. I see you're all senior officers now. Done well off the back of that, And they kind of went away, but next home leave, I noticed they were hanging about. Undercovers were back on my case. When I finally got released, the stuff that I sent back home, like some carvings and some woodwork things from over the years, were all cut to pieces. And I got the van driver and I said, who did it? And he wouldn't say, being scared.
They think you got drugs in this stuff?
No.
Or is it just
they're just
being nasty?
Goading me, saying, you're back, but we're watching. They'd leave obscene messages on my answer phone in the flat. So I kind of stripped down, went Spartan, very simple living, not too much. Found their bugs and things. They'd come a long way in years before. Before it was simple transmitters, now it was spread spectrum transmissions, the kind of stuff they use now. Picks a little bit of one channel and keeps jumping around them so you can't pick them up.
Are you behaving yourself on your home leaves? Are you committing crimes?
No, I've got some money. Some people were very late paying me. Suddenly decided weeks before my release that it'd be a good time to do it. But I'm not rich or anything. I'm just okay. But because I met a girl, I was going out with her. They started to get to her. Don't have anything to do with him. He'll turn you into a courier. I mean, wasn't the right type anyway. But I felt hounded in, so I surfed that out. I knew they'd run out of money eventually, but then I found another load. These were federal police this time, so I thought, to hell with it. I'll leave the country, even though I was on parole. But how do I do that? Times have changed. Not so easy to get false passports. When I say false, they can't be just looking like a passport. It has to be on the computer or it won't work.
So if you jump parole, aren't you going to be a fugitive again now? But you're at the
Yeah, but
nearly the
it's
end of
very
your
hard to get it
sentence.
if you've been released. Virtually impossible to get sent back to another country for a parole breach. They've released you, and they don't like that anymore. But that's not the crime. All extraditions are, what did he do? They can't start talking about the old crime because Sean's already served it. Like if you left the US early though I think they deported you anyway, didn't they?
Yes.
But if you'd somehow managed to get a local day release there, and then you fled, they'd have trouble in an extradition court.
Okay.
Because you'll always say, wait a minute, they released this man. Yeah, but he breached the conditions. That's an internal matter. That's not something to. So I was going to go. I went to a lot of trouble to get a clean passport and to be undetected. I stopped in Thailand on the way over to Europe to pick up some money there, and then met Tommy. Now, at this stage, I didn't know about the uncle, the DEA, the dead wife in a van, that they tried to put the frighteners on. I didn't know that Tommy was completely hated. And I also let him know where I was actually staying, at the Oriental Hotel. And when we first started talking, I mentioned that I took the trouble to make a tape recording because I knew I was being followed and the calls were being intercepted back in Melbourne, a tape recording making it clear I was in Melbourne. So when the Americans picked me up off the back of Tommy coming down from Chiang Mai, an argument then broke out with the Australians. Well, we've got him here. He's under surveillance. No, he's not. Then it effectively, I couldn't get out of the country. I got to the airport. This was really hard to take part. Saw all around. As soon as I got to check-in, I knew something wasn't right. I could see people on the balcony. I could see people not looking at me who should have been looking at me. That's as bad as the other way around. The check-in girl referred to something on her desk and said, I've just got to do some checks on this passport. Me too. So I meant, instead of going through the exit of the airport, this is what you do. You go to where people are being dropped off, arrivals, and jump into a taxi that should join the rank and wait his turn, but it'll take a cash job straight away, so he can drive straight out. So I lost them there. Took 2 tuk-tuks, walked by foot, went through a supermarket, got to a place to make some phone calls. I was kind of stressed by this stage because I've served 10 years. They're waiting for me when I get out. I couldn't even go to the gravesite of where Clelia was because I picked up a couple of spooks behind me. And something said, I don't want to be standing in front of her grave, which I feel guilty about anyway, without having some supervisory nitwit behind me taking notes about it all. I mean, that is not a moment of closure. So I think I've made it. I've been in the air. I've had that sense of freedom when the seatbelt sign goes off, and I'm looking at my passport, and I've got a backup one. That's my New Zealand one. That's perfectly clean. And yet, within a week, I'm being chased through Bangkok streets by all my old enemies, for no reason that I could even figure out.
So you've not gone back to the business?
No, not at that stage.
Okay.
No. It was only when they arrested me on the passports and some 50 grand I had, that disappeared quickly enough, and then said, oh, by the way, at the airport, there's 300 grams. I think that came from somebody I knew who was running through there with a bit of, well, it's effectively personal at that level. But that was enough. A link to that was enough to get me the death penalty in Thailand.
They put that someone else's 300 grams on you because of your reputation to get you the death penalty in Thailand.
I knew I would never win the case.
Shit.
If they had more time or checked with the guy who sweeps the floor, they would have got probably a bag load that they always do every day from people who get to check in and go, oh, fuck it, I'm not taking that with me.
Okay, on this note then, I think we better close up here. We've done David's Australia story, he's been in prison in Thailand. He's been in prison in, was it India?
Not India, that's yet to come, but no, it won't be coming.
What was the other country?
Pakistan,
Afghanistan,
and some pretty close calls in South America.
Oh my God. So we've only done, I can't believe this, we've only done Australia on this first podcast. He's going to be up for the death penalty now, and he's going to escape from the Thai prison. So we have to do the full Thai prison story if David is so kind as to come out of his time and come back here and do more of us. You know, that in
I'd
part
certainly
will
like to. Yes,
appreciate
that'd
that.
be good.
In part, that will depend upon, you know, how you feel about the story today. If you can please post in the comments whether you like a continuation of this, how you felt hearing the story so far. And also, if we do a second part, if you put your questions in the comments section, I will ask David some of those questions when he comes back for part 2, if he's up for that.
And any advice that people might need, you know.
Yeah, any advice people might need on staying out of trouble.
Of course. You could do worse and get locked up in an Amsterdam prison right now.
Here we go again. By popular demand, almost 100% approval rating for David McMillan's Part 1, Supermax Prison in Australia. He's kindly come back over to the studio again. A few things before he starts, though. Loads of people are asking, where's his movie? Where's his Danny Dyer episode? Also, David has his own YouTube channel as well. So links to all 3 of those are going to be in the description box below this video. David's just starting out on YouTube. He's only got 50 subs right now. Let's get that up to 500 subs by the end of the year. Come on, people. Sub over to his channel. And
do you realize I'll have to actually make some content, which will most likely be me scrabbling around in the morning going, what the hell do you people want? Haven't you got lives?
Highly recommend you watch the movie. It's The Man Who Got Away, link below in the description box, and the Danny Dyer episode. Highly recommend you watch that as well, but nowhere near as much detail as David's coming over here and spending time with us. So structure today is the Thai prison story. He ends up on death row, escapes from death row. It's never been done by a Westerner before. Then we're going to go over to, I've got 2 pages of your questions here. And we're going to start out, just before we get to the Thai stuff, David's got some things to say, and one of the most questions is, where's he got this thespian, Shakespearean, posh accent from? And a couple of people have asked a bit more about his background. So I'm going to hand it over to you, David.
Well, Sean, it's not really a posh accent. In fact, it's a very old-fashioned Australian accent. It's a minor point, but accents changed there in the 70s. And partly due to an industry in which I was advertising. You probably heard of Paul Hogan, haven't you?
Paul Hogan.
Crocodile Dundee.
Crocodile, yes.
He started out life advertising cigarettes. And part of his gimmick was to have a kind of heavy Australian accent, which lent authenticity to it. He was so popular, politicians started adopting it. Even though most people in a little stretch of Australia spoke pretty much like I do, that went out of fashion. It happens in society. After all, during the Russian Revolution, all those aristocrats soon dropped their posh accents, I can tell you. That paid off. Yes, Thailand is the focus of today, and we'll go into that soon. But a couple of things driving up here came to me. The translations of the court terms when you're facing a trial there. The accused is known as the sinner.
The sinner, which country is this in?
In Thailand.
Oh, in Thailand, okay.
Yes, and all accused people are brought in chains with a shaved head and a prison uniform. Oh yes, there's another term that's worth translating from there. The defense case is known as the dream. So It probably should be known as that in the UK, ever since they allowed people's backgrounds to be read up in court. That changed the rate of conviction here.
The pipe dream.
It did. And the last phrase that came to mind from Thailand was, during punishments, as the poor prisoner was bent over and a guard was dropping a heavy truncheon on his back, trying to aim for the nerve point between the vertebrae, and the agonizing shriek was going through them. Do you know what the prisoner had to say?
No.
After each blow, he had to say, "Thank you, sir, for correcting me." Anyway, that's just a little slice of Thailand. But I did notice that some people were asking a little bit more about early life there. And I got kicked out of a couple of pretty good schools. Complete misunderstandings with the chemistry teacher. LSD was mentioned. I don't know how that came up, but you know how misunderstandings are. They go bad.
What age? What age is this?
16. But I went into advertising and more or less ended up as a in-house TV producer. Now, the effect of this was that it was the legitimate world. It wasn't crime, but it was so close in so many ways, full of deceit, full of treachery. And in those days, this was back in the 70s, quite a lot of bribery. Macius was the big agency, and it ended up with an Australian political campaign. A little trick was pulled. There's nothing like a monarchy for a trick. One government was in power, the Labor government. The opposition went to the, he was the Governor General. That's what the Queen's representative is called in Australia. He simply signed a piece of paper and that government was gone. This could happen here, more or less, but it's not going to be used yet, though, with Brexit, who knows.
In the movie, then, the Australian movie, it shows you as a kid TV presenting. Was that a reconstruction?
That was a reconstruction because
Okay.
we couldn't find a copy of the original.
Okay.
It was called Peter's Junior News, and it was a sappy little 5-minute bit of nonsense before the main news.
Wow.
In which we'd, young newsreaders would spend 5 minutes talking about an elephant giving birth or a interesting looking insect or something like that. And they liked me because I was the youngest. I was 12. And I could give gravitas to nonsense. Pretty much like what we're doing here. You know?
And that was camera experience that enabled you to become more natural at interviews and stuff, was it?
I don't know if I am really, but they played their own tricks on me. They had very directional microphones then, so the cameraman would crack jokes as you were reading the news and try and put you off. I even remember one to this day. Cameraman said, "What did the Bobby say to the three-headed man?" Hello, hello, hello. But it's a silly joke, but you know it was.
Feel free, James, to throw jokes out.
Yes, I hope they're better than that one. Anyway, I enjoyed that. I was at a tough high school too, so I had to defend myself.
So you weren't at a private independent school?
No, from
State
my
school.
earnings from that, I bought myself a place in a private school there.
Okay.
That's where the mistake happened with the chemistry teacher.
Right.
It was an all-boys school, which I found very peculiar, but also an eye-opener in many ways.
What city was that in?
That was in Melbourne.
Are you allowed to say the name of it, the school?
Oh, it was Caulfield Grammar.
Okay.
Yeah. You'll have to bear in mind, Sean, that I've spent a lifetime not remembering people's names and, well, I suppose, dragging my hands across tabletops rather than leaving fingerprints. So, yes, remind me to do that.
People like to Google the details.
But just to wrap up that experience with advertising, when we started running the political campaign, we were doing interviews in the street and envelopes would be stuffed with money so that people would say what we want. And I think that's not legal now, is it? But it's certainly not legal to admit to it. And the man who would be king, who became Prime Minister, Malcolm Fraser, we got notice that this coup was going to take place before it happened. We were told to prepare for an election campaign. It would be rushed and to get everything ready. And he, Malcolm Fraser, was brought down to a small studio that we rented so that it wouldn't be known to everybody. And he had a little acceptance speech to record. He was very nervous, but we had this accent in common. So it helped that I got them to roll the cameras and record it and say, Mr. Fraser, look, just give us a microphone recording level test. And he read it out. And then he went to what should have been the recording, which were all terrible, unusable, but we used what he thought was not being used. So that kind of experience. Another thing, we were trained, it was a big American company, that one, and we were trained in belief dynamics. That's the idea that you don't try and change what people believe. Whatever you're trying to sell them, you incorporate in their belief system. Now, that, you might think, came in quite useful when I decided to have some couriers working with me. Not that I was telling them anything that wasn't true. I would protect them, and I was thoughtful about it. But I think beneath almost everybody, when they're at an airport, there's a little bit of a smuggler in them. And the crossover to actually doing it is not really that great. And of course, you don't detail what it might be for. So
what were they smuggling, those couriers, and what was the overlap? What did you tell them? What was their belief?
I really didn't know what to smuggle. So my ex-safecracker friends certainly encouraged it because I said, I'll go. I went to India and I bought 6 kilos of hashish.
Okay.
And my cunning plan for bringing it back, which was in some piece of electrical equipment, founded on the fact that I just didn't have enough bribe money to get through Indian customs. So I went to a friend's house and got a 1952 Grundig radio, a big box of a thing, just stuffed this hash in there. And I was pretty much saved. I think I told this story to one of the writers of that first film, the Underbelly one, and I think he used it. By the time I flew back into Australia, before I had systems and multiple passports, the suitcase was opened and he, with difficulty, lifted out this radio. It was packed in so much that it buckled the edge of the thing, the little red wrappings of the hash, and it stank, It was like a Turkish hookah parlor. The pipe, I mean, it's certainly a different aroma than the other one. Anyway, it was the old days of Australia where there were still the fatherly types there. He said to me, that's your radio, is it? Yeah. The only thing in there except for a towel. True. You going back to India, son? No. Okay. He looked around to see if anybody was watching and then said, well, you can take your radio and get going. He was telling me don't make a habit of this.
Yeah.
But I marched out of the place confident that I was ace number 1 smuggler.
Yeah.
And ran around town with this stuff and made enough money for the next trip.
So you were a hashish guy before a heroin guy?
Yes.
And how long was the hashish years?
It was really changed by the fact that the people were so astonished, my friends who were crooks back then, that this had worked. They said, well, why didn't you bring heroin, something, really worthwhile? I thought, wow, they've been telling me it's a bad thing and they wouldn't touch it and only scumbags have anything to do with it. And I used a little myself. and
That was one of the questions that came in. Has David ever tried heroin himself?
And I'll go back to that. But just in outline again, I had the days running around smuggling stuff myself. Then I cultivated somebody in Bangkok and set up quite a network of couriers. I ran that for a few years. A big task force operation closed me down, saw me got a 10-year sentence. I got out of that, went to Thailand, which we'll talk about later, faced the death penalty there, got out of that.
Let me just stop you real sec. And there's two principal characters during this part that he's just described that are going to continue into the Thai story, and they're Tommy and Michael. If you just want to briefly just say who they are again.
Yes,
new people.
Michael was somebody I met, and he worked for me as a courier in the beginning. He was a former champion pole vaulter before his knee took him out of that game, and an art teacher, though he went AWOL on that one. He was a heroin user, but interesting thing, it didn't interfere with his life terribly much, because he wasn't broke. He could, and he was very regular in his doses. He'd have his hits at exactly certain time. You could set your watch by the time Michael was having his 7 o'clock plug. And he became a lifelong friend in the end, Michael. He was the one that I rang in the darkest hours. There'd be no contact, and he didn't ask me to explain anything. He just asked me where he had to go and what he had to bring. And Tommy is the Thai national whose uncle was one of the big, well, they say the big three, but there's 4 or 5, but certainly one of the top Golden Triangle heroin, well, facilitators, I'll call it that, because they tax on it, they supervise, they control it. I didn't know any of that when I first came across him, and he came to cause me great problems.
It's going to lead to the nemesis arising in the DEA, isn't it?
It is. A young man called Bill Schenkman was involved in Tommy's Thailand affairs and tracking down the uncle. There'd been, as we mentioned last time, the wife of a DEA officer who was killed in Thailand. You could say accidentally, but of course not, because she'd been kidnapped.
If you want the story of the uncle and the DEA wife who died, the podcast number 1, David's podcast number 1, is in the description box below this video.
Right. Then after Thailand, just to give the briefest of outlines, I ended up in Pakistan, Afghanistan. I was again facing death penalty charges there. I got out of that one.
That's part 3 of the series, Afghanistan, the Badlands.
It is. And in a way, the hardest, it took me years to kind of make sense of any of that, because it had some of the worst features of anything, whereas Thailand was a challenging, an awful place. It was a completely new level in Pakistan. Any thoughts of retiring went out the window after all of that, and I steamed into smuggling in Colombia and learnt the wonders of cocaine and alcohol. Not for drinking, no. Cocaine dissolves completely in alcohol, so you have a liquid, and you can do some very interesting things with that.
It's one of Escobar's techniques.
Well, did you come across the plastics made with cocaine paste?
They would dissolve it into everything from plastics to clothing, jeans. They would have it so it was black paste, so you wouldn't think it was white. It was cocaine, yeah, they had many methods, many chemists.
Well, I think the attraction was that it's so easy to bring back. It's pretty much a matter of dissolving it again, and then filtering it and drying it off.
Yeah.
Though it shouldn't be hurried in a microwave. A couple of friends have set fire to their kitchens. Dry in haste, repent at leisure, that's for sure. Explaining to the neighbours why the kitchen's no longer there. So that went on for quite some time until this American DEA guy kept surfacing in my life. He was there in Karachi, came to gloat, I presume, and then made a nuisance of himself in Scandinavia when I was doing business there. So really, for near on 40 years, there's been this cycle of great highs and lows, which has been draining, as you can imagine.
It should be turned into a Netflix series. It's the only way to. It's such a big story that they could convey it properly.
There are the elements there for it.
Yeah.
Often, I mean, Sean, you must look back at your own experience and then say, what has this taken from me? You know how people are always saying, well, it made me what I am today. Well, if that's true, it made me a neurotic wreck. No, I'm quite relaxed, but in our dreamscapes, they're quite a different place, aren't they? But do you think it had any long-term effect on
I
you?
only had a fraction of your incarceration. So when I was released in December 2007, yeah, PTSD, nightmares, flashbacks, yoga, meditation, fitness classes, all this stuff, I believe, has helped me minimize that. Still do have occasional nightmares about prison and stuff, but I feel pretty normal. I had anxiety issues before I got arrested, and prison kind of forced me to grow up mentally and emotionally. I was emotionally immature, so I do. It's the cliche, like you said. It's made me what I am, but it has strengthened me in certain ways.
Well, I suppose you're right. None of us, in crime or out, will probably willingly sacrifice our experiences because of what it's brought to us.
Yeah.
But there is always a price to pay on it.
Yes.
So, just to set up the important background to Thailand, I'd been released from prison after a decade. I found the police were still chasing me everywhere, and I was advised, look, wait them out. They'll run out of money, and that's true. If you're under investigation, they will soon enough not get funded for it. But in Australia, it was switched from state police to federal police, so they had endless supplies of money. So I decided to leave the country, and then on my way through Thailand, pick up some money. Part of the cycle back in those old days was to run it through the couriers, which meant getting them different passports. Once business was done and the money was in, I'd buy diamonds, and other parts of the cash would be taken off to Europe and put in bank accounts.
When you got, just to interrupt you there, real quick, when you got out of the Australian prison then, where did you have resources and money from? Did you actually have, you weren't broke, that's what I'm getting at.
No, I wasn't stony broke.
Stuff was stashed, was it? Or people owed you money?
People owed me money.
For previous transactions?
Yes.
Was Tommy included in that? Did he owe you?
No, he didn't really owe.
I'm just wondering how you regenerated your wealth in coming right out of prison, because it's a struggle for a lot of guys that get out and they're broke.
And that's mostly what sends them back in.
Yes.
What I found extraordinary in prisons is when you see the young guys coming back in time and again, but they're so happy. They're walking down the corridors and saying, hi there, how are you? It's like they can't wait to get back in and
they've made names
tell their friends about their
inside,
2 weeks outside.
Yeah.
Oh, and these days, a lot of the drifters and rough sleepers, they come back in on purpose.
It's sad, yeah.
Because they're loaded up when they come back in. Well, waddle back in, I suppose, as they do.
You get paid
because they've got a bumful of tiny mobile phones, and usually a bit of spice, which is it's popular because of the drug testing. Because it's not easy to test for, it became the recreational drug of choice. And had people are often calling out "man down" when somebody hits the deck over spice. I tried it. It's not. it's impossible to judge, and it's pretty awful anyway.
It's causing chaos in prisons worldwide right now. So there you go. It's cheaper to fill a homeless person's bum full of heroin to have that smuggled into the prison system than it is to bribe a guard.
Yes. Though one of the regulars at Wandsworth used to. He worked nights, so he did a delivery service. He said, "Whatever you can stuff into an envelope and press flat, it's yours for 50."
Wow.
Which is pretty good,
Yeah.
really. So he'd run around, and hopefully get the right cell and sling them under the door, and that'd be the delivery.
So how did you have money waiting for you then,
Okay.
once you got out of Australia?
I was owed about somebody owed me their house. He'd signed for
Owed
it.
you a house?
Yes.
Why did he owe you a house?
Okay, his brother had taken $250,000 to invest for me.
$250,000 of your money?
Yes.
And put it in a bad investment?
Clean it up. His idea of cleaning it up was just to bang it in his bank account.
Okay.
That wasn't much of a job. When things went bad, he disappeared, got onto his yacht, and sailed the world. And
So he just blew it?
Never be found again. But when I was getting released, I got a message saying, "Look, I'm never coming back, but if you want your money back, you now own this house on a hillside."
Yeah.
Well, the person who lived in there didn't much like the idea, because I believe he had some illusion, probably backed with documents, that he owned it himself. So he burnt it to the ground. So
No.
I know that was very
You could have at least got
unsporting
some
of him.
insurance first on it.
Who knows what he did, but it didn't look like what I remember it being. So I went up to the rubble and I sold the land. So I had about 100,000, but couldn't really relax and enjoy it. Or, I mean, you don't enjoy that sort of money, but just relax generally after that time. I tried to live a Spartan existence. I got what I'd call a disposable flat near the airport road. And one of the things I wanted to do, whether it was a good idea or not, was go to Clelia's graveside. As I'd told you, she'd died in a prison fire, and I always held myself responsible for allowing her to be there. And I'd never been part of that ritual of death where we go to people's graves. And so everything had just been in the back of my mind. As I went out to the crematorium, I just realized how creepy that is, that she was there. The closer I got, I picked up a tail. There were 2 policemen following me, and I thought, well, maybe they'll give me a bit of peace, but they didn't. They got closer to me behind as I got to the grave markers, and I backed away. Backed away like a robber who backs away from a job turned bad. And to this day, I've never been there.
Oh, that's so sad.
So then, of course, you've heard about the South American guys who become obsessed with the people watching them. They hire technical teams to try and prevent the DEA or whichever force being able to look at them.
Counter-surveillance.
Yeah. And that does become an obsession. I had it myself. And I would, instead of trying to tune back into the normal world and do something useful or at least interesting and not criminal, I was spending my days checking and doing evasive driving techniques. One very good technique, by the way, is to, if you think you've got a tail, go out onto the motorway, stick in the left lane so that you can hold the speed limit, mark the cars behind you as best you can, then speed up, cut behind the trucks, and then you'll see them come up to try and catch you. And the reason it's on the motorway is not the speed, it's because there's very few turn-offs. Even if they start out with 6 cars, there's only 2 that are probably on you on that motorway. so they'll reveal themselves.
I had a similar situation on the motorway where they were doing that. And then when I got off and they were following every street I went down, there was like 6 cars turning down these side streets. And I did manage to lose them. But then, like 15 minutes later, they were all behind me again. I couldn't figure it out. But years later, when I was reading the police discovery, they had a satellite navigation device on my Mazda RX-7.
It's the modern era, isn't it? Every cell phone, every mobile phone is effectively a tracking device.
Yeah.
One of the ones I found in a car was under the where the airbag was. And it was nothing more than a stripped-down mobile phone.
Yeah.
With no speaker in it anymore.
Yeah.
So they could tune it in as they saw fit. And I found at that time we're talking of, this is just after I got out of that long stretch, I had a little office that I'd set up with friends. And it was just really a place to spend my days. I used to take a Polaroid picture every night when I'd leave, take another one in the morning when I got in, compare the two, and it was kind of spot the difference game. And of course, one morning I see, whoa, a little bit of paper stuck under a very heavy cabinet. I quietly levered that up and extracted a very sophisticated looking bug. I was used to the old kinds that you pick up with, a McMillan's radio that goes through the frequencies. This one didn't show on any of that equipment. It was it was like defusing a bomb getting into it, Sean. It had an Allen key on the top, and it was that was the sucker punch. If you turned that Allen key, it would twist the guts of it all, so you'd never find out what was inside. So I cut the end off it, and what was inside was a spread spectrum transmitter. That means it sends out radio signals on different frequencies every fraction of a second, and then gets recombined on their end. And I thought, wow, they're really determined. So this was my days, combating them, and I thought, this will never end. Actually, later on, I should say, they asked for that transmitter back. So
the impression I'm getting here is then that you did this stretch in Australia. You hadn't committed to going back to smuggling, but now you're out there, and the police are surveying you as if you are a smuggler.
Yes.
So you're just playing back into the role now because that's the world you're in.
And I've made everything about the way I live disposable. I kept a bag with a passport in there, though I actually was reporting on parole conditions at the time. Now, what do you tell your parole officer when you turn up for your appointment? You look out the window, you spot 3 cars and another bag lady or something, and somebody in the waiting room who's one of them. And he says, "So, have you had a productive week?" And you say, "I guess so. I've certainly kept my eyes open, I can tell you that much." Well, if I tell him, he's going to overreact, isn't he? He's going to say, "Well, you must be up to something." Okay, join the club. I'm up to something. He would have breached my parole for being either a psycho who thinks he's being chased or actually being chased, and there must be some reason for it. So I just had to sit there and humor him. And he was a film buff, and I knew he was going to be bad news. You know why?
He was a film buff.
He had a bicycle outside and those silly garters that they wear and a bag that it was like a little doctor's case. This guy was full of those signs that he'd be the most boring person in the room. And sure enough, he was. But he had my fate in his hands, so... Really, Bertolucci, yeah. You can't beat those Italian masters. You're like, what the fuck, Tom? I gotta get out of here.
Was he wearing Argyle socks as well?
Just about, yeah. It should have been.
My friend Tony's hated Argyle socks. So, you're getting, psychologically now, you're getting pushed a bit by the surveillance and the parole guy. What is your conscious decision, when does that happen, to jump parole and get this Thai operation going again?
Firstly, as with a lot of things, you ask somebody that you trust. And I said to Michael, look, do you think I could get out from under this? And he says, I think it's going to be pretty hard. You can't even get a passport. They'll be all over you, any application you make. So the more difficult it gets, then your old self comes back. You know, the Sean that used to fight any battle and take any on any adversary, no matter what. So I, of course, plotted a way to do it that I thought would work. It became very difficult to get false passports in the way that I used to. I began by using the Day of the Jackal method, and I'll call it that because my first fake ones came from following the instructions as laid out by old Freddie Forsyth. Thanks, Fred, for an early start. By going to a graveyard, finding somebody who died in infancy, getting a copy of that birth certificate, knowing that they never would have had a passport, and simply applying for it using some bogus counter-signatory of the local priest or whatever. Always quite a good one. They hate talking to priests. So, but that kind of dried up. So because they were checking the person who countersigned it. As with a British passport today, you might notice when renewing them that they're only really happy if the countersignature has his own passport and can be checked because they put that number in. In other words, unless you've got somebody who's prepared to risk his professional career by signing to a lie that you were somebody else, it won't work. Well, not quite. If you persuade a friend to apply for the passport himself, go through all of the stages, and in this case I did, he went to his dentist who countersigned it, brought back all the papers. And I said to Paul, right, I take all of these and we put them aside. And if the story ever comes up, you thought of traveling, but at the last minute you didn't have enough money or you didn't put in your application, threw it all out. And some scoundrel, shocked I am to hear this, but some scoundrel's obviously taken those papers and substituted his own photograph, copying the dentist's signature on their back. So if they rang the dentist and said, did you sign this application? Yes, I did. He was in the other day. They're not going to go to the trouble of saying exactly what does this guy look like. So that worked. And I had to go and see this man very secretly, so I had to drop all the shadows. I left my car in a special place. I sent my phone on another journey. And I wanted a backup one as well. So I got a New Zealand passport, which you can apply for from Australia at the time. And then another one, a British one, which I'm entitled to because I was born here. So, pretty good. I can get out of the country. I fly to Thailand, having kind of said goodbyes in a roundabout way to everybody that was close to me. But not enough because people talk. It sounds cruel, but if pretty much your mother is the only person you're going to be able to say, look, I'm leaving, and you won't see me for a while. Because your girlfriend's going to tell her best friend.
And how does that feel, telling your mum that?
Well, of course, I said, you can travel. I'll see you in Europe. We'll meet up.
I'm sure she's been rooting for you to just get out of prison and settle down in Australia.
Oh, I know that. And but she sort of understood. I'd ended up with a girlfriend there in Australia, and I suppose it was a kind of whirlwind thing, certainly on her part, but I think she was more invested in it than I was. But I remember going home to my mother and saying, look, after a decade, I've spent a night with a girl, and I hadn't done that for so many years. And she's my mother. She doesn't really know what to say, but then again, she was, a woman of the world. And then the next minute I was in tears saying it's not the same. So, she understood that this life there was cracked. It was damaged beyond repair. So, and even my old friend and accountant, Max, this was a good guy. I mean, he went to prison for me rather than say a word. When the great helicopter escape, this was the fake escape set up by the Australian Federal Police to make the original drug trial go bad. And when he'd been dragged in on it, he said nothing and did a 2-year stretch, ruined his career. And he was a good guy. Oh, and there's another wrinkle to this thing. I had quite a heroin addiction while I was running that business. It happened by accident.
You had a heroin addiction when you were running which of the businesses?
The major thing with all the couriers.
Before the Australian sentence?
Yeah, before that. Now, I tried it and didn't think much of it. You have a bit of heroin, you throw up all over the place.
So the first time you tried it, what were the circumstances?
A friend chopped me up a line.
So you snorted it?
Yeah.
Snorted it. Okay. Have you ever injected it?
Yeah, I've tried everything.
Yeah.
But it's too much fiddling around.
Throwing up and scratching and all that stuff.
Yeah. I never get a decent night's sleep. Complete stranger to the toilet, by the way. Constipation. God. Anyway, but like everybody, you know that heroin is, what shall we say, Moorish? Yes. Yeah. Even in Thailand, I tried a little bit to make sure it wasn't, washing powder or something, even though I trusted my friends. And then I already knew the kind of trouble. I mean, I was a terrible dealer. People would ring me at 3 a.m. saying, I'm sick, and I'd be driving out, thinking, it's my fault, fault. But so I knew it was risky to be in there, but I was stuck in a hotel room for 3 weeks. There was some hold up in Chiang Mai. The goods weren't there. Somebody was being watched. So I had nothing really to do except watch Thai television, or very bad dubbings of Lee Marvin in M Squad. He doesn't sound right with a Thai voice, You want to arrest? No, I don't know how I remember it. Anyway, to fill in time, I thought I'd just have a little toot of this stuff. Next morning, line wouldn't go astray before breakfast. I get back to Australia, unpack everything, and I'm always reluctant to do this. There's so much work gone into this damn stereo tuner. They've survived being checked at Heathrow. Tried to take one apart once, couldn't get into it. Anyway, I've broken it all up, stashed the things. It was after this trip where I was delayed. So I started to feel a bit odd. Coming down with the flu, I thought. I'll have a whiskey, spat it out. It was horrible. I must be hungry. Tried a sandwich. I felt nauseous. Went to bed, started kicking around in the bed sheets. What's wrong with me? I know. I'll have a line of that stuff somewhere.
Watch the table tapping.
Oh, yes. I'll have a line of that. That'll straighten me out. And as soon as I said that to myself, I knew it, Sean. I'd given myself a habit, a full-on Roger Rabbit. So there's two things that can happen there. You either do what everybody just about does and say, that's awful. I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to make a plan, and I'll just have this line here, and that'll put me in the frame of mind for making the plan. And I think the same applies to everything that's got out of control. You need that taste just to straighten out your head to do it. But I didn't. I took a pile of sleeping pills and zombied out for a bit. But because it was the first one, they get worse after that, the withdrawal effects. But interesting thing, it didn't make me do anything I wouldn't otherwise do. Michael was, he was a different kind of junkie in the sense that something was wrong with his chemistry. And I found that there's about 10% of people in this world who are born with a miserable gene. And endorphins or the ones in morphine, they get rid of the miserable gene, and they've really got a problem with this kind of thing. I don't think you're that type. That's my estimation. I think you wake up and everything might be shit, but still you're alive and you've got a plan, and that's enough happiness or motivation to keep going, isn't it?
So when you got out of prison in Australia, had you kicked the heroin?
Oh yes, I stopped using it. Yes.
Okay. So we're at the days now where you're about to leave to Thailand.
Yes, I mean, I don't think there was any danger of me ending up using again. I just knew simply that it's like walking into a traffic accident. You can't do it. I admire those people who can weekend it. I think they show great resolve, but it doesn't really work like that. So anyway, it seemed like at least people didn't have that fear that I was getting myself personally in trouble, but I had all these police around and my life was a wreck. So I decided to leave, and I successfully left without anybody knowing that I was around.
Did you have contacts in Thailand to go to?
I still had my very, well, I wouldn't say the very first contact, but the one that had been a good friend and contact there. I'd met him and he was in the slum, really. His only possession was a great old Ford that he lovingly took care of from the 60s. But other than that, I met him by chance. I went there to score a few ounces to smuggle from some rat bag down in the red light district. And they take a bit. I went down to the red light district to find one, and they approach you, and you've got to kind of sift them out to find the right one, and went through about 5 street people before finding this one that I knew was going to be good. His little house was fine. His wife was keeping the place clean. He just had that look. He spoke about 6 languages, not particularly well. But soon enough, he'd moved out to the suburbs with the money we'd made together. One of the things I knew, he was a man who looked to the future. I used to use his house to pack the stuff into the radio tuners. I saw on the table there were little bank account books that he'd put trust funds for his kids in. So this was not some fly-by-night.
Is this one of the guys who helps you in Escape? As I'm reading Escape, there's people who help you.
Yeah, his name was Lee.
People are interested in David's books. Unforgiving Destiny. David has republished this one himself. I recommend you get this one. And we've also got Escape. I'm halfway through the Kindle version right now. Links will be in the description box below the video if you want to check his books out.
Well, it's got a convenient index with the people because there's so many people. Not that it's important to remember who they are, but in the back there's...
David's got some skills. He's got there's all kinds of...
a few little drawings. And
photos, explanations, a guide to the people we meet. If any of this is becoming confusing, grab a copy of Unforgiving Destiny, turn to page 404, a guide to the people we meet. It's all right there.
And also, where are they now? As much as I could find out whatever happened to everybody. Even the guy that set up that fake helicopter thing. He was a con man. He wasn't ex-SAS. He wasn't anything of the sort. In fact, I came across him in a newspaper. He'd been pretending to be a regular butler and was working for Lord God knows what. Ended up selling his Bentley, the Lord's Bentley, and pocketing the silverware. And the report was him in court facing charges over this. And his defense was that he spent all the proceeds on prostitutes, cocaine, and champagne. Now, that seemed like a perfectly reasonable defense to me, but the judge didn't have any of it and potted him anyway. So
you're arriving now in Thailand. What year is it? Are you arriving in Thailand?
It's got a slight cramp in the leg
Okay.
there, Sean. Where are we now? We're in 1993.
1993. Okay.
So I get into Thailand, and at first it's great. Well, day one was great. An incredibly light feeling of bouncing along. Nobody knows who you are. You've got all this past, and it evaporates as I'm walking down the street. I've got this identity. I've seen Lee, my old friend. He's given me some money. Everything's fine. The cunning plan has worked. Well, as soon as you say that about any cunning plan, you're ignoring the dark clouds growing in the distance. Now, I'd been in touch with Tommy, and I'd told him to go next door to his office, and I rang the shop next door. He had a flower shop or something. No, Thai Silks in Chiang Mai. And he did that, but he dropped all that after a while. And I saw him briefly, but he was looking in shop windows at the glass for reflections. They were on him. And I said, whatever, how stupid is this? Whatever, I'm staying at the Oriental, but never call there. Yak. And I go into some protocol about how I should contact in future and all of that. And then the next morning, as I'm about to leave, I get a phone call. It's Tommy. And this is in my hotel. I just saw a tunnel after that. I had to get out in a hurry. I thought I was being, actually, everybody seemed to be, instead of all wonderfully new and not connected to anything, they were all suddenly deep undercover.
So how many days have you been in Thailand before now you've got this?
2.5.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I've had one day of freedom. One night I met some girl that I thought she'd pick me up at the hotel. A blonde bombshell of a girl, American from New York. Sat at a table across the way as I'm reading the International Herald Tribune. There's nobody else there on the Oriental's terrace. And she looks up and says, "Would you care to join me for a drink?"
Are you thinking set up?
Yes. Yo. Well,
You're not thinking set up as well in the back of your mind.
the next day I'm thinking, no, you idiot. Nobody going near you. She's working for them. You spastic. What do you think? Anyway, so
Was
the
she?
whole... It's hard to say. I mean,
To this day, you don't know.
looking back...
Where are we? Where are they now? It's not been covered on her.
No, I should run that one through, but the story sounded straight, but you never know.
Yeah.
Don't you find Americans very hard to read? I mean, you make an English crook or an English anything, and we know each other, but
You have to live in America to be able to read them, to understand them more.
but I find the American friends are good and loyal and great people, fine, but it seems there's a tendency there to play the role a little more than here. People here go off character. They'll try and be themselves a little bit more. But I find with a lot of Americans, it's ridiculous to generalize, but
There's definitely
if they are the bad
behavioural
guy, they play the
patterns.
bad guy. If they're the hippie, they play the hippie. I don't know. So she was, again, very hard to read. And some weird thing, she pulled a joint out from between her breasts, saying, I said, "What did you buy that here?" "No, I'd never buy that here. I bring my own." I thought, yeah, it's game, bringing it through Thai customs. Anyway, so get out of town, logical thing.
Okay.
Went to the airport, changed flights, wondering how deep this network suddenly got out. And as soon as I got to the airport, I knew that everything had gone bad. That telltale look in the eye of the check-in clerk as she took my passport. I I just have to, 5 minutes, I'll just go and check this one. Yeah. I've got 5 minutes, she's telling me, and that's all over. So
Have you actually committed a crime in Thailand at this
I
point?
hadn't had a chance to, really.
So are you thinking, all right, even if they follow me around, I haven't not done anything. They can't do anything to me?
Not quite. Well, I'm under 2 false passports. So
Okay.
that's not.
And the previous conspiracy with Tommy.
And anything can happen,
Yeah.
Michael once said to me, there was a jailhouse discussion about whether it was police or robbers who came to the door and whether it was such and such. And he said, in the end, it makes no difference. Men with guns arrived and you were taken away. Were they policemen? Doesn't matter. So I got away from that airport by, instead of going down to arrivals, I went to the place where the taxis come in bringing people to the airport, grabbed one out of sequence to there. So I go to the backup passport. Fine. I take 2 taxis into town, a tuk-tuk, walk through a department store. But it's a very sudden change to make here. It's hard to express it. I've got all those years behind. Then the world's closed in because this network of police are over me. I get away from that. I have one day with a sense of freedom I haven't had since I was a kid. Then it all turns bad again. Then I get away from the airport. Even though my head's burning in the taxi heading back to town, I'm still alive and free. At least I can move. Nothing bad can happen again. I go to a travel agency that I knew there where there was somebody. I just use his phones because at that time there weren't really, there were very few mobile phones and the network was poor. So I had to use a landline. I got in there, didn't give them much notice, about 20 minutes notice. Here was the mistake. Instead of ignoring Tommy and just sticking with Lee, my other Thai friend, I rang Tommy just to give him a heads up, like a schmuck. Yeah, Tommy, look, they're all over me like a cheap suit, as that famous line from Heat says. And you ought to know about that. He said, how are you going to get away? I didn't say, come here and I'll look after you, I noticed. It's not good when they do that. Yeah. How are you going to take care of you? So I threw off in case his line was tapped, which I knew that particular one would be. I'm going to go down to Malaysia and take the trains. Fine, good. I've just got to this was the mistake. I have to make a couple of calls with one of our friends. Now, blabbermouths, they'd all been talking amongst themselves, so he got off the call to me and rang straight down to that travel agency. But what's the difference, I asked myself. I'm going to be there 15 minutes. I'm 10 minutes away from it. They couldn't possibly mobilize. For what? What have I done anyway? Who's so keen? As soon as I walk into that place, I'm walking along the arcade where the travel agency is. I spot a pile of cigarette butts over the other side. And something in me tells me person waiting there as I open the door. I don't like any of it. And following in behind me are 3 plainclothes Thai detectives. I was breathless. I thought, how much bad luck can you get? I've taken all these precautions. I've got backup passports. I've taken telephone precautions. But of course, I've made the mistake of, but I thought it was a tiny one. I'm thinking, God, let me get away with some damn thing, just a little one. No. And then I knew, just from experience, that it's a long road. And I just didn't have it in me, Sean. I thought, I've had enough. I was 40 years old. I'd fought a battle for 20 of them with waking up every morning to surveillance or, when I had the energy for it, it was great. I didn't mind it. But somewhere back in all of that, I thought this was supposed to be leading somewhere. The money or the adventure, or didn't I have some stupid film I wanted to make, or wasn't there something else? Lost.
From the day of your release in Australia to the day you're describing now, how many days were you a free man for?
In one sense, the plain dates were 8 months.
8 months of freedom, and now
Yeah.
you've just been rearrested in Thailand. You're hardly even doing anything wrong, just except for the fake
But
passports.
in a sense, none of it, because I'd been in supermaxes and high category prisons. I'd finagled my way to an open prison, but even there, before I was released, a fake police team had come down to search my room, pretending to be prison search teams. I mean, they took 3 hours. Even the worst of the prison search teams don't take that long. They just run into your room, trash it, and that's it. Not much to do. But they were slow in there because I had a little laptop, and they had to download it to those old-fashioned discs. It took forever. But I knew they were bad anyway. As soon as that cell search was on, and it was, I think I told you last time, it was a little shack with its ensuite and everything like that. Their search team came in their search team SWAT outfit, but the guy was wearing floor shines. You know, they love those boots, but not those ones. So, and I picked up a couple of surveillance guys when I was on home leaves. So, in a sense, no time was it free. Even things I'd been crafting in wood over all those years inside, I sent back with a courier. They stopped that courier, smashed them all to pieces, and sent them on. I interviewed the courier fairly firmly, and he eventually admitted that, yes, he was sworn to secrecy by police who told him to do it.
How did the Thai police treat you then when they arrested you? This is your first ever arrest in Thailand.
Yes, though I knew something about it because
Yeah.
I tried to help a courier there years earlier. And everything I knew about it wasn't good. They didn't treat me badly, but what I gathered from them was that they'd been brought in on something about which they knew very little. They knew that they had to arrest me. They didn't seem to have the background. As I was being led to their car, I put my hand on the bonnet and felt it was cool. The point being that they'd been parked there for some time. So that meant I had to back their arrival by about half an hour at least, which timed with that one telephone call to Tommy. But who's listening to him live? Nobody had. He later on tried to tell me that, no, he checked with big people, and they don't have such facilities in Thailand. But we know the American companies that have put in the telephone systems had a backdoor straight to spook headquarters. And the other thing, who would care? And then I saw Bill Shankman there, and I remembered him from the first trial. He was in that case making ludicrous claims about hippies and 44-gallon drums full of heroin, and he smiled at me in a way that I'd remember. And there was an Australian policeman there, and
this was at the scene of your arrest.
Yes.
And did they rough you up or anything, or were they civil?
No, they weren't too bad. I mean, they were kind of comic in a way. It wasn't like the Thais are not inclined to be violent, in the sense that they can get angry in a childlike way, lash out at people. But I guess they were kind of confused as to what all the fuss was about. The interview with the Thai police was all the foreign agencies backed away at that point. They'd had their fun, proven their point.
Are they interviewing you on the spot, or are they taking you to a cop shop?
I'm taken to Chinatown Police Station.
Okay, and what's it like in there?
Chinatown Police Station is probably one of the more miserable places to be locked up in the world. It's bars within mesh. The cell was small. People in there very despairing. There were 3 foreigners on sort of seaweed mats sitting in there, all facing either the death penalty or life sentences. A Swiss guy I met in there tried to commit suicide with how many did he take? 160 Rohypnol. You'd think that would do the job. But he was immobile for 2 days and then eventually began to crawl around. But I was later on told that if you really want to do the job properly, it's quite difficult. You can take all the sleeping pills, but then you've got to tie a plastic bag around your head. I mean, I'd start laughing before I got finished, you know. This tape's no holding, damn it, you know. Where's a bit of decent gaffer tape when you need one? In fact, that really is the thing that, one of the things that stopped me from, I was so miserable after all of that, really in that Chinatown police station, that I thought, why go on? If I'm going to be this unlucky all of my life, this is never, ever going to work.
Is this after the interview?
Yeah, the interview was something silly. Some Thai police captain who knew nothing, and a translator who was part of the tourist police. He'd ask in Thai, because drugs had been brought into it from a sweep of the airport, whatever was lying on the floor at the time, and somebody had abandoned a suitcase there and it had a few 100 grams in it. But that was enough. Anything over 25 grams in Thailand is the death penalty if it's from the airport. So he'd ask, was the money you had to buy drugs in Thailand? I'd say to the translator, I didn't come to Thailand to buy drugs. And she would translate back in Thai. He says he was too scared to buy the drugs at first. So it's getting, in the end, you know, I didn't know much Thai, but I could tell it was all coming out backwards. And even more jumbled because she wants my boots. No, you can't have boots in Klong Pem. No boots for prisoner. You have flip-flop. So you give me a boot. And she's going through my wallet saying, oh, telephone card. I like telephone card. My boyfriend collect telephone. Yeah, and look, there's death penalty somewhere. It's between the telephone cards and the boots. There's something about facing the machine gun. So I thought, well, this will all have to go away soon. I've got serious suicides to commit on myself down here. Let me get back to the cells.
So they're just to clear this up then. They're basically now holding you on the grounds that they found some evidence. Someone else had abandoned some drugs at the airport.
Yeah.
And they're saying because you were at the airport, they were your drugs.
I was
and
at
now
the
you've got
airport.
the death penalty.
Right. I was at the airport. I ran away. I'm responsible for everything that's now left on the airport floor.
Right.
Fine. So they could have picked something else. Anyway, I know I have 2 passports, which that's only worth about a year there. A passport, but the money, the 50,000 quickly became 5, and then became a few hundred. That was money my friend Lee had kept for me. And
was that money being held?
Well, it was in my travel bag, but
also the police are taking that.
Oh yes, they've taken that. So I don't see that again. Because she said straight away, "Why did you have 5,000?" Well, yeah, because I got robbed.
So you're thinking, there's my money for a lawyer gone, the police have stolen it?
Oh, I knew enough about Thailand and everything to know that everything, you have 2 choices there. You can either have somebody run down to the police station straight away and get you out. You've got 7 days to do that. And that doesn't happen. I think that's why the 7 days exist.
Well, how much does that cost?
Depends on the case. But if foreign devils are involved, that's much harder. If you are not Thai and you can manage to keep your embassy out of it, you've got some chance of getting out. If the case was less than a kilo, yeah, you can pay your way out.
So you're grasping onto that hope?
No, I assumed I'd be deserted by everybody
Okay.
in that part of the world. Oh, they'd get around to sniffing about to see what remained of me afterwards, but not for quite some time. Because, of course, they get dragged in, which is not actually the case. I've intervened in things before and gone into police stations in Colombia and certainly in India, Pakistan, and never feared being dragged in on it.
This will be parts 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Well, anyway, yeah, a very depressing place, this cell in Chinatown police station. There's no light. I saw
No
through...
light?
No, I mean, there's a blinding fluorescent tube up the top, but there's no daylight, just a kind of oily grill up the top where you can get a few street fumes of carbon monoxide, and your clock is the fact that the traffic sounds are different and the street sellers. It's a little taunt. You can hear the real world. You feel like one of those science fiction movies where there's a glass screen between yourself and that's all he's ever got. And it didn't help that Swiss Freddy had been busy killing himself. And I hadn't worked out the means yet, and then had to listen to some really poor slob from, where was he from? Ghana, I think. Hard to say. A lot of the African guys had passports from all over the place, but usually they were from the English-speaking African countries. He ended up signing for some water coolers down at the ports, which had 27 kilos of heroin in them. I think he was, his story, his dream, shall we call it, because it became his defense, was that he was paid to come to Thailand to buy jeans because they were cheap and sell them in Africa. I mean, it's so thin, that story. It's not what you take from Thailand. Anyway, but he's certainly tearful enough to, he told me all about his sweetheart back home in the village that was expecting great things and all of that. So there are lots of cheery stories too. The only people that showed any life was a little huddle of Chinese Thai over in the corner. 7 of them dragged in on a big drug case, 100 and something kilos. Deciding amongst themselves, because they knew about the 7-day window, who was going to take the rap and who was walking out. And the old guy was walking out. The one had those long wisps of hair of experience, as the Chinese revere. There was some interesting conversations amongst them as to deciding who would take the fall for this, because potentially it was death.
Good grief.
And if not, it was certainly 20 years at least, in bad conditions, probably sleeping on a mat somewhere. So they bought me a cake. Why? Because this, Sean, was 3 days before Christmas. Just to put that extra icing on the cake that I received from them.
Was there no Brits in there to share it with?
No. I didn't come across any real information. Oh, when Freddie came to, he'd been in prison before, in a Thai prison, for stealing a television from a hotel. I mean, this was the quality of the guys in there, top players. So I asked him what the foreigner section was like, and he didn't give me any real solid information. Like, if I'd been in his shoes, I'd say, Sean, when you get there, you'll go to building 2. That's where most of the foreigners are, if you want. But you might be better off keeping away from them because they're a real downer and everything costs twice as much.
Are you talking about the Bangkok Hilton now?
Yes.
What's the name of it in Thailand?
It's Klong Prem area prison. Klong Prem in La Jiao. Okay. So it has all the many names. But the section where you first go is called Bambat. Open to misinterpretation, but it's not a shower and soap story. It's Bambat because it means the cure.
The cure. So how long are you in the Chinatown jail? Before
7 days. I ended up going to court, herded onto a bus.
What was the court situation like?
Well, on my way there, a Thai guy that I'd befriended in the prison said, you know, the 7 days we just had in the police station? Yeah, that's, well, if it was a Yorkshireman, he was saying, that's bloody luxury. That's the good time, apparently. I thought, really? Okay. They have nooses there. I mean, and it's pretty much, and I spend the day in court, which is a riot. People are arranging food. They're screaming to their family and friends through bars. The floors are washed with flooded toilet water. People are rattling around in chains. So I've got some work to do here. I want to know about these chains, why they're wearing them. There was one guy had some fancy chains all polished up. He had little garters to hold them. Interesting man to talk to. Why? Because they were welded on, these chains. That means something, and it ain't going to be good. You know how those chains come off? After you're dead with a machete, your ankles are chopped off, and they take their chains back because they're quite valuable. Welded or not, they cut them off and reuse them. So I found out all about chains and their application, which was if your case was more than 10 grams, was it 50? It doesn't matter. You were automatically thrown into chains because it was a potential death penalty case or life sentence.
Psychologically, after 8 months of relative freedom, now you're facing the death penalty for the first time ever in your life. That's a unique experience. How does that feel? What's going through your head?
Well, once I got over I want to end this.
Could you sleep at night? Was it keeping you awake?
No, you get an exhaustion from just everything burning in your mind and brain over hopelessness and re-examining in great detail every move you've made and what you realize that if there is a destiny, it's not a good one.
Like prisoners, a lot of them grasp onto this pipe dream. If they're doing life in America, I saw that they're going to get an appeal or something's going to happen. Were you grasping onto this isn't going to go all the way? Somehow I'm going to get out of this.
No, the interesting difference here was this was not where there would be a jury trial and there'd be some possibility of winning a case. I accepted from the very moment those policemen walked into that travel agency, and I looked around. I even looked at the gun in his holster and thought, if there's one in the chamber, I'm in business. If there's not, I'm knackered twice over. Don't take the chance, because there's so many things against a bold move like that. They didn't come alone, for example.
Yeah.
It's their neck of the woods. It's one thing to slip amongst a crowd out there as just another tourist, but you don't go around start waving a gun around. And this, we'll call it, I think I mentioned one other thing before, but this will be lesson 2 in the uselessness of guns. But it did occur to me. So there was no hope for anything in the courts whatsoever. And I knew, because when I saw Bill from the DEA and the Australians and the other agencies all involved, and they'd done all of this so they could just test out their equipment. Could they tap a phone live? Could they act on it? Could they get the Thais to jump when they told them to jump? McMillan, the idiot, no, he's just a lucky day that he's turned up, because they'd said to him, you won't follow him from the airport. He'll get away from there. Oh, no, we'll get him. Well, they didn't. But I'm not really bragging about that. I'm just saying that here's the motivation for the agencies to do it. They've got their little otherwise harmless sucker who's good enough to give a bit of a chase to the agencies they're trying to train up, like the Thais, on their behalf.
And they've got to arrest people like you because they're facilitating the really big guys they're working with, aren't they?
Well, that became clear when I got into the Bangkok prison, how the system worked there. The Nigerians had a courier network that would recruit from there. And after the poor slob did 4 runs, they'd have him arrested. That was the deal with the DEA, that they would get that 1 in 4 arrest, keep their numbers up, There was even a guy who, where was he from? Portugal. His arrest was supposed to happen at Bangkok airport. He gets out of the taxi, ends up on the plane. The arresting officer didn't get the message, and the Americans were ringing through and so on.
Do you hear that? He's saying from his experience, massive worldwide experience, that the DEA are up to their necks in the drug trafficking world, profiting from it. And the arrests they make, a lot of them are just staged to justify their budgets, to get more money for equipment, like David's talking about, and arresting the lower level players. Biggest mafias in the world, DEA and the CIA.
Yes, and they also fund counter publicity. Anybody in favor of legalizing drugs and taking away the problem that causes is being labeled as in the pocket of drug lords.
Or put them out of business.
Which wouldn't make sense at all. It's an irrational business strategy of a drug lord to ask somebody to take away his black market. But no, they were certainly determined. This poor slob from Portugal, he rang them in Malaysia when he got there, saying, "I'm through." Oh, good.
The Nigerian.
Yeah, the Portuguese, the courier rang back, and they virtually said, "What the hell?" And they didn't say, "Oh, you're supposed to be under arrest," but they contacted the DEA man, who said, "Well, send him back in. We'll get him as an importer instead, just as good." So he comes back in with this load. I mean, can you imagine? Could anybody, you've decided to be a courier, you've flown over there to Malaysia, which is like quick death penalty there. Yeah. So you've got through all of that, and then they're telling you to fly back with the shit. Don't you think a little bell would ring in there saying, "I don't think these are good people"? So he comes back in, bang, gets hit at the airport coming in with it.
Expendable.
Yeah. The reason I knew that it was all an arranged thing was that guys would come in there, all with the same background to their arrests. That is, they were recruited. They stayed at the same guest house. It was Joe that saw them. They were taken here by the same sort of people. The drivers were the same. The suitcases came from similar places. And did you spill your guts? Did you tell them all of that? In triplicate, they'd insist. Oh, yes, no name that I ever heard was left out. What's yours, by the way? Fred. Mine, David Schnickelgruber. It's with 2 T's. So, they'd all told the DEA liaison over there, after your regular arresting officer, another one comes down who feeds information and asks silly questions about villages and hill tribes. And yet this was going on, and I, for something to fill my days, I'd go on other people's embassy visits. So until they banned me, I used to go on the Americans one. And so Judy, that was her name, she was the charge d'affaires or consular for the American guys. She was like a den mother, according to Kevin, the Hawaiian guy. She'd come in, "How my children getting along?" as they rattled their chains. I didn't have chains because I tore all my paperwork up, having learnt what they meant, and with a wobbly hand handed over a lawyer's card with 23.6 grams written on the back.
So you've entered the Bangkok Hilton in these chains, have you?
No, they attach them once you get there.
Okay, can you describe the entry into the Bangkok Hilton and how your first cell is allocated?
It's late in the day. The bus bumps its way in. You go through a lot of very noisy metal doors and herded into a courtyard and made to squat on the ground. You think it's sort of quiet and peaceful here because there's nobody running around, and that's because they've already been locked up at 4 o'clock. That's the end of their day. They're squished into the dormitories by then. So everybody has to take off all his clothes and squat there naked while the trustees do their work of checking the things you're allowed to have and not have. Your long pants, they either go into so-called stored property, in other words, missing, or you can have them tailored on the spot. They had a pair of big old scissors for cutting the knees off trousers so you could wear them as shorts, because they didn't want anybody, it wasn't showing knees. Shoes, again, you couldn't have trainers, but they let you buy them illegally once you were across the line and inside there. Those having chains fitted go over to line up over there where a kind of crinkly old chain squashing machine is in place, which is better than the guy who does it manually, hammering them on. It's a C-ring. Leg through there, C-ring closed around with a hammer. He's usually a good shot with that hammer, wants to be. In fact, if you give him cigarettes, it steadies his hand, apparently. I used to give Pekarokung Tip or Melbourne favourite smokes in there, just to make sure his aim was nice and steady, and a few extra for some clean ones.
Before the chains, do you have to do an anal cavity search?
Well, yes, there was a kind of little sheet hanging over a piece of string, and there you could hear little surprise noises. I didn't know what that was, but I could make out somebody was bent over, and you could see a gloved hand. You know what's the creepy thing about the gloved hand? Rubber? No. This was a woolen mitt with 2 brown fingers. 2. I mean, that one's insult. That's injury, you know. So I wasn't having it, but they spared the Europeans that one.
You didn't get that?
Oh, no.
How did you dodge that?
I just looked at the guy and then started asking him something else, like, who do I see about money here? That throws the corrupt mind so much that he hasn't got anything to do.
And he's got shit all over his gloves.
Yes.
No rubber glove.
I wasn't going to
Take
shake
it off.
his hand.
Rubber glove, take it off.
Oh, no, none of that. And they were pretty rough with the things that people brought in. If they had soap, they'd chop it in half. If they had shampoo, they'd squeeze it out onto a newspaper, and they could fold that up and take it away with them. But I'd been tipped to most of this by, and it's always a good thing, kids out there, to, if you're in trouble, ask somebody who's been in trouble before to give you the nuts and bolts of what happens next, the detail, because you'll find that you've lost the things that you need, address books or numbers or a bit of money, if that's what counts.
Did you have any money hidden on you anywhere?
I had quite a bit, 1,000 baht notes folded up and stashed here and there. And
where exactly did you stash them?
in the hems of trousers.
So they allow you to keep those then?
With the top part, they cut the bottom off. And I complained enough about the bottoms being cut off to misdirect them about that one.
So that was lucky.
So, yes, but also I left 1,000 in an envelope that I thought would be found. So that would be the find. And a guy that was in charge of that. The trustee did all the poking and the roughhousing and the wrecking of things, but sitting in a chair with a long stick, giving the occasional clout to an old face, you know, he'd be saying in Thai to them, you're back again, Wonky, whack, you know, good to see you. Street got too much for you, did it? Little bastard. You know, he had and you know, the crazy thing was, the trustees, who were his personal trustees, this guard with the stick, whenever he made some witticism like that, they would crack up laughing in the most false stage laugh and such toading crawlership. It was like some, I don't know, like farcical play where they have a chorus that laughs at everything, you know. They were like that, the trustees. You know, their guards were great guys that they worked for, and wits. Every one of them was a master of comedy. So funny, they had to excuse themselves to throw up because they really hated them, of course.
So you've got these heavy-duty chains being attached to you now. Where do you go next?
No, I've dodged them because they said, "Where's your court papers?" With the amount on it.
Okay.
It's not that I didn't get them. I got them when I went to court.
I see.
But from day to day inside use, I don't know what. I destroyed all my paperwork, and I just gave him the Thai lawyer's card with the amount written on the back. And they figured, stupid Farang, foreigner, he wouldn't falsify something like this. Why would he? So they wrote it in the book, the amount, and that stayed with me. So I avoided chains pretty much all the way through.
So we're getting moved to a dorm next then without chains. Is that what's going on?
No, chains and unchained were mixed together. So pretty much all of the other foreigners were all chained up because their cases were big enough, including poor old Freddie, who was getting a shoelace to carry the middle bit of his chain link around, tie that in the middle so you don't clank. And he looked at me without them and thought, bastard, And we got packed into a cell which was for the newcomers, the kind of first night center. The caring, sharing place. Oh, having gone through a medical, you all right? Yeah, fine. Yeah. And also the trap, some guy who's clearly in their employ, going up to, as a foreigner, saying, oh, you want to buy some drugs? I can get you some heroin. You like heroin? Heroin's good. And no thanks. Because as soon as you say yes, two things happen. All your money will be sucked out of you, and then you'll be having an internal nicking for it. Into that cell for the first night, and the cell captain, another prisoner, striding around in Lacoste T-shirt that was probably a fake, but he impressed his underlings with it. And he's got his own little servants who are prisoners.
What does that mean, cell captain?
He would be in charge of that cell. He would keep the ledger with everybody in it. He would allocate spaces.
He does the head count. Is that what you mean, ledger?
Yeah. And make sure there's no trouble first night. Doesn't want anybody dying in a place where it'll make a mess. Everybody else had concrete. He had a little section of linoleum in the corner, which his underlings would prepare and wash and clean and set up his little food and everything like that. And then he'd make a long speech in Thai that my friend was translating, which it was interesting because the world over, I think it was the same speech that all such people make. Well, guys, you'll find me a hard man, but I'm a fair man. I'll beat you within an inch of your life. Oh, and by the way, I don't want any pissing in the corner toilet tonight. Oh, no. I ask my boys. I can't stand the smell of pee. Oh, no. Can't abide it.
What country was he from?
He was Thai. Okay. I'm getting this translated by a very good source. And then watching him, being able to, pick up what the extra little gestures meant. And then he added, just before he settled in, down on his mat, oh, by the way, number twos, don't even think about it. Down one end, there's a hole in the ground with a tiny bit of 2 layers of brick, which is the privacy element to that.
I don't imagine there's toilet roll.
Oh, no such thing. No, there is
squat and shit.
The universal Asian bucket of water there.
Okay.
Which you eat with your right hand, you wipe your ass with your left.
Just get some water on there and slap it on and
splash it all around. And water is
dingleberries off with the water.
That's right, yeah. or the ones that you've been treasuring, keep them time on it.
It's terribly problematic when you've got a hairy ass like myself in those situations.
It's a life's burden, isn't it?
Need a B-day.
There were no conscious B-days there, except when it rained during the rainy season. There'd be kind of backflow, which would be a kind of brown B-day.
Downward dog position with your ass open and the rain coming down.
And the food doesn't help either, does it?
Oh, God. We're going to get to that. What's your first meal here, then?
Right. Well, worded up, I'd been I was given a plastic bowl. That's your lifelong bowl for all purposes. That's for food and washing. Not in it, but you scoop up water and throw it on yourself, which the foreigners called the bird bath. You'd go to a tank and stand in front of it and And the Chinese would teach you how to take your underwear off while having ankle irons on. Quite a trick. It's like, you know those little magic puzzles you get in cornflakes where you've got two rings and you're trying to undo them and put them back. The same, getting underwear off. It was one leg at a time, looped through the thing. Then, so
in America they had the bird bath. If everything's locked down, in America bird bath is like you've got your little sink, so you just get naked and soap your armpits and your crotch, and so you don't stink too badly.
Did you find there were some prisoners who didn't like to use the open showers, that they always bird bathed?
Yeah, and there were some prisoners in the open showers who would wear their underwear while showering.
That's become more popular, and interestingly, with the Muslim converts in British prisons, they're all doing that. So if somebody goes in without underwear now, it sounds ridiculous. It's supposedly hardened criminals, and some of the stronger ones sort of ridicule the rest for being like sheep and following on, keeping the boxers on and a special pair for showering in.
Yeah, in America they were making fun of my foreskin, and guys would just come up and like just waggle their penises at me, all tattooed. Look at my tattoos and stuff.
Well, I mean, what do you say to that, Sean?
You got to play along, otherwise.
Yeah.
If you're a bad sport, it can go south very fast.
No. You've got to. If you come back with a one-liner there, you're safe. Really.
Yes, humor can diffuse violent situations rapidly sometimes. Yeah,
because I think people are often aggressive because they're feeling you out, aren't they?
Yes.
They're trying to see what your range is.
Probing.
If you don't seem affected by it, they go on to somebody who reacts.
Yeah.
The Thais had some. They had tattoos of all sorts, some of which apparently deflected bullets. And when you hear a story about somebody where the tattoo failed, there'd always be an explanation for it. Oh yes, but he had it in the wrong spot.
Well, I watched the movie A Prayer Before Dawn. My friend Billy Moore, he was in the same prison as you. And it's, the guys, I've got all this jewelry in the cockhead. So it's mushrooming out.
Yeah, and they inject, or they push in bits of polished shell and beading. I asked one once what all that was about. And, a woman very happy when you have all this. And yet there was I don't think that's the case when there's sort of...
you weren't tempted?
Cauliflower head. No, I don't know. One of the things I resisted there. There's some half-wit injected himself with pure silicon, thinking the word silicon. Oh yeah, people have silicon implants for breasts. So I'll just pump. Well, the wang swollen up to like one of the sort of cucumbers, and he was in agony for quite a while. He survived it though. It didn't actually kill him.
So your first meal and your first sleep, how were they?
Bad, because the kind of reality of it was there. I've got a lot more of this, and there's no... You can imagine when... People don't often refer to it, but when there's the chase, the arrest, the processing, the police, the interviews, your own lawyer, somebody else, a courtroom... transport, at the end of all that, you're suddenly on something that passes for a bed, in this case, a piece of floor. But then the realization that this is now your life, pretty much.
And you're on the floor just like huddled?
Lined up, because it was packed, as always, except for the room leader's little square over in the corner. We were top to tail, so that you've got some of the guy's feet in your face, and if he's got chains on, that's a bit rash.
Are the limbs of the next person resting on you and stuff like that?
Yes, sort of flopping over.
That's got to be hard to sleep, to get used to in the beginning.
Well, I knew that I'd be moved the next day to somewhere better, but it wasn't so much better. It was the so-called foreigners building, and I looked around at, you know what I'm thinking? I think somewhere in here there's some big players. It's got to be. I've got bail. They've got it set up fine. You know, they're organised in here. They've got their food and sleeping arrangements and all of that. I arrived there, and there's this big range of the overflow from the world, the people that got blown into the crevices by the wind or something like that. 3-time losers, beggars of all nations, drifters and hopeless cases. Almost nobody that's very big. And the biggest guy in there was some ship's skipper of a not particularly big boat. And he was the fall guy. I think, what did he get for all that support? He had a hammock between two mangy-looking trees, between the toilets and the daytime seats.
And what's the food been like up to now?
The food by comparison, in the court, you can buy little plastic bags filled with a kind of curry, and it's tied at the top. Inside the jail, the food was, that's right, scooped rice, brown rice, with a little garnish of weevils and some other small insects for protein. And that's it. Oh, yes, a rotten cucumber. Not a whole one. But,
No mastermind curry, Thai green curry. They're my favourites.
Yeah. No, I didn't see that there.
Oh,
Oddly enough. It must have been bad timing on my part. You were in a different section? No, sure. No, it wasn't. It was clear you had to make your own food arrangements. I had a couple of tins of mackerel.
Okay.
And some dry biscuits. But I really wasn't concerned with that.
So you can spend money in there to buy food.
Yeah.
You've got money.
Quickly enough, learned the ropes. A guy from Boston befriended me a little too quickly downstairs the next day when I was in the foreigners building. And he told me who to see for changing big notes down to smaller ones and what the local currency was. Now, in the Cure, Bombard, which was technically the section for drug cases, that you couldn't show money there. Whereas in the other section, the sentence prisoners section, it was completely open about money. They even had a general store with a bank in it. It was still not legal, but they allowed it. But in this place, the Cure, they had to have a pretense of some other currency, which they made out of little sachets of headache powders. Why? Well, they were called tamjai, meaning strong heart. And these little packets, their virtue was they were cheap to buy, but at a fixed price, and they couldn't be forged, of course, because it's too much trouble. So you would buy a packet of cigarettes for, instead of 35p, it would be, say, 35 of these tamjai, which people would carry around in rubber bands. The tamjai economy would be a good Keynesian model of economics for anybody studying how, I think Maduro in Venezuela today would learn something from the tamjai currency system in a Thai jail, because they knew you couldn't flood the market with these things. And when the currency got too battered and old, it was an excuse to destroy a lot. And they'd have a public boiling of it in a vat, destroying or withdrawing it from a saturated market, as it were, and destroy all that. So this was the currency. Had to arrange something that you call a bed, which would be a few blankets sewn together.
And a beard.
A bed.
A bed.
Yeah, I was thinking of something else, but it is a bed. Yeah. I was thinking of the accent in which they pronounced bed. It was beard.
Okay.
But where to put the said bed? You had to rent a space within the cell. The dormitory I was put into was built for 64, had 128 in there. That included the walkway, the surrounds of the toilets. You could buy yourself a bit of cardboard to sleep on in there. It had fans, but it desperately needed something to keep that air in circulation. and you had about a width of 12 or 14 inches, and that was your life.
What's the climate like?
Tropical, steamy, kind of smelly.
Humid.
Yeah. Really so much so that all your time in people would time their days so that they had a major bird bath before lock up, would go upstairs with their little bits of food and pretty much strip down to their shorts and lie on their towels or whatever they had, so they could at least keep cool enough to sleep. I found a couple of doors next to me. When I say doors, they weren't. A couple of people next to me. It was a Thai who'd been in there 20 years in that same dormitory, in that same slither of bed space. As people do, he had his own kind of little hierarchy. He was sort of respected for being around. He had a little workshop downstairs somewhere, which was the only sort of closed room that prisoners had. He took the shells and he was allowed to use the sanding machine to make them the right shape. They took these shells and made kind of mother-of-pearl paintings out of them, which the guards would sell outside for, I don't know, £50. And they'd get they'd get next to nothing for a jar of coffee or a few extra tam jai or something. Interestingly, because that, I could see how it was so hard to get privacy, because even that one little workshop where the old guy was, he used to rent it out several times a day for gay trysts that would go on. Usually 2 or more often 4 would go in there. Maybe it was cheaper that way. I don't know. If we're going to rent a room, let's,
I was at one prison once where the library basically became an outpost for blowjobs. Yeah.
Really?
Rip-roaring trade.
Why? There was a bit of privacy there, was there?
Yes, there was. There was no librarian at this particular prison, and it was off in the corner of the prison away from the guard tower.
Right. Did you say paid ones?
Yeah, there's a trade in prostitution. There's also people extorting younger prisoners, punks, into just doing things for them, or else they threaten to beat them up and stuff like that.
Right. There was, I gathered from in the Thai prison, it was mostly willing partners there.
Okay.
Some of them used to set up in the dormitory. They'd tie a towel to the back railings of the window or the vents, and the other end kind of nailed down to the floor, and it'd make a kind of lean-to. Somebody, my American helper turned to me one night and said, "David, you into the gay scene at all?" I thought, that's not really the thing I wanted to hear on my second night in a prison.
Hey, some of those lady boys look like women.
There was a whole section full of lady boys in there. They had their own building, and they used to have a kind of, open house on Saturdays. You could visit there. There was a German guy who was about like in his 50s, very, Germanic in a cliched way, who ended up visiting there one Saturday, and it changed his life. He said, "David, I got a lady boy last week." You don't know. I think I do. No, it's just, he.
I went to watch the Thai Lady Boy show in Guildford, and then I put a post on, I think it might have been Facebook, and I said, look, if you were in prison and you've gone, like, say 5 years without sex, and the lady boy looked like a woman, and she'd had her man parts removed, she's had the operation, would you contemplate at least receiving oral sex? And half of them were like, yeah, let's be open-minded, just go for it, you'll be so desperate, blah, blah, blah. and the other half were like, no way, that person was born with a penis, blah, 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 blah.
Or did you suspect those who were protesting very loudly
It's always,
were...
my trans friend Zena
yeah.
said it's always the biggest, baddest homophobics
Oh,
that
yeah.
are coming to her for the blowjobs. That's their
Not
cover
surprised.
story.
Not surprised.
So were you tempted, David? Seeing those beautiful lady boys?
No, most of them were pretty ugly.
Okay.
There was no crying game moment of that nature anyway, in my Thai experience. And I think the fact that at that time AIDS was fatal would be another assurance.
It was AIDS quite
Yeah, a lot
prevalent.
of people. In fact, it was so many people were being dying from that. They had a special section of people with HIV and who were on the way out. And I saw it later on the night I escaped. I'd been down there anyway just to kind of check it out. But a very pitiful sight, row after row of people, skin a mottled sort of purpley blue, and a smell that's unique to death, of suppurating skin and pustular sores. Yeah, a smell that I can bring back to mind to this day.
In Billy Moore's book, A Prayer Before Dawn, some people had weaponized by getting syringes with blood with AIDS and threatening, they would fight, or they would threaten to fight you with these syringes, and it was kind of a way they used to
Was it
intimidate or protect themselves. They had these syringes with the AIDS.
And of course, you wouldn't know whether it was genuinely infected or not
Yeah.
willing to take the chance.
Well, in America, people are doing that with hepatitis C as well. If they're going to fight someone, they'd have the hepatitis C syringe right there. Yeah.
Well, I got out of the that section, which was the cure, where things were much more tightly controlled.
How long are you in the cure?
For about 4 months there. The court sessions were once every 6 weeks. They were brief. They were meaningless. Nothing happened. I knew I'd be on trial for a couple of years. By the time I shook off this depression, I only saw one person successfully kill himself, an old man who poked his head between the oncoming truck of a sand truck. It was very heavy. He was waiting to go to court. They just put the court chains on. He was sitting on the curbside. As this heavy truck bumped past, he thrust his head underneath, showing great willpower. The rear wheels spun on his skin and tore it sideways, and his head twisted and popped. It sounded like a watermelon being dropped on the ground and opening up. The truck passed. The guard told two of the trustees, "Move that mess, will you?" And they took the remains away, which sort of heavily bobbed on the gravelly ground as the neck was disconnected.
Had you ever seen anything at that level of human fatality before?
I saw some odd things in Lebanon when I was exploring in my teenage years. Somebody had got, they fish with dynamite there, and they throw a little stick of gelignite in, blows up, and the fish float to the surface. Somebody threw one in the wrong place once, and a guy was blown up, and one of my hosts was saying, "Look, he can pull funny faces now because all the bones underneath had been crushed, and so there was no holding strength to the skull, so that was weird." But this, my reaction to that at the time, I was at such a low ebb. I looked on at that and I thought, that brave old guy, now that you've got to admire, doing something you know is going to work. Well, would you? My luck, I just end up a flat-headed guy. Yeah. Okay. Now, I realized once this depression shifted that I had to get out of there, and that really helped. The American guy that had befriended me had swindled me out of $50,000 by going to my friends and draining them of just about everything. Lee, the good one.
Yeah.
Tommy was still up north talking a lot of nonsense about big shots. The bigger the name they mention, the less likely anything is to happen. So I then went into that mode where everything you do is determined to get out. I found out the history of it, not good. Nobody had done much. 4 guys tried to get out in this bumbutt place. I don't know how they kept control of the dormitory to stop somebody blowing the whistle or informing, but they did get out. They got down to the back fence near the kitchen, got to the wall, but they lied to each other. Nobody had a mobile phone. Nobody was coming from the outside. The hidden rope and grappling hook didn't exist. So 3 o'clock in the morning, they turn themselves in, have to wake up a guard to say, sorry, we broke out. What happened to them? They were thrown into the punishment cells, which is no cell. It's a coat locker. It's called the soy, which means street, of course. And that goes back to the days when punishments were being chained to the roadside within the prison. So the 4 guys that turned themselves in from an attempt with nobody hurt were thrown into these boxes with a bottle, not much bigger than that, of water, one of these a day, a cup of rice, and it's lightless. A little letterbox slit is the only light. There's an old paint tin, which is your toilet arrangements. There's no washing or anything like that. And every day you're taken out and beaten. I could hear that upstairs. You know, these 4 guys were up there in these tiny coat lockers. You'd hear the crash of their elephant chains because they put the heavy 30-kilo ones onto their legs and welded those on. They use a little pad so it doesn't actually cook your ankle while they're doing that welding. You could hear them. And the creepiest thing about it was that you wouldn't see this treatment. You'd hear it. So you could hear the scrape of their chains over the edge of the coat locker, their murmurs, because it was beyond the point of the nonsense of thank you, sir, for correcting me. It was just being brutalized with heavy sticks. And you hear the thwump of wood into flesh, like something hitting a side of beef in an abattoir. And then high-pitched squeals where contact had been made with some vital organ or some part. And then even some of the trustees, the worst creeps imaginable in place, would be sent down so they weren't witness to this. They didn't survive it. Within 3 months, all except for the Singaporean were dead. And when he got out, he never spoke again. And he was a colour I've never seen on a human being. So that was my first report on what escapes were about. And I knew I certainly couldn't do anything from the section that I was in. So I paid my 2,500 baht and transferred to Klong Prem Central, which was almost relative freedom. The place was enlarged by the Japanese so that they could lock up as many of their cooperative ties as they could. After all, Thailand was officially at war with Britain at that time. So there was enough space to rent a cell, and they had this coffee shop, they called it, which was a general store, which had a way of turning your money that was in your account into cash for a fee of 25%. Everything was negotiable in there. So I went around the place and then found the building with the thinnest bars, and then began on a series of escape plans, which I suppose there were perhaps 15 or 16 of them, that ultimately left me on my own, alone to do it the old way, which was wall by wall, bar by bar, and making the equipment to do it. One other thing, because I think we're going to field a few questions soon, aren't we? It was hard to get people to go along with me, because even the most optimistic of them would go along with the talk, but then say, but David, this isn't real. I mean, nobody has got out of here. It can't be done. And of course, that only makes you feel like, well, it hasn't been done. And that surely is an advantage that is not expected in quite the same way. But when people had tried, they'd failed miserably. 2 Israelis had been through Bangkok Central, and sent up to Chiang Mai. Now, they were resourceful guys. They were on a drug charge and facing life or death. In Chiang Mai, the prison wasn't much of an obstacle physically. They managed to get a couple of tools in and only had one little roof to get out of. But they had no, and this is a failure of most escapes, the post-jump plan was never in place. There were no arrangements for what to do next. Oh, shit, we're out. Taxi? No, that's out. So they went to the guest house of the guy that sold them the dope in the first place, probably the worst place they could have gone at all. They had about 12,000 US. They had no documentation. They were absolutely at the mercy of this guy who, over the space of 10 days or so, drained them of all that money with fantasy stories about trucks and documentation. Every second tuk-tuk in all of Chiang Mai had a little poster of their faces that the guards had paid for because they wanted them back in. You don't lose prisoners, especially foreigners, for crying out loud. Finally, when they were out of money, guess what happened? There's a reward going, mind. Who shops them?
The guy.
Yeah, the guest house owner. Yeah. Are you in trouble, guys? Don't know how. Somebody must have talked. Right. So one crashes thoughtfully straight out his side window and gets away. The other one goes down with a struggle. But the one who crashed out, he got cut. He ends up... Well, he has no money, really, by this stage. Maybe 100 he's got tucked away. It's all... The story's all over town. Where do they get him? A bus stop. A junction bus stop. Finish. Point to this whole story is not just another one of failure, but when they were brought back to Bangkok, high security, they looked aside. They'd been taken by the guards into one of the dungeons, and they'd taken iron bars and got angry about the threat to their jobs, livelihoods, and reputation. And as you know, embarrassment really becomes a major thing. So they smashed their legs with iron bars and put heavy rocks on top of them. One was a little stronger than the other, managed to drag the other one out agonizingly and feed him water, and they kept each other alive so that, surprise, surprise, they were in one piece. But when they arrived in Bangkok, their legs, which were still in heavy irons, looked like a kid at McDonald's who grabbed all the drinking straws and crushed them in a tiny fist. They were all bent and twisted out of shape and scarred where bits of bone and fragments must have poked through the flesh and healed improperly. This, it will not surprise you to know, deterred some of my cohorts in the escape plans who suddenly saw it as a real thing, but certainly a really fatal thing to do. So that drew a line through most of the plans, which I'll go into when we get a moment.
You wanted more of David. He's kindly come back and started on section 2, Escape from Thai Death Row. Unbelievable. We've done over 2 hours now and we've not even got to the escape. So please show your love and support for David coming all this way over to the studio at such short notice, fascinating us with this brilliant story. Please subscribe to his channel. Link is in the description box. Please go over and check his book out. There's loads more stories in here than he has not given us in the podcast yet. So if you want to get the jump on that, Amazon worldwide, you can buy this in America, you can buy this in the UK. He's also got his other book, Escape, and links are below in the video and description box to his movie and also to his Danny Dyer episode. Now, I've printed out 2 pages of questions from you guys out there on YouTube. I really appreciate your interest in this and support. So we're going to conclude this podcast today with asking these questions. So, Steve.
Hi, Steve.
Actually, I'm going to jump away from that because that's going to go into the Thai stuff that we're going to get to in the next one. All right, Num 47. Does David think organized crime is more or less violent than back when he was on the job? Seems that people understood a form of etiquette that has been long lost with the false glamorization of that world, along with everything else that mattered. I wasn't around, but I missed the good old days.
Well, people, Sean, of course, always like to look fondly back on the old days as though there was something good. Old school criminals, honor amongst thieves. But I don't really think there's anything different about human behavior, except that things are publicized, things are photographed, things are shared, things are known. Most of the fears that the world is a much more wicked place comes from the fact that we know more about things. I don't think there was ever more honor amongst thieves, though here in Britain we can say we're the least likely, in my experience, to become informers. This is, it happens, of course, but it is a relatively rare thing compared to other countries where it is a popular option. So a lot of things go by fashion. The violence in organized crime, I think it's always been there. Perhaps people get more imaginative in the atrocities, but it's certainly simply that it is more well known. After all, when things become well known, they become more fearful. People are worried about their children being molested. I went through a childhood when that didn't matter. The advice from my 10th grade school teacher when I said that little Johnny wanted to put his willy in my bum, he said, well, tell him that you didn't wipe up much last time and it's going to be a dirty thing. Now the poor kid will be whipped into counselling. So the difference is only A, fashion, and B, that everything is known.
I mean, you dealt with the Colombians, and Escobar, he authorized removing people's eyeballs with hot spoons. They would put petrol in your mouth until your eyeballs exploded and cover it with a cloth and stuff like that. Cali Cartel came around, the more sophisticated,
Oh, yes.
but they also their torturers were never idle. And now look at the Mexican cartels. I mean, they'll murder your entire family, the pet dog, and put it on YouTube.
Well, there you are. It's kind of the medium is the message, as
Yeah.
Marshall McLuhan said years ago. Getting it known. Of course, on their part, it's just ridiculous self-indulgence. If they found themselves in that position where they were inclined to do that to somebody, they're running a very poor business, have made terrible choices. And do you think anybody would want to work for them ever? Imagine getting falsely accused in that setup. It wouldn't be a gun on the table and say, well, do the honourable thing. You'd grab it and say, yeah, you bastard, you can go first.
Tom Atkinson, I'm intrigued by where he got his education and how he attained such street smarts. We mentioned earlier that you went to a state school, but then you had the money to go to an independent school. And I think part of the fascinating thing about you, David, is those contrasts. You just come across as like a professor, like a PhD level professor in history or something, the history of the drug community. Yeah, you've got such street smarts to be doing all these deals and to be taking the risks of. You mean you just ended the podcast there with describing how these guys are almost beaten to death if they escape and it fails. Yeah, that's something now you're calculating that you're going to do. It's a unique skill set.
Born by necessity, but also by fate. Apparently, those with who have a low resting heart rate are less averse to taking risks. Mine's about 55. I don't feel fearful of something. I feel more fascinated by it. Eventually when the ground's crumbling away, you get the hell out. But that in part is luck. But I think if any of us closely observe what's going on around, you do pick up on things. And you learn a lesson that, here's the difference. We all learn lessons. We all have examples put before us of good things, bad things, human behavior. But mostly we choose to draw a veil over it, to make exceptions for people, to say, girls are so often saying, I can change him. We make many excuses to forgive somebody, in the same way that in reverse we make excuses to bring somebody on. You just like that person's company. I think that's why I got the job in advertising. They wanted me, they could tolerate me around the office as opposed to all the people who had training. So I think also where scenes were at a street level, I knew about that. I'd used drugs, I'd had withdrawals, I didn't sell anything, I didn't try, still no justification, but I was close enough to know about it. Even on a dealer's level, on a small level, if you're sort of serving up locally, I knew about that. The guy who rings you up that owes you money, you don't really want to see him. Sean, I've got that money for you. Where are you? Can I come over? Don't bring anybody with you. Yeah. You sure you got that money you owe me? Yeah. You look out on the street because you know this guy, and you see a taxi parked up the road with 4 guys in it and your man. You know that he's got their money in his pocket, and that's the only reason he's down to see you. And when he finally skedaddles up to you, he denies all knowledge of these people, even though you know what they're about. He pulls out countersigned checks, coins from a phone box, every little crappy thing. And then when you finally relent and say, all right, take some of it and go, he said, listen, can I use your bathroom and a bit of that glucose from the kitchen? Oh, fuck off, just get out of here. You want to wreck it, do it on your own terms. And don't bring those guys here. So you learn, what scallywags get up to, and you absorb all of that. So
for experience.
Adapt to it.
Okay, this ties into that one. Johnny Wisdom 2. Can you ask David what was the psychological driving forces that led to his continuous pursuit of a dangerous career? E.g., did something happen growing up that compelled him to prove himself by living life on the edge? Or did he slowly become addicted to the thrill of the chase over time?
A lot of people have said in their later years, well, I first got started because I wanted to meet girls. Well, that really wasn't the case with me, but there was a similar sense that I was thwarted from a lot of my early teenage adventures by adults, the controlling world. And I wanted enough money to have the freedom that power has and pretty much to do what I want. And I couldn't see any reason why I should restrain myself unless there was any reason. But I don't think there was any deep yearning for either the risk-taking or a drive to prove anything. I just wanted to know things and to understand it. That's all. Somebody has often spoken about that there are soldiers or generals that go into war, that they're the good ones or successful ones are more like explorers, which is the search to find new places and new things. And that can often lead to danger.
Like a frontierman. Okay, this is from Rouge Diablo 2.
Red Devil, eh? And there's 2 of them.
Please ask David his opinion of how corrupt the authorities are, how they can basically do whatever they want regardless of the law. If the government wants to get rid of you, then they can do whatever they need to get their man.
Well, that's a broad question, and the location's important. I suppose authorities generally are corrupt when they get the opportunity. They're more corrupt when a lot of them are already corrupt in the organization they join. If somebody becomes a policeman and they're all rotten, then he'll become the same way. He won't want to stand out. So people go along with the flow. Do people in power and authority abuse their power? Of course they do. But mostly they deceive themselves that they're doing a little bit of good. I think we have to look at people as not being all unified in their way. All of us in this world are little grubby individuals.
Human nature. Can you ask him if he knew Terry Clark, the Kiwi drug trafficker, who also had an Underbelly series made on him, and ask how his character in the movie and the show compared to how he really was in reality back then?
I didn't know him other than in passing in the corridors of courts, but we shared a lawyer at the same time, and he did say that he was a bit of an adventurer, but not particularly violent, but naive in the same way. He did expect that his ex-wife wouldn't testify against him, and the lawyer prepared for it. And of course, he never really a little bit of vanity there, and couldn't bring himself to see past that, so ended up in trouble.
Were you portrayed accurately in your movie?
There was a tone that Toby Schmitz, I think his name is, of manner that has some similarities. Of course, it's our voices are different, but it could have been worse. I expected that was going to be a cheaply made disaster, but it could have been worse. Clearly, it wasn't anything really much like it. But then again, I'm seeing it through my own particular version of history, I suppose.
Those questions came from Dada Dan, so thank you for those. Next question is back to Analog 2. Did Dave go to the same school as Keith Richards? Sounds like he did. Posh, but not really, really posh. Why? Can you get him to finish the story about the girl in smart heels? He went on to another thing and never finished it.
Well, just to quickly wrap up that story, I was on a flight from Cali into Ecuador, and she was on leaving Cali. She was in the smart dress and the heels, and I ended up sitting next to her and talking, and she told me a fictional story about what she was doing, and then I was leaving the next day. So instead of being there a week, she was just there one day, and she was dressed very down. She didn't have to tell me. I wasn't going to be crass enough to say, "Oh, look, you were doing a bit of a run there, weren't you?" I made some snide remarks about her. I guess you're not doing the job interview. You didn't have to dress up for the return trip, or I guess your sister wasn't home when you went there or something. But other than that, I don't see any point in telling other people what you know, and it's a good lesson to know. There's no reason to tell people what you know unless there's some purpose to it. We should all wear that T-shirt that I've been thinking of printing saying, "Almost everything is not worth saying."
Loose lips sink ships. Samboy6661. What was the biggest amount of money you made from a deal, and what did you do with it?
600,000. Spent it carelessly.
Next question, Jack Fay 3. Seen him on Danny Dyer years ago. You wouldn't figure him for a dealer. Great guest all the same. Question is, did you ever do business with Howard Marks, aka Mr. Nice, and did you meet Chopper Reed in Jacka Jacka?
Yes, Jacka Jacka, that place that is closed now. Okay, there's two parts there. Howard, yes, I met a couple of times, and we had the one thing in common, both betrayed by Lord Tony Moynihan, who died in unfortunate circumstances. You know what my own first mentor used to say from the safe-cracking day? Whenever somebody disappeared or was, ended up wearing cement boots, you'd ask, "What happened to Joe?" He met with an accident. I don't know, it seems to have caught on. Of course, I'm not suggesting Lord Tony met with an accident, but he did die nonetheless. Anyway, so Howard was warned about Tony, but never speak ill of the dead until they're actually really dead. But no, his own vanity said, yes, but he'll be different with me. He might have been a double-crossing informer stringer for MI6, his lordship, and held together when Marcos was in power, but he won't treat me the same. Florida, 8 years jail. Answer that one. As for, was it Chopper Reed?
Chopper Reed in Jacka Jacka.
Yeah, that was the Supermax. Chopper was a bit of a comedian even in those days. He was not feared exactly, a little bit peculiar. He'd been stabbed a few times, and very well played in the film by Eric Bana. Bana is his name.
I watched the film about him.
Yeah, great actor, actually. Very good. But in that Supermax, the most feared man was Ted Eastwood. He was the Faraday Street kidnapper, snatched a busload of primary school children, wanted $1 million in cash, which the state premier was thundering around in the outback in a suitcase with the said million, and managed to get caught doing that. Ted, he was a nice guy underneath it all, except for when he was killing somebody, which sounds a bit contradictory, but he was always going down to McDonald's getting the school kids what they wanted. That's 3 strawberries and 2 vanillas. He sort of made himself aware. But the police, when they arrested him for that kidnapping, they shot him. He survived that. And when he was in the Supermax, he killed about 5 people.
And you described some of those in Unforgiving Destiny, the Supermaxes and murderers. The two of the murderers fight. Can you remember that one?
Yes.
Was that him?
This was no, I'd seen him earlier that week as he was asking me about something about his tuna available on the canteen, but he's cleaning his hands because he's got blood all over them, having dispatched Alex in the killer in the exercise yard. No, the one that you're referring to was a dispute between 2 people over some trivial crap, nothing. But Barry was the victim, and Alex poured hobby glue, thick contact glue, half a tin of it, about 500 milliliters, all over him. Barry strangely sitting there saying, thinking it's a practical joke. But if somebody's standing there pouring glue over you and then bunching up a box of matches with rubber bands, you can work out the rest. Torched him. When I saw Barry in the corridor, he was black and charred and his testicles swollen to the size of apples. And he turned and some bit of him fell off and said to me, Dave, don't let that bastard, meaning Alex, get near my stereo. Yeah, Barry, I'll write on that for you. He died 2 hours later in hospital.
Jesus. Was that what the fight was over? His stereo or something?
No, he just, that was a vulnerable thing. I think the fight was over the chair facing the wrong direction in there.
Little things become big things in prison. Andy Bernard won. Who was the most dangerous character you ever met?
Interesting. Dangerous. Perhaps it's because I didn't know everything. And we always are most cautious about the people we suspect some things but don't know all. I met a contract killer once, Jim, he's died now. And we chatted about some things and how he had to let somebody go once because there was a dog there and he likes dogs and didn't want to kill the dog. But he was quiet and ruthless. But just between the two of us, and only after such time had passed that he really trusted me, he told me about a robbery he'd done and how he had to go through a special underground corridor that the post office had built with its own little railway track and intercept these money bags. And some workers came around a corridor unexpectedly and he actually had to produce a gun. And then he recalled the way he spoke to them with this gun. And I won't even attempt to repeat it. But that gave me, at the same time, a chill, but also an appreciation of the absolute ruthlessness of this man. So, an unknown character, not one of the big ones.
Comrade Kennedy Warren has asked more about the minutiae of smuggling and crime dealings, like rubies showing up on X-rays,
Oh, yes, I read that.
being able to smuggle certain organic goods in wood because they look the same on an X-ray.
There are a lot of things that you pick up out of need. One of the things I used to do was if I'd packed something or I was testing something for packing, I would take it down to Victoria Station, where they have a left luggage depot there. Interesting thing is, when you lodge your suitcase or whatever that it is for deposit, they put it through an X-ray machine, so you're not leaving some bomb for them. When it passes through, the image of that X-ray on a fairly modern machine will be frozen on the screen as you pay for your ticket stub and chat and stroll around. It'll be there until the next person comes along. So it became a little testing station where I could build something, run it down to Victoria, get it up on the screen, talk some nonsense, and then go around to the glass window and stare at it for long enough so I could test out the deep blue of volatile organic chemicals, or the telltale ones of esters and so on. It sort of brought chemistry to life for me.
James Davis 13. Would your situation have been different if you had stayed to smuggling marijuana, or if you had just stayed and committed crimes in Australia?
People are always in favor of the use and legalization of the drugs that they use themselves. When I suggest everything should be legalized because it would solve so many problems, they draw a line through the ones that they don't use. And it's always the case. Now, marijuana, okay, I might be more socially acceptable than the leper that I am today. But on the other hand, I probably would have fallen for that thing where you say, gee, what I'm doing is not, it's so natural, it grows in the ground. It doesn't matter, after all. One of the bloodiest gunfights I've ever seen on a beach between smugglers and authorities that left dead bodies strewn all over the place and turned that sand red. You know what they were smuggling? Something that attracted a 400% profit overnight. Garlic.
What's garlic?
Yep. Malaysia slapped a 400% surcharge on it, and for a year the Thais were running it over there.
Jesus.
There was bloodshed.
Wow. This one is from CTON3. Was your intention to go on Danny Dyer to throw the police off and make them think you were retired? At some time after because you were arrested later on?
Well, that would have been really a kind of hard way to do it. Look, Danny, I want to go on your show, not because you'll even remember this conversation in the morning, but because I want to fool the police by telling them a whole lot of stuff about me and bringing my face into theirs. Yeah, that's a foolproof thing. No, sorry to say that was not the intention at all. It was actually to promote Escape, the first book, which was edited out of the production because they wanted to make it seem like they had a scoop on finding me on the run. It was childish and pathetic, but then again, this was a very B-grade production, that one from Bravo Pictures.
I had Blink on here, Scottish bank robber, and they sent the Danny Dyer up crew to interview him. Deadliest Men. They found there was a bomb found under his car at this point in time, and they got so scared they abandoned having him on the Deadliest Men. So he didn't have kind things to say about those people.
No, I suppose not. And I don't think Danny's heart was in it anyway. I don't know who was more stoned on the day, but at least my choice of drugs kept me awake.
Glock Lesnar 2.
I like the names the little handles people give themselves.
Well, you definitely.
Sledgehammer 47. Okay, obviously a nice
Well,
guy.
you're definitely not a leper on YouTube. I think you're at about 98% approval rating right now. It's one of the highest approved videos I've got on my channel.
Oh, right.
Did you come across or do business with Mr. Asia and the New Zealand connection?
He was somebody else who featured in the Underbelly series.
Okay.
Again, a similar lawyer. Again, wife trouble. I can't say any more about him.
Okay, I hear. Let's see. Do you feel guilty about the guys who helped you escape being subject to heavier irons and tougher conditions?
I actually answered that person when I saw that question came up. Of course, it wasn't good for them, but I made the comparison that if we're on the Titanic and would you feel guilty having one deck chair that you were floating around on, swimming away from others who would surely drag you down into the depths? Maybe a little, but you'll live with it. And I sent them care packages afterwards and kept in touch.
Yeah.
And even offered one, oh, if you want to get out, I'll help.
Right, so you did as much as you could under the circumstances. Right, so this podcast is drawing to a close here now. Like I said earlier, please show your love and support for David by leaving comments, questions, likes, and sharing this video. And, you know, David's enjoying reading this stuff, and it motivates him to come back and respond to you guys. And
that's true.
Great if we can keep this going. So we appreciate your high ranking of this video. And if you've got anything you'd like to say in conclusion.
Well, we really took so much time. I hope it wasn't too dull for anybody out there, but we'll cut more to the chase, I think, and get into the difficulties of that Thai escape for sure when we kick off here next time.
So that's the cliffhanger. Yes.
Literally. Okay. Good to see you again, Sean.
Right. You guys have voted David McMillan's interviews as the highest rated thing on my YouTube channel right now. Almost 100% approval rating. Here we are. He's kindly come back again for you guys. I put on my royal bluest suit to complement his posh Shakespearean accent. And we are on part 3 of the whole series. Looks like we could potentially get to 10 parts at this rate, but people are loving it. So let me just recap before I hand it over to David. Part 1, David was in Australian Supermax for almost a decade. His story spans 5 continents, started out in Australia. He's running an operation with the Thai drug lord, the uncle, and his nephew, Tommy. He's also got dealings with the Colombians. So you got cocaine here, we've got gems, we've got heroin. David does his stretch in Australian prison. The police are on his case as soon as he gets out. David goes off to Thailand and he is framed now for a package that's found at the airport on a day David is at the airport. The Australian police know if they can get him in prison in Thailand for a certain amount of drugs, David will be getting the death penalty. Also, before I hand it over to David, in the last video, in part 2 of the Thai stuff, I mentioned that David would be more motivated to post videos on his own YouTube channel if we helped him get his subs up from 0 to 500 by the end of the year. I think it was at 500 by the end of the day. So I thank everybody out there on YouTube who subbed over to David's channel. In the description box below this video is going to be a link to David's channel, so please continue to sub. There's going to be links to David's books, Unforgiving Destiny, which I'm back onto now because I've just finished Escape. Escape is all the Thailand one. This one is more general his story. So highly recommend you clicking over to Amazon worldwide to get Escape and to get Unforgiving Destiny. And we're also trying to put pressure on David to do the audiobook versions of these in his own wonderful voice.
In fact, I will, Sean. Good evening, and you look well in that suit. I don't think it's too flash. I don't know why, but a very old expression came to mind. A pox doctor's clerk, as in dressed as. Now, nobody would know what that means these days, but when somebody had a disease and they had to go to an embarrassing kind of medical procedure, the clerk in those offices, the receptionist, was always a man, naturally, and he dressed to the nines. But it looks nothing like that. I have no idea why that popped into my mind. What
it is, I was accused once of only wearing a black shirt. They were said, all you ever have is a black shirt on. Is that all you've got in your wardrobe? So now, to prove these guys wrong, I'm trying to wear a different suit for every single podcast. And we're at podcast 21. So I've managed to wear a different suit on every single podcast. I think I can take it to 30. But unfortunately, I've had to go back to some suits I've never worn before.
That's okay. We'll call Elton John and he might help you out with
what about Liberace?
Yes. Tell you what, they could be haunted, some of those old suits. He was an entertainer.
Love the movie.
Certainly. Right. I should say, though, that in Unforgiving Destiny, the Thai escape is dealt with and has a solid chapter to it, with a few things that weren't even in the more detailed escape book. But I'll put shameless plugs aside for a moment and just overlay your well-rounded description of where we got to and how things came about.
Go for it.
By saying that my misadventures since really the age of 18, when I first set out to travel the world, were some successes, but some massive failures and crashes, including, of course, the big arrest in Australia, the 6-month trial, 10 years in prison. But the real point to it, I guess, is that every time I think I have a sense of freedom, I don't. One kind of agency, authority, or another is already investigating me and following me around at every point. Certainly, when I was released after the 10 years in Australia, and no matter how many precautions I took, things seemed to go wrong. The point of going to Thailand was really a stop-off on my way to a new life in Europe and back to London. And despite elaborate precautions, with passports and leaving false trails, that collapsed too. And I found myself being pursued from the airport as I tried to leave Bangkok. Even that getaway from the airport failed as I walked into a travel agency about 2 hours later and then was arrested. Not, as some people might think, oh, well, you're on the run, don't go to a travel agency. It was people I knew and their telephone lines to all my contacts there, or most of them, had been on a live tap. That is, in this case, the American DEA were listening in, not because I was doing anything very exciting, but they like to test their equipment. And as a few police agencies have said, this McMillan, he fights back a bit. So he'll try and distract you. So it's good training material. He might slip through. So that's what I became.
Was there a specific DEA agent who was coordinating this?
It seemed not in the beginning, but there was a guy who was in early on the big trial. That was Bill Schenkman, and he appeared to give some wild report about how things were done in northern Thailand, the Golden Triangle. And it wasn't even evidence directed at me, actually. It was directed at, out of the 4 people in the case, one was a hippie, and he was acquitted. He didn't even realize that. We had to push him out of the court. But that was Bill's first appearance. And then he kept appearing over the years, nearly at all my international arrests. He certainly appeared in Bangkok, just to have a gloat. But here's the point. The police agencies, the Australians and the Americans, and I guess the British too, had no real interest in me after that arrest took place. So, of course, they suggested to the Thais, do the worst you can for him. And they did. You said framed for the drug charge there. It was, I think, less than 100 grams. Certainly enough for the death penalty, but probably, and I'm almost sure, taken from the daily airport sweep. A lot of people, when they travel with little smuggling runs, they get cold feet and throw their stuff on the ground. Probably the cleaners at the airport have quite a good time after they've done their job, I would think. But not that day, because some anti-narcotics force people were having a little hand pick from a sweet selection. Oh, yes, we'll give David that one. What's that? Nope. Not deadly enough? No. Anyway, I'd been, as you said, I'd been through the very long imprisonment. My wife had been killed in a prison fire. I'd been followed around. Everything I touched seemed poisonous. I'd fled, then crashed twice, got away from the airport and then again, and found myself in Bangkok's biggest prison, Klong Prem, which held then, I think, about 8,000 people in 10 subdivision prisons, including a women's prison and a kind of, a nut house they had in there, as well as the Ladyboy building. They kept them in their own section there.
That's one of the questions you're getting asked now about the Ladyboys, but we covered that in the last video, didn't we?
Yes, and they actually, I didn't mention that they have tents in their building, and it sort of looks like battlefield campaign tents, and I guess it was really. You certainly risk injury going in there. The AIDS epidemic was in full flight back then. People dropping all over the place. So, as we left it last time, where was I? That's right. I'd been in what they call the Cure, which was the drug section of that big prison, and realized that it would not be practical to try and get out of that place. And as I'd said, I was just coming out of the deepest depression, where I'd only just abandoned wanting to kill myself. It sounds pathetic to say, well, things didn't work out, so I'll top myself. But it was such a feeling that I couldn't succeed no matter what precautions I took, as though destiny was just toying with me. What is the old saying from the Romans? Those whom the gods wish to destroy first drive mad. And that seemed to apply. Any thoughts of escape were to actually jump the wall, go to a tall building, and then throw myself off. But I was actually saved from that pit of despair by somebody, a Bostonian, an American, who was conning me, and I had a pretty good sense, Sean, that he was doing so. But it gave me one thing, despite all the losses that he inflicted. It was hope. And I think you said last time we spoke that hopes keep people alive. And you must have come across that in the serious cases in the US when you were there.
Yeah, when I was facing 200 years, I lost all hope and I was just going to slash my wrists and bleed out. But when
Takes a long time.
Yeah, when I got the plea bargain got reduced to 9.5 years. That was like the happiest day of my life, getting sentenced, because
what, 9.5 years?
I could see I was going to get out. I had hope back then to get a life back.
What did 9.5 years mean in actual jail time?
I'd served 26 months fighting my case as a first-time non-violent drug offender and a foreign national with a loophole lawyer that the New Mexican Mafia had referred to me. I managed to get out after just under 6 years.
Right.
I just felt lucky compared to what I'd done.
It's still quite a sentence.
Well, the guys I was writing about on my blog, on the internet back then, John's Jail Journal, they were all serving decades. They looked at me as a little visitor through their world.
I do know what you mean. I was at some prison years ago, and it was a B category prison, but there were people doing, life sentences, and found myself in the food line, and they're going, just past conversation, and I was going out, I'd be there for a few months. I'd say, Doing long? 35 rec. Now that means the recommended time inside before release was 35 years. It's a bit of a conversation killer before you pick up your peas and mash. What do you say? Well, think of all the time off for good behaviour. I mean, you know.
Where I was at, you'd say how long you're doing, and they'd just say all day. Never getting out.
Yeah. In Australia, they used to say one with the lot, and they'd call that a hamburger, which meant a life sentence.
Wow.
Because you've got everything. The lot. Yeah.
I love prison slang.
Yeah. There used to be a lot for 6 months was a Zach because it was sixpence, and a brick was 10 years, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah. Anyway, we digress, and kick me every time I wandered down a different
I love your
footpath.
digressions.
Oh, it was called a brick, by the way, because a £10 note was brick coloured.
Ah.
Yeah. I wrote a story once called A Brick and Beyond. Right, so here we are, back in Bangkok, and I turn my thoughts to escape, which are never far from it. I've paid a little money to go over to the main part of the Bangkok prison where sentenced prisoners live. So it's going to be better. Not so many people going to court, and it's organised. It certainly was, despite having paid to get there. When Swiss Freddie and we went on the same day. He was in there for a couple of kilos. He was doing a run for some Pakistani guys. They gave him a bad passport. Didn't turn out well. We arrived there, and they gave the standard treatment to new arrivals. It was a way, of course, to get you to start paying. All of the new arrivals were shoved into a cell about the size of somebody's living room. It had one fan that limped along, ground away slowly at night. But with 35 people in the room, you couldn't avoid having somebody's feet in your face. People were sweating, uncomfortable. You couldn't take all your junk in there, your clothes. They were all stacked outside of the place. We spent our time, Freddie and I, killing blood-sucking bugs as they crawled back up the wall. And you could see a line across the wall that just turned sort of brownish red from all the years of bugs there. People were coughing up extraordinary things, you know. Their lungs were a factory of slime. Anyway, that worked, and the trustee that welcomed us to the place met us the next morning. Hi, guys. Good night. No, you rat. Get over here. All right, how much is it going to cost to get a better cell? Well, and then he went on to a big speech. He had lots to sell, this guy. The radios that were confiscated could be bought back. Access to your clothes could be bought. But arranging a cell, I rushed into it a little. It's always better to hold back on these things, as you probably know. Even in a vaguely civilized jail, probably the Arizona one, you know how it is. You don't push yourself forward until you assess everything.
Get the lay of the land and find out who's who before you make your move.
Exactly. You could be paying the wrong person. Now, this was a big sub-prison, this. 6 buildings, each with about 1,000 inside them. Traditional layout, 3 stories high. Very large grounds. It had 6 or 7 large factories. Everybody was supposed to work, doing something. They made army boots. They did these shell paintings that were actually polished bits of shell made into images of King Rama IV, who was very popular. Sold for a lot of money outside, about $100, $150. Poor prisoners got next to nothing, of course. Some of the factory bosses used to had the unprofitable factory, because in the system, the building chief would sell the factories to the prison guards. the prison guards would pay, knowing that whatever was being made there, he could scam. He could get the prisoners to make outside goods for him to sell on to his friends. So the prison boss would say to the guard, okay, you now owe me, 5,000 baht a week, and you've got to get it out. Now, if this guard was punished in a way by having an unprofitable factory, he had to get production up. And it was common practice to beat the laziest prisoner at the end of the day. Now, how do you avoid having a laziest prisoner? You can't. Somebody's going to cop it. So they worked in a frenzy.
You must have read Adam Smith's Wealth of the Nations.
Yes. There were many lessons in economics in that place. I think I referred to The Cure, the previous section of it, having a little aspirin sachet currency because cash wasn't allowed. But in this place, they even had a bank within what they called the coffee shop, but was a general store. It sold food, rice, everything like that. But it also had a little bank section on the side. So if you had money in your account, you wanted 1,000 baht to pay your way around the jail, you could get that for what they call 20%. It was really 25, but...
How do you put money in your account?
Friends and family deposit it in a prison account attached to your name. So it's there. And
if you put a lot of money in that account, are you then a target?
No, the Chinese are quite discreet about who has money in there. They are the ones who want to steal from you, not just anybody.
The 20% that they charge.
Yeah, it's quite
to get
a
your
lot,
money out of
really.
your inmate account.
And they also, of course, made money on the goods that were sold there. Mostly Thai Chinese were running it. People would even the misbehaving sons of wealthy Thais would arrange their jail time for them and insist that they get involved in the general store.
Let me just try and clarify this a bit more then. So in America, I had an inmate account, and that was run by the jail, and my family could deposit money with the jail, and I could spend $20, $30 a week on items I could order from the commissary from the inmate store. I couldn't go to a physical shop. There was a piece of paper that had a list of items, and I would tick the items up to a total of $25, $30, and then they would get delivered to my cell.
What, bagged up and
bagged
already?
up.
Yeah.
Now, from what you're saying, this is an inmate account run by prisoners.
The prisoners ran everything in that prison.
So your people outside of the prison are giving money to prisoners to give to you minus 20%.
Sometimes like that, but no, it went into the official account.
Oh,
They
so
had,
it was actually deposited with the authorities.
Supposedly for buying things that didn't exist, like services, buying sports equipment, none of which happened. But that was the excuse for the existence of those accounts. Also, the foreigners had a special concession so they could buy foreign food. There was even some of the food came as foreign food.
So if the money is getting deposited with the prison, the official prison, how come they're not just giving you 100%? You can't just withdraw 100% from the prison?
Not in cash. You're not supposed to have cash, but you do need cash.
So how have the prisoners worked the system so they can withdraw it themselves, and but only select ones to give to you 80%?
They've made an arrangement with the, what would you call him, the bursar or the money man within the prison staff, so that he gets a certain amount of cash and then has access to that a big holding account. In fact, it usually turned out that the prison guard in charge of that had gambled most of it away. So he's utterly dependent on deals with the owners of the coffee shop to keep the float going.
Good grief.
This coffee shop also had a little barber's shop next door. You could get a haircut for about 50p. It had a library, and just to let you know how industrious and thoughtful the people who ran it, this library, were. The items that were the most expensive to rent, even overnight, was the pornography. It came, yes, the porn came in a lever arch folder, with hole punched and laminated, of course, Sean. You can't be giving out pornography to sex-starved guys that's not laminated. Not if you want to keep issuing that stuff.
So the overnight federal funds rate rises 10%, but the rate for porn rises 50% in the Thai prison.
It was an expensive breed, yes. So it was quite a business, that. Also, just to get the overall picture of that middle core of the prison, which people can go on Google Maps, look at the city of Bangkok, just to get the scale size. Type in Bangkok Central Prison, and it will focus on a huge square of land, really visible from space. That's how big it was. But I had no idea of what that size was. It was simply big. And though confined to the building, I was able to get around the rest of the prison. So they had their industries. Some of them were clearly very dangerous for the prisoners. There was a factory that did something that created a gold color on a box that was used for Chinese funerals. It came in huge vats called Yellow Moo from China. Lots of skulls and crossbones on it. And at the end of the day, you'd see these poor little workers scurry out, all completely sallow from this stuff on them. As you can imagine, there was a high turnover rate on the health basis for that. There was a cart that came in every morning, and that was loaded with fresh vegetables-ish, meat, and pretty much anything you'd want from the local market. That market was run by the families of the officers who worked in there. So everything had its inflationary value.
It's like the original prison industrial complex.
It was a city within a city. And the officers who worked in there, that was their lives. Most of them lived within half a mile of the prison itself. It was surrounded. I noticed coming back from court that their houses were all around the place, which was beyond the 20-meter moat. It was not without some level of security. In this central core prison where I was, there were prisons outside of that, like the maze in Ireland, I guess, and prisons beyond that. And then on the fringes of it, even the women's prison. A friend of mine there, he was kind of a scientist. He was quite good. He made a telescope to peer into the women's prison. How, you ask? Right. I know people seem to have an interest in the technicalities of these things, but very briefly, the pictures that were made out of shell were coated in epoxy resin to give them a glassy look. He found an old LP record player. He built up the edges of it, ran it at about 45 RPM, and poured in the epoxy resin. That created a spin, which resulted in a parabola, which was ideal for making this telescope.
Wow.
He was also a terrific brewmaster, made a pineapple swill that was, what was the hooch like in Arizona?
I had the shits after it, but perhaps they might have given me the bottom of the barrel. I'm told there's different gradations, isn't there? If you get the stuff at the top, it's not got all the swill.
Yeah, and not so granular and all of that.
Yes.
It wasn't filtered.
What they did, because it was almost 50 degrees in the summer.
Wow.
120 in Arizona temperature. They just had a big bag with candy, sweets for sugar, bread for yeast, and fruit, oranges and whatever fruit they could get their hands on. So then you'd put it against the wall, because the wall, it's like a concrete oven in these cells.
Okay, that was the baking zone.
Yeah, so that was the temperature. But then you had to periodically burp it because if you didn't burp the bag, it would
Oh,
explode.
of course, yeah.
So they got to burp it, and it lets all this smell out, and you got wait till the guard does a run, and then burp the bag, but occasionally people would forget, and things would explode, and things going on.
And didn't you notice when you went to somebody's cell or area where that was going on, the whole place smelled yeasty, like there's bread being baked?
Yeah, so when guards did security walks, because they were smoking and stuff as well, smoking meth, they would get out like aftershave-y things or deodorant-y things and waft them around, up some kind of powder and waft them around, waft it to the But then that was an even bigger clue that something was going on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like people burn orange peel to disguise smoking brown heroin in prison.
Yeah.
But it's just an alert that that's what's going on.
They were smoking fruit peel where I was at when they ran out of tobacco.
Really? They haven't banned smoking in U.S. prisons then? Or not at the time you were there?
I believe that since I have been released that most prisons have banned smoking now, or there's some maybe outdoor areas for some, or some have switched over to e-cigs.
Yes, and I can imagine it made an instant black market in tobacco.
Of course,
well.
yeah.
Like there's nothing like a prohibition to bring up.
To boost the black market.
Even officers who probably wouldn't consider bringing in drugs would think, well, an ounce of tobacco, that's all right.
Nice supplement to the income there, yeah.
In the UK, the worst tobacco, I forget what its real name was, but it was known as fences and hedges because it had big chunks of it. Anyway, let's get back into the Bangkok prison. Inside Dan 6, which was Building 6, as new arrivals, we had to be trained up. And there was Charlie Yao, who was the trainer. He was an English speaker. I guess that's why he was supposedly training the foreigners how to be obedient and learning Thai for turn left, turn right, march. There was none of that. And nobody would pay any attention to poor Charlie. He'd say, "Oh, guys, come on. They're looking at me. Please, turn, do something, anything." But he turned out to be a very good friend, Charlie. And I'll explain that later. But the first order of the day was to arrange a cell that wasn't infested, not so crowded. So who are we? There's me. There's Swiss Freddie. There was English Nick. Who else came in early on? A couple of the Pakistani guys. One of them was a trustee, but a foreigner trustee is somewhat better than the locals, not a complete rat. A rat, but not a complete one. A rat whose boundaries so sort of manageable. You couldn't trust old Tanvir with anything very much. But it was a good starter option to populate the cell. One was emptied for us for, I think we paid about £500 altogether. Quickly stripped it, had some lino put down, changed the fan, brought in an old guy who was completely crippled up, but apparently he was the respected carpenter of the place. He couldn't even hammer in a nail straight, but he managed to put up over the hole-in-the-ground toilet a couple of screens, so that became the evening shower. Arranged water buckets. Now, most of the foreigners, the English and the Americans, found little places in one of the factories to hang out all day. And they paid a couple of Thai boys to do their work in the factories for them. I wanted a bit more privacy than that, so I was arranging some space for myself. But the cell was coming together, and I was already starting to look at the idea of escape. Now, Sean, I knew I had a reliable 18 months, perhaps 2 years, before my case would be concluded. My lawyer had pretty much told me that my defense, the dream, as they call it, would come to nothing.
The dream.
I'd be convicted. He was kind of eccentric lawyer, but I've got to give him credit. He'd stand up and make a claim to the judge that something was inadmissible. For example, one day in court, what was the evidence of the day? You'd appear there every 6 weeks, go on for about 2 hours, and that would be it. But this day's bit of evidence was a newspaper cutting from the Melbourne Sun newspaper, which included the speculations of a couple of policemen as to what I was planning. Oh yes, David was getting his old contacts together, he was building a network, he was using Thailand as a base, that kind of thing. And my lawyer said, well, it's really only a newspaper story. I don't see how it should go in. The judge said, but we've had a translator from the university to come in. She's a professional woman. What are you saying? It's in evidence. So it wasn't looking good for my case. No. Incidentally, that newspaper article was supplied by the Australian Federal Police liaison staff at the embassy. I did complain to the Australian government that for them to be supporting a case which would result in the death penalty was not really sporting, because it was outlawed in Australia, the death penalty. Did it slow them up? Not much. But in your case, it's going to be different. That was the worry, that it was about time to hang a whitey. And it looked like I was going to be the one. So, back to Dan 6, Building 6. The reason I stayed there is because I went to church on Sunday, which gave me an excuse. It wasn't a real church. It gave me an excuse to wander the grounds generally. And I looked at the bars in the other buildings. The so-called Foreigners Building, Building 2, looked like a depressing place to go. It even had little huts built in the yard, the Americans' hut, the English hut. I went over there to visit on some pretext. I had by then befriended trustee Charlie, who escorted me around the prison on some basis or other. So I could have a good look at the bars in each one. The Foreigners Building bars were, well, if we look behind us at these wooden struts, they were as thick as that. There was no cutting through those things on the cells. I guess that's why they put the foreigners in there. So I was staying where I was. These bars were manageable. They were about half as thick as this microphone back end. So still quite big, but at least I thought it could be done. But that wasn't going to be the prime plan. A cutout, a direct jump out of the prison seemed terribly risky. I didn't know where I was in the building. I was surrounded by thousands of people who, if they saw a foreigner running around after hours, that would be it. The trustees all had whistles. They would literally blow that whistle. Blow their little hearts out. A damn foreigner doing what we don't do. I mean, the last people to get out of that place were a couple of half-wits who managed to climb to the wall, got tingled by the electricity, fell into the monastery next door, and dragged along half-injured by the priests, or monks, who did what servants of the Lord usually do, rat you out to the cops at the first opportunity so that you may seek your punishment and become free of heart. Oh, I don't know how they quite justify it, but that's what they do. So, and that was ancient history. Nobody had got anywhere with this. But that was the building to be in, I figured, even though I didn't quite know where I was. I found a place in, which was this factory. It was one of the art factories making the pictures. Quite peaceful, Sean. I rented myself a bit of back hall, and the guard in charge of that was a complete drunk. He hated his job, hated life. He was my kind of man when it comes to prison guards. So didn't speak a word of English, but I picked up enough Thai to, what was to talk about? I'd bring him my private mail to post for me. And he was, I guess he did that when he left the place because they always got there. So he wasn't too drunk, so he didn't know what to do. What did that cost? A packet of cigarettes, and that was the polite thing, the cigarettes. But the money wasn't much. Is
that because if you just mailed it through the prison, they could open it and see your plans?
Well, I certainly didn't put them in writing, but I just didn't. I sent one letter to Sharon, my Australian girlfriend, and she said it arrived with pieces cut out and black lines through it. I found out there was a foreigner's prison censor who was a prisoner, and that was his job. And I found him. I said, "What the fuck you think you're doing?" "Oh, that's my job." "Yeah, okay, right." I mean, we're in a place where every job is to the imagination. Everything's a fiction. And so that was the job I got. I bought myself the job of the censor. And during my time there, I don't think I did anything but seal up letters. I certainly never read anything. The only thing that did catch my eye was a reply coupon from a magazine featuring children's clothing. Not extraordinary in itself, necessarily, but the name rang a bell. This Weed. Why did I know him? Yes, because the building chief had been on my case a couple of weeks earlier, saying, Daniel, that was my name in there, Daniel Westlake.
I learned that this week from somebody who was in prison with you called Tom.
That I haven't rung him back. I must do it. The building chief was trying to get me to take this prisoner into my room. I said, "Chief, let me check him out. I can't handle snorers," which gave me a time to find out that he'd more or less kidnapped. Oh no, he bought 2 12-year-old girls and 1 9-year-old from the mother, and had his wicked way with them and blundered around. I went back to the chief. I said, "Sorry, chief. Look, here's another 1,000 baht for the rebuilding fund." That pile of rubble in the corner that never gets touched. "Yes, thank you. What's wrong with him? He's just a criminal like you." "Okay." Explained it wouldn't be healthy. The air was bad in my cell, and he'd probably suffocate. So, but when I saw this little card for the child's clothing catalogue as my job as an official prison censor, I returned it to him. And I'm not normally known for anything, I hate people who take advantage of any position they might have. But he said something, he kind of winked at me conspiratorially, like, "All boys together, eh?" "Yes." "Tell you what, this card is very tasty. Why don't you eat it?" Which, after a little persuasion, he did. It wasn't very big. Probably capped off his lunch. So that was the extent of my interest in my job. But I had this corner office under a thatched hut in the open air, so it wasn't a fancy office. But it was quite big. The crippled carpenter, I employed him, and he had his assistants. I had a head butler called Jet, because he was the 7th child. Nong Sam Si Hap Tip Jet, that's how you count in Thai. I cultivated he was the guard in charge of the building so that I could have my morning runs and then go up and have a shower in private. So you weren't allowed in the main building during the day, and nobody was. It was a ghost town up there. Nothing but emptiness and opportunities for checking out the door. So I'd get the trustee to let me into my cell to open it up. But, we got along, so he didn't mind terribly much if I grabbed the keys and let myself in and put them back. Plan 1.
Plan 1. Uh-oh.
Okay. Court isn't going well as usual. Some of the monstrosity of evidence was going in. The key. Okay. The cell door had gaps in it. It was all bars. Would it be possible to reach around and get that key into the cell door? Maybe, but I'd need a kind of contraption to turn it. And how would I duplicate it? In one of my care packages, I had some wax candles sent, so I melted them down. This was a bit nerve-wracking, grabbing the keys and making the impression. You can't just squash it in there. You've got to heat it up a bit and then cool it down, pluck it out without deforming it at all, and put it back. And after a lot of experimentation, I ended up with the idea that some kind of resin mixed with metal could duplicate this key. I made up a couple of them, corrected them with little filings, and came back from one of my runs to test the thing. I should say I had to come back from that run and have a shower that day anyway, because everybody had little stalls outside, and one of them was a famous blind man. He wasn't blind, he had 20/20 vision, but he had tailor-made rags to do his begging. So he'd sell his bits of cigarettes to people, and had a couple of guys who had a little rolling machine. And that was his living. He had a towel every day. But during my run, I'd speed past him, and he didn't really like it. Now, he had spectacular lung disease and used to hock out these massive greenies everywhere. And I mention this only because following one run in the morning, I sped past him, and he was at the fence, those cloudy eyes staring out into nowhere. I think his sentence was forever, or they'd lost his papers or something. Anyway, on my second round, I didn't see in time that hideous mouth with the curled lips was open. The roaring thunder of his chest was coming out, and this hot spit tumbled through the air, growing arms and legs, little eyes I'm sure I saw, and then thwump into my T-shirt. And it was clawing at me, so I tore that off and threw it into a rubbish bin, which was descended on by 5 prisoners by that stage. And then ran back into the building. It was hard to get in that day because they were punishing some prisoners for some indiscretion by making them roll up and down on the concrete. You can imagine they're like logs all lined up, and the trustees hitting them with sticks, saying, "No, roll up and down, roll up and down." So I've jumped over them, paid my respects to the guard on the door, run upstairs and produced this key that I've made. Okay, so will it turn altogether? I already know the idea of turning a key from behind will work because I put the real one inside, threaded a stick through it, and turned it. But it needed more force if you weren't standing in front of it. I put this key in, the one I'd made, turned it. It inched. I felt something move inside the works, and then crack. If I let that crack inside, then they'd know, wouldn't they? A lock's been interfered with. It would roll down with ramifications. This was... I can't stress enough that they didn't mind you racketeering, selling drugs, killing each other, but anything to do with escapes, taking away your livelihood. People have said, "Oh, look, this is Thailand. Surely you can buy your way out." And I don't know why people say that. They think it's a corrupt country. For example, imagine in your situation in Arizona, how would you start to buy your way out? Could it be done?
Yeah, you got to have a lot of money, though. There was a guy who, his dad was a multimillionaire, and he bought the judge, and he was so confident that his case was going to go in his favor. He really liked his cellmate, and he said to his cellmate, "Look, call the prosecutor and tell her I've told you these certain things, so you can get out on your case as well, because I'm going to get out on my case anyway, because we've bought the judge off." So his cellmate contacted the prosecutor and became an informant and was moved to a different prison, all this stuff, and was ready to testify against him. But because the judge had been bought out, it all got kicked out anyway. So both of them got out,
Wow.
him and his cellmate.
But what do you think all that cost?
Oh, lots. You got to have millions.
I would
In
think.
America, yeah. In America, you get what justice you can afford. So if you've got millions, you can play the system. Like OJ, down the road, kick down the right amount of money to the judge and blah, blah, blah.
Well, I think ultimately that one was down to a jury, wasn't it? And what was that famous lawyer he had? Was it? He was one of the Kardashians' friends.
Yeah.
I'll think of it in a minute. But he played the race card very well.
Yeah.
And fortunately for the defense, one of the policemen had blundered by making some unfortunate remarks about race and fitting people up.
The Nazi cop, yeah.
So and I'm not sure that would work in today.
But down the road, he got rearrested, OJ.
That's right, and
he's back out again now, isn't he?
Didn't he get arrested in some hotel for pulling some scam?
Yeah, he said people who took his memorabilia, and he went and retrieved it at gunpoint. So he got
that's one way.
He got like kidnapping and armed robbery and everything. But I think he's back out again now.
Yeah, he's out.
Yeah. So obviously some money changed hands somewhere for him to get back out, I believe.
Yes, but there we are. As you say, a very expensive thing.
Oh,
and, in Thailand, to buy your way out, I'm sure in normal circumstances, it could be done in most cases. But I should say this, there were eyes on my case. I was a foreigner. Pretty much everybody connected with it was going to send me down. For the judge to reverse all of that, and the difficulty really is probably not how much it would have cost or whether it could be done. There was no way to find anybody who could approach him that wouldn't pocket the money first.
Because didn't you lose 50 grand on an attempt to do that? Because what I read in Escape, I mean, you were in a fortunate position to have this amount of money anyway, but there were certain escapes that you invested in and they just took your money.
Oh, virtually all of them. The Bostonian made some attempt when he contacted my old friend there, Lee, to get a doctor to make up some medical basis for bail, to contact the prosecutor. But there were so many layers to go through. They were too busy stealing the money. And anyway, he didn't want to spend much of it. He had his own plans for that money. But as I said before, his only real... I found him in the end years later. And I said, well, a lot of people would think that having fleeced my friends for over 100 grand and make me think that you make some real attempt to get me out, that I'd be very upset with that. But you can relax a bit because I did get something for that money. I got hope when I needed it most. He said to me early on, look, you don't belong in this place. You don't look like you do. Which I didn't take to mean I was different from anybody else or somehow not deserving. None of that. Just almost like it was a reading of fate.
Didn't Danny Dyer say that to you?
Yes, when he could focus clearly enough. Lucky his palms didn't sweat, or he wouldn't have had a question to answer me, because he scribbled them out on his... But I kind of liked him. He was, while we were doing that bit, he was sweating over the release of some horror movie that had come out. And Danny was ringing his agent every 5 minutes saying, what, the opening? What do you mean there's nobody in the theatre? Well, go get somebody, It bombed first weekend.
So he wasn't really scared of you on that boat then? He was just channeling that energy about the movie.
He was. He was scared of professional failure. His favourite line was to try and take that false modesty of kind of running himself down. Just a Ponzi act to me. Good player. Gay aristocrat, I think. I could do that. Yeah. But I can't really see him being a Lord Fauntleroy, can you? No, he do it well. He do it well. Yeah. Got a photo somewhere, telling me to keep out of trouble.
I like the bit where you disappeared. Was that in Soho?
That was pretty much staged.
Yeah.
The whole thing, it was the weakest attempt to look like, I was worried about my safety and on the run. It was feeble, but the whole thing was done on about 50 grand, 22 of which went to Denny, and everybody else. Yeah. Everybody else had to make do. The cameraman was director one day, and the director was everything, clapper loader, as they used to call it.
Wow.
So, I knew I'd get swindled on that one. No mention of the book I was trying to promote. So, anyway.
Danny, you fucked up, mate.
Yeah, done that, I would have been in your corner today. And you never know when you might need a lowlife like me. You never know. Okay, where are we? Okay, back in the key plan, abandoned. It would have, can you imagine the risk? I've only opened one door. Where am I going from there? All right, let's look at the courts. Plan 2, get out of the courtroom. Modern building, paid for by American DEA money. High rise, a lot of floors unoccupied, good thing. The trial courts on the upper levels. Prisoners arrive, herded off the vans, all in chains. Even I couldn't get out of being chained for the court day. You go down there, use a machine, or the guy with a hammer to put them on. Put a bit of string on it and shuffle off. Had to wear a little uniform, prison uniform for the court. Had a tailor make one up out of silk, so it wasn't too sweaty.
Not this colour.
No, even I wouldn't have gone that far. But still, no, actually that would have been has a tone of innocence, don't you think? The Thai prison court suit or prison clothes is a kind of shit brown from not very good meal, I think.
No royal blue.
No, the prisoners didn't wear them much, except for the extremely poor ones who had to eat prison food, which was at a bench with brown rife with weasels in it, and but as my scientist friend there said, full of protein, all that, and a quarter of a moldy cucumber. Oh, and they had to pray before they ate that meal. In other words, sit at the table at this, well, I'd like to say steaming pile, but if there was any heat in that rice, it was only from the fermentation going on. And then they'd get shuffled off the bench. Somebody'd come down, hose off the plates. They were nailed into the bench top.
Who did they pray to?
I think it was a Buddhist prayer of repentance, I dare say. Repentance for having sat at that table at all.
With the weevils.
I tell the story somewhere, and we won't go into it today. We haven't got time. But the one day I did see all of the prisoners in uniform was a kind of open day. Yes, they had them there, and they had special food made for them, saffron rice and a few delicacies. Oh, yes, says the escorting guard to the outsiders. That's what they get every day. In the morning, that same guard had been saying, I want all the cripples off the streets this morning, guys. If you see somebody bleeding, hose it away. Won't have blood on my open day. Oh, no. But and other things like the gay fashion parade, which were held on a makeshift stage inside the eating hall. You know what? I like that the lady boys, when they'd get their award for being the best dressed queen, were in tears, and I want to thank all the little people out there. You know, they went through and it was quite popular. There were some musicians in there, a couple of good ones. And okay, everybody speaks of these prisons as being unrelenting torture factories. Indeed, you wouldn't have to go far to find where, on one occasion, the trustees were busy killing off some poor junkie kid that had run afoul of everybody and become an embarrassment and knew too much about the senior officers. And so they were killing him off.
I was reading that in your book, and I was really like, oh, what is going on here? It was one of those moments where you described it.
Well, it was harrowing because I'm kind of hoping he dies quickly. They'd given him hot shots and everything. But yet at the same time as that's going on, some kind of frolic is being staged elsewhere in the ground. So this massive contrast. They covered up his death easily enough, blamed it on something or other. So it's very easy to sit here and pile on, grisly stories of, or even really comic ones. But sometimes, if I would interfere with a prison guard torturing some poor slob, he'd send his boys over to say to me, look, Daniel, why? It's Thai business, this. We don't bother you. Don't bother us about that. So that wouldn't be often when I'd intercede. I did do a favor for Charlie Yao's Chinese pals in there by taking in a young boy that was really going to be a target. He was pretty. I mean, this would tempt, absolute testosterone fueled, woman eater into crossing the line. He looked about, 14 years old, looked like a little girl.
Oh,
so he had a black eye when they brought him to me. They could you look after him for a week, because if we put him anywhere in any of the other cells, he'll be, fucked all over the place. So I took him in. And that wasn't a real problem. I had to say to little Jet, my manservant, Jet, stop molesting him. He's so cute. Now, I know he's cute, but leave him alone. He likes me. Jet.
And your manservant is a midget.
Yeah, he's only about 4 foot nothing. Robbed a bus, ran in there with 2 guns, waving them about. Perhaps they couldn't see the guns, he's so small. But anyway, somebody relieved him of them. And, I think the bus driver got back to the office with a little Jet under his arm. So this idiot tried to rob the bus. Yeah, and they all got a good laugh out of that. But he made for a good butler. He brought me a lot of charity cases, though, I must say. He came up with a couple of people who had been in there so long. Their papers had been lost. They never went to court. One of them didn't even seem to know which country he was from. But I said, Jet, he speaks a little Thai, but tell me, is it with a heavy accent? He said, yes, it's, I don't know, foreign accent. Thanks, Jet. And he'd been cast about in the Arab world from one country to another. So there was no jobs left. We had already somebody whose job was to go and fetch the ice and somebody else. So he became the chimney sweep for the group. No chimneys anywhere, so he wasn't terribly busy. But he got to eat anyway, and that was an important thing.
What a cast. I can see this in the movie, this cast of characters with the midget butler and the chimney sweep. There's no chimneys. It's great.
No. The cooking was done by Noah. Because I've changed the names in the books, it doesn't really matter. None of the names in anything of the people matter at all. But the French group were quite cohesive. Their embassy was good. The food they gave them in little packages was very good. And Noel he was quite a good cook. He could, so that was something to look forward to. Where did this all come from? It came from a big cart. You would pay in cash, another reason you needed it, to the trustee who arranged the food purchases. Okay. So, where was I? The courtroom, trying to get out of it. Yes. Tall building, this was the plan. Prisoners were taken into the courtroom by a special elevator. This lift took them up. It was very small, and only fit 2 guards, perhaps 2 sets of prisoners. But most often, you'd be taken down by yourself. It passed 3 empty floors that had yet to be fitted out as courtrooms, so there was empty space. Idea? I'd find one of my most ruthless, villainous friends, used to waving a gun about, persuasive at all times, to travel to Thailand, see me go in, stop the lift on the way down by just pressing on the empty floor. Take care of the guards. They wouldn't argue much. They wouldn't have cared. Leave them taped up with cable ties, hands and feet, a bit of gaffer tape over the mouth to give them something to breathe through. Oh, yes, he'd need some bolt cutters, which had extensions on them to cut me out, change of clothes, wig, walk down the floor, get into the lift, not that lift again, get into the public lifts, join the crowd downstairs. The guy I picked was good, really, loyal, robbed plenty of banks without incident in his time, was such a good shot that he could wing somebody without, leaving any disabling effects. That, by the way, got him killed in the end. You don't fire a shot over the head of a policeman, do you? If you've come to that position, you might as well become Billy the Kid and shoot it out or not, because the shot that he sends back at you, well, it hit him in the chest. Anyway, at the time, Harry was, he came over and he counted, unfortunately, the number of policemen, prison guards, and others with machine guns and armed to the teeth. And I think he had a little clicker, and he stopped counting at 113 or something. I thought he was worrying about nothing myself. If people have got guns everywhere all the time, doesn't mean, sure, they'll use them if they have an excuse, but we're mingling with the crowd. I suppose he did have a point, though. If something went bad about it, we would have been finished. So it would have made a headline. The last expression of a foreigner. I'd be like, poor old Dirty Harry's victim on the ground. Did he fire 6 shots or only 5? Okay, it wasn't the greatest of plans, but it was researched, it was checked out. I just couldn't find somebody determined enough. People are very good crooks in their own manner. You can find some very tough people here in the US, but I always found the professional crooks or career criminals that found themselves in Asian prisons were really lost and out of their depth. Nothing worked for them because nobody knew them. They had there's no way of proving themselves from the outset. A lot of it's really, I'm sure that so many crooks around the world, and certainly applies to the mafia, exist by reputation and what it means. So that plan was abandoned. The court thing's going on. I have escaping from death row, which would follow a conviction. It wouldn't have been easy. So I had a friend there. It was an Italian-American, Alex, a mafia guy. Another story for another time. But he ended up there, and he was in massive chains and had to pay just to get a shower every day, a lot of money. So time was against me. I had another couple of plans, but in the back of my mind, I'm always keeping in reserve, this may come to it, David, when you're on your own. Nobody will come with you. I think I had about 2 or 3 Confederates. There was another Swiss guy there. He shared our cell. But the one thing everybody should know about some kind of a hellhole prison, don't get sick. Whatever you do, take care of yourself and don't. Theo, the other Swiss guy, sneezed, well, effectively, I'll put it, he sneezed too strongly one day and burst a blood vessel. Now, that's treatable, but there was nothing we could do. He wouldn't come down from the cell. He was lying there. I had a little pet cat. The cat came and told me, this is serious, David, because he'd peed himself. Now, somebody has to be pretty far gone to do that. And I still remember to this day, of course he wasn't eating, he couldn't talk. The broken vessel was slowly draining blood into the parts of his brain and flooding it, killing off brain cells. It must have been agonizing, because when I was starting to go, can you imagine? One is fixed, glassy stare of a dead man, and the other one is flittering about. Into the good eye, I looked and said, told a pack of lies. Don't worry, Theo, I'll bribe everybody I can find. We'll get something done. And they just didn't want to do anything about it. And to tell me what was going on, which we'd all guessed by then, the one arm that still worked, the other one was obviously on the side. Well, it works reversed, doesn't it, with the brain? He managed to get one arm over the top of his head and just banged it on the side to say, it's in there, it's in there. I'm dying. And, we paid to get him to the hospital. A couple of cartons of cigarettes, sort of that. But that's a death sentence in itself, going to that hospital. He hung on till the next day. And the doctor wrote it up. Died of AIDS. That was the official verdict. So Theo was out of the plan. I was left with a Swedish guy, Sten, been working out, in on a drug case, facing the usual life sentence. But also, a lot of the guys had hope in there. They expected to spend no more than about 8 years before they'd be transferred home. But the whole transfer system, which was brought about by the Canadians and the Americans, had a kind of poison pill to it. The transfer system meant that the royal pardons that used to be routinely handed out after, a decade or 12 years to foreigners weren't being given out. You had to transfer back to your country. Now, in the case of the US, that meant passing the barrier of getting past the DEA approval, which was cooperation. So you had to rat out a few people or make up a convincing story to get past that. My point is that while escaping was a sensible thing for me to do, it wasn't necessarily so for some of the others. Where would they go? If they got out, would they have passports? Would they have friends? Would they have money? Did I want them with me? No. I don't know if I've told you the story that resulted in... In fact, I have. Yes, I have mentioned when the Israelis turned up, having escaped from a small lockup in the north, and their legs had been smashed with iron bars, broken rocks piled on them, and they'd healed up that way, if you'd call it healing. The legs were all bent and twisted, and they were in heavy elephant chains, they called them. Then, of course, nobody else wanted to come. So,
if you want the full Israeli escape story, that was in part 2. And all of David's parts and David's playlist now are in the description box below this video.
Yes. So alone I was. But as it turns out, that was a good thing. Charlie, meantime, my Laotian Chinese friend, had been released. He'd been deported, but he came back to Thailand. And he came to see me. And I said, look, I need a passport. But there's a few wrinkles to it. I don't know exactly when I'll be going, so when I give you the word, get me the false passport. But it has to be a good one, of course, passable. But you have to enter it into the Bangkok immigration computers at the airport, because the visas were for, 30 days. So if I turn up there, it must look like I've only been in the country for a couple of 3 weeks. So that was another job. And it seemed to me there were many layers to that. Getting this photograph into a stolen passport, putting the requisite stamps in there to make it look like I'd come in, getting to the computer. How did all that work? Well, Charlie assured me that the people smuggling network was so standardized by then. There were people in each of these government departments, especially at the airport, who would do all that sort of stuff. But I still had to get out of the prison. I've had another plan where I was to be welded into a VW combi van. I didn't like this one much. Being welded into anything somehow. Because there was an auto repair shop within Dan 6, Building 6. Staff and friends and family used to bring their cars in. They'd fix them up, send them out. So a special van would come in, which had a secret holding spot. I'd be put in that, sealed up. Even if I wasn't welded in, then whoever brought it in was supposed to come in on the Monday and pick it up. So I'd have to time it so I could get into that during the afternoon, and they'd pick it up within an hour or two, and then I'd be driven out. Pretty good plan. One thing wrong with it, you'd have to trust somebody else in the whole city. It's
Buried alive.
I know, and I was just, I'd seen too many betrayals, and the inability to keep secrets. I bet if you come across somebody who can really keep a secret no matter what, you'd always find a place for him in your world, especially if you're up to no good. They almost don't exist. There are a few around. And I'm not going to find anybody like that amongst the desperate and fly-blown of Thai prison.
Was Michael still your guy?
He was still around. In fact, by the time I had settled on a plan, he'd attended, I guess, in London, a wake for me. My friends and family had gathered as the trial was nearing an end to, I guess, toast goodbye to David, unless we knew him well, because it looked like, probably with various protests and things, the death penalty wouldn't be carried out, but it would still mean no royal pardons, no transfers, and being 20 years in the prison under ever-worsening conditions. Most of them felt they weren't old enough to keep supporting me.
So Sandra Gregory got a royal pardon around then, didn't she?
Yes, the women got theirs a little quicker.
Okay.
Generally.
Did you have any interaction with her in the system?
Yeah, oddly enough.
So I work with her. She's one of my colleagues at
Is
public
she?
speaking in schools.
Oh, right. She's
Yeah.
still around.
Yeah.
Now, her case
She went to Oxford and everything.
Her case is tied up with a guy called Bob Locke. She was working for Bob. He had a great address book, included people in Japan. You know what they pay for weed over there? Like £20,000 a kilo. God, if I wasn't an honest man, that'd be tempting. Japan. Anyway, I tried to buy Bob's address book off him, of course. Yeah, maybe. I damn well lost it. Anyway, I sidetrack here. Bob had Sandra working for him on a very simple run. A bit of dope, 100 grams or something, was it? Less. Ultimately to Japan. Whatever attracted their attention, she became under suspicion. He was on the flight too. She was taken in for questioning. Did she mention his name? I think several times.
The British authorities turned the Thai authorities onto what was happening.
Yes.
And she was actually, they took him and his girlfriend for questioning, and she hadn't been in the mix yet. And they went up to her and they said to her, "Are you with them?" And she's so honest, she said yes. So they took her as well. Like that. Her life changed like that.
God, if ever you regret having made the wrong answer, that must have been the day for her.
Yes.
What was her book? Forget You Have a
Forget
Daughter.
You Had a Daughter, because she wrote home a letter to her mum saying basically death penalty or life for this. You might as well just forget you had a daughter.
A good line for a book and a tragic thing to receive, I would think.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
So Bob was very panicky over it too, because he was worried that she might actually testify against him. He had one of the few acquittals I've ever seen.
He got out, didn't he?
Under the glare of the BBC cameras. So they had foreigners watching them, I suppose.
Massive publicity, didn't it, that case?
Yeah, they followed almost every appearance. He was... I met up with him afterwards. He was living in, I think, near here somewhere. Working at the Phillips factory, doing some kind of dull job. He remembered me. And he knew about it. And he said to his flatmate, I mean, they were broke. They were eating bangers and mash. Now I have to leave out another part of the story because whatever I say, Sean, I will not get somebody in trouble. So it's a little bit of a delicate.
We got to be careful here.
Walking around.
I doubt he'll want to come on the podcast to relive or put it out there.
No, we'd be abusing our storytelling abilities if we actually got somebody carted away.
Yes.
So
Let's go on with your story.
Yes. But anyway, the point was the flatmate never believed that had all happened, that I'd got out of there. Like Bob said, yeah, people don't believe it. Anyway, so, but here it was. I was back in there, running out of time, and yet all the time I was in there, I was preparing things for the fact that I might have to go out alone. I was building some things. Because I didn't know the prison, I'd even made a kind of matchstick model under my little office desk of every time I saw something new, I'd add another little part of the building. In fact, when I got and my furniture in my room had been manufactured in a certain way. People didn't have beds; they had little mats, but I had a very low-level bed frame with kind of woven mesh throughout it, and I think a bookcase and a couple of tables and things like that. And Michael helped me by sending me the vital component. I don't know if I've spoken about it before, but he sent me the hacksaw blades.
No, before we only talked about going into the Thai prison and the Israeli escape and the other failed escape by the Chinese. We've not done the hacksaw blades.
Now, they were the essential things, and particular hacksaw blades. So I told him how I got care packages, so this would be the way to get them in. But this couldn't be any ordinary care package. The foreigners were given a little bit more leeway. The Thais' clothing was dumped in a bucket of water in case something was dissolved in it. Their bars of soap were cut open, their honey was poked at. Excuse me. But I guess the Thais guards thought that foreigners wouldn't be sending in drugs from a Western country. It's Thailand that sends them out. So they allowed you a bit more. And you didn't get visits or anything like that. So I gave Michael the instructions for these. And
when
he
you say you
carried
gave
them
him the
out.
instructions, how did you do that without getting detected?
I used an ultraviolet pen and wrote it on the back of a letter that I sent out through my guard. So he went into a darkened room, switched on one of those lights that you check forged currency with, and it was all there.
And how did you get an ultraviolet pen in a Thai prison?
Care package. My good friend and accountant, hi Max, was always getting these long and never-ending lists of little things like cable ties and gaffer tape and things that could be mixed in with stationery or for some other purpose. As long as there was plenty in the box, they wouldn't stand out at first. We had an old canning machine, and somebody put a Swiss Army knife into one of the cans and sealed it up and put a Fortnum and Mason's label on it, and that came in that way.
Were you ever worried you were going to run out of money for these projects and eventually get stuck in there with no money?
Well, Leah's source was dried up. My own money was gone. I was entirely dependent on friends, and this was the big advantage. The only thing really that separates me from being either dead or stuck in some rat hole is that I still had friends. And you know how you keep friends, Sean. You're good to them and they're good to you. You've got to filter out all the non-starters and deadbeats in this world. And that's not an easy thing to do, but you do get better at it as time goes on. And Michael was always fine. Other people would say to him, why are you going through all of this stuff? He's just passing his time in there asking for all of these things. Nothing will come of it. So anyway, Michael's care package arrived. It was a huge, heavy thing. It was opened up, and I waited till the guard was a bit tired. I let some other people go in front of me. Calvin, the American, was with me that day. I said, "Oh, Dave, you got a big one there." Yeah. Hey, you go first, Calvin, get your thing sorted out. And it was opened up, and out came the usual things: T-shirts, clothes, trainers, cartons of cigarettes, which they'd be checked past to me, and I'd hand a couple of cartons back to the guards. They thought that was a polite thing to do. Remember, they don't look at it as bribery or corruption. I'm just showing gratitude for them being nice to me. Inside, there was some decorative things, little pictures for the room, including a long scroll that unfolded on dowel rods with a kind of "Go peacefully amid the noise and haste," and written in fine calligraphy, and I recognized Michael's handwriting on that. And that was put aside. Then there were jars and painting brushes and things like that. But apart from the cigarettes being handed over, my key to not being checked very carefully was I asked Michael to find the most filthy pornography he could lay his hands on. He got some from Denmark that was pretty rank. I said no shit eating. I don't mean, Michael, just vaguely within some human bounds, but quite extreme. And the Thai guards are picking these things up and going, "Oh, Wesley, no, under their chair it goes for later checking, just to see quite how illegal it was. But they've had their find, haven't they? So it was in the poster that the hacksaw blades had been put in. In the dowel rods, top and bottom, which were wood, Michael had put them in a vise and run a radial arm saw up and down to cut a groove into them, bought some tungsten-tipped hacksaws, wrapped them in tinfoil to cover any x-raying thing, put them back in, sealed it up with AB resin-setting putty, sanded it down, repainted it, golded it, topped and tailed it with the little knobs. Now, it sounds interesting and good, but try getting somebody to do that. Imagine, well, if anybody watching this, imagine you're in some shithole someplace. Miserable stories. That's all that ever comes out of there. You're not like, nobody has any hope. You ask somebody to go and do something very specific for you. Go to some expense to do it. Time. Use skills. Have to learn something to do it. Will they do it? Will they do it just because David asked me to? He'd do anything I asked of him. And when I'd spoken to him after all that time, it had been months, I went into an explanation as to what had happened, and he stopped me. He said, "David, don't go on to explain. Just tell me what I have to do, how much I need to bring." And that's a friend.
What a guy between him and the guy getting your passport and the stamps and all that. Good grief. These are like really important parts, aren't they?
Yes. You certainly, the only reason they just liked me anyway, but they also knew that I would go the extra mile for them. And it's really not, it's mostly just a case of agreement. If you come to a friendship with somebody, there comes a point when don't you think, where you think, this is somebody who would go all the way for me, and I'll go all the way for him, or her, as the case may be. I've only known a few women women are very good at being loyal, but often as not, in general terms, their solution to things different.
Men are risk takers more than women, aren't they?
That's right. And women are very hopeful too. So you have children, you've got to be damn hopeful, haven't you? It's always going to turn sour, and yet poor things, they've got to go through all that for nothing. Well, mostly. Anyway, so I've got my hacksaw blades. I've made up the other things, and pretty much then, is anything better going to happen? Because this is risky. My friends had come to see me, and I said, "What's the prison look like?" Well, I kind of paced it out, and it's sort of like this, and I'd got to the outer wall during one of the big church meetings, which are kind of like a hallelujah chorus. All of the African guys used to have a good old sing-along at these church meetings. You had to shout. It was a big meeting place for all the guys from other buildings, so we'd catch up on the gossip. And of course, one or two of them had nominated themselves as priests in the real world. But I met a lot of supposedly princely Nigerian guys there. The amount of Nigerian princes in Klong Prem was massive. There was a whole network of their business affairs there, but it's quite a long story. It's in one of the books, but they ended up getting tricked badly over a repatriation scheme. So they were all a bit down. So the church singing wasn't so loud that weekend.
These are the ones that the DEA has tricked with the 1 in 4 deal as well, where they were letting so many through, the smugglers through.
That was still going on, though it became so well known, not amongst the poor slobs who were the couriers, that if they took the job, they'd run out of Bangkok to Europe or often Chicago. Chicago was a big hub for them. And then the fourth load they'd be given was exactly 2.3 kilos. I don't know why. Not particularly good. They'd take one step out of the taxi at the airport and descended upon. They still managed to find a few people, but one of the embassy staff from the U.S. consulate was getting embarrassed about it. It was just too well known. So they were tangled up in that, but they also had another problem that they thought was a solution. They couldn't get out of that prison because they had no passports. There was no embassy of Nigeria in Bangkok, or I think of Ghana or somewhere else. But they seemed to be saved by that one day when they had a visit from some embassy officials who were setting up a consulate. They'd been based in the Philippines. That was the nearest one, in Manila. And I think it was a work in progress, that new embassy. I think something had been rented, a house and cars arranged, certainly a few flags put out. And they were told that they couldn't get their return home passports. Now, they've really finished their sentences or can get a pardon unless they paid a fee to get the passport. There was something about clearing the photo. There was something about some government fee. All around, it was costing probably about $1,200 to arrange the passports for hundreds of the Nigerians. The Nigerian boss who was feeding and clothing all of these guys in prison, about 700 of them, he said to them, look, I can't pay $1,200 for each of you. Not all were entitled, but at least 100 were. So they sent their families from their hometowns in Africa to do little runs for them. And the guys were saying, well, don't get them arrested on the fourth one. They're only doing one, you know. That'd mean we need more passports, wouldn't it? Yeah. So they paid their fees and they were getting ready to go. I saw them. They were bright and chirpy on visits. Finally, after 20 years inside, it looks like we're going home. They were going to make their applications now that they had the documents. When's that? Oh, next week. Wasn't it last week? Yeah, it's a little delay, David. It's just, what it's like, bureaucratic. Yeah. Any money involved? Well, of course, we've given them some extra to move it along quickly. About 2 weeks later, there was a story about non-payment of rent for a consular building. That was from the Nigerian embassy. Then something about car rental companies wanting their limousines back for the Nigerian embassy. Then somebody from a Japanese legation running into somebody in the Philippines embassy saying, oh, you guys have got a Bangkok office now. What? We've got no plans for that. The whole thing was a shell.
Oh, poor guys.
Their fellow countrymen had come and set up a complete non-existent embassy service. Got about 100 of them to get this 1,200 together, even at the cost of having their own families doing runs and things like that. Having village fetes back home, it must have been awful. And nothing to it, just fleeced out.
The smugglers got scammed by their own people.
Some people would think they'd be, wise up to that. There's hoping.
Hope
again. I hope again.
Greed and fear.
So, how are we on for time at the moment?
Yeah, we could keep going a little bit here, and we're doing an hour and a half. We'll do some questions.
And
we could do these.
Signaling. We're over an hour now, are we?
Yeah. We could finish. I'll do a few questions.
But I haven't. I really need to finish this thing.
Yeah. Keep going.
What are we at?
We're at an hour and a half.
Oh, okay.
But we can do the full escape in part 4. After lunch.
I'll get lynched.
After lunch. Create suspense.
Okay, well, we can... No, I'll show mercy on you, all right? And on myself. We'll get to the point. Now, I was triggered we'll get to the point at least...
Okay.
Where I'm at the top of the building.
Okay, great. Let's stop there.
Yeah,
I like that.
Okay. Because it's not without its complications, as is anything. Okay.
We're on the hacksaw right now. The hacksaw's just been delivered.
Yes, and I think that was the last element. I get word that from my lawyer, looking very sheepish and sad, David, your trial's coming to an end. In a good way? Not necessarily. I think that's the Asian way of saying...
The dream is over.
Yeah. Indeed. It was going to be finished off. I would be convicted, given the death penalty. Whether that would be carried out or not depended on if some government official from either Britain or Australia making very strong representations. But in any event, I would be at Buncon Prison, downtown, across the road. I'd have to start the whole thing again, and I'd be in heavy, heavy chains. Because they'd look into my background a bit more. I'm sure the Australians would have said something about the helicopter escape and all. Anyway.
Part 1.
So I had about 3 weeks to go. And Charlie, I said, okay, get that passport organised. How? Okay, where to put it? Okay. Have you got a friend in town with a flat? Yes. Okay. Put it somewhere there. He came back and he told me, David, I put it behind the mirror in the toilet cubicle in the flat. Here's a copy of the key. I've arranged with the trustee for you to have that key. And trustee gives it to me. I have it sealed in a little tag. The reason I do that is because I don't want to fail in this attempt, be tortured, and have to answer, what is this key to? No, we checked out that, you bastard. It wasn't that. Whack, 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 whack. I didn't really fancy all of that if things went wrong. So I'm thinking ahead to what if things go wrong, because it wasn't good. A new guard comes onto the wing. He's taken to sleeping downstairs outside my window. And he's having the little artist guy draw pictures of pistols and things. He's a gun freak. Well, that's maybe not a bad thing. At least I've got a gun to take off him. But what good is a gun going to do me? We'll know in a minute. Okay. Everybody had backed out of the scheme. There was only, I think, the Hawaiian American in there, Jet, my servant. Mirage, the people smuggler. He was in a corner. And myself. Oh, and the Viking. Big, strong Sten. Nobody's going to be in it. Sten said, look, I'll help you on the night. I hope you cut out, but that's it. I've paid a lot of money to have the only light switch in the whole of that prison. Months earlier. Just can't sleep, boss. Oh, it's very illegal, a light switch. Very, thank you. All right, it'll be in by midnight. So, well, it wasn't really like you had to go and organise it, so I had that done. I had the crippled carpenter put it up. I didn't have running against the clock. A strange thing triggered me. And one of the, I don't even know what he did. He was one of the servants. He came. Oh, you're going to court today. I've made you. He made a little wicker man out of special stones and things and blessed it and prayed over it. You're being sentenced today. I'm not even going to court, but that was the night I was going, and he came to me. Yeah, spooky. Okay, those are the people in the cell. I said to Stan, I think it's tonight, the sleeping guard is not down there tonight. I don't know when he's going to be back. I'd moved one locker from the umbrella factory where I was supposed to be employed into my office. I knew I'd be so pressed for time, Sean, when I got out of there, because bars cutting's a difficult thing, that I left the padlocks undone on my lockers downstairs so I wouldn't have the additional time and the noise of taking out a key and unlocking them. I'm ready. 1:45, it's quiet around the place. Quiet enough. Turn the light off. Bedtime, guys. Seems a bit early. Next thing, Hawaiian American wakes up. I've taken, days before, I'd taken the hacksaw blade out of the scroll. So they're hidden in the shower screen by then. All the other furniture has a part to play in what happens next. Sten got up and got ready. A little table unfolded to become a series of stairs leading to the window, which was about 8 feet high. So you couldn't stand on it and hack away. You needed this platform to do it. I've taken the hacksaw blades out. We've cut away and cut away. The others woken up in the cell and they don't know what. The Indian guy's terrified at this.
Is that Mirage?
Mirage, yes.
And are you worried that he's going to inform on you?
I know he's the weakest link. Everybody else would be cool with it. Worried, but cool. But he could start screaming his head off or accidentally have a coughing fit.
Are they potentially going to get tortured and questioned after you've gone? Because
oh, yes, they'll be in trouble.
Okay.
Not life or death trouble, because most of them are foreigners. There's a limit to how far you get. Little Jet I was worried about. But I virtually gave away all my cash that night. I gave Jet my watch and everything like that. So there's nothing I needed. I had 2 ATM cards, so I'd use those. Now, I'd need a rope and a plank to get out of this window. I built a bookshelf. That came apart, and that became the plank going out. But I was cutting a bar on this side, and the plank went out next to it, but not facing flat, turning sideways. But it would flop down, wouldn't it? So I'd built another thing which locked that in place, which was made out of wood. It was a footstool, but when you twisted it around and took out a key to it, it became the locking piece. My bed had 100 meters of Army boot factory webbing in it, and that was going to be the rope. Sten is cut through one bar only, one part of one bar. When it's released from its grip on the lower section, it's sprung away with a big sprawling.
I can feel my heartbeat increasing right now. I'm right there with you.
Yes, thank you. What that meant, the whole building had shifted sideways, so everything's under tension. I need at least 2 bars out to get out of the place. Clean. It's already after 1 o'clock in the morning. It's nighttime. This is what I didn't take into account in all my testing. Sound. Everything's making a hell of a racket. It wasn't like a violin at night. It was a great scrape as this sound. I'm glued to the crack in the door, looking at the sleeping or dozing guard down the hallway there. That's my function to call what happens. Sten can wear himself out, hacking away at this thing. I need my energy for what's to come. He goes to work on the second one. Mirage is stirring. And I went up to him and I had to say something that would be utterly persuasive to keep him quiet. I grabbed a fistful of his ear and whispered in a kind of hoarse voice, "Mirage, know this with a certainty. The only reason you're not dead now at my hand is because it would upset the others if you were dead in front of them. But believe me, if you make any sound, that will happen quickly." It seemed to work. So, Because you can imagine if I strangled him, well, anyway, the Hawaiian, for one, would crack up.
Let's not strangle Mirage. Go on.
Yeah. Killing's not all it's cracked up to be. I think it's an easy way to go. It's not. I'm just about through the second bar, or second cut of the first bar, up in the top part. I'm getting my things together. I've untangled this rope. I've got a balsa wood bookcase, which I've broken through to get the other.
Are they all
tools
peeping at you as well, the midgets? Everyone, are they all watching, or are they pretending
Yeah,
to be
well,
asleep?
I turned around, and you know they've all worked out. I'm going that night. It's on. Jet, my loyal manservant, little guy, I turned around. You know what? He's dressed in his Sunday best. They all had kind of good clothes. He's got his sandals on. He's even got a little handkerchief in his top pocket to look flash, because he's coming with me.
The midget thinks he's coming.
Yeah, let's not call him a midget. A little guy. It almost brought a tear to my eye. "I with you, my teacher," he said. He called me that for some reason. I was supposed to be teaching him English, but anyway. No, Jet. Look, I would have been suicide if I took him with me. The things I had to do. You stay here. Look, take some more. In fact, take all of the money. Here, I said to Sten, take care of this little guy, will you?
Oh, God bless.
They're going to take that first lot of money off him straight away. Yeah. You'll have to come in with the second lot. Scream Embassy, you've seen everything. Don't let any more harm come to them than it's conceivably possible. Yeah. And underscore that if I do get away, that I'll be vengeance of God upon any who hurt him, because I'll be out there. And anyway, of course, I could be caught, and the whole thing means nothing. Where am I? Yep. I still can't get out of the damn cell. He's cut halfway through. I look at the time. It's about, 2:20 or something. I haven't got my watch. I've given it to the kid anyway. But I've got one of those old Casio ones, faithful to the end. I said to Sten, stop cutting. Can you bend that barehanded a little bit, 6 inches up, because one's clear? I guess so, only if I stand on it. But this thing had been made, so he had a kind of pilot's position at the window. Fine. So then the bookcase slides out, gets locked into place, so I'm ready to go. He bends it up. I can't get under it. It's about 5.5 inches. But I know he can hold it temporarily if he wraps his hand in a towel. And I put another towel under the vicious cut stub of the other one, so as I slide in underneath, it won't cut my back. He grabbed a hold of that thing and bent it like it was strangling every guard that had ever given him a hard time in his entire life, I think.
Good old Stan.
A couple of grade school teachers in there and all. So I've stripped down, I've greased myself up even. I've got stuff in a bag, what I think I'll need. I just managed to climb out backwards, and then I'm through. And then he can release his grip a bit, because it's only my legs then, and they'll go either side. I'm through, and I'm holding on the opposite way. I'm now looking in to the cell. Outside is the black night, the Bangkok lights blinking in the distance there. I've got this bag over my shoulder and a big plank 3 floors up, with its own dangers. But suddenly, everything was still and different. The sound was different. I was like a visiting creature who'd landed on the side of the prison, some griffin, winged griffin that had been clutching the thing. And I looked in at them. Means nothing anymore.
Wow.
That's the end of that. Whatever's to come, that is the end of that. Okay, no time for such introspection on it. I've got to get to the ground, so I take the army boot webbing rope, sling it over to this plank, which is a building construction plank. I hand over hand towards the end of it. The reason I'm going right to the tip of this thing, and the reason it had to be wedged out, is because beneath me is a masonry awning that's crumbling away. There's a cell full of trustees underneath that usually play card games all night. If they detect me, they'll blow the whistle. if anything drops on this awning, it'll crumble. I dropped a little stone on there the week before. It just about fell to pieces. I even tried to get the damn thing repaired. Nonetheless, I try a bit of half-witted abseiling. That doesn't work. I was swinging around in a crazy figure of 8 with the bottom of this rope brushing against this crumbling awning. To hell with that, I thought. I let myself just slip through it. I took, I don't know, what have we got, 7 layers? I lost 3 of them sliding down to the ground, but I landed without too much racket. Fine. Managed to flip the top of the rope off. It spaghettied down towards the ground for me. The plank withdrew. Sten stuck his head out a little bit and said, "Send me a postcard." I really did. Anyway, time against me. The Casio's blinking away. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, let us resume this after lunch, shall we?
All right.
So this is going to be the dramatic cliffhanger ending of part 3. David has kindly come back and is spending all this time with us. So can you please support him back? In the description box below this video are going to be links to his 2 books, Unforgiving Destiny and Escape, both of which I've read, and I'm going to be putting 5-star reviews on Amazon for those. So if you have read them as well, we would appreciate you leaving your reviews.
Yeah, people don't do that, do they?
No, it helps the algorithm if you leave some reviews for David as well. So click over. If you've bought it on Kindle, you can leave what's a verified review, which means you've bought it, blah, blah, blah. And that even counts for more in the algorithm. So you can support David by clicking over to his YouTube channel. He's well over 500 subs now, thanks to people who clicked over at the end of part 2. Please click over, sub to his channel. He said that will motivate him to produce more content.
You're losing your Sean. It's under the show more anyway. You'll work out what to do. And if you thought the book was shit, well, don't say that.
We did get loads of questions coming from you guys. So in part 4, I will, if there is time, I will be putting these questions to David. And if you've got more questions for David, because we're only on the 2nd continent, right? We've got 5 continents of crimes and smuggling stories and prisons and escapes and death rows and torture yet to come. So if you do have more questions for David, please put them in the comments section below this video, and we will keep putting these questions to him.
I do try and answer them from time to time when I'm on a train, because I do have a job out there. I put in a lot of CCTV cameras and also do some house renovations and things.
And if anyone wants to hire you for your work, can they do that as well?
They could.
What kind of work are you offering?
Well, I've got a couple of painters, and strangely, people trust me with their keys. My jacket out there is bulging with keys to probably 20 houses around London. And I usually get the dirty jobs. They're moving in on Tuesday. Can you put a partition in? Well, you don't make any money from books, you know that.
Well, if you can escape from Thai death row, you can certainly put a petition in.
Yeah, I'm used to putting them down. But
how can people contact you for work, prospectively?
Anybody can contact me simply by going to the website, davidmcmillan.net.
Yeah.
And there's a contact page. It
Okay.
links to an email.
So in the south of London, is that the area that you cover for this work? Will you travel?
Yeah, I guess south.
So if you're south of London then, and you've got some work, and you'd like David to pop up and do that for you, go into the description box below this video. We'll put in the link to his website as well. So, right.
Okay.
Give us a hug.
Give us the big hug. Okay. Okay. No, it was just this
He was
morning.
saying about digging graves.
I was thinking about the pond where, sadly, my dog died. That I kept seeing things on television with yet another scene where people are forced to, by the villains, to dig their own graves.
Yeah.
But the reality is that they make very poor grave diggers, especially under stress, and it wears them out. Now, they don't get to that minimum 3.5 foot at least that they'll need, because animals and the wind blows it away, before they're absolutely knackered. And I know of one where the guy said, "Look, you're going to kill me anyway, so do it now." And then he said, "Well, yeah, go on, shoot me in the foot. See how much digging I'll do after that." And he had a point. The whole killing had to be rethought. Gave him extra time anyway. But it's a massive job digging your own grave, and you wouldn't do it willingly.
Yeah, 2 Tonys. In my book, The Mafia Philosopher, 2 Tonys. He was doing 141 years. He'd whacked a few people, and he gives all of his methods of corpse disposal and whacking people. Because he had a problem. He was in Alaska, and he was also in Arizona. So you got the extremes of heat and extremes of cold. So in Alaska, they were hoping that the bears would eat the corpse, and they threw it in a river and stuff. And the corpse just didn't. It froze basically, so it was preserved. So the police ended up finding it.
Yeah, climate makes a difference.
Oh, a huge difference. But in Arizona, it will decompose fast because of the heat. But you got to bury it so deep, like you said, and sometimes they would put a dead dog on top of it. So if the cops brought out a cadaver dog.
Right.
They think it was just a dead dog, and they'd stop, but there was actually a corpse buried below it.
Well, that's thoughtful.
Yes.
I feel sorry for the dog. The informer probably had it coming, but that dog did nothing, really.
Hopefully it was just roadkill.
The people who seem to know what they're doing, from my experience, are those that keep an eye on chrome plating outfits. They have huge acid tanks, and most of it goes into solution within 18 hours.
Wow.
So you've got to wear gloves, of course.
Wow. And
Safety first.
He was working for the Bonanno crime family, and they invested in funeral homes.
Well, probably for good reason. Right,
here we are again now. Part 4. You just got a little introduction there to David talking about corpse disposal, but we are back with David McMillan again. Parts 1, 2, 3. Parts 1, 10 years in an Australian prison, Supermax. He was running a international smuggling operation with tentacles in Colombia, Thailand, and he does eventually get in trouble in 5 separate continents. So presently we've jumped from Australia over to Thailand. If you've watched parts 2 and 3, all parts are in the description box below this video. So if you've not caught with us yet, highly recommend you check out the different parts of this video series, and also David's books, Escape and Unforgiving Destiny, available worldwide in Amazon. And also please subscribe over to David's channel. All links in description box below this video. So in parts 2 and 3, in part 2, David set the table for his sentencing in the Thai prison, death penalty, for a quantity of drugs found at the airport that didn't belong to him, but the task force in Australia and his nemesis in the DEA were rooting for David to get sentenced to death in Thailand just so they could get him out the picture, because they looked at him as just a scumbag heroin trafficker, deserved of the death penalty. Whether he's guilty or innocent or not on that particular day did not occur to them one iota. They also, when his wife was in prison in Australia, she burnt to death, and they turned that into a propaganda tool whereby they said that David was killing off the witnesses. Yeah, so who's the bigger criminal in some of these scenarios? That's for you to comment on and wonder about. In part 3, David ended up on the roof, where I've gone through all the multiple escape attempts now. The Swede has helped him get out. He's left behind his height challenged butler, and didn't say midget. And
no, I was waiting for that, but Little Jet, he was all dressed to come out. He wanted to come. He really wanted to join me on the plank of freedom, but he would have slowed me down. And you'll know why soon. But that's where we left it, Sean, wasn't it?
That's where we left it. And David is so polite. He's almost got 100% approval rating on all of his videos right now. But we want some trolls to come out of the woodwork, because all the videos that have gone viral so far, trolls have come into them first. It's like the harbinger of virality is for you trolls to get out. So please come out and launch attacks on myself. I love getting attacked on YouTube, and perhaps David would be amenable to that.
Of course, think of all the terrible things that I'm just not willing to admit to. I mean, this stuff...
Where are the trolls?
I must offend somebody if I try hard enough.
So I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah,
Does anything you'd like to fill in there?
Not other than just the overarching theme, which is as much levity as we inject into this, the fact is, after every success, there's a tremendous downfall. And I've had the decade in very bad prisons in Australia and been arrested despite massive precautions. My trial's coming to an end. It looks like I'm going to be one of the few Westerners executed in Thailand, which is by machine gun, by the way, at that time. Lethal injection didn't come in until later.
Do you have to face the guy?
Yes, leaning back on a plank of wood.
You're leaning back on a plank of wood and they just machine gun you.
The ankle chains are still on there, hands tied behind the back.
Ankle chains, hands tied behind the back. You got your chest as a good...
Yes. And on the wall is a machete which is waiting to cut your ankles off because they want their chains back. And because they've been welded on, that's the easiest way to get them off. Won't be needing those ankles for anything.
Is it one machine gunner or is it firing squad?
One machine gun welded to a bench in front of you with 3 bits of string attached to the trigger. 3 officers hold a string each, and I guess at the count of 3 or something, tug at it so none of them have to live with the burden of I killed this man. So in the Eastern philosophy, I suppose it's absolution, isn't it? I didn't kill him. So that is on the horizon, or a very slow version of exactly the same thing spread over 20 years on death row in Bang Kwan. So I don't have much time. And as we left it in just the podcast before this one, I managed within the last couple of weeks I had to get out on the night that a bad guard would normally be sleeping below. And we've cut only 1 bar, and Sten, my Viking Swedish friend, has managed to squeeze it up enough for me to just get underneath, provided, as I did, take off my clothes, oil up a bit, put a towel underneath the jagged bar so I don't cut into my back. It's not really fear of injury, but time was so crucial, Sean, that if I break this finger, it'll slow me down. If I hurt a leg, I'll lose time.
What did you oil up with?
Johnson's baby oil. The chosen oil for the professional escaper.
Sponsored by Johnson's.
Yes. Though it might not be best. Anyway. So the key thing, I think, as well from that moment was that as I held onto the bars, facing back into the prison, watching those prisoners, I felt suddenly and immediately no part of anything, as though I'd flown in from somewhere and landed like a moth on the prison walls.
When they say in meditation, like a Zen moment where you just become at one with the universe, was that the kind of feeling you had?
Well, in a way, but I was at one with some, what is it, life and death fantasy game where I've got boiling lava beneath my feet.
So you're
Everything
completely
was a
present.
threat.
You're completely present.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But I still had this strange moment of transition into I'm another person now. And the whole Thailand experience taught me, I crawled out of the depths of despair, that it's possible to superimpose another personality upon yourself if that need comes about. And there were a lot of preparations for this. So I've hit the ground. I've had to keep my rope, which was most recently part of a bed frame, but came from the army boot factory. It's 1 inch wide linen and canvas mix with polyester, so it's quite strong.
When you say you've hit the ground, though, you're still within the prison complex.
I'm just outside of my cell in building number 6, of which there are 10. And that is within the centre core of Klong Prem, which then goes on to have other prisons beyond it and other buildings. So I'm a long way from home, yet. But not much time to think about it. By my digital watch, it is 2:45. And I was quite silent, hugging the wall. The plank's been retracted by Sten. That's the last I saw of him. My rope is at my feet. I kind of bunch it together. You know, in a situation like that where time is critical, everything becomes something you have to consider. Bunch up the rope and then have to untangle it, or take your time to loop it carefully over your hands. It's like Christmas tree decorations. You bunch those lights into a bag, they're never coming back out. Not for next year anyway. So I've kept my rope fairly loose, and I've got a shoulder bag, which has most things. Hugging the walls, I go around the edge of the factories. This prison had a lot of different factories in it. After all, even my building held 1,000. Most of them are asleep by now. All I can hear from the cell windows, which has no glass, of course, just the low hum of all their fans spinning. I get into my little office that I've rented from one of the art factories. All my cupboards are open. Now, one of the essentials for any direct over-the-wall escape is a ladder. Where do you keep it? You can't, but you prepare for it. My friend Sten had pretended an interest in oil painting for the previous 6 months, and for oil painting he needed a picture frame, so he was making his own, over which he would stretch the canvas. Now, these picture frames were not entirely customary thin ones. They were, and this is a very useful object for describing things here, they were about as thick as that, the edges of the frame, solid as a rock, and heavy, unfortunately. There were 8 of them in one of the cupboards in my office. I grabbed those and put them in a bag, and they came with me because they would form the rungs of a ladder, the outer poles of which I had yet to get. So, I change a bit into my clothes that won't make any noise. I even had to consider that. No belt buckles or clanging things or catches or fasteners. And then head off towards the, what would you call it, the Chinese funeral offertory gifts factory. That was the best translation I've come up with. They made little ornamental boxes for Chinese funerals in which you give a gift for the afterlife. This involved making some gold-coloured paper and hanging it out to dry, which they did over 15-foot bamboo poles, which start out about 2 inches one end and taper to thumb width at the end. So I've timed this out during the day. I've walked around most of the prison and imagined the rest as to how long it should take, and I think probably an hour and a half. What I hadn't factored in was sound. Every footfall, every step, everything I had to open that creaked and whined during the still night, that slowed it down. When I came to that factory, when I needed my poles, a change had happened. The mesh that I'd planned on was sealed up. There was a plywood panel with nails in it. That had to come off. It didn't want to do so without protest. The nails squeaked and wrenched. Now, bear in mind, a few hundred feet away, there's a sleeping guard. Sean, the trustees of the different guards for the night shift would make up a bed for them at night, sometimes a hammock, sometimes some other platform. So they would kind of retire. From my nighttime vigils at the window, I knew their deep sleep curve kicked in around 1 and lasted till about 4. But after that, they could stir, or the call of nature or drunkenness might make them move around. But from this factory, I could see somebody. So I had to squeeze oil into the little nail areas, and with some pincer pliers that I had stolen, managed to get them out and bring this plywood thing squeaking out, enough to crawl inside the pole factory. But this is taking time. I'm not even looking at my watch now. I don't really, the stars will be my guide. I'm in that factory. I'm dehydrating. I take a swig of water. I've got 2 bottles of water, plus a change of clothes and a few other items. I lift some of the poles down to the ground, lay them out, 2 sets of 2, put the picture frames between them and take out gaffer tape, taping those frames between them. So the result is a quite long ladder with the rungs a few feet apart. Good. But I've got 2 of these because I'll need to join them together at the end of the wall because the outer wall is so high. It's not just brick, but a different kind of brick on the top, then curved, then poles, then barbed wire, all of which is electrified.
Oh my God.
My scientist friend, his real name's John Russell, I can say so now because he died, he was a member of the Anarchist Society. I didn't think anarchists believed in rules, so how did they have a society? Anyway, he was a nice guy and made good hooch and fine telescopes. He'd given me electricity meters so I could read the voltage, but I abandoned that. I thought, I've got to avoid it anyway, so what's the difference? I couldn't go back from that Chinese funeral factory the way I'd come because my ladders were too long to get out of that gate. So I've had to break out of that factory by climbing its rear wall and dragging the ladders up with me and then out through the top, lifting some tin up. I've learned very quickly, too, that I don't have time for the niceties of using my pincer pliers to extract nails and things. I've just got to lever stuff up and get through it somehow. And I'm willing to accept things poking into me and a certain amount of damage. No, I don't want a lot of blood spoiling my clothes. You can't look too battered if you're trying to check in on a flight, which was my dream for later on. But the back of that factory led into the auto repair shop. I went that direction because I could make a little more noise. It was so distant from anywhere else. So I've dragged one ladder through, dropped that down, hauled the other ladder up, poked that through, carried it down to the second one, taken both of those, and my bag over my shoulder and the 2 heavy ladders, and gone down to the end of that factory, out and under the gate. Climbing it would have been noisy and taken too long. Past the wash tank and the toilets, there is my first internal wall. That's got rolls of barbed wire on the top. Initial plan, use the ladder, go up the top, cut it open, climb through. Time against me. Can't do it. So, what to do? I taped the 2 ladders together as one, propped it over the wall. Little David's running up one side and allowing his weight to tilt the other one up.
So that's suppressing the wire.
It's just pushing down onto that coil of wire. I had a way of getting that wire out of the way because I had a 5th bamboo pole, onto which I had an S-hook. I kept that for years, that S-hook. I just knew it would be useful for something. And that was gaffer taped to the end of the pole so I could hook the rolls of the bamboo, pull them down, anchor that bamboo pole to the inside of where I was. And then I had a clear wall to put my 2 ladders so they wouldn't tangle or get caught. But that was a one-off. I'm out of poles after I've done that one. But I get to the other side, I haul myself over. I'm in building 5, which is not too big. It's pretty good. I pick up my long ladder and head for where I think I'm going. Bear in mind, I'm not really sure. I know that if I keep going for long enough, I'll hit an outer wall. But I don't know how many inner walls I've got to go through. Now, at this point, I had to go past some factories where I knew one of the guards slept nearby. I put down, as part of a routine check, I put down this long ladder, had a look around. Nothing much doing. But wait a minute, no, there wasn't. There was a guard in his flip-flops, beer belly hanging over his belt, scratching his dirty white vest, wandering about the place. Now, I had in my bag one other thing I haven't mentioned. When produced, this looked entirely like a 45 automatic with a big fat silencer on the end. And this was the key to it, a laser sight on the top. I kept it lowered at my side with the sight there and followed the guard, but he went to the water tank, splashed himself, and went back his other direction. So that was okay. Now, as you're guessing from my description, this is not real. The laser sight is a laser pointer pen that I filched off one of the embassy visitors in some moment when she had her back turned. You never know. Things come in handy. I think the fat silencer was a shampoo bottle, and the rest of it was balsa wood. And anyway, if somebody's got a red dot pointed at them and something that looks like a silencer at the end of a gun, they don't go into the details of what the rest of it looks like in the night. And the reason it was a fake was because there'd been some months when the question of would a gun be useful? And I worked out that it wasn't any use whatsoever. This is, I think, lesson 3 in the uselessness of guns. And this is the reason. If I had cable ties with me, as I think I've mentioned, if I rounded a corner and unexpectedly bumped into a guard, he'd be as surprised as I would be. But at least I would know what I was doing, and if he didn't know what he was doing. So I'd have that jump on him in the sense that he wouldn't know what was going on. So I could overpower him quite quickly by that element of surprise and then tape him up, use the cable ties. So no gun needed. If I see one at a far enough distance, then I just retreat to the shadows. No gun needed again. If the only reason I had my fake one made up the way it was if there was an in-between stage. Guard rounds a corner, has his radio, but I'm not close enough to get to him without him triggering the alarm. And he could run back the other way. But I've got to immobilize him and keep him out of the equation. That's where the laser sight comes into effect. A real gun would be so useless. Look, guns with silencers are not that quiet. Very hard to get subsonic ammunition at your local store, which you need to stop that clap that you get with when it breaks the sound barrier. Always useful to know. The other thing too is I'm not a very good shot, and if people refuse to die quietly most of the time, except with a low moan when convenient. But if he was shot and on the floor, then I'd have to run up and deal with the same problem. On top of that, I would become not just a person escaping from jail, I would become a murderer of a Thai official, changing the equation quite a lot. Getting cooperation from people whose memories were a bit vague. There's something that keys the public memorability of people who are labelled killer with a gun. So here it's no use. Up close it's no use. But at that little range it had a purpose. Laser sight, down on your knees. Don't say a word. Go up, tape him up, go on. So that was the function of that. It was for a very rare circumstance where somebody peered at a particular distance. So I kept that with me for the moment. But here I am in the next building, and I don't know where I'm really going. And I find myself between two buildings that are too small, so I had to backtrack. And time's ticking on. The only time that I started to get a sense of where I was by stopping and smelling in the air. And you know what it was that was the odor that I was tuned in to smell? I'd visited on one of my rounds on some excuse as a foreigner censor of mail and librarian or something. the AIDS hospice that they had there. This was that it was quite incurable or not even treatable at that time in the mid-90s. People were dying. And I remembered the smell of the ranks of dying prisoners in the last stages of death. It was kind of sickly sweet, but definitely human smell of death to it. And I kind of felt that was somewhere near me. And I headed towards that. So, again, another wall, across quite a few feet of ground. Another guard that could have been in a hut. And this, again, is slowing me down. I have to judge whether the guard's in the hut or he's not. I get to the AIDS hospice. I couldn't resist a look inside. And I looked through the windows, and it was as though there was nobody in there. But then a slight movement, and then I realized what I thought was the reflection of some bedsteads or knobs or something. It was the staring eyes of all these poor guys racked in pain from their diseased organs, just staring up into the light. Some saw me, and for their grace, they were the only prisoners in that jail that didn't raise the alarm, because they were past caring about such things. So, saved from death by those who are on their way to death at that point. Things are going okay, except for the time, but then I hit some real obstacles. I had in front of me a complete barbed wire fence, top to bottom, and the way over it was just too noisy. So what could I do? I had to dig under it, and that's slow going. I wasn't really equipped for digging, but I scrabbled away, not wanting to damage my hands, and used, I think I had some silly kind of spoon just for the metal of it, but I got enough underneath there so that I could get myself under it and then just inch the long ladder through it. But it's slow, so slow. Lifting it up a few inches, let it rest. If I drag it too quickly, it'll catch on it. It's making me thirsty to even think about it now.
It's got my heartbeat going up. I'm like, oh my goodness, what obstacle is he going to hit next? How are you going to get through this one?
Well, the next one was one that I knew about, but not having done it before, I thought there might be some simple way. But people, if I describe it, people might be able to put themselves where I was with the things at my disposal. A big ladder that I didn't really want to start breaking down and separating into pieces, much too time-consuming. But this prison, the whole sewerage system was an open sewer. And all of those little sewers led to an 8-foot wide, we called it Mars Bar Creek, because there were lots of floating turds in there. But there was also big rolls of barbed wire in it. And I'm on one side, the outer wall's on the other, but below the outer wall is only 1.5 feet of ground. I can't, this ladder is so heavy, Sean. If I prop it upright, which I can do by walking underneath it and slowly inching it up, if I drop it down against this wall, I'm stuck with it in that position. What do I do? If I climb up it, I'm not to the top because it's on the wrong angle. If I somehow wade through the barbed wire and turds of Mars Bar Creek on the other side, I can't even reach it. The ladder's over Mars Bar Creek. I can't get it on an angle where it can cover the shit creek and then drag it because I'm up against this wall. I can't lift it in front of me without it going into it. So I had to find a solution. And I have to believe people sometimes. A free copy of the signed edition to anybody who comes up with an alternate solution to the one which is described in Unforgiving Destiny as well as Escape, of how to get across Marsbar Creek with a near on 30-foot ladder, which is it weighs more than me, by the way, this ladder. So, okay. Now, here's another thing worth mentioning as I contemplated this. If I'd have gone with anybody, if Sten had decided to come with me, we would have had the most... I mean, we argued about the amount of noise the oil was making as we hacksawed our way through these bars back in the cell. I knew that if you put oil on it, it's a little quieter, but the little tiny blades don't grip into the metal properly, so it slows down the cut rate. But I also knew he was a valiant helper. I don't want to get into a personal argument with him, when the first bar's cut and there's no going back. He was even saying, leave it till the next day, we'll come back and cut some more. I looked at Mirage in the corner, and he looked back at me. This is the guy that I'd said, one word out of you and you're finished. And he was going, it's okay with me, yeah? Take a week, yeah, it's fine. He's probably thinking, I'll move cells or something the next day and let him get on with it. Like hell he would, he'd rat me out in a minute. Poor guy was doing 19 years for as a people smuggler, but he didn't have boatloads of people. He was just giving phony documents. Anyway, I don't want to diverge into whether the country should be real or not, but I'm still stuck on the wrong side of Marsbar Creek. The solution to it, which luckily I didn't have anybody to argue with about, was to break off about 6 inches of the narrow point of my bamboo ladder. Lay the ladder in a gap over the barbed wire in the creek, but on a side angle. But remember, I can't haul it over there normally. So I walk across it to the wall. I've got one end of the ladder that side. I hammer the little bit of bamboo into the ground and then with rope and tape secure it to one end of that ladder. Then run back across the thing, attach rope to the other side of it so that then it can sort of be moved. But I've got to do it in a kind of peculiar way with the half of the bamboo pole that I spoke of earlier that I was using to pull down the walls. So I'm flat up against the wall, my ladder's on an angle. I've pushed it under the rope attached to the far side of it and start levering it up slowly. So it gets about 6 foot high up enough so that it kind of swings freely. But I've got to be slow and careful because I don't want it splattered and tangled in the barbed wire of Shit Creek. And the other end, it's allowing me to pivot this because the other end's also secured but into the ground with tape. I don't know where this idea came from, but it was there and it was working. So I ended up then with the whole ladder on the side of the wall. At this point, there's the most subtle glow in the air of dawn coming sometime. I sort of half looked at my watch and it said 5 something, so that's not good. And I still haven't got over the outer wall, and there's a 30-foot moat to swim across into what I always knew was the personal residences of the guards who worked in the place. Problem. But I still have to get over the thing. So to get this heavy ladder, which is now on my side, back up against the wall, I have to lift up one end of it and walk my way towards the other end of it, which is still anchored in the ground, pushing it up. So even though my weight isn't enough to lift it, it was enough to, because it's wedged in the ground, to tilt it up to that side. And that little platform I was on, that edge against the wall, was enough to rotate it around. And so I had it there. Looked up, and I was about 3.5 feet short of the top of the wall. It wasn't too bad. It seemed to be manageable. Okay, now you can imagine what I looked like by this time.
You've been digging through the ground.
I've gone sort of like a rabbit being chased by a fox under some barbed wire. I've been sweating. It's a hot night. I've been lugging these very long things. And they're tiring, but I remembered a bit of Michael's advice. He used to be a champion pole vaulter, was in the Commonwealth Games. He said, when you're running with a long pole, try and lope. Both ends swing and it sets up a rhythm. And if you match your rhythm to that, you can make good progress. Now, I don't know why I remembered how pole vaulters run around with their poles, but it was certainly the moment to remember that. But nonetheless, still exhausting, and there are towers either side of mine. The question was, did I put up my ladder right next to one tower, so I was more distant from the other one to see me? But would that be making a noise under the guard in that tower and coming up right next to him, which he would have had the advantage because, of course, whatever takes place between us then, he's got the option of just pushing my ladder away, hasn't he? And that's not going to end well. I would have cleared Mars Bar Creek, but been embedded in the other side. So what would have you picked, by the way, Sean, at that moment?
What would I have picked? I don't think I would have even got to where you would have got. I would have been busted. It's like, I don't believe in God, but hearing all these details you're giving me, the improbability of this, it's like someone must have been looking after you.
I think so. I mean, remember, I really didn't know where I was.
Yeah.
And before the age of Google Earth, nobody could even tell me.
Yeah.
Big, they'd say. I walked 500 feet and it was still more wall. From the bus coming back from court, it just never seemed to end. It's maze-like anyway. As it turns out, where I thought I wasn't. I wasn't on the back wall at all. I was on the side wall. But I didn't know that until I chose my moment, which is like now, because every moment to choose is now, when it's coming up to dawn. Looked at the state of myself. I couldn't use any of the water from Shit Creek. I drank out of the 2 1.5 litre bottles. One had been guzzled right through. Didn't need a pee, by the way. Evaporated, burnt up. Used a precious 2/3 of the remainder to clean myself up a bit, and took out my treasured khaki long pants. They I'd kept all along because they matched the colour of the guard's uniform. And from a distance, I thought, it's a little bit, you can't, they know prisoners don't wear long trousers. There's a long-trousered person. And I've got a white face as well, even though I've tanned myself up as well as I could. So I've changed into clothes that I think, well, I'll have to put them back into the plastic bag, swim across the moat, and then deal with what I find over there. Get to the top of the ladder, lift myself just up over, and another beautiful sight in a way. It was a fresh smell too. It seemed to be different. Luscious traffic fumes. Yes. Beautiful traffic.
Smell of
cars,
freedom.
people, all of that kind of thing. Yeah. Not a lot of time to enjoy it because that glow was fast turning into the tip of a shining sun. And my watch was telling me I've got 16 minutes before the official time of the guards arriving for work would be. Not good. Oh, and by the way, you're in the wrong place, David. You're just on the side, about 300 feet from the main entrance wall, the front wall of the prison. Okay. Oh, and there's an electric fence in front of me, barbed wire topped. We all concluded, John Russell did as well, that this would not have had a step-up transformer on it. Sure, a couple of people have been tingled and they lost their balance and fell off. But we figured it at 240. Not that you can't hold on to 240, but it's not sparky. If you've got a transformer on it that puts it up to low voltage, high amperage, then that's the thing that is really the shocking part of it. Cattle fences have the same thing. They're usually only on a few volts, but they're very high amps. Okay, so I get up to the top of that. There's a steel pole on the top of the wall, some insulators, some of them broken, the electric wire there. I've got some rubber padding mat, but I'm too short to flop it over the top. So, abandoned. And even though I put on fresh clothes, I'm starting to sweat into these. I know that can't be good. There's salt in your sweat. But I've had no choice. I had to get on the tip of the ladder, hold on to the metal pole that held the electric wires, and then lift myself up, keeping hugged in. I've been working out a bit, but just, not putting on weight, so I didn't weigh too much for this, and did manage to get to the top insulator and grip it from the bottom, and then just get my foot in under the first wire. But it is again slowing me down. But here I had no choice. I had to take it in slow motion moves. Every place I put my hand was where I intended to put it, where my foot went, so on. So I could lift myself up, not swinging, because you're bound to go into it, and put one leg over it. If they'd made it another foot higher, this wouldn't have worked. But I could just angle myself around, and I felt through these khaki pants as my sweat was building up. The electricity was fringing on surface static, and it was a little tickle. And I think I can understand how those of a nervous disposition would react to it. But I know, don't react to it. Get to the top, do my swivel, get my second leg over. Good, except I'm still high in the air and no ladder. How much of the army boot webbing have I got left? Almost enough. I tie it to the top of it. I think, I know what I did. Yes, my hands were kind of, when you burn yourself from rope burns, it takes off those layers, and what's left is a kind of shiny subcutaneous layer, and that weeps a bit. I didn't want to add to that because I didn't want to be handing over a passport later with a dripping hand. Spoils the casual tourist effect. Purpose of visit? I was arm wrestling. I mean, I couldn't think of how that would go. So I used my entire little travel carry bag to hold on to this webbing, and then just slid to the ground on the other side, then looked before me at this 30 foot of inner moat. Looked at my watch, could hear the traffic of guards arriving for work, imagined the trustees coming to my cell door, doing their first initial count because they get let out early. Go straight through the front. Now, what was at the front of the prison was a whole cottage industry of shops where they had carvings and decorative bits of crap. They sold some of the things from within the prison bakery, all of that. So they're usually connected with the officers in some way. I've got to walk up through there without anybody recognizing me as a foreigner who's got no purpose being here, or, of course, a prisoner. But I had one very fine stage prop to hand that I had thought in advance of such a situation, not quite walking through the front. It was an umbrella, a pop-up black umbrella, quite small, but enough to cover my head, and there was the lightest of pitter-patter rain. A nice downpour would have suited me fine, but then again, if that had been happening, me and the electric fence would have got on so well. So this was the right balance, God. Yeah, you've chosen well, I almost said for once, but no time to get into an argument with the Almighty over religion. So that meant I didn't have to swim across the moat. That meant I didn't have to dress and undress and secure my clothes in a plastic bag. I popped the umbrella up and walked under the guard towers. As I approached the first one, I could see he had to kind of wake up because everybody's coming to work now. He's got to look like he's at his job. And he's kind of got curious, but I can't really look up completely, can I? Because my white face will be shown.
Oh my God.
I'm heading towards the front, but as luck would have it, some of the guards are arriving late for work, sometimes bypass if they lived at the back by coming around the side of the prison along the very narrow footpath that heads towards the front of that prison. So I guess he looked down and saw khaki pants, somebody with an umbrella heading towards the front gate, and that assuaged any doubts he might have. After all, do prisoners carry umbrellas in case they get a bit wet? In case their hair is out of place or something like that? No, they generally don't.
I think I saw a Bang for Broad episode where the prisoner escaped dressed as a woman. He was like on a beach with an umbrella walking along. But then a guard recognised him and he ended up back in. Yeah.
Don't you find too in prison escape movies, oddly enough, the escape mechanics itself are always dealt with in 10 minutes or less. Whereas in real world ones, they are nothing like that. The ones from the Supermax took Harry, the one that came over to try and get me. He was assessing whether I could be broken out from the courtroom. He was in the Supermax with me. That's where I'd met him in Australia. And he'd escaped from there, or tried to, almost made it. But he was cutting bolts through on sliding doors. His hands were bleeding. His hacksaws were breaking. He'd got into a kind of day room, and there was a fridge there that they had, fridge and freezer for prisoners. And he found somebody had orange in theirs, and he said, "I sucked that orange juice out, and it just was enough energy to keep going through the next bit of cutting." I'd helped Harry a bit in that. We had to trigger an alarm in the day room opposite so that they'd dismiss it as being faulty, not the one that he was going through. So a useful tip, everybody. If you haven't got many resources, but you need to time something to happen at a special time, you could do what I did back then, which was I froze 2 shoelaces in a block of ice in the prisoner's freezer, tied one end of it to the window, the other end to a laundry basket, which was teetering on the edge of falling off. We figured the ice would melt within about 3 hours, or at some point before he was going out. Fall on the floor, trigger the motion sensor, which it did, and it sent them down. So
Wow.
there you have it, a little alarm activator without the need for electricity, melting ice.
All natural.
Yes, we try to be green thinking in these things, despite all the drugs and killing. That's all recycling. Anyway, where am I? Oh, yes. Down, walking towards the front of Klong Prem in Bangkok with my umbrella, peeking a little underneath, saying to myself something out of the film Alien. You might recall Ripley is saying, "Lucky, lucky, 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 lucky." I kept saying those words like, okay, this is a long way to come to die now. But so I managed to get to the front, and I knew from the bus trips returning to the prison, there was another kind of walkway across the moat, but it was at the front, so they didn't worry about that one. So I joined that one, and there were people coming and going, setting up their stalls and their goods to sell. Plus, the guard that used to take my Visa card to the bank and ran Building 6's accommodation section, he was arriving for work. I don't know what it was, but he looked at me and didn't dismiss it straight away as nothing. I could see he hunched down over his steering wheel as he drove in the car I'd paid for. Something, I think the way we walk is the body language is memorable in some way. We all have a particular walk. I think I could recognize yours at a distance if I had, say, one other clue that it was possibly you. But there was something triggering him. But the car needed to be handled, so he drove on.
So you're still within the main entrance now?
This prison is set back from the main Bangkok to airport highway, a big 8-laner, and it's set back about 300 feet in some grounds that have got ponds and.
So the newly arriving guards are driving into the complex.
That's right.
They don't park
driving
outside
in.
the complex.
No, they're in the car parks at the front of it.
Gotcha.
And that's where I am. If I look to my right, I can see people lining up for early visits, which is, well, it's a whole other saga, the way they run their visits. There's a screaming match between two sets of bars separated by about 15 feet. I get to the road. I'm starting to feel pretty good. To get across the highway, there was a pedestrian walkway. And I thought, yeah, better if I'm fighting with traffic dodging in and out, my luck, I'll get clipped by some truck or something and can't talk my way out of that one. I still got in my pocket the key to what Charlie, my Chinese friend, has assured me will be a waiting passport. Does the flat even exist? I don't know that. I like him. I think it's right. Anyway, I got to the top of the pedestrian overcrossing and thought, hell with it. I turned back to look. And I looked over. It was my first view from height of this huge prison after over 2 years. I looked back at all the buildings and was saying to myself, that makes sense now. You know, that's where I am. That's where that was. And another thought occurred to me. I'm looking back at perhaps 8,000 people in there just about forever. I've left them, but that's all still going on. The struggle for food, the battles over who to bribe and who to pay. But that's behind me. But there it is. Remember that. So
when you say you've left them, are you now having an overwhelming feeling of relief because you threw the main gate? Is that why you feel you've left them?
The moment at the window when I was outside of my cell was really the crucial difference. Because all the time that I'm escaping, I'm trying to escape, getting over inner walls and making things, that I'm a person at work. I'm the character, as I'd made myself, of somebody who will do this at all costs. I can't surrender. I know what happens to people if surrenders. If I slip, I'm not allowed to slip. If I fail to find a solution to some obstacle, I cannot.
But isn't that pressure off then as you're at the main gate?
It is.
And you're feeling something else.
And you sort of humanize to some extent and start to think about real people with their real lives. And I wouldn't say I felt bad, but I realized too then that just as I was looking at that moment, the doors had been opened and somebody surely would look up and see a bent bar poking out into the night, or to the day by then, and that ladder still propped on the inside wall. And then what would happen? Who would they start with? Where would the interrogation begin? I didn't know it, but because mine was a kind of private cell, there was only one other in that whole building, belonging to somebody who called himself a doctor, dead wife somewhere. Yeah. Anyway, he maintained that fiction in the place. He must have had a bit of money. He talked his illnesses up into having his own cell. But other than that, because I had my own, the guards just walked past in the morning. And the trustees didn't do a proper count. It was kind of like, no, that's Westlake's cell. That one's all right. I don't have to count that one. Maybe he's in the shower behind the screen. It's not a thing to think about. So they went on. And all the guys just went downstairs to begin their day, looking at each other, thinking, yes. when's it going to happen? And it's about 6:35 now. I finished fooling around on top of the walkway and went back down to the other side of the road, and thought, well, off to the apartment, see what's really there. I got into one taxi, went to a nearby address just to kill that off, walked around, found another one, and then went to the apartment. Point being that I didn't want to get that apartment into trouble later on. If some taxi driver said, well, I took him there, then they, by elimination, break down who lived there and who might have been helpful. And it's very easy to get people into serious trouble anywhere, but particularly there. So the second taxi took me to that address with which I was unfamiliar, but I found the right door number, and cracked open the key tag that contained the key. And remember, I put it in that tag in case I was caught trying to escape, and I didn't want to have to explain away that key, what it belonged to. There was actually somebody in the place. Charlie had thought it was so unlikely that this had ever happened. He'd let a guy who was working in Bangkok for a few weeks use the apartment. So I hit the chain and he let me in. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, Charlie said you get bail. Yeah, exactly. Just now, 6 o'clock in the morning. Gee, I feel a sudden, can I use your toilet? On my way in there, I'm thinking, wait a minute, Charlie's letting somebody live here. But I really think that behind some mirror in the toilet is it, and Charlie had been begging me not to make this escape. He said, your chances are so small. They like to talk in percentages in Asia. 4 or 5%, And even that was, bigging it up. And he was around when some guys had their prison van hijacked on the way to court and broke out with armed motorcycle riders and took off. You know how they got that lot? When the van was stopped by the armed men and the back of the van, which was on its way to court, was opened, that guard stuck up and had his gun taken. The guys came out who were escaping. One of them changed his mind in that van. He went, and the other guys looked at him, went like that, your choice, and they left. But what did they leave? They left a human being with knowledge of their plans, stuck on a prison van. Yeah, they should have forced him along, shouldn't they? At least got him out of the way one way or another. So, yeah, of course, when that prison van got back to where it was going, the guards would have gone into the van and said, anybody know who else was involved in it? And a sea of fingers would have all pointed to this guy. And he was questioned robustly, and eventually gave the address. I mean, as if you'd stick to that, having left a weak point in that. But isn't this the part in all the movies where you're sitting at home or in an audience saying, don't do it, you idiot. You're leaving a clue, a weak point. And weak it was because the police handed it on to a commando unit of the Thai army who said, that's the address. How many of them? Oh, they got guns, have they? Huh. Well, bad luck for them. They went in and apparently the locals made a killing in brass, scrap metal. There were that many spent shells lying around and bobbing down the stairs of the place. They just had nothing left of the people who'd escaped. So Charlie knows this, and he's the one I've been trying to convince to leave this thing. So I've locked the toilet door, started to slide my hand up behind the thing. Nothing. So far. Then slid my hand up. Oh, no, that's just a nail. Then a bit up. Wait a minute, that's something. So pulled it out, and there's an envelope. And a quick feel, impatient as I was by then, clock ticking, I knew it was a passport. But there's always something fresh. Don't you find whenever you find the solution to one thing, there's some fresh thing to worry about? Like, if you're doing a run or you've got a bit of business going on, you've solved that one, but a sea of other possible disasters appears, doesn't it?
Yes, your mind focuses on what's possibly going to hinder you next. But my question is, as you're feeling up for this thing and you're thinking it's quite improbable, perhaps because you think you're not going to escape, and you do find it, what went off in your head when you found it? Besides looking at the future problems.
My first thing was a kind of glowing love for Charlie. That whatever I find inside this envelope, he's tried to do something for me. He's had enough. I don't know what makes a person do something they think's a 1 in a million chance, simply because you asked for it.
And what do you think that was in this situation?
I don't know. Perhaps he saw something in me that made him hold out hope that even however improbable it was or unlikely to succeed, that would be a useful thing to have.
And if anyone could do it, you could do it, perhaps he was thinking.
Maybe. Or possibly he was just thinking, he's asked me to do it, I'll get it. It might be needed at some point for something. I don't know. But the next question was, what the hell does this thing look like? I opened it up. It was a British passport. I can't really... McFarren? It had a Mc in it. Charles was the middle name, I forget. But that was not what I was looking for, the name. The photograph had been taken from my radio operator's license, which is a certificate you get when you pass a test for the technical side of it. And it had a little photo in it. But if you copy a small photo into another small photo, it gets a bit grainy. So that wasn't great. But it was in the right place. The stitching didn't look terrific, but I didn't have time to worry. It looked good enough to get me past the barriers. Now, I've told the guy who's still scratching his head in the morning, gotta go. See my lawyer. Oh, right. None of it makes any sense. Why did he come just to use the toilet? Anyway, he was sleepy, went back to bed. So I'm off, and I left and said, I won't need the key. Stupid thing to do that, wasn't it? Should have kept that key.
Yeah, because he'd wonder where you were going in a hurry.
It wasn't that. I mean, it was a door out of the rain. It was a place I knew.
Potentially a sanctuary.
Yeah. You know what I think was going through my mind? The key's out of its little safe place now. If I'm carrying it, it's still the same problem. Explain this key.
You're putting it behind you.
And I don't want to have to explain that.
Yeah.
Or do something stupid. So anyway, be that as it may, I was in a hurry to get to the airport. Now, at the airport, of course, I don't have any a suitcase. I don't have any tickets. I have nothing. I've given all my money away to the guys back in there to protect themselves, the ones left in the cell. So I've got 2 ATM cards. When my friendly officer who got my cash for me for 10% from the ATMs, he'd always give me that card back. So I had that one. And I had another one as a kind of backup one. But there wasn't an awful lot. I mean, I could... neither of them, by the way, matched the name in the passport. So I can't use them for travel or to pay for tickets. I've got to get cash out of the machine. As I'm arriving at the airport, time-wise, back at the prison, the discovery's been made. Mirage has let it be known. It wasn't me straight away. He didn't want to be questioned later on and say, well, why didn't you come to us straight away? I think he said, oh, the big white one threatened to kill me, I don't know whether he did or not, but beside the point, it probably made things worse for Stan a little. So they don't believe it. They go look at the cell. Yeah, then look around and somebody reports in, Oh, the workmen have left their ladder on the outside wall, on the inside part of the outside wall. And then it all falls together. The screws in there panic. Their livelihoods are under threat. Their commissions, their factories, their network, their little empire, their safety. So a bunch of them jump into a car and start heading for the airport. They didn't even tell the police. They didn't want anybody. They thought if we're really lucky, and he is going for the airport, then and we get him back, and nobody's the wiser. What we do to him once we've got him, that's another matter. But still,
The Israelis.
yes. So clearly I've got to the airport before them, and it's a big airport, biggish. The old Don Wang airport, not like the new one. I'm not calling anybody by phone this time because, well, that got me in there in the first place.
Not going to say goodbye to Tommy.
No, not even to say anything. Well, not to a soul. I haven't got time anyway. I arrive at the airport. A friend of mine had made some preparations there by leaving some carry-on luggage, that sized bag, with a toiletry kit in it and a couple of changes of clothes, socks and underwear. He'd left that in the long-term left luggage depository. You could leave things there for 3 to 6 months, I think. And I had sandwiched in a greeting card or something that I was carrying. Yes, it was. Perhaps it was a book. But anyway, it was sandwiched. It was the deposit slip to that thing. So, but before I did that, I need to get some money and trying to get out of Bangkok before the next things happen. I put one ATM card in thinking, all right, that'll be the ticket and the rest I'll take a second destination and refer to bank. The ATM machine rejected the card. The next one. Now, I've got almost nothing else. This has to work. I've keyed that one in, and it's live. It's paid. I've hit the max, $500. That spat that out. I've gone over and picked up my luggage, gone back, looked up at the big board. Where can I go to? And you can imagine what would be your priority in such a situation.
My priority would be, oh my goodness. I would just be trying to get the hell out of there somehow before the guards arrived. But
well, you're right. Timing.
Timing,
you want the
yeah.
first available flight that hasn't actually closed.
Yeah.
That might even be boarding, but they'll still sell tickets to.
Okay.
Because you've got to go to the ticket counter and get one, or sometimes with some check-ins, there's a ticket counter at the end of it, and they'll take a cash payment for that.
Right.
So you don't want anything where there's elaborate procedures. If it had been a Middle Eastern airline, that would have been a long haul, but I didn't have money for that. I didn't have money for a cheap flight. This was a one-way, worst-case kind of ticket buying.
It's like you're at the last hurdle now.
The only thing that was taking off within the next hour that I could afford was Singapore.
Yeah.
Disadvantage, they already have the death penalty for drugs and a cozy relationship with Thailand, in which I would have, if detected, would have been brought back.
Do you think going there, that's perhaps the guards would have assumed you wouldn't have gone there then because of those reasons?
I think their automatic thought would be, okay, foreigner, English, Australian, go to some Western country.
Yeah.
That's it. There's a plan, surely.
So they'll be at the British Airways gate.
Yeah, they'd be looking at all those flights. Not he's going to a country that would hand him back straight away.
Yeah.
And as almost at every point in this event, the escape, something that seemed a disadvantage, being by myself and not having to argue decisions, lots of other things, the things I had available to me. Again here, the limitation of not having the money turned out to be the wisest thing. If I'd have had all of the money available and then been able to go on a long-haul flight. Because that would be the instinct, wouldn't it? Get out of Asia, get out of the danger zone. If I'd have got onto a flight that was going to be in the air for at least, 12 hours to get to Europe, when my friends back at the various embassies would have been told about it sometime in the morning and asked, had any of you people issued him with a passport? No. Where do you think he's going? Some smarty would have been sitting around at lunchtime saying, you know what we can do? If we get the passenger list for all the departing aircraft this morning from 9:30 onwards, or from the beginning, from 6 o'clock, and then we divide up the nationalities of those passengers and ask each of our embassy colleagues from those nationalities to run that passport number under lost or stolen passports. And if we get a match, that's our man and that's our flight.
Were you not tempted to not go to the airport at all and to head for a border and cross as a tourist? What countries does Thailand border with?
To the north, there's Laos and Cambodia and Vietnam on the other side.
Would it be easy to get lost in those countries?
Yes, but in a way...
it didn't work for Gary Glitter, did it?
No. I
want to be in my game.
Yeah, there were a lot of internet jokes with him around, wasn't it? I did think my solid friend Lee could hide me out somewhere. But I was past that point of trusting anything or leaving anything to anybody else's error. If I was going to die, I wanted it to be, out of something I did directly. And in the past, most of my woes had come about because I'd left some element of something in the hands of others. So I didn't want that. So I'm not on a long haul. I haven't left myself open to being detected by process of elimination. I'm on the flight to Singapore, but I've got to get onto it. I go to I've got the ticket. I go to the immigration, and I'm in front of a rather too efficient-looking immigration man, not the usual idiot. He's got my passport. He's typed it up, put in the date of birth, passport number, entry date, and he stopped clicking. These are looks you don't want.
Well, this is how this story started, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's like an elliptical plot now.
At an airport somewhere with bad things happening over a document.
Yeah.
And it ain't the first time that's happened either. It'll happen later on in Pakistan, Lahore Airport. It was even creepier. This life hanging in the air, because I know if there's something wrong here, and I'm thinking, Charlie, is there really such a thing where your friends have a guy on the computer? Or is it like, you see that in movies, don't you? No, we've got a man down at the airport, he'll fix that. Our man on the computer. There isn't a man on the computer. The only man on the computer that anybody's ever is some nerd watching porn having a wank out in the suburbs. It's the only man on the computer. Anyway, those thoughts are running through my head when he abandons whatever thought was in there, stamps the thing. One of the most satisfying thwump of stamp on paper.
Oh, God, you must have been
I said,
this is the last hurdle now.
It seemed. I got on board, strapped myself in. The steward came along and said, can I get you something? Water. I was thirsty by then. And only when I got it did I look at my hands, which were really quite a mess. But not on the outside, fortunately. So
when you retrieved the passport from the toilet, were you tempted to have a shower and clean yourself up a bit, or do anything like that, or were you just pressed for time?
I think no, not really. I didn't stink or anything.
Okay,
there's nothing visible.
There was no Mars bar stuff.
No. I'd kept out of the creek.
Yeah.
The litre or so I'd used cleaning my face and hands up and whatnot. It seemed to do the job. I just didn't want to use up what would invariably surely turn into another hour.
Yes.
And be even weirder with that guy, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I've come in not only to have a pee, but to use his shower, take a dump, and then leave him with it.
And throw my key at you.
Yeah. You were meant to be a girl.
At least a lady boy.
Yeah. Or something close enough. Right. So, sitting on the plane, there's a delay.
Oh, no!
And the words from the captain were, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting. Well, there's with one passenger. What does that mean? What? Didn't catch that bit? Something? I'm not going to inquire, make a scene. I just have to sweat it out. But eventually, the even more satisfying sound of the sealing of the aircraft door and the thwump.
Wow.
And the plane takes off.
Wow.
Before the next set of fears and questions comes to mind, I've got now an opportunity, Sean, to have a good look at this passport and see what it's made of. Nope. Wrong stitching. Yeah, can't tell with the ultraviolet. Is it there or is it not? It has to be. Yeah, they'll certainly do that. Picture looks dodgy. Kind of see a wrinkle in the paper where they've peeled it off. Yeah, you have to. That's the only one I got. So I arrive at Singapore.
Let me ask you this though first. So what are the consequences of those things you just described when you arrive at Singapore? Could they potentially say this is fake and send you back?
Well, the first thing they'd say is suspicions that the passport's wrong.
Yeah.
And then, could you wait here while we check it?
Yeah.
That wouldn't go well. So they'd come back and say, well, what flight was he on? The one from Bangkok. Kindly explain. Well, I'm stuck there, kindly explaining, and I haven't got another one to use, and or a nationality that I can claim, which will do me any good.
Yeah.
I've found over the years that the British do something that very few other countries will do in a hurry. They're quite happy to issue you with a passport under any circumstances, even if you're on the run or whatever. I've known a few people to crawl their way in there. But on the bad side, they don't want to know you and won't help you in any other way. There are individual exceptions to that. When we find ourselves eventually in Karachi, there's one or two embassy people there that were helpful. But so I've got an hour flight to worry about all that. But again, it's really, I think, down to, the ultraviolet impressions. There's to be two sets. On a British passport, at that time, there were a green background ultraviolet reactive ink that shows up over the main pages, and around the edge of the photograph, little pink crowns that go over both sides of the edge, so that was two different kinds of inks that would be needed to make that convincing. And I hand it over, and I'm looking at, there's the door of freedom. There's not even anybody on at customs. That's it. I can see it. Bright day, nice day. Guy looking. Why is he still looking at that? He doesn't like the photo. It's a bit grainy. It's not the kind of photo anybody would happily use, a second-generation picture. But I see his hand in slow motion go into the ultraviolet scanner.
Oh.
And as it hits the tip, I don't see anything.
Oh.
But as it goes on, it glows in the glorious pink and green of freedom. Good enough for me, he seems to say. It might be a complete phony, but good enough for Singapore. You must have some money on you somewhere. Welcome, welcome. They've got the biggest value denomination note of any country in the world. They have a single note of 10,000 Singapore dollars.
That must come in handy for drug deals.
£5,000.
Wow.
I don't think you'd like to throw that across the counter at Starbucks. But, and it's kind of biggish looking. But it shows faith in the world economy, doesn't it? Such a thing. Have you noticed people in this country very much against large denomination notes. They've been dancing around getting 100 out for years and never done it.
Well, the US federal government, it's a money laundering issue for them to keep it low, isn't it?
Yes, they haven't issued the $1,000 note for, I think, 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
They're still around, but they're never withdrawn exactly.
Yeah.
I think there's even 400 or so $10,000 notes still in private hands. Anyway, there it is. I'm in the Singapore sunshine.
What's the first thing you do?
Get a taxi. Get away from the airport.
So are you able to access more money now through the ATM?
No. I'm trying to remember how I got around that. I did, actually, yes. But it seemed because I was in a different country that the dud one still didn't work, but the one that gave me 500 definitely gave me more money there.
So where's that money coming from at this point?
This money's coming from a friend of mine in Australia who's given it back to other friends and has come to me. Wow. You know, that one of the few who were left saying, oh, no, he'll figure something out. I'm sure he will. It wasn't that. I guess they just didn't want to. You can imagine if it was a friend of yours and the hat had been passed around and you didn't put in 50 or whatever, and then you heard later on he died on the wall for want of a nail. Some bastard didn't put in. It was still coming. And, of course, later on, it kind of flooded in. Once people, scallywag
once they knew you were at large.
It made the Australian papers and some other ones around the world.
They escaped it.
I only had to ask, and money poured in.
Yeah.
Just one person gave me 20,000. No, give it back to me whenever.
You're like a hero now in the criminal community.
It's amongst that world, yes. Facing death and got out of it. It's the ultimate courtroom win, acquittal by other means, as a friend used to say. I acquitted myself. So I get in a taxi, go to the central town, break that connection, walk around a bit, pick out a hotel from one of the directories. Nothing too flash, nothing too those hotels that are slightly on the fringes of the urban inner, that are never hugely busy, but they're used by traveling salesmen, businesses, things for conferences. Good, but not flash, not ambitious people in there. Check in there. I was on my way to the room, and I stopped at the gift shop, bought a pair of swimming trunks and a towel. Went into the room, slung my bag in there, changed into the swimsuit, went to the rooftop where the swimming pool was, and stood at the edge thinking, well, I've avoided Marsbar Creek and the Great Moat. I think I owe God a swim somewhere. So I dived in one end, stayed right underneath, touching the underneath of the pool. It was deserted, by the way. Got to the other end, it wasn't a very big pool, and then hauled myself up, dripping with luxurious cool water and some Malaccan Straits wind pouring in. Turned around to look at the pool and thought, well, you have to dive in sometime. And that was it. I thought.
Uh-oh.
And until I spent I thought I should have been completely exhausted. I should have slept like a baby. But I didn't. And at first my friends and supporters didn't believe I was out. Then the only secure way I had of communicating with them had been tightened up because of the flood of con artists who'd approached them. Everybody and their dog had come up with, some plan to get me out, or from the Asian side, people had come in and said to Max, my friend and one-time accountant, and everybody had been approached with, I know somebody in high places, their names would astound you. I know people in low places, their abilities are astonishing. All that sort of crap. And they'd drawn a line that they were not paying for any more of that. I'd not said a word about this thing. I would have liked to say, the try is on, so be prepared. No, I was sticking to the Crook's Book of Rules like it was chiseled on, what is it, gold plates from, what are those people in Omaha? No, Utah. Mormons,
The
isn't
Mormon book of
yes,
yeah.
Their book was supposedly found on gold plates.
Joseph Adams, was it?
Yes, a bit recent. I like my religions to be a little older than that. At least 1,000 years or so. Make it 2.
No Scientology then?
I think if L. Ron Hubbard were alive today, he'd admit that, look, it was a joke. It was, it was a novel. This was not meant to be true. I mean, it was, I think. He was writing fiction there. Well, he has to write fiction because the CIA and everybody else won't let. Okay. CIA can't keep a secret anyway. Look what happened to Howard Hughes' submarine adventures. He only did that fishing for that downed Russian sub on the proviso that the story never leak. He sent a oil exploration ship to go look for it. Somebody blabbed. No wonder he ended up wearing Kleenex boxes on his feet in some Bahamas hotel, a long beard. He was strange anyway. So nobody believed that I was out until they read it in the papers for themselves. And then they followed the protocol, which was you go to the Ace print shop down in this street, and not everybody had a fax machine in those days, and they're gone altogether now, aren't they? But so you could use a local printing office to collect your faxes. So that was what I'd do. I'd send a fax to this one, which would eventually end up in Michael's hands, and they all knew that it was fine. So but I realized too, it's astonishing how quickly you not shrug off, but put behind you very difficult and awkward things, because I certainly did. I realized that in very short time, it could all still go bad. I've got one passport, it's not very good, and the name of that passport could be worked out without extraordinary difficulty. Okay, it wouldn't be found if I'd stayed in the country. Instead, possibly 3 or 4 other Westerners using fake passports that day would have been swept out. Because it does reveal a lot. You know that as we speak, 45,000 people around the world are traveling this day on falsified documents.
Wow.
Passports issued by governments. So it's a labor-intensive way of chasing somebody that way. I had to get out of Singapore and then leave for somewhere. I hadn't really thought that far, honestly, because, I don't know, it felt like it was a kind of curse on the whole plan to be. It's a bit like buying a lottery ticket and then thinking what you'll do with the money. You're not going to win. It's the lottery ticket you lost down the back of the sofa that is the one you win, that you never even gave a second thought to. That is the only chance of the one you're going to win. So planning, I was in relative safety. I was in a place that I could communicate and get money. And, of course, the very first thing I asked for was fresh passports.
This is still in Singapore?
Still in Singapore. And the next day I saw the article in the Straits Times that, just a small piece, column 5, Daniel Westlake escapes from a Thai prison, from Bangkok Central Jail. And that's not very big. That's not much. I contacted some friends in London and sent off some messages to the Australian and the British embassy and that lawyer who was in Bangkok, the American who was the de facto bug listening device of the DEA. I knew anything I told him in confidence would go straight back to... So the point of these communications was just to dissemble, to make them believe I was somewhere else. So I think the Australians made it look like this message came from France somewhere and the one to the British. I think the Australians, for their hospitality during their Easter week meal, I think I mentioned, haven't I, that the embassies used to put on a bit of a feast for the inmates, no matter how sickly and dying they were. And the Australians did quite a bit with their families who used to come in as well. They'd set up a picnic table. As you'd expect, the French put on the best eating. Americans did a good one for Thanksgiving. A lot of whining going on there, but mostly by the staff between each other, if they found it uncomfortable.
With you being world headline news at this point, and imagine these articles have got your picture on them, are you now tempted to change your appearance?
Not really. I think perhaps were we talking about it some time ago? Being wanted, it is never good to run to an isolated spot. Perhaps some people attempted to go to a caravan park in Wales or check into a flea bag in Paddington. They'd probably be okay in London. But the reality is you have to behave. Your best defense is to behave out of character with somebody who's on the run. You can check into a reasonable hotel, mostly by having the booking go ahead. Doesn't matter if you've done it 10 minutes ago, as long as it's already there when you walk into reception. People are kind of programmed to expect certain things from people on the run. They might go into a hotel, but there'll be no booking, and they'll say, can I have a room with no windows? Or have you got anything with a ladder out of the bathroom? Or I don't know what. But I've been places where witnesses to something, I've discussed a story in the paper with them, and they have no memory that people around me were actually part of it, or the photograph had been. Nobody much looks like the picture. I suppose, look, for you to, the obvious thing that would change your appearance in a second, your style these days, is the smooth look, if I can put it like that.
Getting a wig.
Yeah, you get a rug and
Elton John style.
A bit of a moustache. And
Get a Pablo.
at the risk of looking like a 70s copper, that'd be all that's required.
Do you think I'd suit a Pablo Escobar moustache or a Hitler?
You do a great Hitler, I bet. No, that'll be a guess at parties.
We're going to get the video deleted off YouTube now. It's like the dog, isn't it? The saluting.
I knew a guy in Wandsworth who had grown this fulsome beard, and he finally decided to shave it one day, and he left the Hitler one day.
Oh, God.
But he had such a face, I was cracking up every time he turned around. It was, hi, Wayne, if you're out there.
Well, when Escobar was dead, they shaved the Hitler moustache on him and took photos of his corpse with the Hitler moustache.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't suppose he would have minded the comparison terribly much. And as for desecrating corpses go, that's pretty mild treatment, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, if they'd put a broomstick up his bum or something like that and dumped a wig on that one, then you'd have a cause for complaint.
So if I'm on the run, I should just keep my head smooth. Is that what you're saying? Don't.
No, I think you'd because it is a memorable feature in that sense, and is part of a certain face shape. But that's the good thing. It would only take that wig to alter the shape of your face, and that would do it. That would be enough.
So you're saying that you just fit into the background? You're not standing out in any way, really?
Or if I see somebody, I engage them in a moment's conversation, as one does with somebody in a shop or where there's some services to do with travel. And if I take the right approach, within 30 seconds, I'm talking to them as part of somebody who's part of their world. The escaped villain is not part of their world. But if I'm talking to, I don't know, just somebody at a travel agency, for example, not that they exist anymore, but at an airline counter, I'd be saying, oh, you've got the Cisco systems in. They drive me mad at the office. That is enough of a line to lift you out. Your picture could be there. And once you put yourself as a wage slave too, there's the end of that.
So it's not just physical appearance, it's adjusting people's minds, isn't it? Through what you say?
Very much so. I arrived back in Australia once with a load. And it was early days, so I still had some, and there were 2 couriers. And they were looking to me for directives, because I'd go first to pick the immigration man as to who would be best. And this was done by experience and on some basis. So I picked one because I knew he'd be fine on the day. And that is very much connected with what we were talking about before, where you fit in. In front of me, there were probably half a dozen minor-level politicians and upper-level bureaucrats. They weren't standing there in front of this guy having to wait their turn one by one, because this is a man who assesses your customs treatment. You give him your customs form. He sees where you've been and then dictates what sort of treatment you're going to get, searched or not. So this guy at immigration had the little runaround fixer for this group of hacks and politicians, force all his passports on him, run it through. No, don't look them up, just stamp them through. Be bullied into it. So that when I arrive, you know what my attitude is then. Mate, and to think we pay taxes for those bludgers. That was it. Yeah. Yeah, you got anything? Oh, fuck no, foreign do I? Bloody good to be home. Beer up. And that's it. I sailed through and I signalled the other guys to come through because I was on an Australian passport, so I adjusted my accent and manner. But I took his side against his enemy, and that made me all right.
Yeah.
I could do no wrong. Yeah. And I think if people who are nervously wanted just don't take that obvious step to they think blending in means dressing in a certain way or not doing things to stand out. But you stand out if you're not part of something, if you're not part of a group. If you see something in a field that you know something about, if you come across some tech nerds and you know something about that, good. If you're wandering past an art gallery, dig around for a roll neck jumper and give yourself bad ear hair somehow, and go straight in, shaking your head at every picture you see.
A cravat.
Derivative. You will be part of that art crowd, and even if you are a loner, that fits in rather well with that lot of sad sacks anyway, doesn't it? So I don't mean you, Oliver. It's an artist friend of mine that
might get some art crowd trolls now.
No, he does. He does some quite good stuff.
So how long are you in Singapore?
As little time as possible. As I said, I didn't sleep very well that night.
Okay.
It's funny. I ate what I thought was good food at the restaurant there. Gave me the runs. I was so used to my French cook that I was eating poorly in the real world compared to the hellhole at Bangkok, where, Noel would be down with a supply truck and cart, which they used as a death transport in the afternoons for the injured. But anyway, that was hosed down, so there was no problems for the next day. And he'd be arguing over the quality of the meat and the fish and saying, "Oh, David, I don't think that tonight's on." Yes, just use your own judgment. We didn't have a sommelier for the wine, but still, I've never been a drinker. No, it took me a while to adjust just my physical self into that world, and it was only the next night that I was kind of sleep caught up with me. But I went to a travel agent to find a place that had handwritten tickets. I didn't want to be on the airline's computers under the dodgy name of the passport I'd used. I couldn't use the one I'd been sent by express courier because it had no entry stamp into Singapore. So I'm stuck with this iffy one. But how can I not leave a trail on the computers before I get on? Don't buy the ticket from the airline. Buy it from an agent who, what's that word for it? It means collating it. The word they use where a whole lot of little travel agencies used to go to a consolidator, yes. They used to get all the tickets for lots of airlines. They'd get them at a discount. That long-gone business of being a travel agent and tickets used to work like that. So I went to a really hokey place and I sat down and I thought, yeah, this looks like it's for me. There was little tattered flags and a faded Chinese calendar on the wall and tacky knickknacks on his desk. Clearly a one-man operation, except for his auntie or something. Came in Tuesdays. And he was a wreck. Layers of fat under his chin and whiskers and bitten fingernails. Yes? Pleased to meet you. You're my man. Name, as I'm keeping the passport away from him. So he's written the ticket out using my middle name as the last name, Charles. So I know that if that gets entered in anywhere, they won't have any advance notice about it, at least that. It was Pakistan International Air. Where was I going? I was heading for as deep and lost as I could imagine. And that takes me back, wow, 2 podcasts ago, and back to the Afghanistan-Pakistan border in Baluchistan, where I'd met Mir Nurjan Magsi, tribal lord. And it was into his hands that I was delivering myself and safety.
You think the story is just ending? It is just beginning.
Yes.
You must be exhausted, David.
Well, things did get more difficult. And
do you have time to answer any of these questions that have come in?
Yep.
So that's where we're going in the next podcast. We're going to the Badlands of Pakistan, Afghanistan, torture in Karachi. And if you've enjoyed this series so far, in the description box below this video, please support David by clicking over to his YouTube channel and subbing and clicking over to Amazon. If you have bought his book so far, we would really appreciate you leaving some Amazon reviews. We've got Escape and Unforgiving Destiny. I've read them both. Excellent.
I might say that the new book, Unforgiving Destiny, does kind of cover everything. It's probably a better place to start than Escape, which is kind of narrowly focused in that way.
If you want the broad picture.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, somebody contacted me when you're looking at questions, asked for a signed copy.
Yeah.
So I directed him to my davidmcmillan.net site. Okay. There's a contact page. Good. So I'm quite happy to sign a copy and send it if somebody wants one.
Yeah, they've just got to PayPal you the cost and the postage.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good. And if you're looking to hire David for work in the South London area, a guy who has escaped from Thai death row, I'm sure he can fix whatever you want fixing up.
Yes, from
contact through the website.
From bad locks to safe places to leave treasures.
People will be just hiring you just to come out so they can hear you speak to them. If you'd like to hire David out to speak to you, he's available for that as well.
I suppose so. Not too late, not too early.
Right. We appreciate all your questions that you're sending in. Put more questions in the comment section below if you'd like us to ask him in future episodes of this never-ending series. Before I get to this section of questions, I've got a quick question for you. What happened to the Swede? Is he still in a Thai prison?
Sten transferred back to Sweden. It took him 6 years rather than... It's possible to do it in 4, but it took him 6. What happened to him after the escape was he was chained up, leg irons, not particularly heavy, but enough, and moved to Building 5, which is a kind of isolation building. However, as I'd hoped, the Swedish embassy is not to be sallied with, and they stepped in on his behalf, and he was there 3 months before being moved to the foreigners building. He returned to Stockholm. He effectively transferred his sentence there, but he did altogether 12 years. So I got a slightly grumpy letter from him saying, well, I probably should have come that night and all that kind of thing. And I said, yes, of course, but thought, hell, God, what would I have done? He didn't have a passport. They wouldn't even give me a photo so I could get one, so he was nervous.
Is he alive and well now then, and free?
Yes, he's got to go, settle down, kid, yep.
Is there any chance he might watch this?
Some possibility. Escape has been translated into Swedish, so he might come across.
Well, if you are watching this, your valiant helping that night, just, man, you have got the heart of a mountain lion. And I praise you no end for what you did, helping David get out, man. You are such a brave soul.
Yes, Jens, that's his real first name.
Yeah.
You can rely on me anytime you want anything. Don't worry about the obstacles. They won't stand.
Do you know what happened to the rest of the cellmates?
Yes. Calvin, the American, went... he woke up in you can imagine, not long after he'd got to sleep that night. I was cutting my way out of the bars. Looked up. Fuck. Lit a cigarette. and did stand up. And I was a bit, I suppose, not rude to him, but I didn't need his help. He offered to help. He started steadying one of the tables or something. I appreciated that. His story is kind of a standalone adventure anyway, but I did think I mentioned that he'd come to Thailand because he was working in a rehab clinic as a nurse there. One of his wards or charges in there, was a guy who told him the story in his delirium of withdrawals that he'd hidden a kilo in the rooftop of a Bangkok hotel. So Kevin, barely nursing a quiet habit of his own, funny place to work, ends up being thrown out of the rehab place and just before Christmas heads over to Thailand to retrieve said kilo from rooftop. And let's see, out of the whole of Bangkok, would you need any help? Nope, you can stand on 2 chairs. But if you did need help, who would be the worst person to enlist? Let's see, somebody who could keep a secret and was honest. I know, I'll get a taxi driver. Hence prison. Anyway, he went back, got himself a couple of habits off and on, drifted around. I was in touch, sent him the odd 100 here and there. But I don't know. I'm going to check on what happened to Calvin and give you an update.
What about your height disadvantaged butler?
Well, I even sent him visitors, girls that towered over him, despite this. He had an interest in the art. He used to duplicate people's baby pictures and things. So I was always sending over... it seems nobody had the heart to treat him badly because he was really just like a kid in size. Even the most callous Thai guard couldn't give him more than a token slap. I mean, it seemed like, well, even the worst ones will pick on somebody, No, he was moved around and I think he could have swum out of any chains that they might have put on him, or wouldn't have been able to move. One of the two. Walk around in circles.
What was it, Mirage? Did he?
Mirage, he served out most of that 19 years.
Did he get any reduction for sounding the alarm?
Well, he sounded it rather too late. So they didn't understand why he didn't start screaming in the middle of the night.
Okay.
And he did explain that he had pretty practical reasons, not wanting to have to view his entrails from the inside out, but they didn't accept that. So he was no friend of theirs. And eventually he retired to Bangladesh somewhere where I think he's dead.
And there was the young prisoner who looked like a teenage girl. Any idea what happened there?
He didn't serve long. The Chinese organized something or other to get him out. He was paroled out and grew up and came out of the closet about the age of 21, I believe, doing some sort of modeling.
Okay.
Is that a polite word?
Right, Lewis Spear. David, did you ever consider giving it all up and going straight? What motivated you to carry on?
I think, imagine, is it Lewis, is it?
Lewis Spear.
Well, let's use the analogy of a spear at your back. If somebody's running with a spear at your back, do you contemplate stopping? I think not. And really, okay, I should have put up after the long stretch of being night and day surveillance and having my life trashed and forgiving everybody in my past. I didn't feel like it.
Specifically when buying and selling drugs, this is from Jonathan, did you have any close encounters or near-death experiences?
Not the kind of near-death experiences which people generally talk about, which is sort of sense of suffocating or some medical thing. But I think the inquirer is asking, did somebody threaten to kill me?
Yeah.
Many, many times. But I started to catalogue in my mind the way people did that, and it always seemed comic. And because I was giggling, it kind of either annoyed them or took the edge off it. Either way, it gave me some advantage. And because somebody stuck a gun in my face and I cracked up. And now what happens? Have you thought this out? Realize you're going to get covered in bits of brain here. And do I care? No, it'll be over for me in a second. That gun doesn't work, by the way. So for most of the time, I'd be worried about somebody tying me up. That'd be bad because they could play with you then, couldn't they? So you've got to avoid that. But where they've merely threatened you with death, somebody ran in once threatening to, someplace it was, David, I'm going to kill you. Yes, I said, do you want something to eat first? Because we've just cooked lunch. But no, this is serious. But then it's not, is it? Because the first social exchange of being threatened hasn't worked. Sometimes, but I've never been in a situation, these are people who have got the wrong information or have been manipulated into thinking something wrong. And people, if they were serious about killing you, you'd be dead and that was it and nothing would happen. So
yeah.
If it comes to a situation where there was sometimes a couple of times there's been attempted robberies, but usually there's little signs that people are going to turn on you. People are very fussy about the location in which they do that volte-face, as the Italians call it, and pull out a gun and say, I'm not paying, I'm taking everything with that.
Yeah.
They're very location concerned. They want you in a particular part of a room or a place. A couple of times people have changed plans at the last minute and said, no, we're in room 306 of the Bellevue Hotel. And I'd say, well, I hope you enjoy it because I'm not coming there. Yeah, but the deal, was, why would you go to a hotel room? Come back to the restaurant where I'm eating, have a dessert. Not too late for a brandy. I mean, what the... But we've got the stuff. Oh, good on you. Well done. Yeah. Bring it with you, why don't you? You can leave it in the toilet if you feel nervous about it. Look, you must have found yourself, Sean, that the dodgier characters leave a message wide open, don't they? That they've got malintent, and you can kind of smell it or feel it.
Yeah, I learned a few things over the years. To Tony's, he said back then they had a rule: never let anyone tie you up because, like you said, you're going to get taken off and tortured or something. I was going to do a business transaction with this guy, Gangster Dan. The whole story's in my book, Party Time. Went to his apartment, and some gang member he brought out from Los Angeles just opened the front door and just came straight, pointed this shotgun straight in my face, and he's just screaming his head off at me. I didn't giggle or smile or anything. I was just like, fucking hell. But then
the other guy comes, a messy thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Then the other guy comes and grabs the gun off him. But yeah, so what I was told, what I learned was, if you are getting at gunpoint and the guy starts to pace, he's psyching himself up to kill you. Before they kill you, they often pace. So that
is your moment to decide
praying.
Something.
Yeah, start believing in God. Dyer Reynolds. David, what do you do now? Having done such dangerous work, have you now retired or been working some other kind of job? Hobbies, businesses, etc.?
I still find myself up ladders from time to time. Gail, was it?
Dyer Reynolds.
Oh, Dyer Reynolds. Isn't deep, I guess. Putting in the CCTV cameras always seems to be using these multiple story ladders. And a strange thing, I think, statistically, one day I'm going to fall off one of these damn things. A gust of wind. I don't weigh much.
But not into the Mars Bar Lake.
No. And my luck, I'll end up a vegetable, won't I? No, not a clean death, just talking through a straw.
What about hobbies then?
Well, I haven't got much time. I still like all the things I used to like.
Yeah.
Taking little machines apart.
Yeah.
And playing with them. I like to watch something's really well thought out. TV dramas, like everybody does. A good season thing. Breaking Bad was good. Not just because the subject matter was had some familiarity, but it was they had the time, didn't they, to take on the characters quite well.
Yeah, the character development was superb in that series.
Remember, perhaps in Sopranos, there's a scene, and it was one of the best bits of acting I've ever seen from James Gandolfini, sadly dead now. He has done something or other to get off the hook of a murder case, and it's been difficult. The witnesses couldn't be found or approached. Now, his family don't know anything about the fact that he could be facing this murder case. He gets a call from one of his lieutenants who said, the guy who thought he saw something? Well, he realized he didn't see it at all. So that's that. Tony goes, right, but can't really say anything. He looks around his own house and goes into a kind of room where they keep the coats or something. It's got a little chair in there and closes that cubicle door and just enjoys his moment. It struck me that this is the loneliness of the long-distance criminal, where there's so much you can't tell people, and you very rarely, especially when you're deep in it, in that fictional world of Tony Soprano's, he couldn't start running around saying, look, I just got rid of a witness or something like that, or scared one off. And something that's well thought, I really enjoy watching the good acting and well planned out stories.
What do you think about the juxtaposition of Walter White, the chemist, becoming this big bad crystal meth kingpin?
It was good, of course. It was terrific in a way, and I quite liked the kid. But I thought, and that takes some writing skills to establish in episode 1 that he was brilliant and thought so. He went to a party with his former fellow students from university days, and they were all filthy rich tech heads. And he's so broke, he can only give them, a packet of noodles or something. And the sort of tech giant guy has the grace to say, he's been given a Stratocaster and Gibson guitars and, Troop of Elephants by gifts from others, and he's got this rice noodles or something from Walter White, because he's got the grace to tell everybody at this birthday bash for him, what, we tried to get these things in our dormitory when we were at university, but thank you, Walter, for remembering. So even the writing was good enough to show that even the rich guys weren't villains. They were trying to help him. They even offered him a job in that one. But unaccountably, he didn't take it, or the show wouldn't have gone on. But that is skillful. Look, lots of people try and write things. And that's why I'd like to have a bash at fiction sometime. Because it also gives me the opportunity to tell a lot of stories I can't, because the real people will be revealed and their sons and daughters and those around them will be therefore identified, even if they're dead. So only through fiction can I tell some very interesting things.
In our life, so many people have come in and out of our stories.
Yes.
When you cross over to fiction, like Breaking Bad, it's just a cast of characters all the way through, same cast of characters, which keeps this tight story
Exactly.
arc.
Yes. You don't have to account for the people who wander onto your stage briefly and then wander off. Is what happens in reality.
Yeah.
I suppose that's why I put that index in Unforgiving Destiny, because at least the index is not just page number, it's also who they are and what the hell they did in the thing. You don't really need it, but it's the comfort of you can cross-check. In the real life, that happens. But with fiction, you can plan out how all these things interact. So that would be fun to do.
Being in Arizona, which is right next to New Mexico, I ran into the same characters that Walter White ran into. But let me ask you, who were your favorite characters or most interesting characters in Breaking Bad?
Well, of course, we all start with Walter because he has the fun part of being pretty much a straight citizen, having to cope with all of every situation getting tougher and more complicated. By one series, he's working in an underground laboratory made in some car wash for an absolutely ruthless mercenary boss.
El Pollo, that guy, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, when I first saw your stuff, I thought, New Mexican Mafia. They're Mexicans, but they're the new Mexican Mafia. No, wait a minute. No. New Mexico, the state. So that's what it was, of course.
It's La M. It's a prison gang. There's the old Mexican Mafia born in Mexico. And then you got the new Mexican Mafia are people born in America who are called Chicanos.
Ah, yes.
Now, the Chicanos in the Arizona prison system have got a war with going against the Mexican nationals. So there's a distinction there between the old and the new. But then in Breaking Bad, you had the guys come in who were like the cartel hitmen. Those were they two brothers or twins or something?
Yes.
What did you think about them?
They made for good characters.
Yeah, didn't they?
And it's familiar ground, so it's hard to pull off. I found the kid a little bit irritating at times because, but I think he pretty much, apart from a couple of collapses, stayed loyal. The cute-looking girlfriend he had was dispatched unnecessarily, I thought. She was in a series called Don't Talk to the Bitch in Flat 27B, a short-lived comedy made by the guy who wrote Big Bang Theory. And that's worth catching up with. If
What about Hank the policeman? Did you think he had it coming?
I don't mind a policeman character if they're sort of real. I don't automatically take the villain side.
Yeah.
But I think if the policeman goes out of his way to be too far away from Sherlock Holmes, by which I mean this: if you go, Sherlock Holmes complained in his stories, "I don't go around. It's not my job to lock people up. I solve puzzles." So ideally, the policeman in fiction that's sort of more likable is the one who's more interested in the challenge of figuring out and hunting down things. What happens next is not to soil his hands with. They're very easy to be sympathetic with.
Yeah.
But the one who gets a personal obsessive grudge against me, like Bill Schenkman of the DEA.
DEA agent.
I mean, he had nothing. Most of the time, he had nothing to say to me. And his comebacks for me saying to him, "Well, Bill, do you need a certain amount of time for gloating, or are you just happy to do it while you're sitting there?" I never said anything quotable. I almost felt like making up some lines for him, because he's supposed to be the toading villain in the thing. But he was such a flat character. Even when I'm finally at his graveside, it was only by coincidence I found some parting words for him.
I had a similar nemesis in the Tempe Police Department. Just going back to Breaking Bad briefly again, the transition of his wife, I thought, was so spellbinding.
You mean a transition
of
into
Walter's wife
into an active operator?
Yes.
But shouldn't be too much of a surprise. And certainly worked well as a character.
Yeah.
And she had some good stuff to do.
Have you watched any Ozark?
Love it. Love it all.
Oh, I think that's...
This is a story about an accountant who's laundering some money, and he finds himself ever deeper enmeshed in having to clean up, 500 million in the beginning?
The cartel whack his business partner, and he didn't know that his business partner was working for the cartel, and they're going to whack him and his entire family. So he says, "I'll work for you if you don't do that."
Yeah.
That's how it starts.
And he ends up in the middle of the Ozarks, hillbilly territory, really, trapped between some fifth-generation local farmer heroin growers, opium growers, and the people that he's got to launder this money from, and independents all in between. And a very interesting character there is the girl, isn't she?
Yes.
She's a kind of hillbilly daughter who has to step up to the plate and manage a wild card father and a useless brother whom she wants to protect anyway. It's good. There's 2 seasons. I believe that it's been set up for a third by the look of it.
I'm obsessed with her character, definitely. If you try in Ozark and season 1 and you think, all right, I can't get through season 1, believe me, season 2 is almost at the Breaking Bad level. Get through season 1, get onto number 2, and you will be hooked.
Yes, it is good. I think it is now at its most dangerous point, series-wise, of running out of steam. Right. What do you do with him? At the end of series 2, the plan was to disappear, I think, for Australia or somewhere, and leave them to their own problems. And again, I think it's the wife, isn't it? She muscles up. When she does toughen up, she does it all wrong in the beginning, but she sort of gets it right towards the end.
Yeah.
And even the teenage son is learning how to launder money in a
shoot
quick
guns.
way. Yeah. So the danger now is that unless the series devises some way of delivering the unexpected, it could go terribly wrong. I wouldn't like to be in the writer's shoes there, trying to think.
If they had any sense, they would consult us, David.
I think we could do some part-time work there.
Feel free to get in touch. Right, next question. Joe Schofield. Ask him if he has any regrets.
The thing about regrets is your solution to them in the magic world is to eliminate the thing ever happening, the thing you regret. But what do you lose with that? You lose the whatever wisdom you might have scraped from it. You lose the experience. You lose the good and the bad that came with it. So, of course, I would regret. I regret getting my first wife killed. I regret rather small things, not taking care of somebody that I was too busy and neglected, but I can't bring myself to regret anything where I've learnt something I never could before.
Good answer. Jolly Fresh. I think this is a very young person. The spelling's a bit wonky, but I'll try and get through it. Has he ever wondered if he is paranoid schizophrenic from all of the drugs he has took when he thought cops were under the bed? Does this ring a bell? Cops under the bed?
I think I might have said at some stage that during some period in a Bangkok hotel, I felt that I became very nervous. But no, I think, as you say, it's a kind of young person. It's too easy, I think, to apply technical psychiatric words to feelings which really amount to just fear or confusion.
Do you have paranoia now ever?
No, I mean, the sense that somebody's following me or
like they're out to get you, the police or anything, are still out to get you.
No, I'm old enough to know that the world's too clumsy for that. People like to sleep, eat, and grope after whoever they like to grope after. Pretty much everything else is mishandled.
Tom Atkinson. How did David decide that it was time to change his life career, and how does he get his kicks now? His amazing highs and lows would have broke most people. How does he stay so chipper?
Well, what's the alternative to walk around miserable? I think that comes with our genes. People are either fundamentally happy or not. Besides, I leave it to the dream state and the subconscious to get on with it, whatever's happened in the past. And there was part of that question was, at what stage did I decide? Well, I'm 63 now. I simply realized that I couldn't afford the time to do anything that would eat up 5 years here or 10 years there. I just haven't got it. And there's some things I want to do. I found a couple of things I want to write, and I found out something extraordinary through all this, but that's for another time.
Excellent. Brian has asked, how many years was the organisation up and running successfully before the final arrest? During the peak years, what kind of dollars were being made?
Sounds like a kind of accountant's question, but a good, fair enough one. Okay, there were two periods, really. There was the Australian high period from 1979 to 81, short but hugely profitable, in which some $10 or $12 million moved around. It rewarded a lot of people, and then that crashed. Then there was the more independent days, small scale, but much more controlled operations post India, Pakistan in the 2000 to 2004. Not massively profitable, but very kind of interesting jobs. At some stage, I might have an opportunity to talk about Scandinavia and what goes on there. Christiania, which is the, Christiania, you've probably heard of it. It's an enclave within Copenhagen, which decided to be a free state of its own. These hippies took over in an army barracks, refused to have anything to do, well, they certainly took the national grid, took the electricity. The place is a warren of buildings. Officially, they make these kind of three-wheeled bicycles. Unofficially, they have Pusher Street, a caravan arrangement. That they were tolerated mostly in the Amsterdam way, but sometimes cracked down upon. But all of those people have very interesting lives and led to something that tangled me up for a while, involving was a 2-ton hash smuggling operation from Pakistan. When I came in, things were already not great. And what really messed it up was the boat that was doing the shipping from Karachi through Dubai and onto Europe was provided by the Russian mob and some Lithuanians who'd been using it for smuggling cigarettes around the Baltic. And so it was being tracked for other reasons. All of these people mixed together in a big pot, and I walk into it. But that's for another time.
That's episode 19. Okay. Greg Bell. I noticed that dodgy Lord guy, I think he's on about Lord Moynihan,
yes,
who grassed on you, grassed as in snitch, is the same guy who Howard Marks did business with, and he informed on Howard as well.
Indeed.
Did you have dealings with Howard, and what did you think of him and his books? R.I.P. Mr. Nice.
Yes. Howard was, a nice enough guy. He's no longer with us, so there's probably no need for him to be so modest about his accomplishments. He was a great promoter of marijuana, its legalization, and its sale at reasonable prices. He was not a man of limited interests, so he did play around in other fields, but he wasn't inclined to write about those. Quite enjoyed the books. Only thing I didn't really like Howard was a bit of a grand self-promoter with a pretty large ego, and he needlessly named a few people in those books without any purpose that I could see, other than to, what do they call it? Name check a well-known person as being involved in the scene. For example, if somebody with a nightclub or a couture's dress shop would have put money into it, some of his operations, where's the point of naming that person particularly? He could have hinted around it if he insisted, or better yet, it wouldn't have harmed his story that he was interested in telling if he'd left them alone. In fact, made him look a bit small-minded, I think. Also, he didn't listen to my advice about Tony Moynihan, which was available to him before he got ratted out by said Lord.
If you want to find out more about the Great Helicopter Escape, go back to episode 1 in the series, David McMillan series, playlist in the description box. I read Mr. Nice. Actually, my dad sent it to me when I was in Supermax in Arizona, in Florence. Good book. Recommend it. Which leads on to the next question from Bearded Scott. Do you recommend any books besides your own?
I answered him directly.
Okay.
Bearded Scott. And because I wasn't entirely sure what field he wanted, whether it was true crime in general, or books as in anything written well. And I can't quite remember what I told him, but I know I did say that in the world of true crime, there was nothing, I recommended my own, of course, but there was nothing that stood out other than yours, Sean. Yes, and Sean's.
Hard Time, Party Time, Prison Time, the trilogy.
Mm-hmm. Enjoying party time at the moment. That's good. Getting good laugh out of that. But that he should go back to Richard Stark's series on Parker. Parker's an unrepentant villain who runs around doing things, robbing. Maybe.
What's your favourite book of all time?
Oh, well, the most influential one is John Fowles' The Magus, because it it really did something with the idea that nothing's by accident. Everything in your world is controlled by somebody. And I don't know really after that. I think as you get older, I always found Vladimir Nabokov's Lolita hilarious as a comedy. I mean, a loathsome character, clearly a child molester, but it's comic the way he's handled it. Or
No Solzhenitsyn?
No, really, it doesn't. The translation doesn't work. Look how well, and people can handle second languages, like The Remains of the Day, written by somebody who Japanese his first language.
What a beautiful book, yeah.
Yeah, it's so true. Something smooth about the way it was written. Shirley Hazard has written a couple of books. The Great Fire is a terrific one. And I've always loved, I grew up with a guy called Terry Southern, who was a Beat Generation writer and a bit of an influence.
Patrick Tweedy asked, apart from focusing on your escape during your Thai incarceration, how did you maintain sanity and determination in the face of the conditions?
Well, I luckily I wasn't broken, as we've said here. I had friends, and that's all it takes to eat well enough. As for sleeping, it's awkward, but it does wonders for your back, sleeping on the floor. Can't say enough of it. I've had to get a kind of firm mattress ever since.
I've got a firm mattress as well.
But I think I said earlier, sleep is a bit strange. Whatever was mangled in me takes place in my subconscious, and every night's dreams are nightmares.
Do you feel lucky? This is from August May. Do you ever think about how everything could have ended worse?
I suppose. But I don't dwell on it. I could have ended up dead. That would have been alternative outcome, that's all. Now, there would be nothing worse than being trapped in one of the dozen places I could have been for a long time. And coming out a wreck or wired wrongly, I guess so.
Barzam is on about the example of Michael and something you said earlier. Can you elaborate on the 10% of people that react differently to most people with their drug habits?
Yes. Out of some years, knowing people who've had opiates, it's got two characteristics beyond any other drugs. Firstly, it produces a physical withdrawal, so it's extremely risky, and you have to follow certain things to deal with that. That's why we had a lot of Subutex around. It was kind of policy within our little group to always have an alternative if somebody was trapped. But the real point here is that, yes, I certainly believe that some people end up wired a bit funny that makes their own personal chemistry have a kind of unhappiness to it. You think of evolution and how we came to be still alive. So many things were kind of bred out of us. Those women who didn't like the idea of something growing in them and being subject to pain to have children, there aren't many of them. Why? Because they never had children. So by the same way, evolution's made happiness a good thing to have. But it's so complex, the brain. You can imagine it's so easy for that to be. And I would say to people who feel that they suffer from depression or a foundation unhappiness, which is shown, you've probably seen people with no confidence. If there was any rational part in this world to do with the law, things would be legalized so it could be discovered what, amongst all the illegal drugs, would be useful treatments for things like depression. There's something in opiates that stops you catching the common cold. Nobody's investigated it. And what is this thing that makes happiness not investigated? H.L. Mencken said years ago he defined a Puritan as a person who fears that somewhere, somehow, someone is enjoying himself. And that is the thing with drugs. Nobody wants to legalize having a good time.
Yeah, and those people who react differently definitely exist, because my main thing was ecstasy, and we'd all be on ecstasy, just smiling and massaging each other and cuddle puddles and all Vicks inhalers and all this stuff. And I had the odd friend who would take ecstasy, get completely paranoid, uncomfortable, and go home and vacuum clean. So, yeah, definitely.
Those cap, it's got to be done. Yours could use a scrub up here.
Okay, so next one, Liam Bro. I think that's brother. In Thai prison, what were the strangest stores you saw being run, such as rat breeding or peculiar food?
Everybody tried to have a little occupation of some kind. They could work in the factories for next to nothing, but the more enterprising had road stalls or side stalls, which did everything from rolling the cigarette for you when you came for them, fixing cigarette lighters. I suppose the guy that made the most unusual income was being the subject of bets as to where the elephantiasis parasites, which were long worms, would snap in his swollen one leg, which was the size of a tree trunk. He couldn't move it, hobbled around. He'd prop that leg out every afternoon, and gamblers would come along and they'd tease one of the worms out of his suppurating flesh, roll it around a pencil, get a grip on it, and then the betting would begin. 2 inches, I say, and it'll snap. No, that worm will hold out till 3. No, you're talking through your hat there, Freddie. This'll get a good 6 inches. Snap. There, and he'd get a cut of the house on that. Now, I've seen people earn a living through disabilities. There was a guy down in the hospital who had bark where a leg should have been instead of skin. But his was a short-lived engagement, unfortunately.
See how your questions can provoke the most interesting stories. Where would we have been without the worms? CJ has asked, how do you feel about today's drug dealers who have no morals or brain cells?
It's a difficult trade. Ever since the Berlin Wall came down, the field's wide open. Prices are down. Albanians are selling something that bears about as much relation to genuine cocaine as, I don't know, this liquid in here bears a relationship to the elixir of life. Pretty much none. Morals, I don't think they really ever entered into it, except for a few deluded people. We all had what we thought, convinced ourselves were standards. And why? Because we could afford them. I don't think I would have had them in the middle of, Shit Creek, Africa somewhere, starving to death. Wouldn't be too fussy then.
You 4-2. Have you had experiences on psychedelics, LSD, mushrooms?
Only work once. That's what I found. With some people's chemistry, the first formulation of, say, LSD you take produces pretty much as you want. Different colors, things all upside down. Kind of cool if you've got a safe place to do all this. So like, this would be good, padded walls and all of that. A bit spooky, but still. But what I mean is it doesn't seem to, it rewires the brain and doesn't work again. It's a bit speedy after that.
Johnny Holmes, and you've already answered some of this about your hope for the Thai King's yearly pardons. You said they were cutting those out for people in your situation, but he's also asked another question. When you got to the Thai prison and you were depressed, were you tempted to use heroin to assuage that depression?
I think somebody's asked that before in a different way. I didn't have any real inclination to, but I certainly couldn't afford the luxury of sitting around and enjoying myself vaping out for a couple of days. The point was, I had a job to do to save my own life. This was, anything that you take, uppers, downers, sideways, they're taking an edge off your decision-making ability. I mean, have you ever come across something where you made a better decision? Stoned? I don't think so. And we put all our decisions on hold. I am drunk, I am stoned. Do not act on any of your great ideas until you read them back in the morning. Rule the world. Yeah, but how? They just don't read back the well the next day.
Don't get high on shrooms and start sending emails, responses.
Yeah.
Johnny Wisdom, thank you, David, for all the content. You've mentioned the price that the life of crime has taken on you. Can you elaborate on this? Was all the excitement of this life worth the suffering?
Well, if he's asking that question to seek a recommendation as to whether it's worth going into for, is it worth the price? We are of what our times are, and I think that era has gone in. Well, it was never particularly safe in my time, and certainly crookdom in general. I think, Sean, you'll have to agree. It'd be very hard to find people to work with who, even if you're inclined to, who were technically up to date or had any the skill set necessary. Well, we'd love to go over to Iran, wouldn't we, and steal back their Shah's crown jewels. Be there in a minute. But the plan and who could you get? Questions about that? I want answers.
The bottom line is as well, if the stars hadn't aligned, David wouldn't even be here if they hadn't aligned that night of the escape.
True.
From Westy 420, what's the difference between Afghan and Thai heroin?
The amount of time it takes to make it, mostly. The diacetylmorphine in Thailand is done to the French recipe. And so it's charcoal filtered and cleaned up a bit. Comes in between 88 and 95%. The stuff in Afghanistan, I've seen these guys do it in a bucket with a bit of nitric acid cook up and some very basic chemistry. Not much filtering, though. It's a bit like everywhere, really. You arrange that the opium farmer supplies him with whatever, and you tell them what you want out of it, how good to make. Either way, of course, you don't want impurities on it. And yet, strangely enough, in this country, people go out of their way to buy brown stuff that's rubbish.
T. Parker, Fortnite, has asked, other than the ways you've mentioned about the Thai guards, are there any other ways in which they hurt prisoners?
I think you want a juicy, grisly story there, don't you?
Mr. Parker.
Mr. Parker. Let's see if we can come up with a horror story for him. Well, I suppose really it might not satisfy Mr. Parker here, but one of the things that stayed in memory was the amount of people that can be packed into a room. You recall I had no more than 6 in mine, yet next door, when a bus came in, I guess unexpectedly, we were counting the number of people who went in. And Sten and I were arguing over whether it was 39 or 49. We just couldn't believe it. That meant they could not, never mind lie down, they would have had to take turns sitting down. And this was one with a cell that had a busted fan as well. It must have been a nightmare.
You really got a sense of that in Billy Moore's A Prayer Before Dawn, the movie. It showed it, yeah.
Yes, it was a visually striking movie, isn't it? That?
Yeah.
It is good.
Okay, Mad Max 101, honk, honk, honking.
I'm not satisfied with the first 3 names. He's driven on for a 4th, yes.
Do you ever wish you stayed away from smuggling and stayed in politics to rise through the ranks to become the Prime Minister of Australia?
Oh, really? Well, I don't mind lying for a living, but I like some element in truth in what I do. Politics is a step too far.
They're the biggest criminals. Death is here. What is the method of capital punishment in Thailand? How long does the process take from sentence till end? So you already said that you are basically machine gunned. You've already answered that. In your case, then, how long were you actually in the jail for before you escaped?
I was there about 2 years, 9 months, something.
And in America, with all the appeals and stuff like that, it can take 20 years, for example, can be like people still on death row. Does that happen in Thailand, or do they get rid of you after so long?
Around about 5 years, the appeal process is exhausted. Tommy's uncle, one of the big Golden Triangle guys, he was finally cornered with something resembling an arrest, with 250 kilos in the back of a car that he could be connected with. Went down in the first court, but he bought the Supreme Court of Thailand. But during the time of actually being sentenced and his dismissal of that case, he had to spend some time in custody. Kind of luxurious custody, but...
If you want the full story of the drug lord uncle, it is in David McMillan's playlist in the description box below this video. Lolly Trolley has asked...
A troll at last.
Did you have anything in the business that you look back on with shame, and with so which sticks out without incriminating yourself?
Well, not with shame, but it's a story of here's something, I guess, of mixed regret. And this, I don't know, it's about a 5-minute story. Do we have time?
We've got all the time, as long as you're not exhausted.
No, okay. It's an odd one because it takes imagining these people. This is in Australia. I had some customers who would take a few ounces of heroin a week. I generally preferred larger, but they were friends of friends, and Michael knew them. This was a couple who had a very neat house in the suburbs, and because they both had habits, but regulated their lives well. She was a good cook. They kept normal hours. They were kind to the people they dealt with. He was another Michael, but so I won't call him that. I'll call them John and Mary. They had a situation develop. One of the working girls, by which I mean a young prostitute, would leave her baby, very young, just months old, with them while she went off and did more interesting things, as far as she saw it. And Mary told me, look, we have to change the baby's nappies. It's usually got nappy rash. It's good in a way. It clears it up. But, we feel sad when she comes back for the kid. What I say that night? Oh, no, it could be days later, sometimes weeks. Really? Yeah. They spent a lot of time taking care of baby Cheryl. And eventually, the mother found a new boyfriend and wanted to move on into somewhere, and had no interest in the baby. So said, "You can have Cheryl. I don't want her anyway. I'm moving to Sydney." Baby Cheryl was left with John and Mary, and pretty much grew up. Girl was never heard from, except a couple of times when she wanted money. And of course it was, a fee, I guess, for giving them. This was a childless couple. A situation arose. 5 years had passed, and baby Cheryl was little girl Cheryl, going to a local school, growing up well, happy. John and Mary were sort of not really much in the business. They did a little trade with some old friends. I was out of it, so I gave them somebody reliable. But everything was fine with their world. But it wasn't with the slaggette who had left the baby and abandoned her child. She got into some legal trouble, as they do. And she'd realized that, or thought that it would be an advantage to her in her court case if she had a child. So she wanted that one back. She was out on bail pending the resolution of some charges. And John and Mary came to me and said, David, what do we do? You know good lawyers. I said, yes. And I went to the best I knew. He said, David, you're kidding. How am I supposed to go to a court and say, well, you can forget about the natural mother. I think Your Honours should give this child to people who are not her family, and you'll soon hear from the other side that they are drug dealers in heroin. So that would be suitable, do you think? That's what my lawyer said to me. So I went back to them and said, look, I'm sorry. Look, she may forget about this Slaggett, that her case might resolve itself, or she'll have another technique. She won't want to use the child to get out of trouble. What do you want me to do? John said, pulled me aside. David, is there anything else you could do? You know, your way? Let me think about that. And here's where I regret everything that followed. I went back to them. I was still fairly young, bear in mind, my early 20s. And little Cheryl was running around there, playing in a room. I said to John and Mary, if I take some action, you have to ask yourselves, are you the kind of people who in 10 years' time, when she's a teenager and you've had a fight, and she asks you, but yes, what about my real mum? Are you the kind of people who can look back upon these months when Miss Slaggett has well and truly met with an accident, or in this case, disappeared off the face of the earth, never to be heard from again, nor will she, by my guess? Can you live with that? Can you assure yourselves that you can look at the light of your life and lie to her outright and say, I'm sorry, we know nothing of your mother? A week passed. Lawyers were tooling up, getting ready to do their bit. I went back, and good people they were, they said, I'm sorry, we couldn't really. We love her too much to lie to her. So the Slaggett got her way. For her purposes, the child was wrested from John and Mary. There was extraordinarily difficult scene where the child was dragged screaming away on the front lawn by social services and police on standby. Mummy, Daddy, what have I done? And went back into the tender care of the natural mother, who soon found another boyfriend and lost interest, and Cheryl grew up, felt betrayed by John and Mary, was generally poisoned about her, ended up in some ways imitating the worst of her mother just to see what that was like, what was all that about. Ended up with drug habits and pretty much trashed her own life. I went into abusive relationships because normal ones obviously weren't the right thing to do. Mary never got over it. The marriage between the two of them declined until they were almost strangers to each other because that thing that was in their lives was taken from them. They felt guilty either way. Where I don't forgive myself is in having said anything at all. What the fuck was I getting those down to? What, to be some kind of smart-ass, all-powerful dude who can say, I can make your problem vanish, but don't ask me how, even though I've damn well just told you how, by other means. And I learnt from that, that if you're going to do something, do it.
Don't tell anyone.
Don't tell anyone.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to the mother, I could ask years later. I don't know, the case never went ahead. They say she moved somewhere. Yeah. There was some evidence she checked into a hotel somewhere, under another name, but they knew there was a bit of a paper trail, was there? Oh, well, that must be true.
Cali Cartel used to put lookalikes on the planes. and say they disappeared over
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you are going to do something, don't gain points by making it your own ego trip for people.
Premium PENGUI has asked what David thinks about medical cannabis being used to battle heroin opioid addiction.
Well, I don't think it'd terribly be very effective. I think the research way to go is the withdrawal effects, for some reason, can be countered entirely by getting into a hot bath. And you can see the connection there between mothers who are giving birth getting into a warm bath, feeling almost no pain. It's within the realms of possibility to investigate these things properly and find a relatively pain-free cure for the addiction that won't involve whoever's addicted making, awkward choices. Okay, doesn't mean they'd ever get off it. They could drift back and forward. But again, it's something that people have brought upon themselves, so there'll never be any money in it, no research.
In the late 1800s, they thought that cocaine, when it was touted as a cure-all wonder drug, would cure heroin, opioid addiction, and it just ended up with people addicted to two substances.
Yes. Well, of course, when they're promoting something, the early heroin bottles always gave it kind of cure-all properties.
Yeah, then the heroin was a cure-all as well at one point. I think Sears Roebuck sold for $1 or so many cents a needle, and the heroin, the dosage, and adults were supposed to take so much, and children were only supposed to have this much, and it would help them sleep at nights.
I bet it did. Not a peep out of the little nippers.
Holly Aurora Bar. Were you ever scared because you come across as very calm and level-headed?
Was I scared because I come?
You come across as very calm and level-headed, but were you ever scared?
Not really. But the only time that that threshold was crossed I felt nervous about certain things that weren't going well, but not scared. Fear, in any overwhelming sense, only came into play in the torture cells of Karachi, but that's another story.
That's coming, yeah. Lewis Spear.
We've had him before, haven't we?
Have we had him? That's two, has he then?
The
Spearman. Yes, there he is. He was the first one.
He's back again.
You could have gone straight. He's just, he's recycled that question. He's just he's rephrased it. So we'll skip that. Well spotted. Yeah. Kevin Davies. Did David teach any of the lads how to smuggle stuff into prison while he was in the last UK jail? That might be coming in the final of the season 4.
Well, they were pretty accomplished, but
I think that would actually open you up to legal liability. It's probably best not answered because it could be.
Well, here's the point. I'm reluctant to. This is very ongoing. It's a bit like asking me, can you say anything that will get somebody arrested tomorrow?
Yeah, let's not go there.
I'd rather not.
Quadrex has asked. Thank you, Quadrex. You've really supported the channel over the years. Appreciate all of your comments and interest. Who was the most dangerous person you've ever met?
He did ask this, and I answered him publicly, but directly, that I found the most dangerous people I'd met, the people that didn't make me scared, but rather admired them. Yeah. And I spoke of Jim Baisley, who was a contract killer. I just called him Jim, but I think he must be from Australia because he guessed who he was. Because that was one, did I say that he didn't want to kill somebody because he liked dogs and
did we do this
dog
one?
Around? I think we spoke something about that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Right, so go back to through the series to get the full details of that one. 10 million views has asked, why are you not in an Australian prison?
Because I don't want to be 10 million.
You did your time.
All I'm wanted for there is a parole violation, which is not extraditable. They aren't, because they let you out the door. They can't complain to another government later on that they changed their mind about that.
Mags Maz has asked, does being a polite gentleman help in your life of crime?
If it's referring to me,
Yes.
then of course, I don't know. I'm just myself. I don't find it is any advantage to get upset over anything. And my mother was always a bit insistent on good manners, even though no matter what you're doing. So even if it's the worst thing on earth, I try not to be impolite about it.
I think good manners do help because it leads to less confrontation, showing people respect, but having a line that people can't cross, showing that as well, and having that balance right. And I think you've got that balance right.
Well, I think too, if you show certain standards to somebody, even if they've got bad intent, they kind of automatically try and match standards of their own, even if they're bad ones, but they will apply them in the same way.
If you've got a calmness as well, people will come down to your level if they're like angry, aggressive people. Sometimes I've noticed
No, it
that.
can help. I might have that because my
Yeah.
pet dogs all fall asleep when I pick them up. And when I read my books to anybody, they're asleep in seconds.
Just two more. John Wadsworth has asked, what's the music in the background of the video you just put on your own YouTube channel?
There's two parts to it. One is a slice out of some background score for Mad Men, the TV series, about advertising, which goes on to an Anne Dudley score for some film she was working on. I forget. Anne Dudley has done some great music, and I'd highly recommend her Tales from a Victoria City. Now, a few people didn't like the music in the background, said it was distracting. So, on balance, you probably might not hear it. But I do have a kind of playlist selection for music that meant something to me at the time up on YouTube, so you can trample around that if you like. And I'll be, for those who don't mind me droning on, I'll be reading my books into a microphone in the next couple of weeks. And therefore, audio editions, best followed by a hard copy in your back pocket, will be available for those who'd like to do the dishes. And
for
hear
people
something.
watching the whole series in future months and David's playlist, we will put the, if you're watching this now in months from now, and these books are already published, the link for his audiobook will be in the description box of all the videos proactively as well. So final question is then, what do you think of the Julian Assange situation and what will happen to him next now that he was just sentenced to 12 months in the UK?
That's right, 50 weeks, wasn't it, for
Yes.
a jumping bail?
Yes.
I think really he, firstly, it should be decorum that if you're going to jump bail, you sort out the people who put it out first. People did lose properties over
Yes.
that. I don't consider him such a crusader that warrants treating people shabbily.
Just to give the other side, though, they were calling for the death penalty, to give him the death penalty for spying and all this stuff in America at that point in time.
Oh, I don't doubt that he's
Yeah.
got very strong grounds, which he will have quite a battle in the extradition courts, as I did, in another way. But it's hard to avoid a US extradition. It's been done a couple of times.
Do you think this 12 months has been slapped onto him then to give time for the legal process of all these other countries to therefore have these other cases and get him potentially to
It's
America?
certainly convenient to them.
Yeah, it's
I
a
think
setup, isn't it?
they'd be quite happy to see the Swedish sex allegations case come to something. That's probably unlikely. The American one, on the other hand, will be quite a battle for him.
Did you read the details of the Swedish sex allegation case?
They seemed a bit flimsy.
Because it's to do with not wearing a condom, isn't it? If you don't wear a condom,
Oh, I didn't know that.
that's considered sexual assault in Sweden.
Ah,
So the allegation is that he had
so the
consensual
activity
sex.
was consented to.
Well, yeah, these ladies after the were seen photographed with him weeks after these allegations. They were still partying and getting photographed with him weeks after the incident supposedly took place.
Right.
And they were attached to the embassy as well. But supposedly one allegation was that he had consensual sex with a condom, and then she woke up in the night and he was having sex without a condom or something like that.
Yeah, that's
But it seems far-fetched to me, and convenient at the time that he put all this
What do you think?
information.
By some sense that because the Americans are so keen to get him,
Yeah,
they prompted up some kind of activity to amount to a holding charge till they can get somewhere with theirs.
Have you watched the Collateral Murder video on YouTube?
No.
Video will be in the description box if you're interested in Julian Assange. It shows some journalists on the streets of, I think it's Iraq, and the Americans come in, and it's like a video game to them.
Yes,
like, kill him.
I've seen that.
Their enemies, kill him. And then a family stops to help them, and they wipe out the family as well.
Yes, a very trigger-happy...
but they're all giggling, almost like while they're doing it, trigger-happy.
Those long-distance killings, of which there'll be many more in the future.
Yeah.
Asymmetrical warfare, don't they call it, when one side's overwhelmingly outpowers the other. I think... look, it's a good thing that Julian's organisation, even if you don't like him much as a person, has done the things, and he shouldn't be treated to spurious laws, especially about revealing things that should be revealed. Everything's a crime. It can be. There's powers here that can charge us for revealing things if anybody wants to bother. But I just remember seeing that picture of him with the wild white beard being carried off somewhere, muttering, and remembered the history of white beards being carried off somewhere, muttering, including Saddam Hussein coming out of that concrete bunker, looking at a Marine sergeant, staring down at him, saying, I have diplomatic immunity. Well, that qualifies as a meaningless rant. And I think it was Milosevic from Serbia grew the madman's white beard. Generally, what happens after that, you see the beard and the muttering, doesn't go well. But I certainly wish his case well, and I'd like to defend him. If he wants somebody other than those rather incompetent expat Australian lawyers that he's got. By the way, I wrote to one of them, what's his name? The guy, Robertson. If he'd take on my extradition case. And I didn't hear anything back. He didn't want it. A bit of a show pony. Though they're quite good as a lawyer, but more of a television identity. Now, he needs something interesting, doesn't he?
And you don't live too far from where he's being held either, do you? Isn't he in London right now?
I think he's in Belmarsh, I would expect.
Okay.
He's jumped bail. He's got potential for helpers. That's enough to put him in a canary suit. That is the green and yellow suit that you were forced to wear, as I was, when you're considered a flight risk and an escape potential.
So if he does ultimately end up in the American judicial system, what do you think?
Federal, isn't it?
What do you think the outcome will be for him? What is his fate?
Providing they don't invoke some special clauses to take it out of the hands of civilian courts. I think it's down to his supporters.
Well, can they do that in the interest of national security?
Not easily, because an extradition case, part of the deal is Britain, or wherever he goes from, will only agree to face this particular charge. They can bring no further charges once he's there. That's part of the international agreement with extraditions. Also, it will have to be a trial conducted in a certain way agreed, which will be in the civilian courts. I remember when the IRA guys and somebody I knew in there were being tried in New York City for some bits of mischief. They had plenty of dough, and their legal team went out doing surveys on the potential jurors in the area. They had a complete breakdown from the jury pool of what their core beliefs were and thinking. You can imagine how frowned upon that would be in the UK if you hired a legal team to do general, not particular by name, polls of what the the belief system was of the jury pool from which they were drawn.
Did OJ do some of that?
Yes, he had.
I think I saw that in People versus OJ.
He will have available to him, if he's got the money, some quite sophisticated defense technology.
So they won't be able to take Julian off and just waterboard him somewhere?
No. He will get probably fair treatment. I think really the Americans know they won't be plugging leaks, and punishing him by conviction won't mean very much. I think they'd be a bit like Thailand was in my extradition case, happy with the fact that their power, their reach is recognized and they were given their man. What happens to him won't mean much. I suppose they'll be able to have a grand jury and some sealed indictments on a few people around him to give them a headache. But I don't think he'll ever get convicted of anything.
You don't think he'll ever get convicted of anything in America if they go through all this?
No, I think carefully. Well, if his defense is handled properly, it could and you shut him up. You don't want him on the stand. He'd shoot himself in the foot speaking. He sounds like a fabulous self-promoter, and like a little kid sometimes who's had his toys taken away from him. No, he just sits there quietly looking sad. That's all I'd want out of him if I was his defense counsel. And I would tear into the legality of what exactly it was that he did. And you wouldn't brook any of this vagaries of conspiracy to. You tear that up.
Well, because he's rocked so many boats in politics around the world, I think if they do get him over there, because they've made such big headlines out of it, that they'll give him a long sentence. I think the dice are loaded in the judicial system, and the government is the house.
It is so, but even from your time, didn't you get the feeling that in America it's fair play to the richest dealer at the table? Somebody who is outfoxes, outwits, and has a more expensive team is generally awarded the prize, and the government is not necessarily the winner at the end of the day. And that, you say, yes, possibly, but that doesn't apply to national security issues.
Yeah.
Yes, you'd think that, but I think he might weaken to some kind of plea deal.
I think because of the national security issues, it ratchets it up from the OJ level. But yeah, it probably end up in a plea deal. Trump, when he was battling Hillary for presidency, said, "I love WikiLeaks." But now he's saying, "Who's Julian Assange?"
Poor old Donald. He's a unique personality, isn't he? But I think he's the president they deserve at the moment.
Do you think Trump will do anything for Julian?
No, I don't think he gives a toss one
He's
way
just
or
expendable.
another. I think it's usually a tradition for presidents on their way out. For example, if he doesn't win the election against, who is it, the old kind of respected guy at the moment, I'll think of his name. He was a vice president under Obama. He's getting on a bit, this opponent of Trump's. But if Trump loses out, and in any event, just before his last days, he'll do what all presidents do. They pardon all their business buddies that are currently doing time for fiscal misdemeanors, or any damn misdemeanor.
Bill Clinton pardoned his coke dealing brother Roger. And
Yeah.
Roger was selling, I think he's buying coke from a DA agent, and he said, "My brother Bill's got a nose like a vacuum cleaner for this stuff."
Yes, they give they give pardoning powers to their presidents there, and we have ours with Her Majesty, which is still there.
But they're typically up for sale, aren't they? You make a contribution. The American
the
ones.
American ones,
Yeah.
yes. I saw a documentary of Betty Windsor, Her Majesty, signing somebody's pardon, and she did bother to say, what did he do? Did he save a guard's life or something? A personal private secretary said, "Ma'am, I believe he did something of value, as far as I know." In other words, Just sign the damn thing.
So there's our take on Julian. David thinks he's going to put up a good defense, can possibly get out. There's not really a legal case against him. He is only a journalist after all. Freedom of speech for journalists. He's reported about crimes, yet he's the one doing the time. And I think because the Americans, it's so corrupt, possibility that they're going to try and make an example out of him and bury him alive in the federal system. So let's see where it goes within those two ways. Now, David has filmed today a world record on the podcast between parts 3 and 4 of his series. We've not filmed this long ever with anyone on one single day. We're looking at, must be getting on for 5 hours now. So please support David, like I've said throughout these broadcasts. Please support David by going over to Amazon, buying his book, leaving reviews. His website's there. He's doing work in the south of London. He's got his own YouTube channel. If you've got more questions for future series, we were just about to go over to the Badlands of Karachi and Afghanistan. If you've got more questions, put them in the comments section.
And people should know if they want more on your YouTube material and links, where it says show more, just under the description of what you're about to see. Click on that and a big panel drops down with lots of very interesting links on it.
Yeah, and have you got anything you would like to say to the viewers before we have a hug?
Well, the 5 hours has flown by and the burrito you gave me for lunch has flown through. So I've enjoyed myself.
I've enjoyed myself.
And
my heart was going like crazy during that escape stuff.
Yes, where we go next is... Look, Thailand had its challenges. That escape was difficult. But I was so frustrated and so uncomprehending that it's taken me at least 10 years to understand what I went through in Afghanistan. And with 7 different tribes in a dozen languages and seemingly impossible situations with utterly ruthless people. And that it's only now that it's good that I can explain it. And that'll certainly be worth catching up with if you've got nothing better to do with your time. Join us.
Cheers in YouTube. Thanks.
Okay then.
Thanks so much, David. You've been
good to see
proper
you.
sold. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. Part 5. Here we are. David McMillan.
Hello.
Got a loyal following now. You guys out there been loving his videos. One of the most common questions I'm getting on YouTube is, when is David coming back on? Every day. When is David coming back on? When is David coming back on?
Well, I still have a pulse, Sean, so as long as I've got that. But I should let everybody know that I'm not really up to par this morning. Too much 9 to 5 work. It's... I got that message when I was 18. You think I would have realized that it doesn't suit me. But nonetheless, we'll stagger through the various places we've got to go today.
How's the job going?
Nightmarish, but the CCTV is kind of interesting. I've got I had a job last week where a Colombian family, really.
Cartel.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I must have found the only Colombians in London that don't have connections.
So they say.
So they
all say.
They seem to own some properties. But they're worried about 80-year-old dad being abused by a carer. So I had to put 19 cameras in this place. It's too many. Nobody watches all of that.
Oh, the carer would have disappeared in the old days, but now cameras, I guess that's the soft approach.
I suppose so. I think, I don't know, he's got a little touch of Alzheimer's. And so I had to build them in so that he couldn't play with them or detect where they were. Where would you disguise a camera?
Well, reading books about the DEA and the CIA, the methods that they have used, light bulbs, air conditioning vents.
Very much so. The standard ones are clocks. Pictures on a wall.
Pictures. Dorian Gray.
Smoke alarms, that's used a fair bit. I kind of like two-way mirrors myself.
Oh, CIA was heavily into that with the LSD experiments in San Francisco, I think it was.
But I suppose it's a comfort. You think around the world, how many images are out there that nobody ever watches? Of course, AI, artificial intelligence, will soon enough make all that very easy to follow what people are doing. It'll make mistakes. Some innocent people will sadly suffer. But in the general good, you have to lose a few innocent people.
Well, Sheriff Joe Arpaio had got in trouble because he had cameras in his jail and perverts were looking at the women going on the toilet in the jail.
That's a kind of Japanesey thing, isn't it?
Yes,
The
very
Japanese
Japanese.
are very big upskirters. And I think there's a bar in Tokyo where it's got a glass tabletop and the girls run around underneath it. And the guys drink sake and go stupid. But I can't see really the point in all of that.
You were never an upskirter, David.
No, not really. Not really. But speaking of AI, I was very impressed with David Icke, isn't it?
David Icke, been the biggest thing on the channel in recent months. Yeah.
Yes.
Shout out to David, thank you.
Yes. And I suppose I should throw in my 2 cents about all of that. Though I love a conspiracy, I started out, even at 14, fully wound into it. They say there's either a personal God or a God for everybody. In the same way, conspiracies are a personal conspiracy against you, we're watching, or one behind big events. And, if there's a big event, something has to be behind it, like the Kennedy assassination. Seems very unlikely. But do you really think anything stays a secret for too long?
Well, I was just researching about the death of Kiki Camarena, who was the DEA agent that was featured in the latest season of Narcos Mexico.
Ah, yeah, the name rings a bell.
Yeah, and there were a few state police present at the kidnapping and torture who went into witness protection in America.
It was a grisly death too, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, really grisly.
And
grisly.
The US was very determined to get somebody for that.
DEA was.
Yeah, all right.
But these state police who were present at the kidnapping and the murder, they went into witness protection under the DEA in America.
Yeah.
They told the DEA, everybody who was in that house, the cabinet secretary, the war secretary for Mexico, the CIA representative that was linked to Bush and all this stuff. And when the head of the DEA who was assigned to investigate the death filed all that in his reports, the response that came back was, stick to your work.
All right. Leave it alone.
Your work is the death of Kiki Camarera, not an investigation of a sister agency. There's a national security interest. Don't ever file any of this in these reports again because they could come out in the court system. Put everything in secret, internal DEA memos that will never be revealed. So,
because of course in the US, because of the court system, things come out that way.
Yeah.
Have you noticed interesting thing in the UK? Very rarely do live telephone intercepts recordings are used in UK trials. They might use a bug planted in a car. The old Hatton Garden codgers got recorded in a car. I mean, how silly was that? You'd think they were old enough to know not to. A couple of people I know, they won't talk anywhere. And one, an Irish guy who always talks with his hand over his mouth. He's worried about lip readers. But anyway, so I was very tuned into to look for conspiracies early on. I read John Fowles' The Magus. It's a fictional book. And in that, the lead character gets manipulated completely in this entire, the latter part of his life by events that are staged for him. And that was very well done. But on the comic side of it, in a way, have you read any of the Illuminatus trilogy? What's his name? Somebody, Anton, oh yes, Anton Wilson.
No.
He wrote them. They're terrific. I mean, it's ludicrous. There are 7 John Dillingers. Apparently that it was what is it, septuplets or something, and they grew up. The lead character in it is a guy called Hagbard Celine, who has a submarine smuggling A-class narcotics around the world. The Masons come into it. The Mormons come into it. There's even another group that comes from 1930s Harlem. The series is great. It goes back to the 70s. But for those who are sort of leaning towards conspiracies, a kind of light touch approach of these novels is a good place to start, so you can separate the likelihood from the unlikelihood. Now, a lot of things that happened in my life, I could reasonably assume that I was either very unlucky or there was something more to it. There's something more to it with the obvious thing. I annoyed authorities. I did that long stretch in Australia. I had business in Thailand. That got tangled up in the death of a DEA agent's wife. That's no way to make friends, but nothing to do with me. So when I would always be very alert to finding patterns and links between things, I met sometimes people just by chance 2 or 3 times over a period of 20 or 30 years. There was a US congressman that I kept meeting in transit lounges, and we'd chat, and he kind of spoke to me as though he knew me, referring to things on our side, the Western world, and spoke about the Mujahideen, which were one of the many Afghani groups that were funded by the CIA. But because he kept reoccurring, I started to think, is there something more going on? But that's just straight paranoia. Where it was of some interest is by observing very carefully. I think I mentioned before, when I was trying to leave a city once, and another little operation down in Green Park, I spent a whole morning with 5 people checking out almost everybody there, doing traces on number plates, finding out what somebody was doing. And people do strange things. One guy we followed was going into tall buildings, going to different floors, and doing nothing, retracing his steps. He was a fantasizer. He was imagining some old retired guy, some empire that he never had, people on trains being peculiar. But if you do observe things carefully, I can tell, some things do come to mind. And for those who like a bit of a mystery, I think we can share one that... Now, where do you think, when the crap hits the fan, that all the politicians in Westminster will run and hide?
Where will they go if, there's a nuclear war? Is that what you're saying?
Nuclear war, massive terrorist attack.
The conspiracy theory on the internet is that they have these underground bunkers in New Zealand.
Well, they don't. That would take some time to get to, and involve a bit of air travel, unless they had a kayak. And
so if it's immediate, I have a friend actually, and she did used to work for a company that did build underground bunkers in London. And they cost 50 million upwards for these bunkers.
Wow.
Yeah, so I imagine that would be one option.
Well, for those interested, they can see the one in London or see where it comes out and goes in. Folks, go to Westminster Tube Station. It's a new build, relatively, and a big renovation's been done. And if you take the escalators up, you'll realize that you're going quite deep, but you've passed through a floor that doesn't seem to exist. Now, it's got a lot of metal paneling everywhere. And you go up onto a kind of a landing, and there's some more stairs. But if you keep to the stairways, in the middle, you'll see a range of panels that have no reason to be there. And I'll give a signed copy to anybody who can identify where that entrance and exit is.
Put your answer in the comments section below this video, please, if you'd like a signed copy. Would that be a signed copy of Escape or Destiny?
Destiny at the moment. I think, but I should say too, by the time people see this one, the audio versions of both of those books should be available.
Fantastic. And links to all of David's books on all of his socials and YouTube channel are in the description box below this video.
Yes. So clear observation is the best way of finding out what's really going on. But of course, we're in a big transition phase, aren't we? What was that? Cambridge Analytica, wasn't it, that got in trouble for using information from Facebook?
Just watched a documentary on them at the weekend on Netflix about the great hacking or something.
Oh, the Great Hack, yes.
The Great Hack. Yeah. So if you downloaded the app on Facebook, they not only got all of your personal data, but they got all the personal data from all of your friends on Facebook as well.
That's a nice little click, isn't it?
Isn't that a good trick?
Well, so many apps you download and you see this long list of things they seem to want. Access to your camera, your photos, your files. And you think, oh, to hell with it. Why not? Nobody can be bothered customizing that little bit or going into it. And they make it difficult. But I think more intrusive, yet less obvious, is to come. You think of what you can find out about a person from the way they click through things, their hand gestures, the way they type, their finger movements. You could break down their psychology to such an extent that you could determine what their likely decision is when faced with a series of images or events.
From body language?
Yes, entirely like that. There was a famous test where cameras were set up in it was a kind of networking meeting. A lot of people were invited and they had name tags. Now, without taking the sound into account or any words the people spoke, they were able to predict which people would be the leaders within that group, which people would make contact and which people would stay together afterwards. And that prediction was done entirely by their movements. And I suppose that's because the part of our brains that does the talking is kind of like the bullshit department, really. Whereas we don't disguise our movement so much, except in a kind of limited way. So when all of that kind of tactile and haptic data is brought in, there'll be no secrets.
It's like how the gang members size people up when they're walking into the prison. The guy with a spring in his step, chest out, chin up, he's probably one of us. The guy shuffling, looking down, got something to hide, maybe a chomo, maybe a snitch, maybe we can exploit this guy somehow.
True, and then you've got the next layer of distinguishing the pretenders.
The pretenders.
And the ones with false bravado.
Yes.
Because, of course, they always say, don't they, beware of the quiet man, while others are talking, he's listening. When others are acting, he's preparing, and he'll strike when you don't know.
Well, I once got moved over to max security from medium after a year of being in medium.
Why? What did you do?
My prosecutor doubled my bail to 1.5 million. So when your bail goes over $1 million, you move to max. So I was doing the prison walk, walking in there up to this table of murderers, all the slang, all the prison slang. And, they're just looking at me. They let me just stand on the end of the table. And they're deciding whether they're going to accept me or they're going to brutalize me. So I'm quite nervous, but I'm putting on this prison bravado like you described. Right. Yeah. Go back to my cell. The head of the gang, Bullet, who was a murderer, walks into my cell with all of his legal paperwork, gives it to me and says, I want you to read this for me.
Oh, that's right. I read that in
your
book.
So they've seen right through my act.
Yeah.
I was a resource to them. I had an educated person.
Exactly.
That's how good they are at reading body language.
I suppose they have so much practice
Yeah.
that it becomes kind of a second nature. And
Yeah.
also, you know yourself that somebody who has even the skills to put together an internal prison application for something, or can read their way through court papers,
Yeah.
or even for that matter, write the guy some kind of bogus love letter to his girlfriend. You know. Many ways of being helpful there. Also, if you come from somewhere else, that's always a plus, because you, they will feel, have contacts in a whole new area that might be good stuff.
And it's baffling for them as well because they don't know how to pigeonhole you.
Yeah. I think, too, you can protect yourself by giving the impression that your security is done by some kind of foreign devils that they don't understand. Whereas a London villain will size up another London villain and think, yes, I can get on top of that one. If they're people that barely speak any English, and when they're carrying out a contract, they arrive with a Polaroid and just keep killing everybody who looks, well, close enough, you know, a good match. The unknown is very fearful too.
Yes.
So, where were we last I was here?
We finished 4 episodes with you. I think all your episodes now combined clips must be approaching 1 million views. We escaped from death row in Thailand.
Yes.
You've gone to the country of... What was the country you went to?
I went to
Asian
Singapore,
one? Singapore?
first, yes.
And you are establishing in Singapore some of your old resources to make a move from Singapore to your next destination.
Well, that's right, because the passport that I had to get out of Thailand was a stolen one, and it could be worked out what that name was by simply going through the passenger lists of that day, matching them against reported missing or lost passports, and then, you know, watching for the pattern there. And they'd get a few others who were doing, you know, their own kind of dodginess with on phony passports that day, but they could kind of work it out. So I really only had about a week, and I found a kind of crumpled travel agent, and where they used to write handwritten tickets, jumbled up the name a bit, and whereas today they have to be very exact. If there's a mismatch on your travel documents at all, they won't let you on. But back then they were, even though this ticket was written in a middle name. So I flew where nobody could touch me, I felt. And that was back into Pakistan. Now, I was no stranger to that place entirely. I'd been there back in the late 70s. And you know, I was in my 20s doing some hash business there. And it was very different back then. It was run by General Zia al-Haq, who was obviously a military man and firm, a dictator, surely. And the whole town was quiet. Arriving in Karachi, I think there were 2 halfway okay hotels. The Intercontinental was one. It was very hard to get anything to eat. But I wasn't staying in Karachi. I was going to Baluchistan. Now, Karachi is part of Sindh province, and they have their own independence movement. And Baluchistan, which is over towards Iran, again, they have their own language, and they have an independence movement. And my friend there was Mir, which means Lord, Nur Jahan Magsi of the Magsi clan. And I'd met him, I suppose, back in 1979, at a checkpoint where we all ended up wanting to decide what to do about it. And so I learned a lot from this guy. He handled them well. He had some military people that were kind of on his little team. And he was, as you expect, being a lord, he didn't have huge holdings. Quite modest in a way, his little castle along the coast. But I was there more or less on a bit of smuggling, a bit of feeling my way. You know, I managed to offend a few villagers along the way.
So you arrive at a checkpoint and you said he handled them well. What do you mean by that?
Well,
And how did you get to this checkpoint in the first place? What were you doing
I
there?
was driving with my guide, who was Lee, my old Thailand contact, who had some, on part of his family, had some Pakistani origins. So we were headed off to the village where he had friends. We stopped at a few little ones. Bear in mind, this is 70s, so anything kind of goes. The women are running around with burqas and the grills over their face, and the village headman understood a bit of English, and I thought I'd say something clever and said, well, doesn't look good, but at least you can marry off the ugly ones, huh? And everything visibly tightened. My guide sort of clenched weapons under their shirts, and Lee said, David, we've got to get out of here now. So we did, and apparently they smashed the cup that I drank out of, burnt the chair that I sat in, and the women were seen sweeping away with bunches of sticks my foot impressions in the dust.
You never existed.
That's a negative, isn't it? So I didn't win that village over, but we found one in the end. But at the crossing, these crossings are, they're on the so-called main road, but it's still a dirt track. And you either pay a little bit of something and they annoy you, the checkpoint guards there. But there was 5 of us there, and I was getting ready to pay something, but I could see that there were too many for the right day. Something else was going on. There was a senior officer there and 2 half-wits with very aging, rusty guns. But they were just seeing through a bit of smuggling that goes through in Balochistan. And so I think they had that look like they wanted to play with me a bit and see what could be rinsed out. And my guides were pretty nervous. But
how did you get guides?
Lee, my Thai contact from there, he had family members who were living in that part, so they knew their way around. But they were not Baluchis. And luckily, at about the time it wasn't working out well, a white Mercedes drew up, and in a cloud of billowing silk cloth, Nurjan emerged, and with his gold watches and chains, and started talking to 4 different people in different languages all at once, and kind of looked at me, and it must have taken a shine to me. He sort of just took me with him, and the spooky kind of army people all kind of suddenly relaxed. He had his own bit of business there, which was he had a couple of distilleries going. But though we left a few bottles, we didn't stay around to have any drinks. But we stayed with him for a while, and I was going into Afghanistan at the time, where the village I wanted was. Made some arrangement for about 800 or 900 kilos of hash, and then went on looking at what I thought were old Persian forts. But Nurjan knew that they were not that. We'd actually come across one of Alexander the Great's ruined cities there, not far from Kandahar.
Wow.
So we stayed friends, of course. Now, the advantage of going to stay with him was that anybody asking about me would become part of the desert soil. And it's very unlikely anybody would. And if there was any background to it, I'd come to know about it. I was invited into the family house. They brought me little trays of breakfast in the morning. I fixed up their satellite dishes for them, which they tuned into a real mixture of crap that comes over the airwaves. But we began friends there and stayed friends for many, many years. During my 10-year break from there, when I had the trouble in Australia, Nurjan had his own trouble, and he was arrested in the Great September 30 massacre.
What was that?
His group went up against some of the one of the Karachi, we'll call them political groups. They have political aspirations, but really they're just crooks, just a gang of villains. And over 80 people were killed that day. Of course, somebody had to be, it's a bit like rounding up the usual suspects in Casablanca, and people get arrested. And he was ultimately bailed on that, unbelievably. But that's something to remember if people, if you find yourself stuck in Pakistan, and India for that matter, it applies. The Supreme Court there has ruled that if a case is not completed in 2 years, bail must be given. So that's what you see people doing, just waiting out their 2 years. They get bail and then delay the case forever. So he got out. But I then had to really think, where was I? How much damage had been done, and where to next? After all, I'm 42 by this stage. I've had all the trouble in Australia. My wife was killed in the prison fire. I'd been released from that to be pursued again. Ended up in Thailand. Things weren't going well there. Managed to escape from it. But and of course, in the beginning, there was a lot of goodwill. People, were quite happy that I'd escaped from there and were sending money. But I knew that wouldn't last forever. And it had kind of worn me out, really. It somehow seemed much more relaxing to be in the middle of nowhere at that time. But I couldn't stay there forever, and thought, I best go back to Europe to see what's left of little things I'd stashed around, some accounts, a couple of bank deposit boxes, and prepared for that journey. Of course, the quality of the passports you can get in that part of the world is varied and mixed. Everything from those remember the old British passport with the black cover?
Yes.
It was like a taller little booklet than most, and handwritten on the inside. The Foreign Office used to call it the Foreigner Frightener, because it had those words inside saying, Her Britannic Majesty commands that all those who have dealings with this person let that person travel without let or hindrance, whatever let is. There was some of those available, but they were useless. I had one that was okay, and I had a London contact trying to get another. But I knew things all connected with my own name would have been burnt. And there wasn't much left of the old riches that I could get my hands on. Thailand had drained me a lot of that. And all the scammers, of course, had jumped in. Oh, we're getting David out. We've got a plan. The ones for the bail applications, the ones to manipulate the court. And unless you're the one doing the manipulating, it's hard to see that money reach the right place.
Those scammers, then, they just assumed, okay, we'll scam his money. He's probably going to get the death penalty anyway. He's finished. When you got out, did any of those scammers have second thoughts about what they'd done?
Well, one that disappeared with, it was at least $50,000. And he'd been in touch with Lee, my old contact there, and milked him for a fair bit. He was philosophical about it, but I did catch up with him. He was a Bostonian. And, of course, I was annoyed, but I didn't do anything about it. And for this reason, I was so depressed and suicidal at the time I was in the prison there in Bangkok. Even though I did suspect that he was a bit of a scammer, when I met him in there, he was only doing some short sentence for a bit of dope or something. He was out within a year. It sort of gave me hope, Sean, that there was some possibility of survival. So I owed him a little, even in his, creepy, false way. I think he might have even had some intention of doing something right at some stage. But anyway, there was not much left. So I have to return to Europe. And I was getting a bit of a tan there, and I'd grown a moustache. I was looking a bit like a local, often dressed in the shalwar kameez, the flowing robes, to blend in. And I started to realize that my passports looked like a Pakistani guy with a fake British passport trying to get through the airport. I thought, I need to clean that up. So I didn't even really have any proper clothes. And have you noticed something about, my friends took me to tailors in Quetta and elsewhere, but the suits always came back ill-fitting. Have you ever noticed the way they can't do a collar properly in the small places there? So I went to a place where it was like Ali Baba's cave. It was a huge warehouse, packed to the ceiling with bales and bales of clothes. What these clothes were donations that well-intentioned folk from the US or Europe, England, had donated, and they got sent over there. Now, I don't know what people imagine happens to them there. Do they picture somebody kind of young and well-meaning is standing on a street corner handing out, try this jacket. Trousers fit, we can take them up. Of course, none of that's happening. They get immediately taken in by the businessmen there and recycled, and unfortunately too, as it's done in Africa, ruins the indigenous industry. They can't compete with all this free clothing. So a lot of the factories that are producing cheap T-shirts for export, they do it right, but the local industries were just about destroyed.
Seems every good cause gets co-opted these days.
Yes, and half the time when we think we're doing something good and noble, all we're doing is making things worse. So I bought myself some winter clothing and a Macintosh from Alibaba, and had a little look around, and he'd had some things that passing travelers must have got, including it was 3 gold CDs as an award for something called Atherton Studios for, I forget what, 100,000 copies of the 3 tenors. And it was they were mounted on a plaque. And there was just something kind of interesting about it. And he said to me, it's not real gold, He'd never forgiven himself for buying this or stealing it, and it wasn't real gold. I did explain that gold CDs can't be real gold. But I took that with me. And then on 2 kind of iffy passports, where did I go? I flew, the Schengen agreement within Europe had just started. That means no borders within the European Union, though the UK still had an immigration check. And I figured, what's the laziest airport that I'm likely to have? And I picked Athens because there was a PIA, Pakistan International Airlines flight that went in a strange way all the way up to Oslo and then backtracked to Greece. So that allowed me to get into Oslo, buy a ticket in the transit lounge, and then go into the Schengen area in Greece, arriving that way. Of course, my passport still told a slightly different story. A lot of my friends back then, they used their ID cards from France or Germany, and switch to those when they arrived in some other, come off the long haul from Thailand, pocket that passport, and then switch to the other one. Especially going through Zurich or Geneva was very good for that sort of thing. They had a nice little post office. You could actually post that passport away from your pockets and then stay on the ID card. But I was a little bit nervous. I thought, well, I didn't know how any of these things would hold up. And then I took trains across Europe through Italy. I took a kind of rattling overnight sleeper from Italy to Paris. And the guard on board takes everybody's passport and then gives it back later. And I, for my reasons, didn't like it, but my bunkmates in this carriage didn't like it either. And talking to them, I could see they were all on phony documents. One said he was Iranian, another said he was Iraqi. I don't know what passports they were showing, but I don't think they could even read their own passports. So when the guard came back with all these passports, there was much relief in that carriage, I can tell you.
If you have escaped from death row in Thailand, and the Thai authorities are well aware of this now, does that therefore mean if you get caught in any of these countries now, if they've got an extradition treaty with Thailand, which most of them probably did, you're going right back to death row in Thailand?
Not as it was, because Thailand hadn't figured out a way around explaining away the death penalty aspect of it. So I knew I was okay like that. But I just didn't even want anything. I'd had a few months recuperation in Balochistan, and really landing in Europe was the completion of the trip that I'd started when I disappeared under the radar in Australia, stopped in Thailand supposedly, in Bangkok for 2 days, and then was going on to Europe. So this was the same journey, just interrupted by 2.5 years and having to escape from the place. So, as you go on, Sean, the tolerance for disasters gets worn away. You just don't have it so much. And of course, it didn't, I finally got into smoggy London and smelt that smell. Have you noticed when you get to Heathrow, there's a particular smell to it? And you remember that smell of London as a city.
The whole country smells different when I got back from Arizona. Because when you get to Arizona, it's just like an oven as soon as you open the door of the plane.
It really is that hot.
Yeah, it's like an oven that just hits you. So you get back to England and there's the moisture and the cold and all the different smells.
Mm. And of course, I went to things that were hidden. One turned out to be a car park. It was a house when I hid something in there. It was a car park, so that was out.
Was that money you'd hidden there?
Yeah. There was another I had some accounts that had been grabbed under that 7-year rule inactivity. Because really we're going back to when everything was kind of all right in Australia, then the big arrest, the trial, the 10 years in there, then to Thailand. So I'm going back, in some cases, 15 years. And I found when the font of congratulatory money started to dry up, that I was in a cheap hotel in Paddington with one of those towels, and it's like some scratchy kind of scouring pad, and those microscopic soaps that you could lose somewhere in the back of your ear.
Prison soaps.
Yeah. Yeah. I think communal showers, I think it might have even had, or something worse than that. And I sort of had to kind of laugh to myself, well, it had come to that. But all was not lost, Sean. Oh, no. Oh, no. The 3 tenors. The thickness of the plaque that held the 3 tenors was about a 1/2 inch when I got it from Ali Baba's cave. when I began traveling, it was 1.5 inches. As I'd left Lahore, when it went through security, they thought it was a CD player. So I thought, he said, "Oh, where do you plug it in?" Yeah, okay. But the good thing in Europe, it was self-explanatory. It was in a nice presentation box. It had tissue paper. There was a little note in there, one sound engineer to another. We did it, mate, that kind of thing. It had all this. I had lots of time to make it look authentic. So I had a bit of cargo there. And this was some pretty good heroin made locally out in just on the Afghani border. But everybody I knew was gone. I just had one telephone number of a guy in Sweden I'd never met and a name. Okay. And by the way, that had come to me through a prison link, somebody I'd met. I can imagine how that's going to be quality stuff, isn't it? Luckily the country existed, let alone the contact. So with my last shekels, I trained my way through Germany and up, crossing over from Kiel, always overland, which is quite expensive doing that by train. It's a lot easier. But, and went off to meet Thomas. And I didn't like using the phone, but there was no avoiding it in the beginning. "Thomas." "Yes." You can rely on a Swede to speak perfect English. "My name's Mike," or whatever I said. "We have a mutual friend. He said I should get in touch." And Thomas said, pause, "Come round." It was a Sunday night. So I found his warm little apartment 2 floors up. He had opened the door. There's a cat. Went into the living room. I liked it. It was somebody who took care with his life in some area. There were lots of books there. The furnishings were soft. Clearly a bachelor, a bit of a lost soul. And we chatted about our mutual friend, the one who gave me the number, very briefly. And he knew I had something. He knew I wouldn't have been there without something. And I said, "I have cargo." And extraordinarily enough, when you've had a lot of bad luck, I had some good luck. He made one phone call, and then a kind of half an hour later, a shaggy, long-haired guy called Wolf turned up. It was wanted at the time in Sweden. And all was well. This Thomas was a junkie, but held down a day job as a photo editor of some magazine. And as we were waiting for old Wolf, we got newspapers out and cracked open the 3 tenners. And I said to Thomas, "Be my guest." "I will," he said. And it was good. So, and of course, the price there at the time was about 3 times what it would have been anywhere else. And it was one of the few places left in Europe that, with those who liked that, liked white heroin. So it was the right place at the right time. Wolf came around. We talked about living in the countryside, how he developed a distaste for salmon, eating so much of it. Then he feasted his eyes on my produce, and I told him entertaining stories about where it's been and where it came from. And as always, the stuff looked up at me, glinting there on the newspaper, saying, "You're not sending me anywhere bad, are you? Don't worry, stuff. You'll find a home." Lots of happy people here. And very honest businessmen, even in that trade. Wolf said he'd be back the next day. And Thomas said, "Mi casa, su casa." And I started to make myself at home there to sleep on the sofa. But Wolf came back earlier than I thought. And I had the equivalent of $200,000 by midnight on a Sunday, having landed with barely enough money for a cup of coffee and a taxi to Thomas's place on a contact given in a prison for a guy I didn't know. So I had a blissful sleep that night, sleeping the kind of sleep that children have, or only the truly guilty. And then, strange thing, always that little flatness of, all right, I can eat, I can house myself, I can go on. Where to next? Well, I had to stay there a few days to change all that Swedish krona into UK pounds. English travellers and tourists are always carelessly leaving their pounds in foreign hands. So it was my duty to get that back and bring it back to England. I said that to a judge once in my mitigation. It's a hint that, well, at least I go and get back the money we leave with foreigners. I wasn't impressed. Anyway, so I got back to London and then started contacting people of kind of the survival network from Colombia and Cali, and seeing who was who. It went very well for the next 12 months. I got myself a Mews house, Bedford Mews it was, down in Chelsea. Just a one bedroom, but on 3 floors. When I said to the landlord that I was going to redecorate and put in electric curtains on the skylights, he didn't fuss too much about my dubious references. The thing that, of course, you can do if the references that you give when you say, I've lived in Australia or the United States, I've been working, they can never really check them out. And anyway, faxes were still in use then. So the references went out. Michael back in Australia collected them from the print shop and then sent back other documents. So that was enough for them and the money. Opened up an account at the Banco Bilbao Vizcaya down in Knightsbridge, one I'd had my eye on for a while. It looked like the kind of bank that, I was just in there once buying some foreign currency, and they had one of those money counting machines behind the counter. And the customer before me, she was some rich Knightsbridge X-ray, with those women that are all bones and jewelry.
X-ray. Oh my goodness.
Place was full of X-rays, and she wanted like £5,000 or something to squander on any young man that would put up with her company for a few minutes. So nonchalantly, the cashier there, he just flipped it through. I said, what do I need to open an account here? Not much was the answer. And we're not going to read it too closely either. So I had one of those and began having something of a life again. Now, what was that life? Smuggling, of course. And I went back to Colombia. And I wasn't... I kept out of the heroin business, not on any principle, of course, but simply because it meant going back into Pakistan, and I wasn't in a hurry.
So what are you smuggling at this point, and how are you coordinating it?
Right. Through the Scandinavian links, I met a few other people, a couple of the couriers who'd worked for the Danish guys had been arrested in different cities around the world, and some in Bangkok, and I got to know them, so that gave me a link to there. Within Scandinavia, the coke prices were always quite a lot higher than the UK, and I don't know. I thought it made sense not to do any business here, but to keep everything to Northern Europe, where it was kind of calm and civilized and relaxed.
What year is this then now?
Where this is going to, we're in 1996, 97, 98.
So Escobar's dead and the Cali cartel are dominating the cocaine trade. Is that who you're getting your cocaine through?
No. I don't know whether I've mentioned this before, but I found if I met some quite big people in Colombia. You know, David, whatever you want, you can have it. It'll be delivered. Pick it up in Spain. Malaga particularly was popular. They had a kind of local branch office there. You know? But here's the problem. You can imagine, Sean, you're starting to ask yourself, what is it I do here? In the end, all you're doing is selling their stuff for them in Europe. The things that arrive, even if you start out buying your own and adding it to a shipment, what does that mean? One of yours got through, but 9 of ours did. So you owe us £31,562 and 50p on each of those. And I do what you want with the others. So you realize quite quickly you're just going to be a small cog in their big machine.
You're a salesman, not a kingpin anymore.
Yes, yeah. And not only that, exposed to their failings. So many times I had to skirt around. There was, I'll call him Pablo, though I've never actually written about him, even though he's gone with the wind. I suppose it can be written about now, but he was always trying new schemes. He had people and suitcases going. He it used that process where you take the cocaine and dissolve it in alcohol, mix in some kind of plastic nitrate fibers, very tiny ones, microscopic almost. Let it evaporate down. It makes a grey paste. That grey paste can be shaped into a kind of plastic. And when it dries, it's flexible, almost rubbery. Quite the worst part about bringing it back is having to chop all that up. You go through a few coffee grinders doing it. They'll burn out. But it all does come back once it's dissolved back. But you need some. I needed a place to do it, and 3 microwave ovens, just little 10-second bursts. A couple of people have blown up their own flats by getting a little bit impatient. But there's a kind of golden moment, if I should shamefully call it that, when this paste crystallizes back around the rim of the bowl that's in the microwave and kind of fluffs up and glints at you with that opalescent sheen. And because it's your duty, you have a line. You can't be passing on something that might not be quite up to par. And was I sure that was actually what I thought it was? I best have another.
Your reputation's on the line.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I tell you what, I haven't got the... I've just kind of lost interest in so many intoxicants now. If I see
Probably
some...
a good thing.
Yeah, but I feel a bit... weeks ago, I saw somebody I hadn't seen for a long time. And you know how the guys chop up a bit, And somebody else will say, don't mind if I do, it'd be rude not to. I kind of feel like the kid whose mother's trying to get him to eat broccoli. Mummy, I don't want to eat my cocaine. It's just, it won't be very good. It won't be like it's from over there. And it'd be full of those nervy adulterants of the ephedrine and whatnot.
So impure, isn't it?
That crap the Albanians would deliver to your door 24/7. I still get a lot of WhatsApp messages from people like Joe and Tony, whoever the hell they are. I don't know how they got my number. 24. Their little logo. People put a picture in of their face or something. It's just a kind of 24/7 sign on there. So. Great shine, banging it is. I think, bang it yourself. I don't know. It's just too tiring to wake up with a hangover and have to listen to a whole lot of crap spoken by half-wits. I don't have to go far to get that. So
I never really got into coke. I always went into meth instead of coke because it lasted longer.
Well, the thing is too, I knew a stockbroker who was turned into a swindler, and he, I forget all the names, but it was some kind of speedy meth, apparently one that's a bit different or better, and days would pass by.
Glass or ice?
It could have been, but what's mephedrine something? I forget which. But anyway, it kind of more or less gave him something to do all the time. But he'd end up getting careless. He used to go into upmarket gymnasiums and saunas and get into the locker room and lift all the Amex cards out of the lockers. And before they had toweled themselves off from the pool, he would have run around town and caused havoc with them. And that'd all, get wasted or well used, depending on your point of view on his habits. Because Pablo could make it into anything, yet here again, this was the same problem. I mean, I'd have to be quite strict about it. I'd say, look, I'm paying you this 5,000, which is 3 times the price, to have it made into whatever it might be. I mean, once used dinnerware, plates and things like that. And I didn't want to have all his disastrous crap. He was always wanting couriers, and then he'd take them over to Lima because Bogota was hopeless to get out of. It was just too much heat. And one of them got into trouble because I'd sent him somebody who was keen to go, and I gave him lots of warnings. I said, look, do follow these rules. Don't take his SIM card. Don't ever take it. They're cheapskates. They'll give you the same SIM card that 3 people have been arrested with before.
It's like not throwing away the murder weapon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And this poor young guy took the SIM card, and made the call to family. And the SIM card, the DEA had all of Pablo's cards and connections. And they didn't arrest everybody. You know how it is. Sometimes it's more interesting for them to let something go through. For years, they were letting entire Chicago networks operate without interference while they built up a massive picture of what they wanted. But I suppose times are changing for them too. The DA, I mean, they, with the legalization of weed, they've had to pretty much abandon all of that. I suppose within themselves they don't get funded. And they're not the big high-flying thing they used to be, really, are they?
Well, you've got some states have delegalized, decriminalized, legalized. Federal government still got it as a Schedule 1 substance.
What, weed?
weed with more.
Oh, that's right. They can't bank, can they?
So that is the DEA. And if you look at the work of the DEA,
Mm.
marijuana arrests are a massive amount of the work, and not dealers, users. Drug arrests in America in general, users are the majority of the arrests.
Well,
That's how they stay in
waste of
business.
money, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So people say to me, Sean, people aren't still getting arrested in America for weed, blah, 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 blah. Sometimes on the comments when I say things like this, there are people doing life sentences for weed possession in America right now under 3 strikes laws for weed possession.
Really?
If people don't believe that, just put in Google, life sentence, 3 strikes law, weed possession, and it will all come up. I was in the Cannabis Museum in Amsterdam, and it had all that on the walls and stuff about all these people doing these life sentences.
Wasn't there stories of some small towns years ago when the laws allowed them to confiscate people's property and keep it within the town? People were finding they got arrested on either trivial amounts or actually nothing, a setup, had all their property taken, which the sheriff's department was then able to use.
Civil asset forfeiture laws in America are basically just, it's like the mafia coming in and extorting you and liquidating you. So, for example, teenage kids are out in the parents' car, they're on down some country road smoking weed, police come along, they take the parents' car. There's situations where the police have kept the parents' car on the civil asset forfeiture laws. Yeah.
Well, it's a 100% taxation, I suppose.
Shake down.
I should mention that when I returned to Europe, I took a detour to Italy. Going back what would have been almost 15 years, as I was preparing to leave Australia for good, and of course take Clelia with me and move entirely, I'd rented a villa in Torino and paid for it in advance, and Clelia sent a suitcase of hers there. I don't know what really made me think that there'd be anything there, but I had time on my hands and drove out there and found that it was winter, so it wasn't being rented out. But the old caretaker there, he lived there with his wife. He was a gardener as well. When I more or less made myself understood, he just the number of years, and speaking of valise, he took me to a kind of shed, and there was a suitcase there from a little time capsule from 15 years beforehand, and I took it. And I thought, well, I don't know what to. Stopped on the roadside and had a look inside. There was a couple of Clelia's dresses in there and some of her other clothing. And as I picked it up and smelled it, I imagined there were traces of some perfume she might have. And she'd written me a note in there saying that she was sure that I would get to see this suitcase before her because, David, you always case the place before I arrive to make sure everything's all right.
How did you feel reading that and smelling all those smells? I mean, were your eyes
really,
misting over?
A bit breathless and lost. Of course, all the guilt from back then, and because I'd blame myself for her death, of course, with good reason. She shouldn't have been in that jail. I shouldn't have let it come to that. And it just, as you dispose of lives, well, in mine, as I dispose of them, as I go on, they become a kind of series of pictures and almost as though they belong to somebody else. But this was suddenly made it all real. and I wasn't going to lug this thing around, so I went to take one of my own shirts out of there and stuffed it back in. I threw it in a river. The damn thing wouldn't sink. Just floated around. What do they say? Sorrow floats. So some of the old, most of it, I realized I'll just have to wipe everything from the past. So I was doing some business from Colombia. I was doing quite well with that. The Muse house in the garage there, I'd made a workshop so I could build little things that I wanted. I made an architect's drawing board because the thing about hiding stuff, people look at a statue and they think, oh, I'll hide it in the statue or some lumpy thing, or well, how much could I get in that microphone if I replaced it with a little crappy microphone and stuffed it in there. But they're thinking the wrong way. Something must instantaneously appear that it doesn't hold anything. You could, I would imagine, if you had the patience for it, you could get some, because everything's kind of been done. I bet you that there's barely anything that I've thought of that somebody hasn't actually tried. But you could get cotton buds, which have a little very thin plastic straw. If you set yourself up a machine to pack something in that, then it's not a hiding place because it's just boxes of these plastic straws. Of course, you'd need another machine to kind of quickly saturate it and bring something back. But people do some ridiculous things. Did you see that guy arrested in Spain a few weeks ago with the false toupee? Now, it looked like some ostrich had laid an egg on his head. And he must have been, never mind the stretch or whatever jail or get out of it. It wasn't that much after all, less than a kilo. But he must have been embarrassed having his mugshots taken. And I don't know whether it looked any better, when he was stepping off the plane. But I'm guessing not. Because the way that they left the cocaine egg sitting up there and then put the silly toupee back on there. And which looked like chicken feathers or something sticking up into the air. And so everything would be tried, but I suppose I don't think that would really work terribly well. You can't. Something about buff-headed, big-headed people that attract your eye anyway, I would think. No, Pablo used to use the jelly bellies with some success. This one was, the coke's underneath, a layer of sponge, and then a kind of a soft latexy gut. And he had this guy, he said to me, look, feel him, tap him down. And it did seem all right. It sprang back a bit. So at a pat-down search. But I did suggest to him that, look, why not give him, forget all the jacket, just because if they take his clothes off anyway, he's gone. They'll see the retaining straps. So to prevent it, just put him in a cheap Hawaiian holiday shirt of silk or something that's a size or two too small. So his fat gut's almost poking out of this thing. And they just think it's some, fat slob that, they wouldn't think anything of it. But I think, again, of course, the authorities know that. That's why they try and, identify the people.
I did have a few people get through with ecstasy strapped around the midsection and then just clothes over it when we were testing our methods in the earlier years, yeah.
But this was where you knew they were going through electronic security, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So that there was no chance of a pat down.
Well, if they'd looked out of place, they would have come with us.
Pulled aside.
Well, they just brisked through, yeah.
I noticed on a lot of the banged up abroad that I have, and it seems accurate enough from this point of view, extremely nervous novice courier. People generally are a bit nervous in an airport anyway, but some of these people, you can see how easily they would have been jumped on. Because the best of the couriers, of course, didn't allow any of that into their mind. They were the true fantasizers were already, in some daydreaming world of. A lot of them were. You won't be surprised to know, the ones who were gamblers were often attracted to that line of work. I got a false passport for one. I said, "Look, you can pick any name you like," and so he picked first name Roland. That was right. Second name, Wynn, Winn. And it took me a while to realize Roland Wynn. The roll the dice and you win.
I had one smuggler, and his method was whoever the authority figures that were at the airport, he'd go up to them and ask them a question. Like he wasn't scared of them at all.
It depends where you are. That's all right if you're the foreigner in a foreign land. You can do that, say, to an Englishman, to an American, or another European. But it's a very risky strategy to do that here. I've seen it happen at where was it, Gatwick, where somebody overdid that play. Went up and said to the customs officer who was just standing around doing nothing, am I allowed 2 or 3 bottles of what? Of alcohol? 2, a litre. What are you asking? And you could say he was thinking, "What is this guy asking me a lame-ass question like that?" And suddenly he got all curious about him. Why is he palling up to me? Years ago, they had porters. I don't even think they're around anymore, are they? And at they used to work at Gatwick, and they all were a bit. If you picked an experienced one, one put my not terribly big 2 suitcases onto the trolley, and as we set off, he said, "Nothing to declare, is it?" So I followed his lead. He walked at a certain pace. When he walked past customs, he just kind of gave a colleague nod, like, "Leave me alone." And you know what? He was not surprised at all when I gave him a £50 tip. I guess I'm thinking, it's still not much, is it?
There you go, more invaluable lessons from David.
Not that you should do that, because it's... You don't want to be sitting around a prison cell telling the story, that's for sure. So, I kind of thought I might retire again. I had the Mews House in London, and really plenty of money, nothing much to do with that, and even started looking for sort of vaguely good causes to give it to. My friends were saying, "Oh, you're feeling guilty, David." But the good causes are not easy so much to give to, except for those supporting Sean's channel. And that's a good cause if ever I heard one.
With all of the demonetizations, we do now have donation links, Patreon links, PayPal, Just Giving, all in the description box below this video. If you want to support production of the True Crime Podcast and its regular high standard, we're appreciating everything that's come in so far. Thank you.
You can wrap it in plastic and throw it over the bridge at London. We'll find it. Right. Yeah. Okay. Good causes. Well, I was protected in a way by that, not having anything terribly much I cared about, nothing to lose. But then I met Eloise. Yes. I try not to get tangled up in any relationships. I certainly didn't want anything ongoing or complicated. If I had a girl around to my little house, well, that was rare anyway. I kept another place in Earl's Court, a little flat. So that extra layer, I mean, I could sit in there and listen to music and felt pretty much untouchable. I just remembered, Sean, there's £2,000 in that Muse house. You know, these PowerPoint things, you know, the phony ones that used to be a safe? It's probably still there. Not going to give the address.
In the old banknotes.
Yeah, you'd have to sell them as collector's items, wouldn't you?
You can't change them anymore then.
Well, I suppose that's what I'm thinking. You need to take them to a numismatist or those people who collect money, banknotes.
Is that why they do that then? So people who've laundered money or hidden money years later, if there's a new note, those people, that money's squashed.
Kind of. Some countries do it worse than others. India notoriously said that all the values over 5,000 rupees would have no value. There's a certain date, and people were, pulling it out from the mattresses and trying to do things with it. But it was a rush job. They only gave them about 3 weeks. It's a way of governments getting out of their debt, I suppose, isn't it? But so I didn't really want anybody in my life like this. But there was something kind of intriguing about this girl. I met her at some do-gooder outfit. It was a combination of economists and Greens who, you can imagine the trouble they caused. But I kind of got bored with it a bit. But as she came out of the office, she passed by, and we got talking, and we had lunch. And I realized that there's nothing much I could say about my past. I can talk about nonsense forever, as you know, but I'd sort of avoid anything that had a past. But she knew from my accent there was some Australian background. But I would annoy her because when I met her dad, I'd drop the Australian accent entirely. So she said, no, he's not from here. But she was very skittish. Have you ever pursued some girl that is alluring, drawing you in, but runs away at a touch at the same time?
That then incentivizes you to try harder, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, and you feel like you're being the mug because that's an old game, that one. But I don't know. There was something about her. She must have had a very high pheromone count or something like that. But I tried to, and she had a long list of phobias, Sean. She hated umbrellas, would rather stand in the rain. She didn't like the dark spaces under bathtubs. I took her to the portrait gallery. She looked around it. Old dead people, she said. Oh, God. Blake's, nice hotel, shishi, upmarket, restaurant there. Sat there worrying all night. This is too Byzantine or something like that. Expected Turks to run out with scimitars at any minute or something like that. Would ring me up in the middle of the night and I'd go around there, but just away from the prize. So it became a bit of an obsession. And I suppose it gave me something to do. I couldn't flatter her with too expensive jewelry because she'd worry about that it was too high a value. And I pulled out all stops one day by bringing an old American girlfriend of mine from years ago, Sylvia Troy, who was very good looking. And I thought, well, this has got to work if you've got the competition there.
Love triangle.
I said, Sylvia, kind of hang off me a bit tonight. She's supposed to bring somebody, but she didn't. Screwed the whole thing up. And it didn't work at all. She was sort of broken-hearted. And I put her in a taxi, and she looked like I just told her I had to have her cat put down or something like that. And I think she was a bit nuts too. Mother was in a nut house, and she used to see some kind of a psychologist or something like that, counselor. And had a bad experience with an older man years earlier when a psychiatrist put the hard word on her. So I thought this psychologist needed to be gotten rid of too. Well, I'll cut through the chase here. Finally got her in the end. And then she turned to me and said, "Well, you took your time." And I'm like, what? But you know where things are going wrong here, Sean? I've got something to lose. Something I like.
A weakness now.
Something I care about. Something that I'd want to protect. And it always seems to be a curse when you've got something. You know, the people who sail through life, through minefields and bullet storms, they're the same people that don't care. But the ones who've got something they want to protect, they're in real danger.
That's how they got Escobar in the end.
Wasn't it? It was through careless phone calls or something, wasn't it?
He was protecting his family. They killed a nanny, they killed a kid's teacher, and they made it clear that they were going to chop the kids up and send them to Pablo in a plastic bag. He could have been hiding out in the jungle.
When you say they, which
the Death Squad Las Pepes.
Oh, yeah.
Run by the Castaño brothers and Don Berner. They said they were going to chop his kids up and send them to him in a sack. So he stayed in town, Medellin. He was on the phone with them. That's how they got him. They knew if they just tightened that noose.
Didn't he have somebody who'd misled him into thinking that this, some kind of message service that he was using or phone system was immune from intercept?
Well, his brother had warned him that it was being intercepted.
Oh,
and because he stayed on the phone longer than the minutes that he felt were safe, his son believes he gave himself up on purpose to sacrifice himself for the family. Because in the end, it looks like the kill shot, there was a shootout with Las Pepes, but the kill shot went right through his head. And he said he was going to do that rather than get captured by the Castaño brothers.
Yeah, and that wouldn't have been pleasant.
They said they were going to chop his arms and legs off, have a doctor keep him alive, and throw the torso on the streets of Medellin. So that would guarantee their legend. All this in my new book about Pablo Escobar. Pablo Escobar's story, longest book ever written in the Western world. One of the parts one and two are out now on Amazon worldwide. Yeah, Pablo Escobar's story. It's going to be over 1,000 pages long. It's going to be 4 books.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you going to record the audio version?
No, I've learned that I am not. That is a skill set I do not possess.
Oh,
I learned the hard way.
It hasn't worked out so well.
I posted one book that I narrated and read the reviews.
Scathing. Well, perhaps you'd like me to read your books for you.
Well, let's get yours up. Let's see how your reviews pan out. But I think they're going to be very good because you're a natural.
Well, I think they'll be easier to read than I've got a slightly florid writing style. And then I think me saying it will make the points clearer because you can sort of pause to let the reader catch up. So, where am I here? I think, what do I need to do? I need to really settle the people I'm in business with. You can't really just walk away from something. Say, I'm fine, boys. Look, here's a couple of numbers. Kick on with it. You really have to kind of bring people together so that they feel way in the background. You're the honest broker in between everybody. Now that applies for all the businessmen, which was fine. The Cali people had a place to go. I had a connection with Bobby Jr. was the son of a captain in one of the New York families that I'd met years ago. They took me on a little tour back in the 70s of how they ran their operation. They'd take over apartments and put a steel door there with a little trap door, and the customers would come up and buy dime bags, and the police are in on it and all of this.
This is the Italian mafia.
Yeah, but the son, Bobby Jr., always claimed he had nothing to do with anything. You know, he wasn't a bit like, what's that guy, Michael Francisi? You know, so yeah, fully in it, but lots of denials. And I can't really give his real name at the moment. I'm just waiting for one person to drop dead so that nobody gets harmed. And
do you think Francis denies things to a certain point because of the statute of limitations on those crimes?
I think he's had a lawyer give him some tips on what it's safe to tread on and what you can't.
I did get an email from him,
and
he has agreed to be interviewed.
But how are you?
It would have to be scheduled when he comes to the UK, because he's been to. He spoke at, I think it's Oxford or Cambridge, and he's done interviews here before.
Well, he does guest speaking and all of that kind of stuff anyway. So yeah, I think there'd be quite a bit of interest there.
It's odd that with my criminal record I can't go to all these countries.
Oh yes, that still haunts you.
Well, how can he go to all these countries?
Yeah, curious.
Yeah.
But there might be a way around that, Sean. But anyway,
I do know ways around it, but no more felonies.
Misdemeanor? No. Okay. Flying boat from Miami. Anyway. Yeah. But amongst the people I knew that made yet another retirement less straightforward, are the class of people that are, I call orphans. Have you ever had somebody around you or within your little group that you ask yourself, how the hell did he ever get part of this thing? Who introduced him? And what the hell does he do that ever works? Such a well-intentioned, like a puppy, always staring up at you. But if you so much as sent him to the corner shop for a packet of cigarettes, 2 hours later you've got the police calling you, saying, you know, there's multiple pile-up and he's been indicted for cigarette laundering or something.
Wildman was quite good purifying those people, let's say.
Oh, right. Well, that's another alternative.
We would cast them off quite quickly.
But it's always served me badly. If somebody hasn't really done anything wrong to me, I don't mind paying them off. But they're sticky orphans. They want to get into your life and mess around it. And the desperately needy, by the way, are very, they got encyclopedic memories of anything you might have written down. This guy turned out, Billy Green was his name. I mean, Thomas, for example, in Stockholm, very straightforward to retire off. Introduced him to somebody else, so he still got his little commissions. But he didn't take care of himself. When I'd visit there, I'd stop at a supermarket, get cat litter, cat food, a whole lot of food for him, sort out his refrigerator. He just kind of neglected himself. But the dangerous orphan is the Billy Green type. Billy Green was a Liverpudlian failed boxer who ended up arrested in Thailand for running around with forged US currency that was done in Malaysia. Quite a big forgery capital, Kuala Lumpur. They do a lot of that. Well, he did me a favor once over a passport, and did I owe him? Not really. I paid him well enough. But how do you want out, Billy? I said. Well, of course, he found love in his own way in a bar room somewhere in the Philippines and showed me all these pictures of some village girl tattered up like, I don't know, a dog and a pony contest or something. And I said, well, where does all this go? Oh, I want to get a house in her village and, kind of racking up what this is going to cost. I said, look, 20,000 is it, for you've got me a couple of passports, great, fine. But this is it. I'll give you that. But can't I want to run my own thing. I don't know what the hell he was talking about. He couldn't play a game of snap with a 5-year-old. I don't know what he meant by running his own thing.
He wants to outshine the master.
Well, I rang around and there was somebody in Denmark who said, well, if he brings me a few couriers, I'll give him a commission. And that was it. So I gave him the usual rules. Billy, don't write things down, don't keep a diary, yada, 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 yada. This is what you've got to do. Don't start running around with this shit yourself because you're not cut out for it. You look like a big lump quivering as you transported through an airport. No wonder those dollars went astray. I mean, yeah, Dave. Yeah. So where are you going to be living? I thought the moon as far as you're concerned. But so I kind of forgot about him. But things were going pretty good with Eloise. I'd finally got her to travel. She had a phobia, by the way, against aircraft. And she had, what was another phobia? One night we were out someplace and there was a few drunks. Well, I set her down somewhere because if the drunks went over the top, I didn't want her seeing anything too nasty because that would make me seem like, some desperado or something. So I said, you look that way. I'll just talk to the chaps. They're a bit happy tonight. Well, I kind of tricked him anyway. From my workshop, I had this thing that sounded incredibly like a gun being cocked.
Is this your lessons in the uselessness of guns?
Yeah, this is number 6 or 7, I think, at this stage. I mean, if I had a real gun, what am I going to shoot? Some drunk in London? There's cameras everywhere. And you can't shoot just the one. What are you going to do with the 2 witnesses? Sorry, guys, not looking good for you two. Want to do each other and time is on the march. I've got a very skittish girlfriend around the corner. The sound of gunshots and then me running around cleaning my hands and throwing something into the Thames and then saying, no, Eloise, all's fine. They just wanted directions. That's right. Yeah. Any big rocks around here and some twine? So yeah, they weren't so far gone that they would have fought me anyway, regardless of a gun. Some are like that, but the one was sober enough to call it a day. But I came back and she was still neurotic, So I thought, well, I've got to keep this kind of stuff to a minimum. But then something came up. I got a call from His Lordship, Lord John Maxey. He was in prison over something or other. I think somebody had gone missing or found decorated on a bridge or something like that. But as always, not something he couldn't get out of. But while I was there, his cousin, whose name's Iftikhar, used to show me around. Tell me, how are we doing for time, by the way?
Yeah, we're fine. 11:30.
Okay, good. Because little Iftikhar was a teacher, really, but because his uncle was who he was, of course, if uncle said, if you go and do such and such, he did it. Iftikhar had gone missing somewhere over the Afghanistani border. Now, I figured this whole story, which I'm hearing through that call shop that used to be in South Kensington on the corner there, near the tube station. That was a busy little call shop. Russians on everything. Imagine somebody's in one of those booths on a phone and they got 3 mobiles there, switching from one to the other. So anyway, I'm hearing this story and thinking, from one of the family, one of the guys with Nur John's outfit. I'm thinking, how much is this going to cost? I mean, cut to the chase. But I also knew another thing about Pakistan. Whoever you send the money to, that's their gift from God. That's their bounty. It doesn't go anywhere past there. You can't, and there's nothing you can do. Countless people I know have sent money over there and it's just disappeared, even from the people they were doing business with. And I asked an old friend there, why is it so? Well, we kind of figure if somebody sends you money, it's a gift. But what if it's linked to some business arrangement? Oh, they'll come and we'll do the business, but not that money. That's the gift. So I thought, well, if I'm going to just waste money, I can do it, but it won't resolve anything. I'll have to go. So I said to Eloise, I'll be away for 2 weeks tops. I'm really digging my grave here, aren't I? So I did all the precautions, figuring that might bring me some good luck. Hid sets of keys to places, paid out rents in advance on other 2 flats in the Muse house. Went to the bank and made sure the storage deposit box was paid up for 10 years or the most they would take. So really planning for the worst. Had 2 absolutely clean passports. Nothing wrong with those. One I was keeping in reserve. I mean, there's no reason for any of this to come to anything. But I'm taking extra precautions because if you don't do it, then you'll need it. So now, I've never really gone into much detail about Pakistan because it's so hard to understand. It is not it's a name of a country, but that's not what's there. Where the British Empire was and where India is, it's hundreds, if not more, of different communities, different little worlds with their own thing. So that even though it's homogenizing a bit and unifying, in the modern world, its roots are certainly not that way. So when trying to figure out what's going on and where it is, you very much have to take into account what are the kind of people you're dealing with. So, okay, I went into Pakistan. Of course, I don't stay at a hotel. I stayed with my friend in Lahore. Allama Iqbal town. It's kind of middle class, you could say. In their own small way, they have their own domestic mischief. They don't actually pay for their electricity. The gas meter's completely rigged. They've all sunk wells down in their back garden. But there is no back garden because they own the land. They built the damn thing into like those concrete blocks right to the road. And come to think of it, we'll take a bit of that road. We'll take the footpath. That's not enough. We'll take some of the road itself. Encroachment, they call it. While I was staying with my friend, the electricity would go out. And I'd go into the street and talk to the neighbors. Oh, it's terrible, Mr. David, yes. They're all thieves, but you are. We know that you've got your own hot wiring on. Have you ever seen the cables that are all tangled up in the just massive wires? Just you couldn't even find your way through it. All the big fuses, that's why it keeps blowing. All the big fuses have been nicked, sold on, and a bit of copper piping have been shoved back in there, even if they're 1 inch diameter and about 6 inches long. So, one neighbor was a low-ranking customs officer. Another one was at some marriage hall. It's kind of local meeting place. They're all upstanding local citizens. And when I said, look, we'll go down to the electricity board. Yes, we should. We'll go down there and see what's going on. And they all melted away. And my friend Adnan said, look, they've all got something to hide. So I had a lot of lessons there about how to approach things, but I had plenty more to learn. Adnan gave me his crappy old Browning gun.
So who is Adnan?
He was a guy I met years ago, and he was in Australian prison, arrested for there, had Australian passport, but had returned there, and we'd done a little business, and he'd built a house. So though he wasn't in the business, we stayed friends. And I'm not going near any hotel. It is not the kind of place. If you go to a cheap hotel, they're all over you for local reasons. If you go to an expensive one, all the spooks and the agencies and the higher level police, they want to know what you're doing. Unless they can satisfy that curiosity, they're going to make it their business to find out. So you can't go to the Hyatt or even the Marriott there. I knew a guy a few years ago who was sent by some London villains to sort out an already disastrous deal. He put himself in the Hyatt and was arrested 3 weeks later. I didn't go to see Nurjan because whatever he would tell me would be, as much as he loved his cousin, he would have distracted me in his own little thing. So I thought I'll go up north where Iftikhar was last seen. And they had he was supposedly sent up there on a smuggling scheme, which involves it's the Afghan trade agreement. It works like this. Afghanistan has got no port. So if somebody's importing something from the outside world into Afghanistan and it lands at Karachi port, that container is sealed up and it's sent through. There's no duties or taxes to be paid on it. It's meant to be paid once it gets to Afghanistan. In reality, television sets, washing machines, all sorts of stuff comes in that way, gets across the border, is unpacked and sent straight back into Pakistan, where all those taxes are avoided. Now, that almost sounded like pretty straightforward business, so he shouldn't have really gone missing over that, but things do happen. I went from Lahore to kind of traveling more or less on my own. The next person to meet was Cameron, who was supposed to be his driver when he went missing. Nice guy. He was one of Nurjan's top men, but he was being a bit evasive about it. And somebody else, when I got to Peshawar, I took the old Grand Trunk Road, which goes through there. It's really nice at night. You have these massive trucks with painting and decoration and jangling bells and little good luck things all. I mean, I know it's supposed to be Muslim, but they still have all the Hindu gods to appease. So truck drivers don't take any chances when it comes to pandering to some god. They'll cover the lot. And it would kind of look like a trail of elephants on circus parade going through the night with all of these places. I found one man who had a better idea, who was an Afridi. Now, the Afridi tribe, as it were, is another clan. They don't have territorial ambitions. They're generally pale-skinned, stocky. This got a reputation for being very astute businessmen. Kind of sometimes spoken of as the Jews of northern Pakistan, meaning they're very clannish and good at business and support each other. So usually a very good source of information. I managed to get from him something that was true enough, that Nurjan had found better uses for the money, for all the goods that were sent over there. So his cousin was grabbed until payment was settled for that, because the goods had already gone. Unfortunately, Afghanistan at the time was even more lawless than usual. It had just been through, the Russians had left, and something resembling kind of governments had come and gone, and the Taliban were just emergent at the time. So I crossed into Afghanistan by taking that windy road through the Khyber Pass. But you don't go through the main border checkpoint because you probably won't make it. They'll just be so curious what you're doing. Doesn't matter what papers you've got. So you take the hole in the fence, which is 500 rupees down the road. Switch taxis a couple of times. I detail all this in my book, so if people want to navigate around that kind of thing, there's quite a few tips about that. You've got to ditch these taxi drivers because they'll have ambitions on you. And I also I'd bought a Pakistani passport a couple of years earlier, which you might think, well, that's not going to work. Well, there's about 20,000 pale-skinned people who are the biologically the cast-offs or from the British Raj era who have kept English-sounding names and yet are Pakistan citizens during the transition. Their kids sort of kept it up. So it's not absolutely out of the question that Frank Engineer or John Martin or something could be a Pakistan citizen.
What's striking me here is you've escaped from Thai death row. You've got this operation going, money coming in. You got a good amount of money. Met a nice woman, Eloise, and you live in you got a good degree of security. Now you're in post-Russian occupation, Pakistan, Afghanistan, where you could die at any moment. Security is gone.
Well, I know you're
I can feel my tension rising as you're telling me this.
I know
the swing from the safety to now something bad could happen and is going to happen.
Bear in mind that sometimes I'd been back to Pakistan a couple of times, and then I'd come back to Eloise, and I think of an interesting story about, you wouldn't believe it, a truck blew up that was meant for somebody else, and I think, I can't tell her that one. That's not good. Or, you ever found a hand landing on your lunch? No, definitely can't tell it. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've got to tell you a beauty about all that later on.
Oh,
yeah.
David is just setting the table for what's about to happen next, and we're nearly at the 2 hours, but keep going.
Okay, I'll have to cut through a few things here. But I had to, when I got through, bear in mind this is back in 1997, 98, the mobile network almost doesn't exist. In the big cities in Pakistan, the Jazz network was up and running, but the government would close it down from time to time. But people had cell phones. And there wasn't much doing in Afghanistan, but a lot of the traders would cross over with their cell phones to get onto the Peshawar network, which was within range. And somebody enterprising had put a transponder near Jalalabad, so it picked up some signals. Otherwise, people used these PCO, public call offices. You went there, you paid some money, they had different phones to call through people. But I needed some help in all of this. So if we go back 16, 17 years earlier, one of my Thai contact, Lee's family, met him when he was a teenager. And it was all very westernized. They had sort of like westernized music. He used to call me Leo Sayer for some reason. I had that hair out to there. He was around with his friend, Sayed, even though he called himself Abdul. I mean, there's no point keeping track of any of these names because they all changed it. And the reason Sayed was now Abdul is because he had to kind of blend in. The young guys were starting to wear all this black tunic stuff. And they were in Jalalabad. It was a big bus junction transport point. And this was where the Afridi told me that Iftikhar, the cousin, was being held when he last heard anything about it. Did I want him? No, I said to the Afridi. Look, I'm here on some other business. I just met the family in London. They just want to know if he's all right. That's all. If I can talk to him, fine. So Lee's family guys have grown up by now. They met me there. And now they brought guns, of course, but there was this thing where if you carry it in a bag, you're not planning on blowing somebody away. But if you've got it shouldered, it kind of means something else. These are all these kind of little signals between each other as to what it means. Personally, I can't see what's the point of having it in a bag. If it kicks off, you're going to be the loser. Just give me a minute. Drawstring, catchy thing,
So let me just get this clear. The guy you're trying to find, you've ascertained that his cousin has been kidnapped, and you're now asking...
Nurjan, my tribal lord friend, his cousin's been kidnapped or taken hostage over money that was not paid, and he's being held by somebody that was tied up with the smuggling operation.
And you're about to meet the armed kidnappers now, on the pretext that you just want to see
I've said to
this guy's okay.
My friend connections there from family back in Thailand. Look, this is the position. So what do you want him? Even I wasn't going to tell I wanted him. It would have changed the dynamic completely. They're starting to talk about big money then.
And what protection have you got going in this situation to think that you might not get kidnapped?
The bagman seldom is. I always remember an operator from who went into Somalia years ago, worked for one of the ABC network, and they had to set up the broadcast. So you remember those pictures of the Marines landing on the beach, their night vision goggles being blinded.
Gulf War I.
By well, it was part of the Somalia operation, and in a Black Hawk Down era thing. Why do you think the news networks will set up there to film the arrival of the Marines when they're supposed to be invading? Because they had the bagmen go in. And the bagmen go in and with 2 suitcases full of money. And my friend who worked that job said, look, you arrive, you're going to lose that. Fine, that's perfectly all right. But you say to them, oh, the strongest of you, help yourself. But there's more coming. And it will, but I need some things. What property? Well, the Saudis got out of town in a hurry, so their whole embassy was up for rent, sale, whatever, takeover. It had a generator in there, so ABC Network took that one and set the satellites on the roof. The bagman, the fixer, said, flew in some more money, and after there was a bit of discussion amongst the warlord groups, you can imagine, that was deafening. The survivors came back into to see the bagman and said, well, we're your security team. And they said, well, what's the matter? Why is the water not working here? And so they'd fix all that and put the electricity on, for crying out loud. I want to get something to it. So they were sending their men off to fix all this and dreaming of these suitcases full of money. They had to fly in some suitcases because the airport was all knackered and had been bombed or something by the Americans. The only flights, there were still 10 planes a day coming in long hops from the other side of Africa by, you know what they were carrying? Cat. Yeah. And those cat smugglers were the only people with a functioning airline. So the fixers got that. So if I'm in some weird, messed up place, I always thought, no. I mean, when we started out years ago, my friends and I, it was, you had to be able to go into a place and take some control of it. You couldn't be fearful and run away and be all Western and chicken-hearted about it. Besides, if you keep in their minds the story in play, their future You look like I tell you what, I wish you could come to London with me because that's it. They're daydreaming of all sorts of things. They're not going to kill you. They're going to kill anybody who looks at you. That's what they're going to do. So anyway, my two guys have made a couple of calls and some people have turned up. We're in the back of a public call office, which is the only place for a bit of privacy. There was a guest house, there was somewhere else, but this was the only thing. And the owner of it went away and left us in peace. I half thought he might even turn up, for a quick sale. But no. And I really knew then that the guys who'd arrived didn't have him. And I said to my friends there, look, just please tell me what they say, translate, and don't add anything.
So you've got one person protecting you with you?
Yeah, or two.
Two people,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, he and his friend. And
how many of them are there?
On the other side, just two.
Okay.
Two each. So it's balanced. But I noticed the guns have somehow lost their bags. But they're nicely propped up in a civilized sort of way. And we're kind of getting along. I said, look, I just want to talk to him. I want to be able to say to his sister. And I pulled out some Afghanis, which is the local currency. By the way, if you're ever doing business in some dump, don't start waving around euros, pounds, or US dollars. No. Change them up no matter what, because they're used to the local money no matter how devalued it is. You start bringing something exotic in, ups their daydream level, doesn't it? How much more has he got on him? Should we just eat him now and take what's left? None of that. So
your bargaining power is reduced if you're bartering for items of clothes on your summer holiday. That's what David's trying to say here.
Oh, yes. And also, of course, I'm saying, look, I've got other business to do here. Oh, what? Never mind. It turned out that he'd been, because the money wasn't paid, he was sold on to somebody else, connected with the Taliban people.
So these guys didn't even have him anymore?
Didn't even have him. They were just seeing what they could get. I gave them about 500 pounds in Afghanis, just to see what information. But Said was getting angry with them because he was seeing through them. And I told him, don't get angry with them. I won't get to learn anything. I need as much information as possible. And got one of them to agree to contact the new people that had him. They didn't call him that. Our friends are holding him. So because his mobile didn't work, we were too far away from the border. He looked at his phone and then got the number and went to the public call office button. So everybody's happy now. That it's going to be later, and tomorrow. No, can't be tomorrow, later tonight. That's fine. And I went and had a little nap, changed my clothes out the back. I thought it was good that they're getting on. I heard laughing, lots of table slapping and getting along well. Then a ridiculously deafening sound as they were celebrating something. The way they fire their guns into the air to conclude a deal and all of that. These bastards, why inside a building? Are they out of their mind? You can't hear anything, Sean. It's just absolutely deafening. Well, there was a lull in all that, so I thought I'd better go in and shut them up, and it's drawing attention to us by some other who knows what. As I walked into the room, it looked like somebody had dropped 10 bags of talcum powder in the air. This white dust was floating down, and I couldn't even work out. Remember, I'm still half deaf. Where was this come from outside? Then I realized, wait a minute, there was only two small windows up on top. And then as the air cleared a bit, I realized it was bullets going into the walls, the cheap plasterwork that had set off all of this dust everywhere. No movement of these red rags on the floor, except for one who had his leg twisted up underneath him. My friend, clearly out to it, had those, the eyes are just little slits like that. just a little bit open. Couldn't really work out who'd started it or what it was over. But my hearing's starting to come back. And we'll call them the bad guys just to distinguish the kidnapper side. He was under the table, and I had to look around because at least I had the presence of mind to remember that it was his phone that had the number that counted in this mess. And he had it looked like a white mask on his face, but it was actually the cartilage of his nose where a bullet had gone right through. And this strange temptation to poke my finger into it. I don't know why. Anyway, I had other things to think about then. There was one, I had Adnan's old Browning, which I left on display a bit, but I think the one that had a little bit of movement in him, he wasn't long for this world. You know, when the blood's coming out in blobs, that doesn't go on all night. A few minutes at best. But this is not the place to be. Somebody owns this call office, and this guy's going to be well pissed at finding everything. But the only thing I did with that gun was shoot the telephone, the call office one, because it last made that call to the next layer onwards. And I've got the mobile phone that's got the number on it, so at least I've got that. It was a funny old phone too. Anyway, that's a technical story. Interesting way it worked. So I got out of there, out the back way. I switched back into Western clothes because I wouldn't seem like part of. Previously, I'd been like one of the guys, and realized then that I'd been going wrong about this whole thing entirely. Because I was settled in London with Eloise, I was inviting trouble by not taking a sensible approach to the whole thing. So I jumped into the aircon taxis and went to Kabul. It was better. I didn't want to go backwards in this. And I had a number. But this was not somebody I wanted to call. Exactly. Stayed at the Park Hotel. Now, the Kabul was a real mess by then. They'd fought over various things and the place was all smashed up. It's how can I, in 2 seconds, summarize the history of it? They've gone through 5 governments, 2 different kinds of flags. The party, the loyal to the old king's gone. The Russians have left a bit of a legacy. In fact, the time of the Russians, back in 92, was the best it had ever had. Women were in universities then. That's why these Taliban got all pissed, see? They used to watch these girls, dress smart, getting better grades than they were. Sexual tension, that's what's behind the whole Taliban movement. Yeah, they'll pay. When my beard grows, they'll pay one day, bitches. So this is, the genesis of, never mind all the politics and religion, that's a lot of tosh. That doesn't mean anything. I had a night at the park. The only other people staying there were some Unocal oil men, Americans. I noticed they had their own little crew of locals as minders. They had some gas pipeline. And people did business with the Taliban ran government. It was still a couple of years away from the Ministry for the Propagation of Virtue Against Vice. I think that's what it translated as. And I needed to remember the next step, and it's always worth remembering when things don't go your way, dump everything behind you, get fresh stuff, fresh people. Yes. And where could I find them? There was a street called Scribe Street, or known as that, behind the ruins of the old court building. People would sit there on kind of fold-up card tables and handle documents for people. They'd write letters for them, deal with official forms, type out stuff. There were 4 people there. One had a woman dressed like a Ninja Turtle in front of him, and a pile of papers and typing away at something. Another one had virtually nothing, but he was sitting there eating something and looking around, keen for business. And another one it looked like he was hanging on to the last vestiges of civilization in his 60 years. But the one I chose was none of those. He was the one who had a couple of paperback books. He was reading something. They had tags in them. He was dressed in just a plain tunic, but clean, youngish, looked a sort of thoughtful type. See, all the rest were either failures or had ambitions or were linked to people that I wouldn't want to know, like broken officials or the remnants of the new lot or informers. This one showed some hope, and then he had the same name as I did, but localized Dawood. So I said I needed a translator and whatnot, and I wanted some business I wanted to do. So he kind of brightened up at that, and I asked him about how he ran his little stall and chit-chatted, made arrangements to meet him the next day. But I noticed as soon as I left, somebody, the fat one, went off to make trouble with somebody, find out who I was. But the one I liked quietly packed up and left, but only because he didn't like the others seeing that he'd met me. The ridiculous, subtle dynamics of all of this. But I had what I wanted. I had somebody new who was outside of it. And I said that I had this telephone number, and I'd come to buy antiquities, the older the better. And I knew that they were using bulldozers to dig them up. So that was my cover story, that I wanted things, pre-Islamic art, Gandhara statues from the Greco-Indian period. After Alexander left, some of his command didn't last very long, but some of the breakup of his empire, that Greek influence stayed all right up to the borders of India. So there was some artworks to be had around there, and it seemed to me a good cover, disreputable enough to be believable, not too financially rewarding to go insane, but still profitable for everybody and of no interest to anybody in the political world. So I then managed to get, I got my translator to ring the number because I said I'd been given this as a contact with antiquities. Turned out his name was Mansour. He was, my translator came back and said, oh yes, he thinks he can get what you want from the museum. It's like a museum's a shop there, isn't it? It's not like the museum has a shop. The museum is a shop. You buy what you want. But this little Dawood, the translator, seemed a bit sad about all this, the Afghani treasures leaving the country. But he wasn't being critical of me. So I met Mansour the next day. Very interesting guy. He'd been in some technical department of the legitimate Afghan Air Force. And when the Taliban came in, there was about 6 aircraft that could actually do anything. All Russian jets and whatnot were around. So they had to keep people that knew how to run the systems on. They couldn't be just idiots. So that he still was actually on a government wage. But looking around his house, I insisted on a home meeting because you can tell so much. Not just from the disposition of his family, but the mementos, the things that he's had. Man of wide-ranging things. And I said to him, oh, by the way, I had a translator a while back. His name was Iftikhar, a Pakistani boy. I haven't been able to find him. He said to me, as though suddenly realizing, but not quite, that there might be more to this. He said, that's the second time this week I've heard that name. I thought, this is good. If he's as civilized as I take him for, this could turn out well. So I made my arrangements for a Bactrian coin, an old stamp seal. These were the things I used to roll across clay tablets, and sort of left an image there. And there was one other piece too. I think it was a little scene that was a carving, Gandaharan, so it had a mixture of the Greek art in it. And I said to myself, oh, by the way, I heard this Iftikhar's in trouble. Keep his family happy. How much for the boy? So I got the statue I was really interested in for 6,000, and got Iftikhar was offered for 4,000. So the Gandaharan art was worth a lot more than him. And apparently not. And just as well I'd changed course because he hadn't paid up and hadn't been very cooperative. They were going to send him to an attack on Mazar Sharif up north, just before Taliban took their revenge on Hazara. Kind of like, you know how the Russians used to use prisoners for clearing mines? He would have been first wave in that, and sort of gone. Now it gets even. Now remember that Kabul is a wreck. There's the Royal Palace is a mess. It's just a skeletal frame. There's only a few hotels with enough generators to function. Very few foreigners around. Even at least one thing, DA couldn't possibly be on my case there. They were not going to do it. Ended up picking as a meeting place the only, what would you say, new build, modern, air-conditioned glass and steel place in the whole town. What was it? Some Italian company had a demented idea of setting up a fiber optic network as a forerunner to offering telephone exchanges to the new Taliban government, because they were being accepted. Can't beat them, join them. That hadn't turned out well, but the building was there and the air conditioning worked. And so I went in sitting around control desks as Mansour came in, and I had in brown paper and string my bits of artwork, and little Iftikhar was then let in, and he looked a bit shameful, like he'd done something wrong, poor kid, but he had these bruises and he walked with a kind of internal injury lilt to one side. I thought, yeah, I would have liked to have a little word with the guys who brought him in. Would love to, but you can't get carried away on emotional grounds. I dismissed that. Oh, Iftikhar, you naughty boy, where were you? I had you here last time. What have you been doing? Brawling in the street or something? Anyway, sit there. I've got things to do. So, and of course, there's big promises about what next I want to do and bring money and do things in here. So everybody is kind of placated for the moment. But I said to Dawood, did you get that new place? I told him to rent another house on the northern side of Kabul. All right. And we just disappeared into all of that. I left Mansour. I'm sure they tried to follow, but Mansour, the Air Force technical guy, they had something to settle with him, so that kept them busy. Argument over the money, no doubt. And the disposition of it. So then we got away. We got a really crap old Japanese car, Subaru or something. And I thought, Iftikhar wanted to go down where he was familiar, Baluchistan, cross over the border that way. No, it was just enough weather left to go up north. So we did. Went through Spin Boldak, and they've got some very strange towns there. Roads that were really only roads on a map or nothing. Saw some Nuristanis. They were the pale-skinned, blue-eyed ones from up there. The legend has it that they're, of course, Alexander's army had sired that lot. And they were pagan up until as recently as 100 years ago, when they had forced conversions. Anyway, I don't believe all that. The Nazis did, of course. They sent a whole lot of people out that way looking to prove that the Aryan race had noble origins. There's nothing worse than a parvenu nouveau riche dictator and Hitler type than wanting to prove, noble ancestry, is there? People do that. So, okay, I sent Iftikhar back to Karachi. Daoud went back and he said, what about your antiquities? I said, that new place you got, anybody know it? No. Okay, put them under the bed there. That's the best place for them. I wasn't going to travel around with that. And I didn't go and see Noor John. I was a bit annoyed with him at the time for letting it come to this. Rang up Eloise, said, no, it's fine, because I just said a friend had a little bit of a problem and didn't mention about shootouts and Wild West border towns and Jalalabad. It's hard to tell that story in mixed company, isn't it? So everything's pretty good, but I'm still covering all the bases. I even had my friend Adnan take me to the airport at Lahore, which is a funny way of mixing the international and domestic flights together. He just dropped a bit of padding. The memory of what's about to happen next is so strong, it's influencing the very structure of the studio, Sean. Yes.
It's going to get darker than it's ever been.
So there's nothing wrong with me, but I'm saying I've got the creeps. I said, I'd rather be in the wild west of Afghanistan with a gun that doesn't work than right here in Lahore. Everything's fine. I don't see any bad faces out there. I said, you hang about. I told him even to bring some official with him, somebody from immigration ministry or some government hack, because I've got my passport and there's nothing wrong with it. So I don't know what. But I'm nervous, So it was Eloise. I wanted to get back in a hurry. I should have taken the long way. Anyway, I get into the airport. Everything's fine. I pick an idiot for the customs man. Two other guys are over there looking at something under their desk. They're looking at a document, but quickly, like a document. Makes you think it's a picture, doesn't it? Yeah. They don't even put up pictures of fleeing dictators in that part of the world. They don't put up pictures of anybody else. So they come over, want to see my passport. Still okay. It's genuine. Perfectly, nothing wrong with it. Then the other one's saying to them, to hell with it, let's go. Our shift ends. And the other one, no, but look at it. It's got to be the same. And they showed me, what do you think? Now, there is one thing in this world, in some slightly out of control country, you do not want to see if you're in the hands of officials who can do you harm. You don't want to be shown a color, mind you, expensive, color photocopy or an A4 sheet of the very same picture that is in your passport with bits of scotch tape all over it like it's been under there for a week and a half. Yeah. Do I worry? No. My loyal friends are outside. Sure, they're Pakistani, but I don't mind a bit of trouble, a bit of rough and tumble. I managed to convince these guys to take me out to they held on to me a bit, to the forecourt where the people who are giving farewell to the passengers, to find my friends. And for sure something would have been sorted, because one's already on my side. A resemblance, a similarity, he's saying. But it's absolutely the same picture. It's not even like another picture of me. It's the same picture. Where are they? Where's Adnan? Bolted. Ministry of Information, whatever it was. Immigration, shot through. First sign of trouble. I'm left there. What's this about? Who is it? Oh, some people want to see you. I'm bundled off somewhere. I've got no chance of getting out. I'm starting to spiral here in Spiral Studios, and there too, because this is out of hand. It doesn't make any sense. I'm sent down to it's a Sunday. I'm sent down to a deserted office in town, put in a cell. Some police from Karachi want to see me. I try to even get out of this dirty mud hut cell thing while these police from Karachi are coming. There's some poor kid in there. I said, what's it like, the police here? Oh, police here, they torture. Like he was saying, the sun rises in the morning. But if you pay them money, you pay them money, a little torture. Great.
Should we go over to the questions now, David? I think this is the climax to end this one on.
Yes, that's true. Because who I see next, really have to give some background to, so we should do that.
Okay, let's do that then.
Okay.
So you've got a lot of questions here from your followers that I've printed out. But the first question is from me. It's one of the hottest subjects in news and on YouTube right now.
Right.
And there's new developments every couple of days with this Jeffrey Epstein character. He's facing a life sentence. He got a pass when he was arrested for these things, I think it was 10 years ago. They said basically to him, we'll just give you a charge for soliciting prostitution and you can have to do a year in jail, and most of that will be work release. After he had groomed all these young underage girls to do all this elite paedophile stuff.
Oh, wasn't one of the princes from here one of his friends as well?
Prince Andrew, even after he was convicted and got released against the wishes of the rest of the royal family, Prince Andrew went and spent days with Jeffrey Epstein. Apparently they got a very strong friendship and relationship.
I wonder how it's holding.
Well, now he's been re-indicted. I think it's a different state, so it's not double jeopardy. The victims were outraged because when they were told years ago that he was now only getting done for soliciting prostitution, what did that make them?
Yeah. Co-conspirators in a way.
And prostitutes.
Oh, yes.
So, these were underage girls who were groomed by this malicious paedophile.
I did see a photograph of him about, from, I think, 20 years ago at some party. And he was with, we'll clean it up by saying a girlfriend, a date for the night.
Yeah.
She did seem about 14 or so.
Yeah.
I mean, let's try and defend the indefensible. There were very young girls, underage girls. I don't think we can put him in the same category as somebody who's downloading, pre-teens from Manila or something like that. But in serious bother,
He had Clinton, Bill Clinton took numerous flights, and Clinton's come out and made a statement. It's obvious from his statement. There's some guilt here resonating here for him to come out and make this statement.
The stained dress of Bill Clinton.
Epstein facing life in prison, and he said he's going to name up to 5 names. So do you think they will whack him? Because he already got found. They didn't know whether it was a suicide attempt or beaten up. He already got found on the floor in a mess with injuries. Do you think that was a warning, perhaps, to him in the prison system?
Where are they holding him? Any idea? Or somewhere on protection, I guess.
Is this a New York case, or was it a New York case that he got?
Well, I mean, he'd have to be on some level of protection, I presume. That wouldn't necessarily, as you know, there's no guarantee of anything. You only have to go down to the medical center or en route to somewhere else, and then you can have a chance encounter in the corridor, which doesn't turn out well. Yeah, dangerous places, stairs in prison.
Do you think if he's got the goods on such powerful people, he's going to last long?
Was the statement that he's going to speak on 5 well-known people, was that attributed to him, or as far as you know, he actually said it?
I saw it as a media headline, and another media headline is that he has recordings of these sexual situations with the underage girls with powerful people. He has recordings of them.
Well, it does kind of make you wonder how it's got to this stage, if he has that. You'd think if enough powerful people had dirt that they wanted kept secret, they would have done everything within their power to protect him.
Do you think it's to do with the change in the guard in politics in America then? Because I think it was,
You mean because of the Trump era?
yeah, was it Obama's federal prosecutors that gave him a pass? Well, the prosecutor that gave him a pass is presently on Trump's team. I think he was the Labour Secretary or something, and he's just lost his job over this for giving him the pass.
Yeah, everything comes back to haunt people in this.
I mean, the Clintons.
If you look at the history of these things, I mean, even going back to Bill Wyman or Roman Polanski, things that people could get away with used to sometimes come out, and then they do more or less harm. I mean, in Polanski's case, the girl involved said she regrets ever bringing it up. But now it's so easy for prosecutions to go ahead and somebody to keep promoting it. They're just not so easy to kill off. People can say if you're rich, but just as importantly in the US, have the goods on somebody or some power over others, cases can be buried. But if they're very public like this one, it would be a battle to find somebody in any government office who would willingly let it go. Because, as you say, look what happens to people who intercede on his behalf. I think he underestimated his power. I think he had an arrogance that his position and his friendships would utterly protect him. So he didn't take steps to bury the output of information or whatever was needed, or pay off the right girls or whatever. And now he doesn't look so well anymore, does he? He looks quite. I mean, he's not a young guy, but he looks quite haggard. I think in some ways he doesn't seem like. If we had lunch with him, he'd probably be entertaining enough to talk to, but I think he'd be certainly very arrogant. And I don't know, I can't get too worked up over people dating underage girls when the historically people, I mean, who was that musician who married a 13-year-old quite legally?
Well, Pablo Escobar, his wife was 13 when he met her.
Yes, when he met her.
He was, I think, 11 years older.
Oh, almost the same. But it is a kind of slightly prim world we're in when it comes to things. That people live such public lives that. And vulnerable teenagers who haven't got enough experience of life don't realize they're going into a trap. They think it's so wonderful being with these rich and famous guys, but they won't be able to deal with the position that, quite unfairly, prosecutors and others, supposedly doing good, push them into. I mean, if people as a teenager have done something they later regret, they'd much prefer it never came out than have to stand up in an open court and go through nights and details and who touched who where and all of that. But I don't think before we started recording, we were talking about Kevin Spacey. He's what was it? Groped a couple of boys or something. He still hasn't been forgiven for that, even though the case is withdrawn against him. This is, and currently, and is likely to stay so for a while, becomes one of the unforgivable crimes or which of social interaction that, and of course, being arrogant and rich, he kind of made himself a target. I don't think he's going to get any smarter. I think things will just get worse for him.
Yeah.
I think if he was going to make any move to save himself from the worst of it, he would have figured it out by now. But I think it's snowballed out of his control.
So he's in under his head. He's going to drown in the system, and it is sad that the victims
They just get trampled on the wayside,
re-victimized and trampled on. And it is brave of the ones to speak out against such powerful people. All right, next question is from Amelia Booth Ferris. Hi, David. Have read both your books. Thought they were brilliant.
Good to hear that rather than incomprehensible.
Links for David's books in the description box. Do you have any more books in the pipeline?
Amelia, I do. I've got... I had an idea of writing something about some Russians that we'll meet later on in these interviews. It was a Moscow street gang that hijacked a plane and ended up in Pakistan. Their downfall and little history, I thought would make quite a good book. But I think I'm kind of done with autobiography. But what can I write where I can't use the real names, but some very interesting stuff has happened? I can write crime fiction, which I intend to do, about somebody I met who was, he lived in Canada and used to cross over the border. He was a fixer for crooks' other problems, a bit like Winston Wolfe in Pulp Fiction was a comic book character and a good one, but nonetheless not very real. But this guy used to actually handle some very strange things, including some guys who were stuck in a vault in Marseille. And as long as I call it fiction, I can tell those stories.
That was the way.
They shouldn't get upset.
That's how Howard Marks. That's what he did, didn't he? Towards the end of his life, he crossed over to fiction.
And did he?
And he said, "I've got all these stories. I don't want to get people in trouble, so I'll fictionalize."
He was a slow learner in that case. He certainly didn't mind ratting a few people out early in the career.
Okay, so Matt 1 has asked, David, I'm curious where you stand in regards to the guilt aspect of trafficking drugs. Do you lean more towards the side which says that, yes, you are ruining people's lives by moving drugs into Australia? Or do you lean towards the side that says it makes no difference? Besides, there's 10 other dealers to replace you and you are not forcing anyone to take drugs. You are simply providing a product which the junkies wanted.
Is this Matt? Was it?
Matt 1.
I wonder whether there's a 2. I think I answered his
Yeah, you did
question.
answer a lot of these online, but people don't see that.
No, I understand that. As I said to Matt, the fact that other people are doing it is no excuse. We all have to be accountable for what we do, even if we take a while to realize that. But I and my friends started out from the position that everything should be legalized, even A-class.
Agree entirely.
That if drugs cause problems, and which they do, some drugs are just hard to resist, like crack cocaine. Others cause withdrawals if you stop using them, like opiates. But this is something that, as in all things in human life, people need to understand how they can control these things within their life. The problem is, by outlawing it, it dictated that the price be black market prices, and therefore high, because the risks became high. Now, still no excuse for me being in it, but I so strongly held that belief that if you want to change the law, you break the law. And it was something I knew about firsthand. And people say these drugs ruin my life. Lots of things can ruin a person's life. Alcohol can ruin somebody's life. But certainly unregulated drugs can be dangerous. In my defense, I'd always said back then that mine was kitchen clean and the weights were accurate. But looking back on it from another point of view, which you only get at a kind of advanced stage, I guess, is that we've only got a limited time on Earth, and I probably could have done something better with my time than that.
So drug laws created the drug problem. Politicians made drugs illegal. Completely worthless plants became more valuable than gold. And that's been the biggest profit opportunity in the history of the world for criminal organizations to flood the entire world with drugs. And the politicians know that, but they've figured out ways to profit from it.
Yeah, in a petty bureaucratic way, but they do it.
I think the legal system's one of the biggest employers in America now.
Oh, and the prison industry, yes, keep building them.
This guy's got a colourful name, Butt Sexting One.
I wonder what he does in his other visits to YouTube outlets. Okay, butt sexting. I like your name anyway.
David, have you ever read Uncle Fester's Secrets of Methamphetamine Manufacture? And if so, what did you think of it? Edition 8.5 is out now. Also, Bloody Brazilian Knife Fighting Techniques. Looks like an interesting read, LOL.
Yeah. Well, I feel like I know you. I'll just call you Butt. No, really, Butt. There were a lot of manuals out in the 70s when I grew up about how to start off your own laboratory and make things. Even one how to build an atomic bomb.
The Anarchist Cookbook, is that one of those?
Yeah, that was a famous one, wasn't it? But it had very poor drawings in it and missed out a couple of important points. The one that referred to there, edition 18 or 8, is actually better than most. But it doesn't really solve the problem. Where the hell do you get the precursors? P2P doesn't, you can't get it at your local hardware shop. B&Q doesn't carry it as far as I know. And without those precursors, never really even going to get started. So and the cost of buying 8 million packets of cold and flu remedy to scratch out the ephedrine and sort of work your way backward, it really wouldn't be worth it. But he sounds like a man of wide reading habits.
Perhaps it's handy for the Mexican cartel. So Kingpin 341, a man who's perhaps, or female who's perhaps names themselves in honor of your series. David, over the 40 plus years, how many of your clients or even other competitors have slipped through the net of the authorities and made enough money to retire and never work again, or started up legal businesses?
Most of my close friends ended up dead from one reason or another. Not necessarily the business, but they through, what could you call it, kind of natural causes or health problems or car accidents. But certainly a couple of them worn down by the legal system. Some of my Danish friends, I mean, it sounds so civilized, Scandinavia, but if you're arrested there, until your trial is completed, you're held in isolation and you don't get to mix with any other prisoners. They've got exercise yards just for those remand prisoners. And they, it looks like segments of an orange. You go in one at a time and never see anybody else. One close friend there was 22 months on isolation waiting for his trial. It just wore him out, and bad medical attention in prisons. He died of some liver failure. But no, really, out of my group, I'm the last one left standing.
Gab Rado, David, in Thailand, don't they sit you down and you have your hands tied and they place a Thai orchid between your hands and machine gun you from behind?
Not from behind, but some of those details are right. The old practice was to be tied to a leaning board, tilting backwards, and the machine gun is welded to a bench top about 8 feet away. The flowers, yes, it depends how far back you want to go, but the flowers were meant to be some kind of vaguely Buddhist offering make peace with your maker, but they don't believe in a maker exactly. It just does an eternal cycle. But they don't do that anymore. They use lethal injection, Thailand.
Oh, they use lethal injection
Yes, they
now?
switched over that in the last 5 or 6 years. So
always copying the
still
Americans.
some dispute over getting the bodies back. But
Gabe, the Yid. Hi, David. You mentioned the rise of the Albanian gangs in London, UK and Europe. Have you had any dealings with them? And if so, or not even, what is it, in your opinion, that has made them so effective in monopolising the UK underworld in such a relatively short space of time?
So it's really, why have they been successful?
Yeah, is it because they'll just go all the way and they'll kill your entire family?
Well, they might be determined in that way, but generally not. They're just hard workers. They're willing to work nights, and they have their real asset in their sense is that they have an uninterrupted supply. It's very strange stuff, I should say. It's mostly manufactured in Albania. There's a little cocaine in there, but not much. It's almost entirely variations of ephedrine and low-level speed. Not so much speed that you say, well, this is clearly speed, but and some other kind of slightly trippy toxin that's in there. I think the one that's used for worming tablets. It's done in a bulk way. So they've always got it. They're on the job. People often assume that ruthlessness is a way to success in narcotics business, but it isn't. Those kids who ran out and thought, I think I'll go into the drug business. I'll get a butcher's apron and a chainsaw. Some safety goggles. I think that's the way to start. Not destined to do too well.
He's also asked, why are the prices of narcotics so high in Australia?
Distance and the difficulty of importing. The air network makes it very hard to get through airports. And the sea network works better from their point of view, but is expensive to set up. So it's, I think, to tradition, and they started high and they stayed that way. Certainly cocaine is probably 10 times the cost here. If somebody, one of the earlier questioners asked me if somebody had survived being in this business. I did know some Italian weed growers who did one huge crop and then got out of it altogether, bought a restaurant and never looked back. But that's rare that you can say to yourself, okay, I did well on this one and I'm not going to do it again. So much temptation to say, well, it worked the first time. But this, because there's back a tradition in Australia of the high prices, it kind of stayed that way.
It's the final question from him is, what are your thoughts on the fentanyl epidemic in the US? Can you see it spreading to the UK?
I can't, and UK drug-taking habits seem to be pretty established. People, it goes in kind of waves. I mean, speed used to be big here, wasn't it, really once? But also because Pakistani brown is plentiful and cheap, fentanyl's difficult to work with. It's very toxic in anything but microscopic levels. Curiously, it'll be the drug of choice that you'll get if you have an operation in hospital here. But there it is, it's measured out. So I don't think so. Also, we have to bear in mind that America is big enough where fringe things can become quite big as a business, and it's happened in that case.
I was surprised that the crystal meth epidemic from Arizona that I saw didn't translate over here, because a lot of people quit the coke because the meth you can just do one line and keep going, but the coke you got to keep buying and keep buying and keep buying. So they just moved over to the meth and the coke.
Oh,
Has David any stories about Chopper? This is from I Am So Thursday Gaming.
all right. Oh, Chopper Reed. Oh, he always had a sense of humor, even when he was in the Supermax there. He had, you know, and also he could take being stabbed without any real effect.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I always thought Eric Bana played him terribly well. And it was Chopper's choice to have Eric Banana play him. And he, because there were kind of some similarities. He's dead now, isn't he, Chopper? Died a couple of years ago.
Didn't he get cancer?
Yeah, and he moved back to some family place in Tasmania or something.
Did you have any interactions with him?
Only in the Supermax, and we told a couple of jokes to each other, but he wasn't really in the drug business in any serious way. He would just go where the money was. If he could, threaten or steal some money from somebody, he'd do it. He didn't have the stomach or the patience for doing it in any real way.
So this has come from To Balkane.
Oh, I see him from time to time. Hi there, TBK. Yes, he's quite a reader, by the way.
Were you using heroin in Klong Pram? I understood you got clean before that, but judging from Thai prison memoirs, everyone who can afford dope uses it, if only to numb the emotional pain and help pass the time.
Well, no. I wanted to get out of there. I didn't want to numb anything and needed what faculties I had concentrated on that. So I hadn't been near it for 10 years, and it was certainly... It seemed to me that anything that would have been a distraction would have been... I was just too angry and determined to move ahead. My chances were slim enough without taking the edge off anything I might be able to do.
Here's the next question. Did all those years in third world dungeons have a detrimental effect on your physical and mental health? There are all kinds of tropical diseases. There's TB, viruses, food poisoning, and PTSD.
Well, those are two different things. Physically, it's interesting. I went for a checkup quite a few years ago, and the clinician there said, odd thing, you've got antibodies for everything. All the diseases that you're likely to get, even a few rare ones, I'd already picked up antibodies to. And I noticed I could drink tap water in Thailand or Pakistan, and I wouldn't get an upset stomach. It hasn't really had... I'm getting more run down now from working regular jobs than I ever did back in that business. And also even my own drug use was pretty regulated, so it didn't have any effect like that. As for the mental side of things, probably. It goes on, but if the content and quality of my dreams is anything to go by, I mean, there is never a night without some fictional fantasy world jail that has to be overcome in the dream.
I imagine there's a few ghosts in there as well. Buster Edwards. David, did you ever encounter Warren Fellows, fellow Australian in the business of heroin importation? Thought to ask you during a previous podcast when you mentioned Neddy Smith as they worked together.
Warren was an early arrestee, if I can say that, in Thailand. And no, wait on, it was they were in Malaysia, wasn't it, Warren Fellows? Yeah, and he was facing death. Yeah, there was Warren Fellows ended up doing, it was his book Damage Done, wasn't it?
Oh,
I
that
think
was Thailand.
Yeah, that was Thailand. I was thinking of Barlow and Chambers, who actually got executed in Malaysia. That was when Bob Hawke was Prime Minister, and he called them barbaric and all of that, but he didn't really mean it. He certainly didn't have the Foreign Affairs Department intervene in any serious way. Governments can stop other governments from executing their citizens if they want. The French did with some girl there in Malaysia. They're about to execute her, and the French said, "No, we're serious, don't do it." Oh, didn't know you were. So it was just the usual publicity blast they would expect, so they just let her go, and nothing to them. And Warren Fellows, he I knew quite a bit about it because the mess he left behind sort of reached me indirectly, because I think his girlfriend knew some girl I knew and wanted some advice, and she must have got the right kind because she ran off with the Porsche and took the money and dumped him. So I wonder whether that was her own idea or probably what her girlfriends told her. But I think he knew that was going to happen. Guys have strange attitudes to what they think is going to go on outside when they get inside. And you're a very level-headed guy in prison years ago who his girl used to come and see him every week. And he was getting out in about 2 weeks later. I said, "Your girl not coming?" He said, no, she'd be getting rid of the boyfriend this weekend. What do you mean? "Oh, she can't live without it. She doesn't tell me about it. I don't know anything about it, but, she's my girl and it'll always be that way. She just has to get rid of him before I turn up." So he could live with the idea that, this would be the bust-up weekend, so he'd be thrown out. He would have got a surprise if he'd hung around, that's for sure.
Buster Edwards. Oh, I'm sorry. Whoop Whoop. Can you ask David what was the most scared he ever got in Thai jail, apart from the night of his escape?
It wasn't. Thai prisons are not terribly scary, in as much as they can be dangerous in an offhand way. You can get involved in something where that childlike anger comes across to you, and you can be harmed. But your biggest danger in a Thai prison is from your fellow foreigners or crossing the Nigerian gangs in some way. So that wasn't really there wasn't anything. The kinds of things that were scary were running out of time. I think if I heard that I know the DEA were trying to bring my case to a close, that kind of news was scary, but nothing within the jail itself.
Court news can be terrible. Okay, Victor Ruelas. David is a treasure of true stories. Great podcast. How old was David when he was first arrested?
Very first arrest. Let's see now. 9. I'd broken into the Bryant and May. Nothing came of it. Bryant and May matchbox factory. I used to collect matchbox labels. Back in the 60s, they came in sets of 64, which the company would issue every year. So I collected them, walked the streets, found them in gutters, got on my skateboard and ran around, and I became obsessed with them. So weirdly enough, it was from a 7-year-old. I bought the plans to the match factory. Yeah, from a 7-year-old. His name was Brian Carlson. He was the weirdest kid I've ever come across. Teachers were freaked by him. He was the only kid that used to sit down with 2 little girlfriends. He had these two little 7-year-old cuties either side of him. And teachers would go, "Carlson, no, I don't want to talk to you." And because I knew him because he bought I cracked it, the inside of a bottle cap to some fizz drink, had a winning bicycle on it or something. And next minute, I've got Brian Carlson on my case. I want to buy that from you. Why? I just won it. Yeah, but it's more use to me. And he traded it off. And you know what I got suckered into? He gave me the Missing Man from Uncle card. They came in a set of 61. You could never get 61. And 2 sets of Monkeys cards. But when he heard I was interested in Matchbox label, he sold me to the plans. And they were elaborate. Take a train to here, climb this, go up there, down the light well, through the shower system. And I got into the place on a Sunday, and it was like I died and gone to heaven. Big skips full of matchboxes. Security guard got me. I was taken in by the police. So I'll rack that up as an arrest.
Wow. That'll make a great clip. Arrested at 9 years old.
Didn't talk though.
Plead the fifth. Get me a lawyer. So this guy, Joe, sent me an email that I received. Must have been last night. I believe he saw you on Tom London Jewel Thief's live chat.
Came in late.
Live chat on the premiere, yeah. So he sent this email, and all of the podcasts now are on Premiere, usually a Monday night at 6 p.m. And there's a live chat next to the podcast. And if anyone wants to join in the live chat, sometimes the guests join in as well. So this is from Joe. I have the following question for David. You mentioned a lot of people travel each day on false documents, falsified. Does he think that as technology progresses, it is becoming an impossible feat, and how hard it is today compared to when he did it? Several countries, even India now, use biometric tech like fingerprint scanners at the airport.
When biometric passports came in, it took the Malaysians about 2 weeks to be able to copy the chip. I like the foolproof ID. It means your bogus stuff is going to be accepted much more readily. Of course, presumably, it depends on the start point. Once they've got everybody, then it gets very difficult because you can't. It's like in the US, they've got a social security number, which you get from birth almost, don't you?
I've got one of them. US one.
Well, those numbers, though they're not strictly sequential, it's very hard to backdate one to match it in. So when death certificates are now matched with birth certificates, so you can't go some other identity. But that's not to say that you can't be somebody else. That'll go on for quite a while.
He said, I'm also interested in what he thinks about how progress and technology impact the power balance between regulation and human ingenuity to circumvent it. Does tech allow us to build taller walls faster than it allows us to build taller ladders to climb over them?
Well, that's a good way to put it, isn't it? I think it depends on how much the state, how much Big Brother wants to control our lives. I think a lot of a younger generation accepts that there's no secrets in their life. So they have to be a bit fringe anyway to get into trouble. But once somebody is already of age and has electronic footprint everywhere, they should be very thoughtful about disappearing for that. And also, it pays to plan ahead to look at the things that might become the de facto ID card of a country. In Australia, they don't have ID cards, but I was an early adopter of the only national database they had, which was the Medicare or Medicaid, I think it was called Medicare, the National Health Service base. That was the only thing where they really had everybody on it. So when they were talking about upgrading systems, while there was still time, I ran out and got 100 or something when it was just like over the counter at a post office. So in this country, that'll be the thing to look for, because though I don't know, where do you think they'll start? Not everybody has a tax file number. But look at what Experian and the other agencies, if you don't have, no matter that you have never ended up owing anybody money, if you don't have Facebook, it's almost like you're a nobody. it's all right if you're over 70 and you're not part of that generation, but it'll soon come to be that you're a non-person if you're not in social media.
If you have any more questions for David, please put them in the comments box below this video. And when we go over to part 6, we will put some of those questions forward to him. David has been very generous again today. Agreed to come in and do a 2-hour podcast that has extended now to 3 hours. So David has always been so generous with his time coming over here and spending all this time and answering your questions. So please, let's show our love and support back for David by buying his books. It's only less than a tenner on Kindle, available worldwide. Links are in the description box. We set out to get David 1,000 YouTube subscribers by the end of the year. I think he's at over 2,000 now. So please click over and subscribe to David's channel. David does post his own videos.
Yeah, not many, but if I get another 500, I'll get off my bum and do a few for you. And we didn't have time for my recollections on sex in prison, but we'll save that for some other time. Unless you want to just chop it in.
Please
all right, then.
leave your thoughts in the comment section.
And
please
support Sean
and subscribe to my channel as well. We're over 200,000 subs. Appreciate that, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks again, Robert. Yeah.